Yeah.
You can't have everybody.
No, that's what there's a trade out here. Somebody says, yeah, the Astros could trade their superstar. He's connected. How about a trade idea to the Dodgers?
That's
because you know how much
Yardbarker.
money they have to spend? Since they're only paying Otani $2 million.
Yardbarker, they just say crazy stuff in their headlines.
Well, no, they only pay.
Who did it come from?
$2 million to
But where'd the
Shohei.
initial? They don't say anything themselves. Where'd the initial thing come from?
What do you mean? Where did the initial thing come
Well, the
from?
initial story. Who are they quoting to say? Like, they don't come up with their own content.
Yeah, Zachary Rotman of Fansided.
Oh. So what else do we have today?
Anyway.
Is it fan-sided Dodger account or something?
If they come to the conclusion that Kyle Tucker must be traded to recoup assets, the Dodgers are an obvious destination. We all know the Dodgers have tons of money to spend, especially after all their deferred deals, and they also happen to have a strong farm system as well as young players Houston would covet. So there you have it.
I don't see Dodgers. I mean,
well, why not?
would have to, well,
if you
people
pay
say,
Shohei Ohtani $2 million,
so
you
people
got a lot
say
of money.
Deferred, but you have. I don't think Kyle Tucker's deferring anything. Number one, and so we'll see. Like, I don't think he's taking deferred money.
No, but he wouldn't have to, actually. He probably wouldn't have to because everybody else is deferred. Mookie's deferred. Otani's deferred.
Yeah, but they got a bunch of guys.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they absolutely do. But you know what? I don't want to see him go to the – I mean, if the Dodgers don't win in the next 4 years, what a gigantic waste they are.
What a disaster.
What a disaster. And speaking of baseball, you see we have shattered a barrier. First full-time female play-by-play, Jenny Kavner, is going to be doing – it's actually not Major League Baseball. It's the A's. So I'm not sure. They're going to be playing in a Little League stadium this year.
That's high AAA.
It is high AAA. Well, I guess it's high AAA. I guess it's AAA, period.
Yeah, this year they probably couldn't find an announcer. I'm not calling games in this stadium. No one's even going to be there.
Be
There's
there?
no
Where are you
stadium.
playing?
Yeah, like what? I'm not doing
Are
this.
you though?
Yeah.
For what?
Oh, you think that they just gave
They
it to her
couldn't
because
find
nobody else
an
would
announcer, so they hired a woman, is what you're saying?
She's going to take it. You know that.
That's what he said, and
I
now
know,
you're doubling
he's
down. I was
not
trying
an
to
ally.
segment that to Lance, and now you're doubling
See,
down.
I don't like the
No,
way
no.
that this show is starting to try to make me look a certain way.
What?
When in our battle for
Worst
equal rights.
person.
No, not worst person.
Worst person. You
equal
win.
rights. No, I'm just saying.
You said it.
No, well, it just so happens she's going to take it, but I also think that it's probably hard to get anyone to do that job right
said
now.
they
There's not going to
probably-
be anyone that you. I tell you who wouldn't take it. Pam Oliver.
You started this
Or
by
what's her
Yeah,
name that
she
does
probably
stuff
would.
with?
she probably wouldn't because
no,
she
who's
doesn't do
the one that does
baseball.
college football?
Pam Ward is what
Pam
you're
Ward.
talking
Pam
about.
Ward. Pam Ward would never take that job.
I don't know. Doesn't she?
Pam Ward
She's
can
done
keep
NBA
doing Northwestern football. Why would she go
She's
do?
done NBA basketball games too. So John started it by saying, "Oh, we've got a breakthrough. A woman's going to do play-by-play," and then it devolved into, well, it's not really Major League Baseball because it's the A's. They're gonna be, and then Lance says, "What did you say? Oh, they probably couldn't find anyone who wanted to take it."
I'm making it. Okay, what I just did was made an observation.
though?
I made an observation, irrespective of who's going to take the job. It's probably hard to find someone because they don't have a stadium.
Well,
no one cares.
No, everybody wanted that job, and you know
No
what
one's
they
gonna
decided?
watch. Nobody's gonna
They
listen.
decided, you know what? She's the best candidate for this job that everyone covets.
No one's
That's
gonna
what they
watch.
decided.
No one's gonna listen.
But you had to poo-poo the whole thing and make
Okay,
it look
let
like
me
a
ask you a
bad
question.
job.
Let me ask you a question. Would Jeremy Branham rather call A's baseball or Cougars basketball?
Cougars basketball.
Cougars basketball.
Cougars basketball.
He's
The A's
not
can't
going
be
there
paying
for that
much.
horrible job where
The
no
A's
one,
aren't paying
no one's
anything.
going to see him or hear him, Dell.
Would I rather call Roughnecks or A's baseball?
which one?
Roughnecks.
Stop it.
Yeah,
The
point
lies
made, Dell.
coming
Yeah.
out of
Point made.
the lie that you just told is egregious, and then you ask Jeremy. Jeremy, I don't know how much the Cougs pay, but a Major League Baseball play-by-play.
Okay, let's say
it's not. It's the A's.
Stop it.
Let's say assuming they pay the same
You
amount
know
of
they
money.
They're
got her on
not
the
paying
cheap.
the same amount of money.
Okay,
You know they got her on the cheap.
assuming
See, this is what I'm saying.
assuming they pay 20%
You want this?
more.
You want it or not?
The prestige of being you can move up. You don't have to be the A's play-by-play guy forever if you're Jeremy Branham. You move to another level if you do a good job. It's a stepping stone. He's taking the A's job.
He's not taking the A's job.
Yes, he is.
The Cougar job could lead to
he gets away
a
from
national
here.
championship.
He gets away from here.
From Joel?
You said that, not me.
No, when you're saying from here,
You said
what
that,
does
not
here
me.
mean? What do you mean Gal, the station?
Well,
Technical issues, a room sometime that's either really hot or really cold.
exactly.
We're doing the show.
He gets to travel the country.
Why would you get away from the extremes
The extreme weathers of our
And he gets to call
of our
play-by-play for
studio.
a Major League Baseball team, despite what we think of A's. He gets he gets trips to Houston.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, we got to ask Jeremy which he would take. The A's.
Well, he's not going to tell the
or Cougar
Cougs.
basketball.
He's not going to tell them he'd leave them immediately.
No, he's going to tell the truth. Jeremy tells the truth.
You know how much you'd be hated for
Jeremy
taking...
doesn't sugarcoat stuff. He says what's in his heart.
Oh, yeah. No.
When
Jeremy.
it comes to his pockets, you think he's going to be like, yeah, I'd leave right now.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. I think he would.
I think he would, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he absolutely would. He'd be like, I'm out of here. No question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as soon as the
Taking that
Cougars
job.
came with a $5,000 raise, he's like, never mind, I'll stay here. I'm
Well,
just trying to leverage you, A's.
I don't know that the Cougs are coming with another $5,000. I'm not sure they would. So we're getting through to now all kinds of different. What do you think CJ is as far as DraftKings has him as a MVP candidate next year?
Probably based on what those numbers usually like, maybe either 8-1 or 10-1.
14-1.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's pretty. I got to tell you, 8-1 is like one of the favorites.
Yeah.
So 14's not. Yeah, 14's very, very reasonable.
He's
Think
behind 7 other quarterbacks.
I'm
Mahomes,
guessing the first one is like 5-1, maybe.
I don't see that.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, they don't. They don't. This story doesn't say. It's got Mahomes is first, and Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, and Justin Herbert all ahead of him.
Jordan Love.
And
I wouldn't do that.
And Brock Purdy. Well, I guess.
Brock Purdy maybe, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't do Jordan Love ahead of him. And you know what?
And Justin Herbert.
If you
either.
throw him
Well,
another
of course,
wide receiver,
he's got Harbaugh now.
yeah, and who plays more pro style run stuff?
Yeah, but
Like his numbers will probably go down with Harbaugh, and the wins will probably go up. He may be a quarterback who's better off if you don't have him carrying everything, and he's more efficient. I think if you give a wide receiver if you had a free agent wide receiver to C.J. Stroud, does that take him to 12-1? Like his odds are getting better.
yeah, yes.
And remember, Tank Dell comes back next year. I mean, well, we know that.
And what about Brandon Ayuk to the Texans? He apparently is no longer happy being a San Francisco 49er. He, his girlfriend, who else was in that, Dell? Who else was saying how Brandon went out?
It was another family member. I have to look it up, but there are multiple family members who talked about not giving their guy the ball.
Yeah, she after the game she was like, it might be the last time we ever saw Levi Stadium.
And I said, and I'm like, why is Christian McCaffrey not touching the ball enough in the third quarter? This is a problem when you have Debo and McCaffrey. There's not enough touches for everyone.
Well, yeah,
You got McCaffrey, you've got Kittle. Although I once again, I just think Kittle is not what people always. I think people just think Kittle's something that he's really not anymore. And that's one of the reasons I gave them Jatavion Sanders in my mock draft to pair with him and then eventually take over. But Kittle doesn't get it as much as he used to. And then, you have Debo Samuel. You want to get – I thought Ayuk got the ball decent the other day in the Super Bowl.
Ayuk? No.
Didn't he?
No, he caught a early and then he disappeared. Jawan Jennings was –
Oh, yeah, it was
all
Jawan
Jawan Jennings. Yeah. I mean,
I remember Ayuk had a couple of, kind of deep intermediates over the middle. He had catches.
yeah, very little. He had
three
catches.
which wasn't
Okay.
enough for the family.
Well, Kittle had 1,000 yards this year.
Did he have 1,000?
1,020? Yeah,
What?
yeah, and 6
How many
touchdowns.
catches?
He had 90 targets, 65 catches.
Yeah, better. That's more than I thought.
Yeah, I mean,
What the year before, the last 2 years, I know he hasn't been great.
well, he
He's
had
some
60
injuries.
catches the year before for 765, 71 catches. He had 11 touchdowns last year. 11. That's a
Why
big
am
number.
I sleeping on George
I
Kittle?
don't know. I don't know why you thought that about him.
Do you feel like maybe I just get so Kelsey'd out
Well,
that I don't even think about Kittle anymore?
in 2020, he missed a bunch of games, but he's been there. He's been there for him. 15, 16, 14. For the most part, he's been there, and he catches.
I swear to you, whenever I watch any San Francisco game I watch, Kittle's usually a non-factor. Not like he was the first 3 years.
Yeah, it was 1,377, 1,050. This is his third biggest production year with 1,000 yards. Third 1,000-yard
he's
season
been healthy.
this year. And he's been healthy. Yeah. But maybe that's why the 49er fans aren't exactly thrilled.
But this
with
is
you
what
right
did he come in? Did he come in the league in 15 or 16? I think it may have been 15.
He was here in his first year was 17.
Kittle's first year was 17.
Yeah, 17. Yep, that was his first year. He had he didn't do much that year. First year, 515. But
that's pretty good for a rookie.
Yeah, not bad.
So he'll be in his 8th season.
Speaking of which, I guess Dalton Schultz said on the flagship that he wants back. Dalton, he said he wants. Of course, they always say that. Hey, do you want to come back to Houston? Yes, I would love to come. Of course, you said
I can tell you that from people I've talked to, there is a thought that he wants to test the market. Well, yeah, he'll come back as long as he's getting max value. Like, he's not looking to just stay with Houston.
Right.
He's looking for the best paycheck.
Why? Why not a hometown discount?
Well, I mean, that's what I always think.
Right.
Once you're here, don't you love it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't love it, then get out of our city.
Yeah, go back to Dallas.
You got two choices. You can either get out of the city if you don't like it and you don't want to throw up the H's, or you can give us a little bit of a hometown discount.
So is he – well, the question is, are you douchey and you want to go back to Dallas? I mean –
if you are, I don't know that I need you here.
Yeah.
I do need you here unless you're going to drop, unless you're going to drop like in the last 2 games.
What are the choices? Houston or Dallas? He can't pick one of the other 30 teams?
Well, I mean,
he either stays there or he has to be a douche?
All I'm saying is, are you douchey? That's all.
Well, he doesn't have to play in Dallas.
No, I understand that. And they probably don't want him back, right?
Not with Luke. Yeah,
Ferguson?
Cheaper. They got Jake Ferguson cheaper.
Yeah, right. So take what you can get here. Take whatever we offer you.
So now we've got
and catch the ball. By the way,
we'd like Dalton back.
I'll give you $8
and
million.
then you develop something in your head where he's gonna take the Texans to the cleaners. So screw you. Take what we give you or get out. Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Beat it.
Okay. I thought you wanted him back.
I hope he's not.
I do want him back, but let's not be crazy. We're trying to build a championship here. Do it. If Tom Brady could defer money, you can take less. You know, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, we're trying to build a championship here.
Yeah.
Don't break the bank on us. We need that money for Chris Jones to break the bank.
We're still not sure if you're a Dallas guy or a Houston guy. So there you go.
So we'll give you a 2-year deal, $16 million total. I think that's fair.
So here are Ayuk's. This is the exact reason why we leave in San Francisco. Don't forget what got you there. Why does the All-Pro 1,300-yard receiver have 3 catches in the Super Bowl?
But Jennings had a good – well, first of all, who are they blaming this on? Shanahan? I mean, Jennings had a good game. McCaffrey started running the ball. Brock didn't play all that well.
No, Brock didn't play all that well.
And Debo, they try to get Debo the ball, but Debo is not Debo right now. You know, they tried to hand it off. He had a couple runs, but then he was hurt with his leg a little bit, and he came back in the game. But I don't know. It just doesn't – I didn't get the feeling.
Well, maybe L'Jarius Sneed did a really, really nice job on him. Maybe that's what happened.
Or they have 2.
Yeah.
Like Pro Bowl, All-Pro caliber.
Slow down.
Corner balls.
You think a wide receiver and their family are going to give any credit to a cornerback
No.
for shutting them down?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, listen, we know that wide receivers are the biggest divas in football. Do you think that their families are right there with them in general?
No. I heard talk. Well, let's do it on the other side.
Andre's not. Our Hall of Famer is not a.
No, he's not.
Is not a diva.
But no, he's the last. He is not a diva at all. Let's take a look at there's another story out about which free agents from the Super Bowl are out there and who might match the Texans. We'll do that on the other side. Right now, we got Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy is basketball season now. We already were basketball season, but now we're full-time basketball season. You've got pro basketball. Every single night there's a game. Every single night there's the Pick'em Challenge. Go to the app. Well, first of all, go download the app, and it's Underdog Fantasy app. You can go download that app. You can go to the website if you want to do it from the website. You can also play off your laptop. But I'm telling you now, it's really fun because you can sit and watch Rocket basketball and play along with the game. And what you're doing is you're picking statistics that you think are a little soft, that they list out there, and you say, ooh, this point total, I think he's going to have more. I think Alpern's going to have more here. And so you go higher in that one. You have to pick between 2 and 5. But when you pick between 2 and 5, you give yourself a chance to win up to 100 times your original play. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. It's real money. And so you're going to enjoy your basketball at the same time you're watching for rebound totals and assists and points, rebounds, and assists and three-pointers. And there's all these statistics that you can go higher or lower than if you are analyzing the games properly. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They're going to match that first deposit up to $100. And when you make your first deposit, you're going to have a special pick available to you. And those special picks are usually automatic winners. So make sure that you go to download the app today. Use promo code Lance to double up that first deposit up to $100. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. If you feel like you have a gambling issue, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get it. Does the phones work? Because this isn't working up here.
Yeah, that's the screen. We'll get that settled. Yeah, by the way, it's Valentine's Day, right? Don't we normally
that's right.
have a thing where someone gets advice?
Freaky deaky.
Oh,
we got to see a freaky. I already got my call from somebody we both know who used to work for the Texans who looks forward to it every single year. Every year. And I got the text and he reminds me basically, hey, it's Valentine's Day coming up tomorrow. Is Freaky Deaky going to be on? I said, well, I hope so. I would think so. I haven't set it up with him, but he knows the deal.
He knows he's got to get in here.
Rules of Valentine's. He always does that.
Yeah.
Hey, quick story before you get to the free agency stuff. I heard a story I know this for a fact because LaShane knows the restaurant that he went to. So Dana White and the UFC were I guess they were in Canada not that long ago. and he went into a restaurant that LaShane knew about. LaShane's tight with Mick Maynard, who is the matchmaker who lives here in Houston. And I guess he told Mick about, a restaurant or something to go to. And it was I don't know what kind of restaurant it was, but so Dana White and a couple other people go in there for dinner. He has whatever he has. His bill is $350. He leaves $1,000 on the $350. Then he goes to the back of the house, the staff with the whoever it was, the GM who was there, the owner, the chef, whatever, and gives $10,000 to the people in the back working. Just left a $10,000 tip for everyone in the back, every dishwasher, a total of $10,000. Yeah, Dana White did for the dishwashers, the cooks, the grill people, whoever was working in the back. Cool. Yeah, I think he said there was like 6 to 8 people working in the back, and just left them 10 G's on top of the the $650 tip he left at front of the house. You know what LaShane goes?
Hey.
He goes, Dana's a great guy. He goes, but he's been in here about 3 times, never once did it. Never once did it for me. He goes, come on, let's come up with a little something. By the way, we were waiting for you last night to see if you were going to come by, and then we thought you were going to have, because Nicole really wanted to have that last drink.
Did she? Well, she did.
She had a few last drinks.
Yeah, she had a few last drinks. I had my last drink.
She gives up alcohol too, and she did dry January, so it's going to be kind of a dry spring for her. But we were waiting, and then Ryan wanted to know if you gave up something for Lent, but I'll have to tell you off the air.
Yeah. Okay.
Ask Granado if he gave that up.
No.
I don't think he.
No, I don't give that
partakes.
I don't.
No.
Oh, ow. Well, I told you, my wife made a better offer, so I didn't come to see you guys. How about that?
That's pretty easy.
That was
call.
Much better. That was a much better plan.
Pretty easy call.
Than going to go see LaShane. Yeah, that's always a fun time. Beat it. Yeah, how you feeling today?
Bang,
how you
shots.
feeling today with the OGDs?
Banged up.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. We got this. We got the guys that were in the Pro Bowl. We talked about a lot of guys, but here are some names of Super Bowl players and whether or not you want them. And I heard the guys in the afternoon say, "Yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I'd love to have that guy." I don't.
What's the difference between Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Motor? I think Motor's better than him.
But you need another guy. I mean,
well, yeah, you do.
I mean, you don't have anybody. The only guy you got, Dameon Pierce is the only guy you got on the roster right now.
So you basically are just finding somebody who fits the scheme. That's all.
Yeah, would Clyde Edwards-Helaire fit the scheme? I guess. I mean, I'm not going to break the bank for Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
No, he's a little bit of a dancer. He's not a true one-cut back. Kind of a short strider. I don't know that he's a great fit.
I know he's not a very good goal line guy. I know.
No, he's terrible. He was bad at LSU
he's awful.
too.
Yeah, he was bad there, and he's been bad in the pros too.
I mean, you do have Dameon Pierce under contract, and he's good at the goal line.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could.
I guess he is.
Well, I was surprised they didn't use him more in that position with Houston. I mean, that's his. He's a hammerhead.
I know he was good at destroying his little wide receiver. I know he was good at that.
Yeah. Well, he's just trying to run.
Yeah.
Keep him out of the way. You know what? When this tank gets rolling, keep the other tank out of the way.
Well, no. Let's begin him. We're going to start him at guard next year, okay? To block for Dameon Pierce on the goal line. That's what we're doing. Dumb. Chris Jones. We've talked about this a bunch.
Yeah.
Chris Jones would be awesome. What's that going to cost, though?
It's going to cost a ton.
A ton.
It's going to cost I think it's the mid 20s, I believe. Let me check what the I'm trying to remember what so he signed a 20-year deal. He signed an 20 average, but a 4-year $80 million deal, and then he signed a 1-year 19.5, which is the number for the franchise tag.
Yeah.
I think that he's probably going to shoot for $25 million a year, would be my guess.
If you can't get him, Javon Kinlaw?
Kinlaw's kind of a goose. I would skip on him. He hasn't always been. He's kind of well. Look, so
now D'Amico knows him. Yep,
exactly. So if D'Amico thinks he's okay, but if D'Amico doesn't go after him, that should tell you something, because he's the kind of So he fits Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner, Javon Kinlaw. They look the same. Chris Jones, same physical types. Chris is a little thicker and wider, but Chris is also a tall guy who plays kind of upright. They're all the same body types, which I never, they used to just be considered the 3-4-5 techniques, over the play over the tackle. Now they play inside now, and they are pretty successful. DeForest Buckner's been very good. Eric Armstead's still going strong. Kinlaw has his moments. He flashes. He's just kind of immature. He's kind of immature, and there's some other stuff I'll tell you off the air, but I don't know that I would go with him. But if D'Amico's comfortable with him, I guess I have to be comfortable with him. He knows him better than me.
Yeah, a heck of a lot. Chase Young.
You know what? I'm to the point now I pass on him. I heard some things about Chase Young. It's on they talked on the broadcast. He wasn't really playing hard the game before, and so now he's played a lot harder in the Super Bowl. Anybody who's in an NFC Championship game and takes plays off and all that, that bothers me when you add in the injury stuff with him too. Plus, I think he's playing a little heavier than he should be, honestly. So I don't know. I'm a little worried about Chase Young. If you give him a huge payday, is he going to be available all the time? Is this guy going to work hard? Is he playing hard? I mean, this is a contract year for him.
L'Jarius Sneed.
Yeah, of course. But
yes.
There's no way they let him go.
Yep. How about McCole Hardman?
Nah, we got Tank.
Well, we do need another guy.
That's another tiny team.
Yeah. But you know what? You could,
give me some size.
I don't know. I saw it wouldn't be bad to have a guy that
he
could
doesn't really do a lot. He just goes deep and he goes short, and that's it.
He wasn't nearly the kind of.
Have you noticed that he didn't do anything with the Jets? I mean, how can you not do something with the Jets with that offense they had? All he does stuff is with Patrick Mahomes. Ooh. I could go out in a game.
No. See.
3 catches, 26 yards. And that's nothing, right? That's nothing. That's being very realistic.
You would get 0
3 catches, 26 yards.
They could put Javon Kinlaw on you.
No,
it'd
probably be as a zone beater. I'm not saying I'm going to beat a lot of man coverage. I'm just saying against the zone, I could sink into zone.
You would pull a Greenlaw. You would tear your Achilles.
Yes, you would. Running on the field, you would tear a hamstring.
Listen, against the
jogging
zone,
onto the field.
I know how to exploit the zone pockets.
Walking.
I could exploit the zone pockets. By the way, I'm supposedly I'm not the most injured person. I've lost my title.
You
Josh
lost your
Beard
title.
told me. Josh Beard has now dislocated his finger and had a concussion within the last 4 months. He's done
Fell
2
on
things.
his face like Tank?
No, the concussion was a while back when he slipped on stairs. You slipped on stairs. You can't talk about this.
No.
Remember he slept on stairs?
I broke a rib.
And he had a concussion. But he followed that up. He stacked another injury with now he's got a splint on his finger, and he showed me the x-ray. It looked broken to me, but he said it was just dislocated. So he's now, I said, you've still got 1 more to go to catch me, but I didn't do mine in 4 months.
Yeah.
I spread mine out over 4 years.
It's a race
yeah,
for greatness.
I imagine the recovery time for Josh Beard will be shorter. You are still trying to recover from your injuries.
Yeah, you're not.
Well, I had severe injuries.
Yeah.
Well, sure, severe injuries.
Yeah. Well, okay. Time for me to talk about HR&P. Now, listen, your insurance and everything else, you get through HR&P will offer the insurance packages for your company. Like if you have a Lance and you need a really good insurance company to handle, all of the claims from him and his family, well, you need an HR&P to give you the best options for your business. See, the other guys, the other admin companies, they don't give you options on the insurance. This is the insurance, so here it is. And wow, it's not great, is it? It's not perfect for our business, but that's the one that they offer. So you have to take it. You have to take their 401k. You have to take. Don't do it. Don't do it. Get somebody who's in the payroll business and in the HR business, and that's it. That's the only business that they have, and that's HR&P. And then they give you options on all the other stuff. And which is perfect for your business. Listen, let them come and do a consultation. It's absolutely free. They'll come to your business. They'll check it out. They will give you a consultation on how much money. And there's a good chance that they're going to save you a bunch of money. You're looking for the best way to get that. Your business is growing. You need a real payroll company and a real HR company. We got them. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance and the same five guys who always call. Oh, yay.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. 713-780-3776.
By the way, clean this up a little bit. Chris Jones is going to be a little bit more expensive.
You think?
I'm looking at, so Spot Track has his value at $28.4 million per year. They think his market value is 3 years, $85.4 million. That's going to be low. I'll tell you why. Joey Bosa, and I understand some of these are going to be DNs. Joey Bosa's average per year is 27. TJ Watt is 28, and you would argue he's underpaid. Nick Bosa is 34 per year, 5-year deal, 170. Aaron Donald's 31.6 per year, total value 95.5, 3 years. My guess is you're going to see in the neighborhood of a 4-year deal at $32 million a year for his average. His AAV, his average salary. If that's the case, I'm still okay with it. It's a $128 million deal over 4 years. Maybe you backload a little bit of it where it's still payable at the end. Maybe you redo you have it where it's set up where you can easily restructure to make it cap friendly if he's still playing well in the 4th year. So I think you're going to be looking at him. I think he's going to want to go higher than Aaron Donald. Is going to be my guess at $32 million a year. Does that change anything for you?
He's going to be expensive.
You have the money. You still have the money.
Yeah.
But like we said, it's a quarterback salary. Because you don't have to pay a quarterback, you can pay the premium defensive tackle in the league like a quarterback. It's one of the advantages of having a quote unquote rookie quarterback salary. Everyone raves about having a rookie salary. Well, it's because it allows you to do other things with it.
Yeah. Did you see where
frankly, you cannot afford not to be in the Chris Jones hunt. You can't. What's the number one thing that D'Amico has pointed out?
Defensive line.
Defensive line. They need a defensive tackle. And they want one that can rush and stop the run. Here he is, and you have a rookie contract for your quarterback, which gives you more spinning room. Here it is, and the quarterback is better than expected, which means you have a better chance to win quickly, which is already happening. Everything aligns for Chris Jones to be the target for the Houston Texans. Everything aligns for him to be the target for the Houston Texans. I don't see how he couldn't be at the top of the list. He's more important than anybody that you could re-sign for this team. Anybody that you could re-sign. And I'm not saying, at $32 million a year, yeah, and you're going to give him some right up front that's going to be, listed as part of it'll hit the salary cap as a signing bonus, but you could still do him. You could still get Nico extended if you wanted to. You could still bring back 2 or 3 of your other free agents that are not going to break the bank. Blake Cashman, I would make him a priority, frankly.
I think he probably is a priority. So according to Pro Football Focus, the teams with the brightest future, with cap space, young players, best positioned to be going forward.
Packers.
Champions.
Everyone raves about Packers being young. I'm sure Packers are one of them.
They're not one of them.
They're not. With Jordan Love, the MVP?
Well, they're not a top 5 team. They're
okay,
not
Texans,
Don't forget, Jordan Love's coming up now.
Yeah. Well, they'll get it done. They have to.
They have to.
They had all this heartache and pain with him not playing and Aaron Rodgers stuff, and now you almost have to do it. And he played well.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? You got to, but you still probably get him on the cheap about 25.
So it's Lions for sure.
The Lions are not.
Lions are not one of the top
5 positioned for the future. Number 1,
Texans.
With in large part because of Stroud and head coach D'Amico Ryans, but also because of the resources it has at its disposal. Only 5 teams have more cap space over the cap, and the draft capital for April isn't too unhealthy either.
So are they going to say Bears?
Even after trading up, they can be aggressive and pursue a dominant interior defender such as Chris Jones or Justin Madubuike. I wouldn't mind Madubuike.
I like Madubuike, but Jones is really high
he's a different deal.
It's a different price tag for Madubuike.
After the Texans,
so they got
next
They got Bears in the top 5?
Washington is next, followed by Tennessee, Indianapolis, and Cincinnati.
Huh. Okay, the only reason I said Bears is because of draft capital and money. They have a ton of free agency money.
Well, Washington is going to have – they're going to have Jaden Daniels.
Right, but they just – see, you notice how I made the Drake May stuff go away, Dell? You're welcome. All I had to do was put him number 2 in a mock draft. Now
Everybody's
Field
got him
Yates
now.
is doing it now.
Everybody's got – look at Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall.
I was the first one. There's Daniel Jeremiah.
Well,
Drake May 2. Wrong, sucker.
Right.
It's Jaden Daniels, number 2.
I'm just glad that my agenda is thriving.
You put that in his head.
Yeah, he thinks he thinks.
Oh, you did.
He
Jedi
did it.
Ventures.
I'm the one who did it. What's it called?
You didn't incept me.
I did incept you.
You didn't incept me.
And now the whole world sees it the way I see it.
Oh, look at that top spinning.
Yeah. Is it going to topple over? Will it keep
Or is it going to
spinning?
spin forever? See, I thought they might have but here's my problem with Washington. They just moved on from Chase Young and Montez Sweat. Like, they still got some work to do.
Yeah.
You know who else, by the way, who's going to be a free agent? Would you be interested? I talked to his agent the other day, Antonio Gibson from Washington. Can play zone, can catch the ball out of the backfield, good size. He actually feels like a guy Shanahan might like. I mean, Slowick might like.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, if you can resurrect Devin Singletary's career, you can certainly do. Antonio Gibson got a lot in the tank. There's a lot there. No,
he
absolutely.
wasn't even. He barely ran in college. He was a wide receiver in college. They turned into a full-time running back. So he has, he can mismatch you as a weapon out of the backfield a little bit. And yeah, I think he's an interesting one to keep your eye on.
What running back wouldn't want to come here, right?
Well,
I mean,
it
you
sounds
saw
good
what
in
Singletary
theory.
did last year.
Yeah, but you also saw it was hard to get yards sometimes.
Oh yeah, but Singletary had a great year.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Why aren't we talking about just hanging on to him?
Well, I think we are. But at what cost? I mean, last year he made 2.5. What are you going to give him?
Yeah, I mean, if you're his agent, you got to fight for $7 million.
Oh no.
Well, you got to because you're going to say if he's going to be the starter.
Yeah.
If he's the starter
I'll
for
give him
you,
4.5. That's it.
that's not starting. He'll say no.
That's
we'll
it.
go somewhere else, and then
Bye.
And then everyone else can be like, we don't have him as a starter. We got him as a backup.
Yeah. Right.
We'll give him $3.5, $4 million a year.
He's a star here.
You
Take
know what?
4.5
Yeah, he needs
and
to
like
take
it.
what we give him.
That's right.
Actually,
Once
you're right.
again with this.
2 years.
Okay.
I'll give him a fair deal. 2 years, $9 million. I gave him 4.5. That's pretty good. I gave him a $2 million raise.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
4.5.
I need to be the Texans cap guy. I don't want to do the hard stuff like figuring stuff out.
Didn't last segment he have 3 catches for 26 yards? And now he wants to be the cap guy?
What else do you
I'm saying
think you're capable
I wouldn't
of?
get 3 only with Pat Mahomes. I said that. I put that out there.
Only if you...
And if I'm exploiting zone pockets.
I got you.
That's
Only...
Why would anyone let you run through a zone? Why wouldn't everyone just
Who's
man
checking
you up?
me? Look at me. No one's checking me. But that's why you're going to sleep on me, and I'm going to end up with 26 yards.
You're not gonna. You won't run 26 yards.
No, 3 catches. I'll average 9 yards a catch.
No, let alone catch a ball. 3 catches for 26 yards. You wouldn't run 26 total yards on the field.
If I have gloves, my hands are sticky. Here's something else, though. I just want to be the guy that says what the contract should be. I don't want to be a capologist. That's too hard. Like if they said, Lance, what do you think? I'd say,
John. Look at John. You said your hands are sticky, and John's over there.
I'm thinking of Warrior.
Of course. Oh,
Lance
sticky.
is getting some sticky.
Oh, sticky.
Warriors come out to play.
Not that one. Not
I
that one.
know.
The new one comes out Friday.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Warrior.
New one's out this Friday. Or
What?
I don't know if
Season 4 is coming out?
No, you know what it is? It probably just comes to Netflix on Friday. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's not a new one, but you can still see the
what?
itchies versus the stickies versus the ducks.
Uh-huh.
No, I'd like to just people say, Lance, what do you think you should make? I'll go 2 years, $9 million.
You know what couldn't happen? You couldn't be in an arbitration thing because you would insult every player. They would hate you so much. They would hate the team so much.
My first question would be, do you like Houston?
What?
The first question. I'm putting them on the back foot. And if they say, yeah, I'll say, good. And I've now set the tone. You like Houston. Do you want to stay in Houston? How much do you like Houston? Do you like to win?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to be the brightest future?
Yeah. Do you
Yes.
want? Would you like to get playoff shares?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, sounds like we got a deal. Sign here.
4.5.
What's the deal? $4.5 million a year.
That's it.
2 years.
Chris Jones, 4.5.
No, I'm not going to insult him. Chris is gonna. I'm gonna have to give him the full load. I'm not gonna mess around with Chris Jones.
Yeah, no.
I see you, Dale. Just skip over it.
No,
I didn't say anything.
keep that.
No, don't keep that. No, don't
it's too
keep
late
that.
now.
You guys, can y'all grow? Honestly, can
He
you grow
said
up?
it. I didn't do
Can
anything.
you grow up ever, John?
Every time we bring up Chris Jones.
I'm gonna give him okay.
Okay.
I mean,
No, can y'all
I'm not
just-
sure that's what he's looking
the
for.
big-
the full.
The contract.
Look
God
at him. Look at him.
almighty.
Look at him.
I mean, this is
Don't
the
you-
most immature show.
When
Oh,
he,
really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Easily.
This is the
Lance,
most-
You can't just know. You know exactly what I mean. It was a contract.
When you-
and
when
look at you guys, what you do with that.
when
Give
you
him
look
the
to
full
the
one,
right,
Lance.
when you look to the right, and he's leaned back, head thrown back, laughing like that, you know,
you messed up.
You
You know
messed
what
up.
John loved whenever he had a calculator? Here's what he did.
boobies,
606
boobies, upside down.
boobs.
No, you can even go to boobies,
You can do the full thing. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
1.
13?
Yeah, 1,
and then
3, 5.
and then a 5. Yeah, you can spell out
Yeah.
boobies on your
Yeah.
calculator upside down.
Yeah, I did that.
I'm sure
Guaranteed
you
he did that. There's no doubt.
7:45. Hey, you know what? Well, listen, we got to talk about the Chevron Championship, and so we're not talking about that stuff. We're talking about the Chevron. We're talking about golf. We're talking about golf and how good golf is. And I've said this several times.
Golf's a blessing.
No, the LPGA, and especially this because it's the first major of the year, the best players are going to be here, and the best players are going to show out, and the best players, listen, the Nicklaus course is tough. I've played it a lot, and I can tell you this, it is a challenge, and they just dominated it. They're so good. Guys, the women's tour is so much more like our game than the men's tour is. It's not even close. I mean, unless you bomb at 380, you're not like the guys. What you hit it more like is the women, the LPGA players. They're good. They are really good. They are sticks. And you, my friend, can see them at the Chevron Championship. TheChevronChampionship.com. TheChevronChampionship.com. Get your tickets. You can get up into a suite. You can get up just regular day passes, whatever the case may be. But I'm telling you, they are really good. I went out there a few days when they were here last year. Man, oh man, they can play. And they are really, really good. And so if you're looking for, it's April 17th through the 21st. We're going to be out there the 17th, as a matter of fact. So we want you to come on out as well. It's TheChevronChampionship.com.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I'm just watching the story of the guy who got arrested for running on the field. Yeah, at the Super Bowl. TMZ's got him. Well, they got the interview with him.
And what's the story? He had a.
He said he paid $42,000 for front row seats.
So he could do this
because the original plan was to place a prop bet of a fan running on the field, and then he said I don't think he could get it down. I'm not sure.
And it would have been limited. What an idiot.
He spent over $40,000 on tickets.
The chase for clout is a sick chase.
When he tried to place the wager, it no longer existed. But at that point, he said, I was already committed. Why? I don't get it.
Well, you're about
So
to
you
add
could
your
get arrested?
$42,000 for it with an
He
arrest.
got a misdemeanor, though. I mean, it's only a misdemeanor.
Well,
Whatever.
you still have to pay.
You still have to pay. And he was paid
You have to
$42,000
bond
for
out.
tickets.
What an idiot. Like I said, clout. He could act like it's all, I was just going to make. You don't know that they have circles on stuff like that?
Yeah.
You would have been able to bet like 500 at the most.
Right. And you spent $42,000. Well, apparently he doesn't care about money. I don't know. Whatever. According to Taylor Swift, according to Travis Kelce, Swifties made him move out of his house.
Why?
They were bothering him so much. He had to move out completely out of his house.
What's worse, Swifties or those guys who went to Matt Schaub's house at one time?
Oh, Swifties.
Yeah.
Well, let's ask the woman herself about her fans. We've got her on a mobile.
Oh, Taylor Swift is on a mobile?
What?
Okay. Hi, Taylor Swift on a mobile. Well, you must be exhausted from.
Hey,
Yeah.
I just want to say that after a cool summer, it was everyone's wildest dreams that the Chiefs would go back-to-back. And karma played a big part in the Chiefs' fearless season. So don't blame me of my great love story with Travis Kelce. There's too much bad blood, and everyone needs to shake it off. So off to the Eras Tour I go to continue in Australia. Are you ready for it?
The man just decided, or Taylor Swift on a mobile decided to do what a lot of people do, is just use all of her titles
songs
for sentences.
Yeah, that's what I noticed was happening there.
Yeah.
All the haters, you had to shake them off.
I don't know any of the names
I
of
think
any
John
of her
would
songs.
like that song.
Shake It Off?
Shake It Off, yeah. See if you
Okay.
can find it. I think John would start to bop a little bit.
Shake it off. Was that
Yeah, it does go like that.
Does
I think
it?
you've heard it.
Well, there's two songs that sound like that. Something from the aughts, that's a pop song, but Shake It Off is the more famous one. John, I don't know if John's going to be
Karma.
into...
I heard these songs for the relative first time with my daughter.
I didn't know anything that Taylor Swift on a mobile just
It
said.
was just all songs.
They were all her songs.
They were all her songs.
But people
Yeah.
do this a lot with her because their songs have,
Yeah.
like everyone already knows, like, people who don't like Travis Kelce or don't like them as a couple, they just say, can they hurry up and get this over so we can get her new song about Travis Kelce that she
Yeah.
doesn't like him? Like, because she's known as the person who will write a song about you
Will she?
if you break up. Yeah. I mean, the most
Will
famous,
she
I'm
write
going to
a
write
song about Blake Lively?
yeah, something about being women's power or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
She'll write a positive anthem. Here you go, John.
Yeah, I've heard this.
See? She's the anti-Miley Cyrus.
Why?
Well, Miley's
reinvented herself.
She's done it
gone
several
from
times.
dirty to less dirty.
Yeah, less dirty.
Yeah, she's less dirty.
Less
now.
filthy than she used to be.
Yeah.
Jeez.
She was a little much.
Less filthy.
She was.
She was a little much.
Yeah, but no, she's now.
You don't like her on that wrecking ball? In the white tee or
Too skinny.
tank top?
Yeah, no, she's. Yeah, no thanks. Anyway,
Not during Lent. He's not going to.
well, and this is the last day of my hangovers today for 6.5 weeks. Last day of hangover. I'm gonna feel like Dell every day now. Not hungover.
Hating Granado? You
Huh?
gonna feel hating yourself? Because I hate you every day. So that's
No, I'm
how
gonna
you
hate
feel?
everybody.
I don't hate everybody.
You hate everybody.
That is a wild way to describe me. I don't hate everyone. I don't care
you don't
about
care
most-
about anyone.
I don't care.
I'm not gonna care. I don't care right now. See,
You haven't cared about this job in years.
That's so untrue.
No, it isn't.
I put everything into this.
That is not true.
That is the truth. I just pour my heart into this job.
What is your everything?
How do you
define everything?
I pour my heart into this, and here this is what you say.
That is not true. I don't know. I know you care about your granddaughter, your family.
Yeah.
This show probably gets about 15% of you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I'm over-exaggerating. I'm
He felt like
exaggerating
that number might be high. Let's get
I'm not sure
Keith.
about that number.
Before he gets a break, let's get Keith real quick.
Hey,
He's been
Keith.
holding on. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, love the show. I just want to reiterate: Gilbert had the Chiefs 34-20, no overtime.
Oh,
The
is that
Chiefs
what his real one is?
34-20.
Oh,
Yep.
he did say
I tweeted
34
out
to
as he
20.
said it.
Yeah, he did.
He did say
And
34-20.
That's why I
Why
took the
Gilbert
over and
tried to
lost.
lie to us? I had it overtime. I had what? I knew Keith would call him on that.
And then secondly, you guys know I'm a Ravens fan. Coming off an injury, J.K. Dobbins, Houston boy. How do you see his fit as a potential running back for the Texans? Thanks, guys.
Nope. I'm not interested in the guy who's injured every single year. No thanks.
Yeah.
Not interested. Don't touch injury, guys.
Yeah, and I like to refer to him as a man, as a Houston man. Okay, so thank you.
Houston, man. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Well, not the way he put it. Okay.
Keith
hear what
referred to him as a boy.
Yeah. Okay.
How did he say
He
it?
said
What did he
a
say?
Houston boy. Is what
Racially,
he
said it racially.
I don't think it was racially. He just
A Houston man. That's also somebody's committed a crime.
a Houston man.
A Houston man.
Yeah.
He's out there ready
A Houston
to
man
grab millions
is on
of
the
dollars.
loose
grab millions
after
of dollars.
grabbing millions of dollars despite injuries that's stacked up for years.
He wouldn't be great trying to get away because
Let's
he's
take
always
a look
hurt.
at let's take a look at Dobbins' last 3 years, shall we? Go to ESPN here.
Plus, he's an
And here's-
Ohio State guy.
here's-
Do we
how many
need
how many
them?
stats
You have
did he
a
get?
quarterback who's
How many
I know,
carries?
that's enough.
How many carries did he get this year?
How many carries did J.K. Dobbins get this
Yeah.
year? Did he even play?
Got 8 carries against Texans.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
And
Last year he had 92 carries. He played 8 games last year, which is pretty good for him. And the year before that he had 15. He only missed 1 game. He had 134 carries. Although it felt like he was dealing with some injuries there.
Well, they shared the ball,
On
too.
paper, I'd like to have J.K. Dobbins. In reality, I mean, it's 2 straight years.
We'll give him $1.5 million.
2 straight years of season-ending
Why are we
injuries.
throwing away $1.5 million?
Well, because he might stick around for half a season. $1.5 million. We'll pay him half for
Paper,
of what he's
paper was
worth.
the appropriate term that Lance used because that's what his lower. That's what his legs are. Paper.
So I mean, he's coming off torn Achilles. Pass.
Yeah, no thanks. No. Okay, Keith. Why are you trying to give us your trash? Well, I'm not. I'm sorry, JK. I don't mean to call you trash. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, Keith. Why are you handing us your running back who doesn't play?
Oh,
You
wait a
keep
minute.
him.
That's right. J.K. Dobbins, I think I saw the stat. Yeah, he missed all 2021 with ACL. I just saw the 3 years. I'm like, feel like he's been in the league longer. Oh, because he has. The last 3 years, he's had ACL tear, followed by injury in 2022 that kept him out of half the games, and then Achilles tear.
Yeah, that's all.
That's what he's looked like. He's played in a total of 9 games over the last 3 years. What?
No thanks.
No, thanks. Now, would I pay him $2.5 million? Yes.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
he wants to take some of that motor money, he is coming off Achilles.
Why are we giving him 2.5?
Yeah.
To do what?
Forget it. I'll get another running back who plays.
That's all.
Yeah, pass. Hard pass.
Let's talk right now about Chastang Ford. Don't pass on this. 1.9% financing for 72 months. How about that? You're tying up their money, okay, for 6 years. 1.9% financing. That's awesome. You can spread these payments out. F-150s and all 2023 Ford F-150s and discounted prices for truck month as well. It's incredible the deals that you're going to fantastic discounts, okay, exclusive discounts to the 2023 F-150s, Ford F-150s during truck month. If you're tired of hidden fees, if you're tired of add-ons, if you're tired of markups, then you get none of that, okay? It's trustworthy. I love Chastang Ford. I know that they're going to do the best deal that they possibly can for me. It's the fantastic dealership. I love them. You'll love them too. You're going to be part of the Chastang family. A long-term relation. This is going to be a long-term relationship that you're going to have with Chastang Ford. I'm telling you. Once you buy a vehicle once from Chastang Ford, that's the only place you're going to go. Okay? No add-ons, paint seal, fabric seal, window etching. They don't do that. They don't make you take all that stuff because they just give you the best deal they possibly can for you. If you're looking for the best deal on that Ford F-150 right now, you're not going to get a better deal than you are at Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, or you can do it all online at chastangford.com. That's Nicki Minaj, right?
Yes, you did the Nicki Minaj.
But that's not really Nicki Minaj.
Well, that was you as Nicki Minaj.
Which was wrong. That's
His
really
nickname's
Cardi B.
Ricky Minaj.
Yeah, you were doing a Cardi B thing.
Yeah, I was doing a Cardi
during
B.
a Nicki Minaj song.
I can't tell the difference.
Oh, ESPN's,
What if, okay, so.
ESPN's got their Justin Fields to the Steelers talk going again today.
Oh, my gosh.
It's going to be there all season.
Well,
Okay.
that was all based on Schefter saying that Mike Tomlin likes Justin Fields, and now
Is that where it started?
Yes.
Okay.
What are the odds right now that it's going to be 3 quarterbacks taken with the first 3 picks?
That's hard. Everyone, I don't have it that way, but I think if Jaden Daniels is there, they'll take him. I think if Drake May's there, I'm not sure it's a go. You got to remember now, everyone's looking at this like you have to have quarterback. Well, yeah, you do, but you have to have the right one. And Elliott Wolf and the Patriots are in full rebuild mode. They're not a good team. They don't have a good roster. They're not one average, if they view him as a star caliber player, draft him. And he'd need to be at least number 2 on your board, at least. If he's the 3rd quarterback on your board, for example, why would you draft him over
Because he's
Marvin
the 3rd
Harrison,
pick.
for example? Huh?
Because he's the 3rd pick.
Why? But Marvin Harrison's a better player.
Marvin Harrison's a better player, but you have to have that position.
You have to have a good quarterback.
Yeah, but what are you going to
You
do?
can't have a
gonna
quarterback who's inconsistent.
What about Justin Fields?
You wait.
Well,
you
no,
wait.
You wouldn't give up the third
Then
pick.
you
for
wait.
Justin.
No.
What about giving up the
33rd?
35th pick?
Yeah, I mean, I'd consider it. Or you wait another year. Or you've got the 33rd. What I did in my mock draft is I had him trade up into the late first and draft Bo Nix. I mean, it maybe trade up and get J.J. McCarthy, depending on. You got to love a quarterback. So I've told this story before, but it's I'd never thought of it this way. It was Brian Billick said this. If you love a quarterback at 23, then you got to love him at 3, because either way you're getting fired if they don't do well.
Yeah.
And so Gerard Mayo and Elliott Wolf's jobs are on the line as soon as they draft a quarterback at 3. Because if you don't develop them, you're probably getting fired. Like Mike Tomlin may survive it, but most quarterbacks don't survive taking first-round quarterbacks who flame out. It's really hard. You eventually get fired for that. And so if you don't believe in Drake May, if you don't have the grade on him or Caleb or Jaden Daniels, I just don't see why everyone says you have to draft quarterback. Man, you pass on a great player to draft a player that you maybe have 12th or 13th on your board because it's a need. I just think that's how you get in trouble.
And to Lance's point now, a lot of factors played into it, but Bill Belichick drafted a quarterback in the first round 3 seasons ago, and now he's gone partly because that quarterback didn't work out. And
yeah.
Bill Belichick had a lot to do with it. Even Bill Belichick
it
got
happens
fired.
to everyone.
That's not the only thing that got Bill Belichick.
I said not the only
It's been,
thing,
yeah.
but if Mac Jones was better, Bill Belichick would probably still be there.
Yep.
I mean,
and how much of that is on him, though, for
we
not
know.
having somebody that could develop him?
he even told me,
develop him.
Brian Billick even said, I like Kyle Bowler, but Bowler got me fired. He said, I drafted Bowler. He's in the 20s. And he said, as soon as you draft it, you take a time. He said, you take an hourglass and you turn it over, and you have a certain amount of time before you get fired. And I thought it seemed harsh, and then I went through it historically, and he started throwing all these names out there at the time, just in 14. And I'm like, holy crap, he's right. If you draft a first-round quarterback, whoever the head coach was in Oakland, go see how long they last when they drafted Jamarcus Russell. Go see how long Brandon Whedon's head coach lasted. Go see, was it Dennis Green there when they drafted Christian Ponder? He may have.
Johnny Manziel,
Cleveland,
Yeah.
iced. Yeah. You got to develop them. I mean, if they stick around for a while, but if they bust out, if they flame out, and it may not get you now, but it'll eventually get you if they don't live up to their hype. I mean, every head coach is going to get fired, but
but get the right one and see how long you can stick around.
you get the right one. That's why you just have to believe in your evaluations.
Yeah.
And I fight people on this on Twitter where they don't understand the concept of how I could give the Patriots. I'm not the biggest Drake May guy. I think he's a boomer bust player. I see the talent, but I don't know that I trust him with a rebuild. And although he is the type of guy you could take if you're rebuilding because you don't have the same, Patriot fans are going to have to be patient. They're not a quarterback away. That team needs speed off the edge. They need playmakers at wide receiver. They need quicker linebackers. The Patriots need so much. And Elliott, I just don't think you can look at this as we'll take the scraps at quarterback because, we have to have a quarterback. Well, if you're that desperate, then go put money out on the table for Kirk Cousins. If you're really that desperate, he'll be better than anybody else you're going to draft in year 1 and year 2. If you're that desperate, see if Kyler Murray see if they're interested in making a move for Kyler Murray. They probably aren't. Arizona, I'm talking about. But, if you're that desperate, do something like that.
Yeah. 713-780-3776.
Now, if you like Drake May, take him by all means.
What do you do if you're the
quarterback.
Broncos, though?
I gave him J.J. McCarthy because I think I looked at him as a Sean Payton-type quarterback. Makes quick throws, makes quick decisions. They need quarterbacks. Some people love McCarthy. So that's what I did because I was like, you know what? Payton's the kind of guy who'd probably see, star qualities in him because I don't see it, but other people do. But some people really, you either see it or you don't. It's like that white and gold dress or the blue or the purple and black dress. I see purple and black dress with him. I don't see white and gold dress with him. That's not what I see whenever I'm watching J.J. McCarthy play. And other people are like, you can't. That's purple black. That's white and gold. No, it's purple black to me. I don't see the same dress that you're seeing there, and that's J.J. McCarthy. I don't see it.
Okay, everybody who needs quarterback. The Patriots.
These are poverty teams, by the way. Let's
The
just say
Commanders.
this isn't like us. These are teams who are poor.
The Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
These are poor teams. The Bears.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings. That's 5.
You say Bears, but can Justin Fields take Pittsburgh to a Super Bowl? That's a question they're asking on ESPN.
5.
How can you say that's a poverty quarterback
The
team?
Titans. The Falcons.
How about, okay, let me throw a sneaky one at you. What about the Lions? What about the Rams?
No, the Lions and Rams don't need quarterback.
Why not?
Because
How long are those guys going to last?
Well, you don't need them immediately. I mean, you don't reach right now for a quarterback when,
No,
and
and
especially in
they're drafting.
you know, all the good
later,
quarterbacks
yeah.
are going to be gone.
Yeah.
yeah. The
No,
Broncos.
but what about a Bo Nix type? If he makes it to the back half of isn't that where you draft a quarterback? The back half of one, you get 5 years with them to sit behind Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, but
You think Stafford's still
if he's
playing?
there?
Is
like,
Stafford playing in 3 years? I say no.
Well, they
Probably
made the playoffs, so they think they're going. They
Yeah,
have a shot to win.
they're not. Yeah, they need. They're going to probably try to load up the Raiders. That's 9. The Seahawks don't. I guess.
No, I mean they
the
gave you no
49ers
money.
don't. The Rams don't. That's 9 teams that have to have quarterback this year.
Mm-hmm.
This year need quarterbacks. Justin Fields takes 1 away, so you got to draft 8 quarterbacks this year. 8 quarterbacks need to be drafted.
That's why you can't. You can't just say we just have to draft a quarterback.
Did you include the Vikings?
See, I think they re-signed Cousins.
Well, either way,
Well, Cousins is going to be on the
he's going to take up a spot
He's gonna take up a
someplace.
spot. Yeah, somewhere.
So that's 7. Did you have?
8.
You didn't have
It's still
Vikings.
8.
Okay.
It's still 8 teams.
And what
gotta
about
have
when Joe
quarterback.
Burrow gets hurt for the year?
Oh, see,
Oh,
look at
what's
you.
a-
Well, I'm just going off of history.
How ugly is that?
I'm just going off of
the
history.
best player in
2 out of 4 years.
college football history. And you're
Can't
gonna
finish
put
a
him-
year, 2 out of 4 seasons. Lance has a point. It's just an ugly thing to say.
I mean, it's a coin flip. It's coin boys.
Yeah, well, that's
Heads,
tremendous.
he's injured.
The
Tails,
coin
he's
has
not.
spoken.
The
Flip it.
coin has spoken.
Flip it. We'll see if he's healthy.
Well, this is a. Well, if we're going by his history, he should have 2 healthy years because hurt rookie year, played through 2 seasons, hurt again.
Oh, she had 2 seasons of where
Yeah,
he didn't
but it's
see
still
a
2 out of
shadow.
4 where he couldn't finish here. But if we're going by the trend, he should have 2 more healthy years,
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
and then
and then that's it. And that's it.
no, then another injury 3 years down the line. But
I mean,
the next
look,
two, he should be good.
and this gets to the point. There ain't 8 quarterbacks that are draft worthy in this year's draft. Not, I mean,
Well, okay, so somebody's
Devin
going to
Leary
take a
maybe
second. Larry
goes late.
Penix. Penix is going to go second.
Penix has
You
got,
got the-
2
wait.
shoulders and 2 ACL teams.
I know, but guess what?
Sleep tight. He's
Guess
25 years old and doesn't throw accurately on the move
So you got
at
the
all.
top 3 that are going to go for sure. Then J.J. McCarthy 4, right?
There's an outside chance McCarthy's ahead of May, I think.
Okay, that's 4.
But those are the top 4.
Those
and
are the
then
top
Knicks
4.
will be 5th.
Nick's 5th.
Yeah. I think
Penix
5 and a first.
Penix 6.
Penix will be 6th. You know who I forgot was in this draft? Jordan Travis. I haven't written him up yet. Did you know Jordan Travis was in this draft?
No,
It's
nobody
very-
talks about him.
I got the combine list. No one ever talks about him. I got the combine list. I'm like, Jordan
got
Travis.
that
I thought he was going back to school.
devastating injury. Yeah.
No, he's out. But everyone's like, yeah, he had a devastating injury. And everyone thinks this is a red
Yeah, but-
shirt, has to be a red shirt year. So you're only going to have a 3-year contract on him, basically.
Yeah.
Because you get him outside the first, which is 5. So it goes to a 4-year contract. He's a red shirt this year, goes to 3. Is he going to be healthy enough for 2? By the next year, he's going to be inexperienced. So there's a thought. Everyone thinks he goes on day 3 somewhere. I haven't watched him to see what I really think of him. But remember when he was really hyped at one point.
Where does Hartman go?
Sam has some moments on tape that you kind of like, and then he just does some super stupid stuff. So I think he goes into 5th. But he wasn't good at the Senior Bowl.
No, he was
either.
awful.
So yeah, in the game he was really bad, but even in practices weren't great. It was some up and down. I think he goes 5th, maybe 6th. Devin Leary's he's got some ability, but he was great his sophomore year at NC State, but now he's fallen off. So I think he's maybe a 6th, 7th for him. Let me pull up my quarterbacks. But it's
what
not
about South Carolina?
Spencer Rattler will be the next guy off the board. There could be an outside chance he gets drafted ahead of Penix. But I think Spencer gets drafted in the 3rd round.
3rd?
Yeah, I don't have a 3rd round grade. I got more of a 5th on him. because I think he's a backup quarterback. And if you're a backup, who cares? His tape wasn't as good as you think. People were more hyped on him than the tape. Tape wasn't that great. It was okay.
Wasn't he the Senior Bowl MVP?
Yeah, he was. And there's all this, man, he's grown up so much, and he's like, oh, okay, we'll see.
We'll see. If he's all grown up, he can drink tequila then, can't he?
Well, he can. And he may have before he was all grown up. You never know. Some of the guys. I can just tell you this much, though. When you've got tequila, and I was there last night. They had the Maestro Dobel. They're carrying it Riel now. I was really excited to see 2 different types of Maestro Dobel were in there. I don't know what the one is. I got to check on the other one was a Cristalino. I know that for sure. But Maestro Dobel is the tequila company that I represent because they represent me. They represent everybody out there who loves tequila. Whether you like it in a margarita or another cocktail, whether you like it as a sipping, whether you like it to have a little pregame before you go out somewhere, it's always smooth, never bitter, never harsh, doesn't burn the chest or the throat. It's not that kind of tequila. It's well made. The process to distill to perfection and age to perfection is something that they never ever compromise. So make sure that you're enjoying a delicious Maestro Dobel whenever you are looking for a tequila. You can keep it on the shelf and have it ready to go when friends come over, when it's time to celebrate, or just for an evening where you want to wind down. It's Maestro Dobel.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your daily distraction from the horrific reality of your very existence. Man, I didn't know it was that bad. But hey, it's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. 819 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Chris wants to get in here, talk about drafting a quarterback. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, guys. How are you guys? Love the show. Hey, Lance, I agree 1,000% about the quarterback clock and how the coach is. It's 3 to 4 years maybe. But there's one exception to that rule, and I wanted your thoughts on why it was the exception. And the exception, I feel like, is Mike Tomlin. I just wonder, like, you got – and it's not necessarily first-rounders, but, you know, Josh Dobbs, Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett. Keeps drafting them. If they were to trade for Justin Fields, I guess 2 questions. Does Mike Tomlin even have a clock when it comes to keeping his job? And what do you think that might look like if he gets Justin Fields? If they trade some draft assets along with having Kenny Pickett, what do you think this clock looks like? And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Man, always good questions, Chris. Doesn't it feel like, well, Tomlin had forever. So they had Bradshaw years ago. They had Knox. Obviously, they famously have had 3 coaches. Then you had, for the longest run, you've had from Bill Cowher into Mike Tomlin, you had Big Ben, lasted a long time. And then when you didn't have him, you still have, which hasn't been that long ago. Ben was playing not that long ago.
Mason Rudolph.
You haven't had first rounders, and now you have a first rounder, Kenny Pickett. And guess what? Mike Tomlin might be gone by the end of Kenny Pickett's rookie contract.
He's still found a way to win.
It's possible. That's the thing, is he has no losing seasons.
Yeah.
So how are you, I see what you're saying, Chris, but I can tell you in Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh fans aren't necessarily all in on, and it's the nature of fans, right? After a while, you get tired of your coach.
All in on Matt Canada.
You get tired of your coach. You want him gone. And, there's a lot of Steelers who would like to see a change from Mike Tomlin. The Rooneys don't just do that. The Rooneys are very loyal. Mike Tomlin has performed. Is it to the level that they want? No. Do they have a quarterback? No. I think if you don't get that quarterback situation figured out, Mike Tomlin will be gone. And he could be gone before, as I mentioned, before the end of Kenny Pickett's contract. That contract is a minimum 4 years. 2 more years. I could see Mike Tomlin, if it went sideways this year, I could see something happening. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. And it could be that quarterback. Look at all these. I'll just go back to 2010. And you tell me how many. Sam Bradford, Rams, cost his coach a job. Tim Tebow, that was Josh McDaniels, cost his coach a job. Jimmy Clausen, Panthers, I'm assuming it cost the coach a job. No. You know what? He wasn't a first rounder. Clausen wasn't a first rounder. Then you go to the other, Cam Newton, good player. Jake Locker, Titans. I'm assuming somebody got whacked on that one.
Well,
because they were back and forth with players. How quickly did they go to Tannehill? Or was Tannehill right after him? Blaine Gabbert, Jaguars. Christian Ponder, Vikings. Now, Dennis Green, did he survive through all that?
Dennis Green was long gone before Christian Ponder got drafted.
He was? Who was there then with the Vikings then?
Zimmer?
No, I think that's before Zimmer. I got to see. I'd have to go and look at all these coaches, but there's a lot of first rounders who, Andrew Luck, it is with Robert Griffin with the Redskins. Mike Shanahan was eventually gone. Mike Shanahan. How long did Mike Shanahan last? Did he last through RG3? You had Ryan Tannehill.
It was
Did Ryan Tannehill get your guys fired?
No, he left. Well, Adam Gase got himself fired, but I guess he got a couple. Joe Philbin got shown the door, and then they got rid of him. Adam Gase eventually had to get out of there too. So I guess maybe 2 coaches got, but Tannehill survived a couple. The coach in question for the Vikings was Leslie Frazier. He was a coach.
Got him fired.
How long?
When Christian Ponder got drafted.
How long did he last?
When Leslie Frazier took over in 2010, they drafted Ponder in 11. Ponder and Frazier were done. Well, Frazier was done in 2013, and then they hired Mike Zimmer. Ponder lasted 1 more year.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So that falls in line with what Brian Billick talked about. I would say, when did Kyle Shanahan or Mike Shanahan get whacked? Because RG3 was drafted in 2012. That's one of those things where he may have lasted a little longer.
Because of his stature?
Yeah, stature, and Dan Schneider may have stuck with him.
He lasted 1 year. Well, RG3 had his
Drafted
rookie year
12.
2012.
Wasn't Jay Gruden?
Jay Green was there. He was rookie of the year in 12.
And he got fired in 2013. So even before RG3 was...
RG3 got hurt, and they were blamed on the Shanahans.
Yeah.
Because we saw him limping out around in that playoff
E.J.
game.
Manuel, Bills. I mean, look at some of the first-round quarterbacks. Blake Bortles, Manziel, Bridgewater. Nobody was a real hit there. Teddy's as far as you can go, even though Blake went to an AFC championship game. Jameis Winston, not a hit. Average for being 1-1. Marcus Mariota, average, not a hit. He was the second pick, definitely not a hit. These are all first-round quarterbacks. Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Paxton Lynch. Mitchell Trubisky, Watson, Mahomes. Okay, that's fine. And then you got Baker, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rose, and Lamar Jackson. 2 hits, 3 misses. Baker was a miss, but Baker's maybe making a little bit of a comeback, but that's still not a hit.
He still got his coach fired.
Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins. Haskins was a bust when he was in. Kyler Murray still needs to answer some questions, but is Daniel Jones a bust? I mean, Daniel Jones is not a bust, but where would you put Daniel Jones? Like Tannehill?
Did he get his coach fired too?
Yeah.
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 And he's about to get another one fired.
Yeah. I mean, did he do it? I don't know if he did it, but I can tell you that after they drafted him and they didn't succeed, the coach got fired.
Yep.
And that's the point.
In 2020, you have Burrow, obviously not. Tua got Brian Flores fired only because Brian Flores hated Tua.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but not because of his play, but because they didn't click, and
Although
there's some other
his
things
play
too.
wasn't what some people wanted.
Well, people blame Brian Flores for hiring Chan Gailey and George Gotze to be coordinators.
How about Zach Wilson? Zach Wilson just got my guy fired, who was an assistant GM.
Yeah.
So somebody had to take a bullet for
We're
that.
getting to 21. What about the quarterback after Tua, Herbert? You got 2 coaches now.
He gets everybody fired.
Although no one is going to blame Herbert for that, they're going to blame the coaches.
But they don't.
No.
But they don't go to a certain level
Yeah.
with that quarterback. So
Yeah.
in a way, yeah. Although I think he's been developed.
Who's gone
Mac
first,
Jones?
Herbert or Harbaugh?
Justin Fields get a coach fired.
Oh well.
Mac Jones get a coach fired. Zach Wilson, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, well,
3 of them in that draft.
To John's question, Herbert got his money, but Harbaugh's the new coach. Will Herbert get old before they get tired of Harbaugh? Like, the Herbert, not old as a
Bryce
player,
Young
but
got coaches fired in 1 year.
okay.
And it's not his fault. It's just, I'm saying, you draft a quarterback, and immediately another quarterback's way better.
And that
Fine.
the owner's volatile too.
Yeah.
But will they get tired of Herbert not leading them to where they want if it's now a third head coach?
No,
And
quarterbacks get forever.
This is particularly a guy they've already
'Cause
paid.
you can't, especially if one you've paid him and
Yeah,
the
but-
stats are good and he passes good, and you're just like, just
You've
can't
already
quite
gotten
get
rid
over
of
the
2
hump.
coaches because of him.
Yeah, but you're not getting rid of him. He's not the problem per se, because you're also not getting into the playoffs.
Well,
they
they
got
did
their-
and lost
their
in the
defense-
playoffs.
They blew
Their
a-
defense.
they
They
blew
Right,
a
but their
giant
defense,
lead.
yeah, their
Yeah.
defense blew a huge lead. Now he didn't play great in the second half.
Yeah. No.
Trevor
No.
Lawrence,
Well, Urban got himself fired.
yeah, but we'll see what happens if Trevor doesn't have a big year. Now this is a Jacksonville fan, was talking about Trevor Lawrence is elite. There's only 5 teams in the league that wouldn't take
Stop
Lawrence
it.
over their quarterback. And I'm like,
Are we talking
what?
about the guy who couldn't beat Tennessee in the last game of the
Have
year?
you ever looked at Trevor? You brought it up the other day. Whose stats did you compare the graphic compare him to? And it's Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, Trevor Lawrence's stats are not great.
Trevor Lawrence had a winner take all. Well, it wasn't for Tennessee, but it was a do or die game against Tennessee and played terrible.
Terrible.
And they could
Just like Carson
they don't
Wentz
make the
did
playoffs
for
because
the
he can't play.
do or die against the Jaguars when he was with the Colts. You fail in
Yep.
those situations, man. It's hard to get out of that. You remember stuff like that, like, oh man, you had to play well to get, and you're supposed to be the best player on your team, and this is what you do. We remember it with James. We remember it in every sport.
Well,
Justin Verlander's World Series.
and the owner came after him. The owner and I'm sure Ballard wasn't all that happy with Matt
Carson
Ryan,
Wentz?
with Carson Wentz either.
Yeah.
All right, time to talk about the Brinkman family. They've been doing roofs here for 50 years. The Brinkman family. The Brinkman name is associated with quality. Period. Okay. The professionalism, the workmanship. They're the roof experts. They know everything. I talked to Jason for a while, and he is it's amazing what they know and what they do and how they can help you. You're not going to get your roof insured. Okay, the insurance company is going to come out and say, no, I'm sorry, this roof is uninsurable. Now, if they come out, if they maintain your roof, you can get 5, 10, 15 years added on to your roof, your coverage of your roof. If anything happens to your roof and you don't maintain it, then the insurance company is going to say, sorry, that's wear and tear. That ain't just this event, the hail or the wind that caused this. That's just wear and tear, and you didn't maintain your rent. You got federal tax credits up to 30% on the solar systems that they're doing, and it's new. It's the shingles that are the solar system, not those giant windows. It is revolutionary, and oh, by the way, it pays for itself. Pays for itself in about 10 years. So it's amazing. Why don't you find out for yourself? Make sure that you maintain your roof, and Brinkman Quality Roofing is the way to do it. Brinkman Quality. It's Brinkman with 2 N's at the end. BrinkmanQuality.com, or give them a call, 281-480-ROOF.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We've made listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier. We are officially streaming on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel every day. Now you can easily listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. If you listen every day and like us, clicking our YouTube subscribe button makes a big difference for us. It matters. Let us know you're listening. That's right. ESPN Houston on YouTube. Easy to find. We're on YouTube throughout the day. Listen and watch your favorite hosts and subscribe.
That's easy for you to say.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't.
How about this? Good news coming out of Astros. Justin Verlander says he's a couple weeks behind. when I first started playing catch, I usually shut it down for a while, and this time I shut down and picked up a ball back up. My shoulder didn't feel so great, so I kind of had to take a step back. How's that? What good news?
Sounds like age.
Sounds like, yeah. I mean, it's an old.
Honestly, it's just like, oh man.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club.
That's why.
JV.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick up a ball now, I mean, you could only throw it probably 85, 86.
No, it takes me a while to warm up.
Yeah.
I'm a realistic person. Do you know, Dell? I was going to the bathroom. Dell goes, "There's the zone buster." But first of all, I'm a zone buster and zone beater. Zone buster from a shooting standpoint from 3. Zone beater off the slot. I can't play outside. I'm not fast enough to play outside. Not even close.
Mm-hmm. You sweat out of the slot, though.
I don't say I can play pro sports. What I'm saying is, if I had if you gave me an entire game where people played zone, would I just sink in the zone spot and Pat Mahomes hit me 3 times for 26 yards? What's unreasonable about that?
All of it.
Everything.
What is unreasonable about that? And I'm immediately getting down. I'm not going to let anyone hit me.
You're not catching. First of all, you're not catching the pass.
I mean, unless we need a first down,
Pat
I'll do
Mahomes
what
throws it, you go, yeah. That's what probably would happen. Yeah.
So
see look at this. I made the diamond with my fingers.
Stop it. So when Fred Warner is patrolling that particular zone, you're gonna catch the football?
I'll sense where he is.
Oh, okay.
Del, why don't you tell the story of the 49ers offensive lineman? What a nice story this is.
Yeah,
Please don't tell me it's Spencer.
One of my guys. Well, it might involve him in some way, shape, or form. One of my guys, Jonathan Feliciano, former Kane. He is a San Francisco offensive lineman. I believe he was hurt in the game.
Yeah.
So he missed time. He was a little bit inebriated and pissed off after the game. So he tweeted something about a missed block that cost the 49ers a big play. And the lineman in question who did not make the block was like, "Hey man, I wake up and I see this," and Feliciano apologized and said, "Sorry, bro. I was drunk. I was pissed off. I was being a B word. Apologies." Now,
They did all this in public.
Yes. Now, Jalen Carter was
teammates.
That's not the issue.
Bitch, next time make your block. You could have done that when you're drunk too. Text, bloop. And then you see the 3 dots, like, you make a block, fat ass, bloop. And then it could have gone like that, and no one would have even known.
Do linemen call each other fat ass?
Well, I don't know.
Hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Butterball, double wide. I mean, it could have been stayed behind, but they're 2 guys on an offensive line are having a public
So you're focusing on that.
Yeah, well,
lame.
It
gets better?
Oh, by the way, the player in question was Spencer Burford.
Oh, I knew he was going to come after my man Burford.
Because didn't he replace him in the game?
He replaced him, but Burford actually goes in and out at the guard position anyway. So,
okay, but that's not the issue. The issue is one of your guys, Jalen Carter, saw this and
guys.
He's your guy. You know how you guys do that to me? I'm doing it to you. Jalen Carter, one of your guys.
Oh, great.
I know. He goes on Instagram, screenshots the exchange and goes, "Same dude who spoke on my dead teammate and the reason I was emotional during our game." So Jalen Carter says
that's your boy Feliciano?
Apparently Feliciano in that game against the 49ers early in the season said Feliciano said some untoward things about Jalen Carter's dead teammate. And of course, one of the aggregator sites or Twitter sites goes, Eagles Jalen Carter alleges that during their Week 13 game, 49ers lineman John Feliciano was trash-talking him about a car accident that resulted in the death of one of Carter's teammates.
So what it actually
if true,
is, you
this
can tell
is
what
disgusting.
it is.
Well, I'm not done. Feliciano responds. He quote tweets the aggregators Twitter and goes, "Dude told me he was going to murder me and my kids would never see me again 3 times because I was laughing at him after getting a flag. I said, I believe you do got a body." Then he continued for weeks posting my fam and reaching out to my friends.
Wait, what now?
So
what is happening here?
So during the game, Feliciano
was laughing at him because of a penalty.
Because was laughing at him a penalty, and Jalen Carter was going to murder his kids.
No,
Jalen,
not his kids.
He was probably laughing at Jalen.
He was going to murder Feliciano.
Yes.
And told Feliciano, your kids will never see you again.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Not murder kids.
Okay.
Just only murder him.
Yeah, only murder him. And then he goes, "Well, you would know. You got a body."
That's just a good comeback.
Yeah, that's
honestly, it's not one I would condone, but in trash talking, I mean,
that ain't bad. That ain't bad.
I mean,
When you threaten to murder me,
Yeah.
I'm allowed at that point.
And then, wait a minute. And then for 3 weeks, Carter kept coming after him?
He said, then he continued for weeks posting my fam and reaching out to my friends.
Huh.
Jalen it's not going to end great for Jalen. Jalen doesn't have any self-control.
Yeah.
And he's volatile, and this is this is not a great story. It's not good for Feliciano to get drunk and go do that. But I think it was maybe misrepresented. I was emotional because my teammate was that, wait a minute now. Feliciano took a shot. Well, you say you're going to kill him and his kids will never see him. I mean, hey, these are grown men talking. That's their business. I'm one of these people that whatever's happening on the field, I don't need to hear what it is. We don't need to know. You don't need to know any of that stuff because things get said on the field that are grown people's business, and they're physical and they handle it when they.
We don't want to know what's up.
We don't want. I don't want you to know.
And of course, because it's social media, Feliciano continued to talk about it, and he said he lost a friend in a car accident, so he understands why Jalen was upset. I did feel bad, thought about apologizing until he started posting my kids on his IG, and then I had to get the NFL involved. So apparently this went far beyond just trash talk.
Bro, this
he was
is
concerned.
Rookie season.
He was concerned about
He's already posted people's kids
Jalen
on
Carter's
social?
intentions about his children. So
oh my God,
he had to get the NFL.
I will watch that matchup next time. I promise you. But
2 first-place teams, they'll be playing again.
They'll be playing again, and I'll watch it. I saw something on tape. I was watching a defensive lineman, and I saw an offensive lineman turn. No, it was a defensive lineman. A blocker came off and hit him, a double team, but he went and got the guard, the center who wasn't even hitting him, took him, turned him, kind of threw him on the ground as the other guy's blocking him. He jumps down and slams his head in the ground with his hand. I'm like, this was something personal. Just I don't know why I just saw this play, but something personal happened to this player where he said, I'm going to knock the piss out of this center. And that's exactly what he did. He wasn't even looking for the ball carrier. He was just trying to inflict as much damage as possible. Yeah, man, that's not great with Jalen Carter doing that stuff.
Nope, not great.
It's not great for Feliciano to call his teammate out either on
that was
social
bad.
media.
Yeah, there are other tweets about, talking about how he made a mistake. So it blew up because of what Jalen Carter did. And Feliciano's doing his mea culpa, saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have did what I did to Spencer Burford. But yeah, the Jalen Carter stuff, woof. You talked about the immaturity issues.
Yeah, no, it's out there. I mean, he's extra. Immaturity means not letting something go. Like you just can't stop yourself from going over the top. It is immaturity issues. He couldn't stop himself when he was at the training facility. I heard from people that he was still speeding around all over the place, and you worry about a guy like that because he's so talented. But that's just an example of somebody who doesn't have great maturity there. You got into it on the field. You got to let it stay on the field.
That's it. All right. I was with the guy who chews some yesterday, as a matter of fact, and he has quit chewing, and it is made a remarkable difference for him. If you're somebody that chews tobacco, you got that. You got to have that between your cheek and gum. I got the answer for you. It's Artisan Grange. It's the Canstead and Dublin. How about it keeps on growing and growing and growing? Artisan Grange is sponsoring fighters from the Kill Cliff Fight Club in Florida, and you're going to be seeing them in UFC and Bellator. You're going to see them here. As a matter of fact, one of them fought here on February 4th in the city of Houston. You're going to be seeing these guys all over the place. It's a great fight club, the Kill Cliff Fight Club. Artisan Grange keeps on growing and growing, and more people are seeing them. More people are getting away from tobacco and going with the hemp-based of the Canstead and the Dublin. It's got the flavor. It's got the CBD oil. It's got American Shaman CBD. It's American Shaman CBD says that it's so great. They put them in their stores as well. We're going to keep you posted on where these fighters are and who that. One of them's fighting Conor McGregor coming up, so that's going to be huge for Artisan Grange, and it's going to be huge for the Kill Cliff Fight Club. Look, you're looking for the best way to get out of that dip. This is it. This is the way to do it. 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com.
Hey, guys, I want to tell you about QC Kinetics and the difference that they can make for you. QC Kinetics is all about regenerating. It's regenerative medicine, which is huge. And they're all about regenerating and restoring missing or damaged tissue in the joints. And it's the number one culprit for the pain that you're suffering. If you're going through chronic pain, the reason is because you have constant inflammation. And that inflammation may be due to missing tissue or inflamed tissue because it's been worn away. When you have regenerative medicine, what they do is they take the body's healing power, they kickstart it and concentrate it, and then they put it back into the joint, and it begins to really heal at a rapid rate. And so you have the restoring of the damaged tissue, the regenerating of lost tissue, and that means your inflammation goes down, your pain goes way down very, very quickly, your mobility goes up. And I'm talking about your hip, your knee, your shoulder, your back, all over your body where you're having problems with chronic pain. You may be living off of steroid shots, or you're looking at surgery, the downtime that you'll have to have from surgery, drugs that you're using, for pain tolerance, aspirin, whatever the case may be. I'm just telling you now, you can eliminate those old methods and use the new method that's been wildly successful now for quite a while. And athletes have been using it en masse, and people around the country have experienced it. QC Kinetics has 4 locations in Houston. They want to take care of you and eliminate your pain. Go to QCkinetics.com to set up your free consultation, QCkinetics.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97. I'm watching a 19-year-old Greg Maddux pitch in A-ball. Can you imagine having to face Greg Maddux in A-ball?
Well, can you imagine being a teammate? Have you seen all the nasty stuff he's done? Did you hear the story Andre Dawson told about him?
No.
Wait for this one. Andre Dawson said it was him, Shawan Dunston, or Sean Dunston, I think. Yeah. We used to say Shawan. I don't know. It was people didn't know his name for a while. So Sean Dunston, it was him. He told the team. It was 4 black guys, and they were all in a hot tub there, and they're just sitting there, and Greg Maddux comes over to him. This is when he was with the Cubs, his first stint, right? And so he goes over to him, and he goes, Dawson's telling the story. He goes, "Hey, Andre, you ever seen 4 black guys run from a white guy?" He goes, "What? You ever seen 4 black guys run away from a white guy?" He's like, "No, Greg, I've never seen that." He pulls his pants down and pees in the hot tub, and they all get out and scatter. There's other stories about him wiping his butt with a towel and putting it on the stool for other people to use to wipe their faces with. Like, he'd fold it up. Like, he was nasty. And all I can think of is he's, the professor, Greg Maddux. I always thought of him as this really cerebral, kind of like what John Smoltz is. I always thought that was Maddux. Maddux was a pig. The stories they have on him, like, suppose he was dirty, with his pranks were way over the top. Way over the top.
That's gross.
And, the story I heard about him is that he used to doctor the ball. You know how he doctored the ball, right? I told you this before. You know how he doctored the ball?
No.
And I'll tell you where it came from in a second. He used to put Vaseline up his crack.
And then pick his butt.
And then he would pick at his butt. Yeah. Because and that's how he'd get a little extra slip. And that's why he'd get the late movement on the ball, was because Greg he'd go picking in games and go get a little bit of Vaseline on the ball. And that came from somebody who worked with his trainer, who was his athletic trainer, who had been with him in, I think it was Chicago, not Atlanta. I think it was in Chicago. And this guy went into football, and he shared that little ditty with a football player who I know. And he's like, yeah, Maddux used to pick his ass, and that's how you get late movement on the ball, because he had he would doctor it there.
Oh, here's a nice story. Del?
Pass out around white people.
No. Maddux is
the epitome of what Dave Chappelle is talking about.
I love Greg Maddux and Pedro Martinez. Those are my favorite 2 pitchers from that era. And Greg Maddux, it turns out, too, is just like, it turns out that you don't want to fall asleep Can you imagine him at sleepovers in junior high?
No, I don't need that.
He was the worst.
No,
I
you
bet.
can't trust him. You can't go to sleep.
You definitely had
No.
wieners drawn on your face when you fell asleep.
You'd be lucky if he just drew them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably a picture somewhere like, oh, Reggie Love. Did Greg Maddox do that to Reggie Love?
Boy, that's way back, dude. You gotta.
You know Reggie Love was in Obama's administration?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. He was like a big shot there.
You don't know the story. Reggie Love was a bit player for those good Duke teams, and he passed out at a North Carolina frat party.
Yeah.
And bad stuff happened.
Bad stuff.
Bad stuff.
Here's some bad stuff happening to the Miami Dolphins. A lawsuit has been filed that a Dolphins player infected his ex-girlfriend with genital herpes.
Is it Xavier Howard again?
After failing to warn the
Hold
woman
on,
of the
let's
virus.
wait. We don't want to spoil it. No spoiler alerts. See, it might be a new player.
The name of the player is currently not released.
Well, Xavier Howard has a history of being accused of that. I'm not sure he's ever been really
there you
convicted or
If
whatever.
there's-
Well, he's a serial.
If there's
a
multiple
serial
accusations,
herpes giver.
where there's smoke, there's herpes.
He's been accused of that. I'm not sure anything has come of those accusations, but he has been that guy for the Dolphins, and he is not a free agent, but he's probably going to get cut because
You're leading the league in something.
because
Dale,
of
that's good.
and passing yards and
passing yards and
infections.
herpes. Yes, that's
so
right.
he is a corner, a valuable one that people might want, but his cap hit's going to be too high, so the Dolphins probably aren't going to pay him at his number. He's gonna
Valtrex is going to be high. I'm passing on him as a free agent.
and he's 30, and he gets injured a lot now.
Yeah.
I don't want all that
And
Valtrex in the
herpes
locker
all
room.
over the locker
Look,
room.
I don't know if
He's
this
just
story.
shooting herpes all over the place
God.
I don't think
We
that's
don't
how
need
that
that.
works.
in a locker room.
I don't think you shoot it around a locker room.
herpes right there on the seat. I don't want to get herpes off his seat.
No.
thanks.
No, thank you.
Pass.
Look,
I'll
I-
just re-sign
Wiping
Steven
it
Nelson.
on his towel.
Yeah, Steven Nelson. That's fine.
I don't know
What
if
if
the
he does
stories are
that?
true.
What Greg Maddox did, and all of a sudden we've got
Herpes.
defensive linemen with herpes
Yeah,
faces.
but the guy
Cold sores all over the place.
guy's got great ball skills though.
Yeah,
on
he
the-
does make plays on the football.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
he
is
does.
something that you have to consider. You
Yes.
have to balance multiple herpes accusations, potential lawsuits versus, ball production is pretty important. If you can take the ball away, if you can shut down half the field, maybe you live with all that Valtrex.
Things you have to consider.
I don't.
As long as I have both corners that
I
are
don't
not
want that.
involved in
I
that.
don't want any Dolphins in my locker room. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, y'all are dirty
Yeah,
people, the
filthy.
Dolphins.
Y'all are filthy. Stripper
And we're not a
poles and-
poverty.
Stripper poles. That's the Hurricanes. Get your Miami slander
whatever. Same
straight.
thing. It was still at the same stadium they played in.
by the way, Houston, not known for strippers.
Yeah.
Well, we
that's
used to
right.
be bigger. We used to be way up the charts, and now we've actually come.
Why? Since James
Well, I just
left?
never hear about it, at least.
Because Harden left?
Well, it didn't help that James left. You certainly didn't help the stripper
Where-
community here
No.
when James left.
So-
he comes back, though.
So you think Houston has dropped down the rankings?
I think James Harden
Oh,
is
yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
You,
I'm
you want me
sure
to
a
be
lot of
honest?
them left.
I'll bet you James
Poverty.
Harden is. I bet you James Harden is here right now.
Why? They have one more game for the All-Star break, don't they?
Oh no, they do have one more game. Yeah. You think he'll take a shot in? Do you think he'll swoop in for one quick?
He's not going to be an all-star in the All-Star game?
No.
But you can still come in.
That was a joke.
And it's in Indiana, so you know he's not going.
No, he's not going to Indiana.
It's in Indiana. Oh, what happened?
He's going to be here.
When is Utah?
That was last year,
Oh,
wasn't
last
it?
year.
No,
was
you
Utah.
know what? He's not going to come here. He'll be with Lil Baby, and they'll go out of the country
Well,
somewhere.
no.
He's not going to come back to Houston.
No.
He'll go to
Well,
Cabo or something like that.
I don't know. He's got, you get loyal. I mean, I'm sure he's got loyal people here.
No, but he can come here in the off season. In season, he's going to go. Yeah, exactly. In season's not for back in Houston. In season's for hitting new spots.
Yeah, could be. And they got good places, in
There's
other-
everywhere.
everywhere. Yeah.
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 He'll do. Now, will he do something with Lil Baby? 100%.
Yeah, probably. Unless little baby's going to Indiana. Everybody wants to go to Indiana. Don't
Well,
they?
no, it's All-Star game. Hold on. James is going to All-Star game. All-Star
in
weekend.
Indianapolis?
All-Star weekend. They flew in strippers from Indianapolis into New Orleans for Super
Yeah,
Bowl.
but at least it's
I
New-
know somebody who met some.
It-
And they were
Yeah, but they
good
were in New
old-fashioned kind
Orleans.
of
Weren't they in New
Midwest looking
Orleans?
girls, but still.
Were they in New Orleans?
Yeah.
At least it's New Orleans.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, they brought the
They
strippers
flew them
but
in.
What, they'll fly strippers into Indy?
But
This
what-
is All-Star weekend. This is
Yeah. No.
this is a big deal, Dale.
James hasn't had enough of All-Star Weekend. He's got to go to Indiana to
I
celebrate.
think he likes All-Star weekend better than All-Star game.
Well, yeah, the game's not fun. He doesn't have good All-Star games.
No. because
Although
other players don't really like him.
And you think he'd be perfect. No defense. He
No,
can shoot.
James will be there. And there's activations for different. He can make money there, I'm sure.
Doing what?
Parties. Activate. The people going to your parties aren't going to be people who live in Indiana. Trust me.
No. They ain't inviting
They're not
nobody from
invited.
Indiana.
They're not inviting
Ain't
people
inviting
from.
them white people from
They're
Indiana.
not inviting people from the
Are you
suburbs.
kidding
of,
me?
Yeah, Carmel, Indiana, and all that. No.
Speaking of which, you see Indiana State is ranked for the first time since Larry Bird. Since
And one of the main guys. And I told you that who was the team that Dusty, my friend Dusty was watching? I want to say it was Indiana State. He's like, dude, these guys look like rec league team. It's if Dusty's listening, I can't remember the team you said that looked like rec league. He took pictures of them.
They got the headbands and the glasses.
Yeah, there's headband guys, glasses guys. And it was, I don't remember if they were the team, but it was astounding that this team is a pretty good team that was playing major college basketball.
Sounds like that would be an Indiana
Because I
State
saw
team.
one of the guys from Indiana State, black rim glasses, like a Kurt Rambis. I was just thought,
That's awesome.
my God.
Awesome.
Larry Bird body.
Yep. Speaking of bodies, what about Craig DeSurf, bodybuilder?
Yeah, he was a former bodybuilder. He's not a bodybuilder now. Still good friends with Lee Labrada. You may have heard of him. But Craig, his main thing is, look, you don't get into bodybuilding and doing all that stuff on the stage unless you're a pretty confident person, and you got a little bit of a personality. And Craig's got a great personality. I love talking to him. He's fun. Got a son who plays college baseball. Altuve loved dealing with Craig and Carlos Correa. He did deals in cars with those guys. He's worked with a lot of the hometown baseball team. But, his bread and butter is you. His bread and butter is me. I bought 3 different cars from him over the years, and the reason's simple. It's great prices, great trade-in value, and you can find, whether it's a purchase or a lease, you find the prices you're looking for. And they give you more in trade-in value than you're going to find in most locations, which is one of the reasons they're able to get it down. But they also have the price down, I should say, but they also have a great selection. So if you're looking for a truck right now, if you're looking for an SUV, they've got low finance rates, and they're going to get to the price point that you want. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Make sure you head on out to Angleton and take advantage of the great prices, or start your car buying experience online at landsecars.com. That's my first time hearing the intro for some reason.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to Buffalo Timmy. Just remember Buffalo Timmy? Remember? Yeah, he just texted me. He's listening to the show.
He is?
What up, Buffalo Timmy?
Where's he been?
I don't know where he's been. I ain't seen him forever.
Buffalo Timmy, I think, got the invite
Used
to the
play
5-year
golf with him all
anniversary
the time.
party.
Huh? He used to what?
He got the invite to the 5-year anniversary party. When we had all the whole crew, the big time, the callers that used to always call in.
Yep.
So Astros do report, John, as John mentioned, level of concern that Justin Verlander said, shoulder was a little tight, so I put the baseball down. Level of concern for you. I mean, I'm going to put it a strong 6.
Yeah, tie. You can't start. I mean, all of a sudden we're starting a season, and now Justin Verlander's talking about his shoulder. Oh, my gosh. At 49 years old, whatever he is.
Well, it wouldn't bother me if he was – it wouldn't have bothered me maybe 3 years ago, but since I know age is undefeated, it's one of those things because once you fall off, you can fall off fast. So a little bit of a concern.
Yep. How about this stat? Okay, this is incredible. Since 2001, there have been 125 drives in the NFL postseason, fourth quarter, under a minute left to play. And the team trailed by 7 points or fewer. 125 drives this century, okay, in the postseason, where the team trailed by 7 or less and the team got the ball back in the last minute. These are standard clutch moments. Out of those 125 drives, only 40% of them saw the team on offense pull off the magic trick and get the points they needed. Some quarterbacks are pretty good at it. Tom Brady went 5 for 11, 46%. Pretty damn good, right? He game-winning drives in the last minute and to get the points you need.
I mean, we're probably thinking it's 8 out of 11, but realistically, it doesn't happen like that.
No. I mean, no. Tom Brady went how many years where he didn't go to the Super Bowl. Right? But 5 out of 11. Pretty good. Drew Brees was 3 for 6, 50%. Patrick Mahomes, 7 for 7.
Yep.
100%. 7 for 7.
I was trying to think yesterday of when he had failed.
When has he failed? He doesn't fail.
He doesn't fail. You give him 15 seconds.
Yeah.
He can get there.
15 seconds.
What? This is mathematically impossible.
Yeah. See, the thing about that, I know people focus on 13. He did that in 10 seconds because they still had 3 seconds to kick a field goal. He did it in 10.
Yes.
2 plays, 10 seconds,
The
first
clock-
down, field goal.
The clock operator was in on that.
You gonna take away from his greatness? You a hater. You're you call Nicole a generational hater. You're
She
a
is.
generational
My wife
hater.
is a generational hater.
She learned it from you. I learned it from watching you, Lance.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I never was this kind of hater until I married her. And I've gotten some more hate in me. Yeah, that's true. I'll admit it. I'm not being a hater. I just think it's mathematically impossible. As a numbers person, I know you can't go 60 yards in 12 seconds.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
No one could ever
No one's
do it.
ever gone 60
He did
yards
it in 10
12 seconds.
and he did it in 10. So he did it faster than that, actually.
He's incredible, man. He's on his way. 6 years in, he's got better numbers than Brady. He's got 3 bowls like he did after his first 6 years. But Brady took 10 years where he didn't get anything.
He just needs wins and longevity. Well, he needs Brett Veach to do a good job.
Yep.
Does he need Andy Reid to stay there?
Does he need Chris
Does it fall
Jones?
apart if Andy? Yeah, he could use Chris Jones.
Oh, yeah. You think it's going to be the same without Andy Reid?
Hey, Pat Mahomes. Now, Pat Mahomes doesn't have a great quarterback contract, but a lot of these quarterbacks are going to find out that when you take a lion's share of that salary cap, there's a price to be paid, and that means one of your best players has to leave. It's just the way it is. I mean, you can't – if you don't spread the money out more evenly, you're going to lose some of those players. So, if you have a star quarterback, one of your best players, your second best player is going to have a hard time. And if your second best player is there, your third best player has to leave. It's just you can't afford it all. So, yeah, he's going to lose Chris Jones. I don't think they can afford Chris Jones. Can they afford not to have Chris Jones? And also, Andy Reid, does Pat fall apart? Not fall apart. Does Pat take a step back? Do the Chiefs take a step back when Andy Reid leaves?
Yes.
You're going to hire Bieniemy, obviously. He'll take over. Andy Reid told me how good he was.
Look at you. Hating.
Andy Reid told me how good he was.
Hating.
And then he let his contract go.
Yeah. Then you could go ahead,
You ain't
take the
got no
same
haters,
job
you ain't
somewhere
popping.
else.
No, you need to prove yourself somewhere else.
Yeah, right.
But who's going to Matt Nagy? I mean, really? You going to go with Matt Nagy? Would you bring back Bieniemy? Would you what are you going to do? And Bieniemy would have to be whoever gets the job is going to have the blessing of Pat Mahomes.
I think it'll be a Shanahan disciple.
How many are left?
Slowick.
Slowick ain't.
Well, in a couple of years he might be.
But they don't run that offense.
No. They don't.
Well, you're going to do whatever. See, that's the thing. If Slowick how much is he a scheme guy? Because Slowick's going to be able to fit some things around. He fits some things around CJ. How much is it going to be scheme versus Mahomes? You're going heavily Mahomes. Does Pat Mahomes does he fall off the way Brady fell off when Gronk was out? Brady's Gronk numbers and non-Gronk numbers are so incredibly different. Patriots fans hate when you bring it up. They hate it. But if you look at Brady, everyone talks about, oh, yeah, look what happens when Bill Belichick doesn't have Tom Brady. Overrated. Now go look at Tom Brady's numbers without Gronk, and your jaw will drop. NFL research did that, put that out there, and I couldn't believe what I saw. Huge differences in performance. And I would go on to say, he had more weapons certainly in Tampa than he had in New England. But once Gronk was gone, when Gronk was, when Gronk wasn't the same, or if he was out, it was not the same Tom Brady. What happens when Travis Kelce isn't there? And it doesn't diminish Pat Mahomes. I mean, their receiving core is not good enough. They have Rashee Rice and just a bunch of guys who do different things, but there's nothing special about that. I mean, that's why I don't like when people take shots at Bill Belichick without acknowledging Bill Belichick was a mastermind on defense, one entire side of the field, and he created a certain Patriot mystique in the locker room that people bought into, and they all did something a certain way. Does it make – but people say Belichick's just not as good. He's diminished because he's not as good without Brady. What if Pat Mahomes isn't as good without his best player, Travis Kelce? It stands to reason he won't be as good without Kelce, right?
It was said about Patrick Mahomes and no Tyreek, and
that's all they did is win
twice.
Yeah, but that's because Kadarius.
He didn't play in the Super Bowl.
As soon as he got there, they won 2 titles.
Kadarius has so many rings right now.
Yeah.
Kadarius has more rings than Charles Barkley.
Hey, he can't hear you.
Kadarius Toney
has
has
ringing in his ears.
Yeah, Kadarius Toney has more titles than Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson combined.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have 0 between them. You're right.
That's right.
That's right. 0. But Kadarius, he's
got more than your GOAT, Aaron Rodgers.
He's not my GOAT.
He kind of is. He is a little bit.
Just because you called Jalen Carter the safest player in the draft, don't make Aaron
safest.
Rodgers my GOAT.
I had a number 1. I definitely never used the word safe.
I remember.
See, he's trying to lie on me now.
Safest bet in the draft, Jalen Carter. That's what you said.
He's trying to lie on me.
Yeah.
Am I? Prove it.
I said safest bet Kenyon Green.
So you had him as your number 1 player, Jalen. That's your guy.
I know.
Yeah, he's your guy. Why are you fighting that?
Yeah.
He's really talented. Now, apparently he'll threaten to murder you and your...
And then post pictures of your kids afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's creepy. When the NFL's got to step in on a rookie that's posting pictures of another player's kids.
When the NFL has to step in on a rookie at a rookie symposium.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of step in on Jalen Carter's.
Okay, Jalen is
there's a reason that talent lasted to 9?
Yeah.
Hindsight is 2020. Lance said safest player in the draft.
I didn't say that. Go to my draft profile.
You said it on this show. You didn't say it on the profile.
Talent you've ever seen is what you said.
He's good talent.
It's not a question about his talent. Lance said you want that guy in your locker room.
That's not what I said.
All right, 713-780-3776. Wow, the prognosticators are kind of high on the Aggies. We'll talk about it on the other side right
basketball
here.
Or football?
Football.
Because basketball team's not bad either.
No. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about Houston Safe and Lock? Safes for everything. All of your need. Commercial safes, gun safes, home safe, high security, jewelry safes, floor safes, wall safes. The number 1 safe dealer, and it's not even close. There's an estimated probably half of the safes in this city come from Houston Safe and Lock, which is also King Safe and Lock. So they got 2 locations you can go see either of their showrooms. Not only do they have showrooms, not only do other lock companies safe companies not have showrooms? They don't have any safes. They have to order them. When you order one, they can, oh, here's a catalog. Look at which safe you want. Oh, okay. How about you go and touch them? You see them. Try to move them. Yeah, no chance you're moving these safes. They are American security, awesome, awesome, awesome safes. Derek DeSola is the owner. You will deal with him. You will see the greatness that he has in safes. Okay, Wirt and I-10 or Westheimer in the Beltway. Go feel them, touch them, see them for yourself. They got trained technicians there that can get everything done for you. Whatever it is that you need, all you need. If you got a lock safe, you can't unlock it. They can get it open. Combination lock codes they can change. Skilled at repairing damaged safes. Everything about safes they know. And they're the best. Derek DeSola, 713-522-5555, 713-522-5555, or easier yet, 975safe.com.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Lance and John. Scratch that. Reverse it.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here. How about the Knicks have filed a protest? I wonder if this will hold up. I think the league is just going to go, sorry, it called the foul, it's over.
No, it's not going to hold up. We win.
Yeah.
You lose. That's it.
They might pick up the game if they play again. They might pick up the Knicks don't come back here, do they? Or will they do it on a day off where they come here and play in overtime? I don't know. We'll see. There's a possibility because the
it is
ref
a little scary
immediately
because it was
afterwards-
tied. Like you could easily just go to overtime. You could easily just say, all we got to do is play.
play in overtime.
5-minute overtime.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. Let's just run up. Like we don't have any. It's actually
the buzzer
fairly
sounded.
It's actually neat and tidy.
Yes, it's very tidy because the buzzer sounded. The Rockets didn't hit the shot. They hit the free throws with 0.1 second. They could just say there was no foul. The buzzer sounded. We're playing overtime. It actually could happen. But we'll see what the league is probably going to go. Nah. Although the NBA does.
It hasn't happened for a while.
It
hadn't happened since. I think it's happened 3 times ever.
Yeah, it's usually not like a judgment call. Like Shaq was given an extra foul that he didn't have.
Yeah, that was a huge screw up.
Yeah, and then Shaq was no longer on the Heat when they replayed the game, but they still replayed it. He then was traded after that game, but they still replayed the game. I don't know if they do it for like a judgment missed call type thing. You have to like legitimately give someone a foul and foul them out for no reason. The last time it happened.
Yeah. Justin Verlander, not good. Justin Verlander is at spring training. Apparently, he is not going to throw. He's had a setback. You got it ready? Justin Verlander. This is a bad thing. Does this mean? Okay, so actually, when we did have, that they had a need and they went out and got Josh Hader, right? Do they go out and get somebody because Justin Verlander has got a setback?
Nope.
Or do they just go? Listen, it looks like J.P. France probably goes to the bullpen.
Okay.
Probably more than likely.
I mean, you just let Justin handle his body the way he handles his body. You're not going to be able to beat time. At some point, time's going to catch up, and it's either going to catch up through injury or through ineffectiveness. And
well, then you're admitting if you go out and get a Blake Snell and sign him to a long 3, 4, 5 year deal,
you're deep.
You're admitting that you know what it's about. We are facing father time with Justin Verlander.
But you're extraordinarily deep at pitching. Let's not forget that all the injuries you faced. I mean, you still at the end of the day have Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez. Garcia
all three
comes
of
back,
whom have to bounce back.
Urquidy comes back. J.P. France. McCullers. That's 7. Without Justin Verlander, he's 8. I mean, no one has that embarrassment of riches.
Well, or embarrassment of injuries.
Well, just for 1 year, though.
No. How long? What?
Well, how many guys have been in, other than McCullers, obviously? Those other guys weren't. Christian Javier wasn't injured.
No, he could be comeback player of the year.
Well, but he was so good in the postseason, people are going to remember that. For us, the comeback player of the year could be Hunter Brown. If you're coming back from suck.
Well,
it could be Lance McCullers when he comes back in July.
Could it?
Ish.
Could it? Don't you have to play 65?
Oh, what about Garcia?
Don't you have
Garcia
to play 65
actually,
games?
Luis Garcia is an actual candidate.
Yeah. Well, and
yeah, he's an actual candidate.
Yeah, well, we'll find out how he is without rocking the baby because he wasn't. It was.
By the way, why is he not
early.
allowed to do that? I know the reason is because it takes a while, but as soon as you start your pitching motion, the clock
he makes
ends.
games 3.5 hours as soon as he starts rocking the baby.
This is really dumb. His motion is so much different than somebody else's slow windup. He's not rocking a baby from the stretch. It's kind of dumb that they eliminated that from him. Well, it adds an extra 45 minutes of games. It does? It does?
It is a long, long windup, that's for sure. All right, here's Justin Verlander talking about his shoulder.
Interestingly, I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. I had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25. So, I'm a couple weeks behind. So I think all that thought going into those conversations will play into that. So, that all makes sense to me.
And I believe the reference was as far as would he get a new deal or going forward, because they were talking about other things before they got into his shoulder. He just
a new deal, guys.
He happened to throw that in there.
He did?
No, he happened. He wasn't. They weren't asking him about his injury. He said, interestingly enough, I've got this issue going on that I'm trying to figure out. So that wasn't the brunt. That wasn't the impetus for the conversation. He threw it in there himself.
Well, a new deal. Goodness. Why? What?
Well, he was asked.
Didn't we already let him go once? He
was probably just asked a question and answered it.
Yeah.
He's not getting any new deals from Jim Crane. When he's done, he's done. He's retiring. Yeah. That's what's going to happen. He's not going to be able to outplay this deal. What does he have?
He still pitched pretty well last year.
Is this year the last year or is it next year? I think it's next year. It's a 3-year deal, right?
It was, but he's got – I think there's an option after this. Oh, no. If he pitches so many innings this year, it automatically –
No, it's a 2-year deal. The conditional player option for 2025 worth $35 million.
Yep.
So it's a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
because when you hear the sound in full, I got to what he was to the
Okay, so
kind of
the
what we
option is
wanted.
dependent upon his innings count next season. The Mets are sending $35 million to cover part of his salary.
He has to hit a certain number of innings this year.
He said they haven't sat down and discussed it yet. And when he was being asked about, we haven't really sat down and discussed it yet. And then he goes, interestingly enough, I'm actually having this thing right now that I'm dealing with as far as his shoulder. So
will it vest if he doesn't hit enough innings? We'll see.
Yeah.
And well, he's gonna. I don't know. Does he want to continue? We'll see. We'll see if he even wants that contract. Afterwards.
140 innings is the vesting inning to count.
Okay.
So his option vests with 140 innings pitched.
He's got plenty of time.
I could see him missing that total though, if he's got a shoulder issue at all. Because how many innings is he going to pitch a game? 34 starts is pretty much normal for a healthy pitcher. And
34 times 7 is 200 plus.
But 7 is he's not getting a 7. The average is not going to be 7 for Justin.
No,
Verlander.
6. No, but Justin Verlander goes.
I mean, look at his
Justin
starts,
Verlander
dude.
goes now.
Okay, well, he does, except last year, 23. Well, with the Mets, I'm sorry. Last year was 27 total. The year before, 28.
Yeah.
The year before that, 1. The year before that, 34, 34, 28, 34, 20, 32, 34, 33. But as he's gotten older, the numbers has come down, right? It's been 28 and 27 the last 2 years. So 28, 27.
Well, what were his innings pitched in those?
Let me take a look at the innings pitched because it's going to be higher than, I guarantee it's going to be higher than
28 starts
than 140 innings, but so it will definitely be higher than that. But the question is whether or not he's going to regress this year because of injury at all. His innings pitched has been 186 and 201. No. The last 2 years, No. I'm sorry. Last year it was 162 in the year
in 28 starts.
And the year before that it was in 20 total starts, correct? 27 total starts. 27 total starts.
6 innings. It's a perfect 6
139
innings.
and then the year before that was 175 innings pitched in 28 starts. So actually pitched a lot
6.
more.
Yeah, it's right around 6.
So if he gets to 25, it'll still vest, more than likely. If he gets to 20, it'll be, 24, any of that stuff is going to be close. If he's ineffective, he'll get knocked out before the 6th. It'll be interesting. If he's dealing with a shoulder injury, they're going to protect him from a pitch count. Whoa. You almost
got
had
that just in time.
I think it could be actually kind of close to the 140. I mean, history tells you he's going to get there. He'd have to have he'd have to have a lingering injury for it not to. So for Justin, guess what? I dropped that baseball too. If I know I got $35 million coming, if I simply can make it to 140 innings, guess what I'm putting down whenever I feel any tightness? A baseball. Yeah, I'm gonna heal this up before we get into the actual season where my contract vests.
Like he needs preseason, although he does need to ramp it up.
No,
before
he's
the
old
season
now.
starts. Yeah,
it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I said new deal and it freaked you out. He was discussing what you guys just went through. And then the shoulder came up because, well, it might affect the vested innings thing. But so if he decided I want to continue to pitch, how long do you think this guy still wants to get out there? He'll be 41. This is his 41-year-old year. He'd be 42 next year. Do you think he's done at 42 if he even returns?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so rare to see pitchers pitch beyond that. Everyone's, well, what about Nolan Ryan? Okay, then keep going. Keep going with all your 42-year-old starters. It just doesn't happen. So, no, I think he's done at the end of this contract.
He's Nolan Ryan-ish, though. I mean, Nolan went to 46.
Dude, Nolan didn't get hurt. Nolan was a horse.
Yeah, Nolan was a horse. Absolutely.
And Justin's been a horse.
Yeah. Except
Justin's
1 year.
been a horse. He
right?
just, he had an injury that gobbled up a couple years.
Yep. Listen, I've got a deal for you, people. How are you making your money work for you? How about making your money work for you at Home Bank? How about Home Bank offering an annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD? If you wanted longer term, 4.75% at APY on a 14-month CD. The minimum balance is only $2,500. They're really these rates are really impressive, and it's what they do. Very competitive rates, or even more than competitive rates at Home Bank. Business and personal banking solutions for nearly any need. They've been around since 1908. They know what they're doing, people. Talk to one of the local bankers at any Houston area location: River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. You ain't. I don't know what you're doing with your money, but you will make more money if it's just sitting around in some savings account. Why? And let it sit there for 7 months on this CD and earn 5.15% minimum balance, $2,500. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert. The other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
Man, we are way behind. Apparently, according to JPA, the Titans are the most drunk fan base in the entire NFL, based on blood alcohol content readings done by Backtrack. Backtrack, who has a breathalyzer app, was able to acquire data from over 28,000 tests and then matched each anonymous observation to their NFL team to determine the fans that drank the most. Titans, 93%. Congratulations on the win. Steelers are second, 88%.
What does that mean? 88% what?
0.09 blood alcohol level. Average.
For people who use the app.
Yeah, Steelers are second.
So you're checking it if you think maybe they just have. Okay, let me put it this way. Do you honestly think 49ers fans, that may just be they don't download the app? You've seen they stab each other in the stands.
Yeah, well,
they beat each other while they're peeing at the stalls. Like, do you really think Titans fans are more drunk? Now, also, they're just probably meaner. But you think maybe the Titans fans are just more tech savvy and have the app downloaded?
I don't know.
It's an app you use on your phone?
No. It's they test a breathalyzer app, which acquired the data from over 28,000 tests. That's a pretty big number. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know. Apparently Jets fans and Jaguar fans didn't participate. But Titans, Steelers, Colts, Falcons.
I don't want our fans to be the most drunk.
Saints, Dolphins, Packers, Patriots. The Texans are way down this list.
Good.
And not
Good.
great.
We can be a little classier.
Don't you want to be okay? You don't want to be great?
I was thinking about this. I Googled.
You don't want to be great.
I Googled Waste Management Open.
Yeah.
In Twitter so I could watch the videos. I couldn't believe what I saw. Have you seen a roundup of the videos of what's been going on?
I've seen most.
Okay, serious question. As a golf fan, as somebody who golfs, you watch golf, you go golf, you like to party. I can't I would think that some of that you would think is funny and you would like, and other of that you would think you shouldn't be doing all this at a tournament where guys are actually playing. These people didn't care about golf at all. They have a hill. Did you see where the fat guy was sliding down the hill?
Yeah.
And then the other guys were banging. Did you see the girl who was banging the hands together, drinking and beer?
So Houston, my buddy Houston, 4-putt, went. He was there. And he said,
sure, he likes it. You always call him 4-putt.
No, he doesn't. He talked to me about it again at the at the party. He goes, John, he mentioned John's 3-putted 6 times in that round. And I got to take crap for.
I didn't 4-putt once.
But your combination was 18.
Yeah, that's okay. But
3 putts are okay, but 4
putting is a different category. Okay.
He's not thrilled, by the way.
I don't care.
He brought it up to me. He goes, "It's the worst having to pay John if I lose a round."
He had to pay me yesterday, as a matter of fact.
He goes, "I'll pay anyone else. I hate paying John."
He just hates it.
I'll pay anyone else.
All my friends hate it for I don't know why.
Because you're an a-hole.
Well, I know, but I can't help that. I was called that yesterday, and I just said I can't help that.
How about the fact that?
No, you can't.
How about the fact that I don't? Is Dorchester still at U of H or no?
No, he's at TCU.
Okay. How about the fact that guy told me the first time I talked to him, said, "Hey, your buddy, I kick his ass. I'm his worst nightmare in golf.
Oh yeah.
He hates it that I always beat him." And I bet he never talks about that. I said he never brings it up on the air.
Oh, yeah? Do you want to know? Do you want to see my Venmo that he paid me the last time we played? And he had to say I'm the greatest golfer he's ever met. Okay.
We'll go down the entire list. Do you pay him more than he pays you? That's what he said.
Oh, early on. But then, his shenanigans didn't work anymore. Okay.
Playing better golf than you?
Yeah,
his shenanigans?
Get to the Open. Get to the William Moore of the
So Houston was there. He said he walked by a table. These guys weren't even near a hole. There were 6 guys there, and they were just laughing at people fall down, okay?
They had a video.
He said they were there for 6 hours, did not move, did not see a shot, just drinking and watching and laughing at people.
So there's a video of this, and there's one place there where it's slippery for some reason on the side of this hill, and people are walking.
Yes,
and at one point they fall and they go,
girl?
"Oh!" Did you see that
Did
one?
you see the girl who fell and looked like she hurt herself? And
multiple
everybody,
people.
Wow.
Whoa! And I'm just thinking, this isn't a golf course.
Yeah.
This isn't a golf tournament.
It is.
And the people there,
I couldn't be prouder.
the people at the tournament are like, yeah, we're not doing this year. You know, they cut the drinking off at 1:30.
They're thinking of that. The tour is looking at it.
No, they said the security was just the people who were taking tickets. They just you had to just get in. People took over suites.
Yeah.
The mass. It was literally like a revolution, but for
golf,
for faux golf fans, for people who just go to Top Golf.
Right. It was. I heard a bartender explain it. He said,
"Yeah, you saw the same thing I did." Yeah,
it was. He said there were 500,000 people on the course. You got no security anymore.
He said we kept waiting to see if we'd be able to sell them, and they go, nope, wrap it up. So they are going to be. It's going to change a lot. That's why people just can't. If you just would have calmed down a little bit and just not gone too far outside of the.
I don't know if they're going to get like after watching Zach Johnson, after watching Billy Horschel, I don't know that they're going to get players that go there anymore. If you want to know the truth, it's bad. It's really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So 9:39 and 9:40 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Jake in here. He wants to talk about the Astros before we finish up here with News of the Weird. What's up, Jake?
Hey guys, good morning. The championship window is still open for the Astros, but the games in April count just as much as the games in August and September. And if Verlander is behind, if Alex Bregman has his 600 OPS April like we've known him to have, Seattle and Texas aren't pushovers anymore. If you enter May or June and you're 10 games back, are you waiting on Garcia and McCullers to come back? They need to really buckle down and try to have a significantly better April than they have recently. Because if not, I just don't see the pushover division like in years past where you can make up those games. And it would just be awful for this group. Maybe the last year of Bregman and Tucker, and then the window's shut. And, they finished 10 games back in the division this year. So there has to be a much more urgency at the beginning of the season than we've seen the last couple of years, I think.
That's actually a really good point. I think that's a really good point because with Verlander older, with Bregman slow starts, but the main thing is the two teams with Seattle and the Rangers, the most impressive point he made was he's right. They're not pushover. Not only are they not pushovers, they're the type of teams that might be able to keep a foot on you. Now, I don't see getting down 10 games headed into, June. You would have to have an atrocious
So they were
start.
15-13 last April. The year before, they were in 2022. They were 11-10. You think you're going to be 10 games back? When you're actually,
I don't.
They're about a 500.
No, that's
team.
what I said. That's not. I mean, I don't see that happening.
And
But the problem is, if you get behind, you may not come back.
Talking about being 10 games back early on, I forget. Are the Astros the greatest team in baseball over the last decade? Why do we think they're just going to suck all of a sudden?
We don't think suck. The point he made was
he just said they're going to be. Oh, my goodness, if they fall 10 games
That's not what he said. He said they need to make a greater emphasis on getting a better start because these two teams aren't pushovers. The Rangers and Seattle. He used an arbitrary, let's say you're like 10 games behind. We know that that's not possible. They're not going to be 10 games behind. But if you get behind 6 games, behind 2 teams, it is going to – we saw it was tough enough last year. It was tough enough last year, and both teams are better.
Yeah. No. Well, those teams were better, and note that actually the one won the World Series, so they were pretty good. And the Astros still won the division, and the other team won the World Series.
You made the playoffs on the last day of. You were almost out of the playoffs. You made it the last.
Yeah,
day.
it's
and
harder.
You needed a little help with teams not playing as well. So let's just see. I don't think Seattle's going to be worse.
Seattle is not. I mean, the Rangers are going to be good again. They're going to be just
both
fine.
those teams are going to be good.
Yeah,
Mariners are young.
They're the Astros.
It's a harder division.
They're the Astros, and they're going to be really, really good.
Right, but his point was you need to get off to a little better start this year. I don't think that's a bad point. Do we always have to get off to slow starts, Bregman? Do you always have to have pitching injuries all the time?
April the last 2 years.
That ain't great.
That's okay.
No, be better.
It's just fine.
Be better. How about get off to a fast start?
The song isn't they're over 500 in April. The song is All Systems Go, which means let's get going.
Houston is all systems go.
What does all systems go mean?
We're slightly over 500 in April. That's he never sings that.
No.
We go to the World Series every year almost. We win the division almost every year.
But the team who
we
won
are
it
in the ALCS
was from our
every
division,
year.
and you were afraid of the Mariners.
We're the best team in baseball over the last decade. Okay, what?
I remember
what are
when
we talking about?
The Golden State Warriors were as well.
Yeah, guess who's back? Oh, guess who's
like
Draymond and Nurkic. Have you seen this little battle?
Of course I saw it.
Yes, you saw this
It
little.
kept going.
Okay. How about
they kept it going even beyond what we talked about yesterday?
Yeah, because Draymond has his
Draymond's podcast. Yeah.
Dude, Draymond and Jalen Carter need a podcast of grudges. It should just be called Grudges.
Well, Nurkic.
Did you see what Nurkic posted?
Yeah, he
pictures of his kids.
No, he didn't do that.
No, not pictures of his Draymond's kids, but he did post. Hey, you're talking a long time about me on your podcast. Maybe don't be late for your therapy.
Oh, no, that's a dirty shot there. That's a low blow.
Oh, and then he did a laughing emoji.
Don't be late for your therapy. That is a low blow.
Yeah.
You're
not supposed to make. I heard it. We're not supposed to make
mental
fun
health
of therapy.
Mental health. You're not supposed to make fun of it. And Draymond responded. He had thoughts on Kevin Durant and Nurkic because after the first incident,
how did Durant catch it?
After the first incident, they both spoke to talk about how Draymond hope he gets the help he needs and stuff like that. Draymond didn't appreciate them talking about him in that way.
Well,
and
Kevin Durant sounded legit.
They don't.
Well, I know
Draymond doesn't like
really
Kevin.
He's
Kevin Durant. So this is
sassy.
This is only part of Draymond's comments on the podcast about Nurkic and Kevin Durant.
Little guy tries to post up, tries to back me down, shoots a nasty hook shot for his 6th point of the game, which is his last points of the game, decides to do an overtly too small celebration. Slapping the floor, the whole thing. And quite frankly, you're just not good enough to do things like that. And then he starts to question my character. What a coward. You go questioning character about a basketball game that you just lost, that you got destroyed, and the only thing you should talk about is how you got punished. What an embarrassment. And they expect to win with that guy. Quite frankly, I'm a 4-time All-Star, 4-time champion. I should destroy you on the basketball court. You are infamously known for getting traded to get you out the way of Joker so Joker can become who we all known him to become. The guys are making a habit out of that. Him and Kevin questioned my character before. I think all of it was really cowardly.
Well, you put yourself in that position, but I will say that's just good. I mean, he just came with some actual facts for Nurkic. That was like pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I give him credit. You came with your 6th point and your only point. Then you tried to do the little celebration where you did this.
He touched the floor.
He went. That's the thing. You forget the Nuggets had Nurkic and Jokic, and it could have been easy to make the wrong decision because Nurkic was a good player, still is when he's healthy, and they're like, beat it. We're gonna go with Joker, and clearly made the right choice because Nurkic was the starter at the time.
Yep. All right, 947 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know who else is a starter? John Daspit.
John Daspit is a starter, and he's a starter in terms of when it comes to being on the front line for you. He's not somebody who's going to come clean up. You need him in the starting lineup, and you sign up with John Daspit when you have injuries. Personal injury lawyer. He handles cases where you've been, pretty severely injured, but it depends. Some people don't realize that their injuries are going to be lifelong. When it comes to certain especially lower body injuries can be a big problem. You need physical therapy in most cases. Have you even thought about that? Is that something that's entered your mind? Have you gone through everything you need to make sure you don't need a surgery? John Daspit has to comb through everything to make sure that you don't end up coming out of your pocket, because there's the real problem is insurance companies want you to settle quickly. They want it done before you've had everything checked out. They want to get you off the books and settled, and boom, and their client is happy with them. Well, you're John Daspit's client, and his job is to make sure that all your medical bills are paid, any time off from work is paid, and your pain and suffering is compensated. Because when you're injured through someone else's negligence, you shouldn't have a dime come out of your pocket, and you should be compensated for any pain and suffering you have. And I'm obviously talking about these are serious injuries. This isn't just a slip and Jimmy thing. This is real people with real injuries that need help. And John Daspit is there to help you. He will stand up to the bully and fight back hard. And he's got a great winning percentage if it ever goes to court. And when it comes to getting settlements, that's what he does, is he fights for the biggest settlements for you. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here. Time for news. Oh, the weird. Hey, are you going to Hooters today? Play Spin the Bottle?
What?
They're playing Spin the Bottle at Hooters today. You can spin it for free food. Spin the bottle for free food.
Oh,
at Hooters.
I thought they were going to be macking on waitresses.
Well,
get over here.
What if that was a category?
Get over here,
you
Gwyneth.
would get to win.
It is?
It's not. It's
No.
about free food or whatever. Yes.
See, but they're making you think that it might be that.
Is it
free dessert, wings any style, $1 wings any style.
Oh, is this
free
news of the weird?
spin again, free dessert. Yeah, I mean, not you get to mac down with the waitress.
That's what they want you to think.
That's what they want you to think. Spin the bottle. You want to go, Del? Are you going?
No.
No.
I don't. Hooters doesn't appeal to me.
Florida school is under some
kind of janky.
A little bit of ire. There's a little bit of stuff going on at a Florida school. They're asking parents for permission to have a book by an African-American author read to students. In Florida, they're so unsure of the laws now. They're asking whether or not it's okay.
Look at my African-American over here.
I mean, please, Florida.
Hey, can we read this one?
Clean it up.
Can we read this one?
They may get that the red phone might ring and DeSantis might be on the phone. Hey,
what'd you do?
What are you doing? Exactly.
African American reading books.
Better be safe than sorry.
California principal, he's on leave right now. Apparently, they were having a drill at school, and the California principal was pretending to shoot the kids as they were walking out. Yeah, he's on leave. That's not good principling, whatever that is. Not good pastoring here in Connecticut. The church pastor accused of selling meth out of the rectory. Okay. Taken into custody, they found possession of controlled substance. They found rocks, in both rock form and liquefied form for smoking. That's not the church I want to go to. The Church of Meth.
Church of Meth is not a...
No.
Where's that in? Albuquerque?
In Connecticut.
Okay.
In Connecticut. It's made its way all the way to Connecticut. Meth. It's big there, too.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. We got an update.
J.P. France is also behind this throwing schedule due to inflammation in his shoulder.
What are y'all doing that led to this? Oh, disc golf. That makes sense. A lot of times, but it should be.
I don't know
it
that.
Should be in the elbow though. If you're a forehand.
Is Lance McCullers infectious?
Oh God!
Is he contagious?
Isn't everybody infected with injuries?
I don't know.
Is he like a Miami Dolphins herpes player?
Shoulder herpes.
Alleged.
No.
You are talking about shoulder herpes.
Alleged.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Maybe it is real.
Maybe it is real. Apparently, a Calgary man, he was very inventive. He was giving out free samples of cocaine in order to get new customers. When he was caught, he didn't even make money. It was free. I mean, how are you going to charge him? He wasn't selling it.
Just like the people in the food court. You put little tiny bumps on your arm or your hand, and you just walk up. Want to try that, sir? Try that? Try it?
Yeah.
Try it? That's
what
doing it in the food court. It's just like that, yeah.
And
it's the same kind of concept, the food court concept, probably.
I don't know. If he's not selling it and just giving out free samples.
Yeah, that's not illegal,
Let me
actually.
ask you something.
It's illegal if you sell it.
If the bourbon chicken person had it laid out on their forearm, would you still eat it? Or
well, no, that's fair. That's fair. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, he probably should have put it in a cup, one of those little.
Well, he had
cups.
little baggies that he was giving out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not selling it, it's actually not illegal, probably.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
If you give it away free, that's probably not illegal.
It's still illegal.
You're not allowed to sell it.
No, I don't think that's the only thing that gets you in trouble.
Not with intent.
He said I wasn't selling it.
Is
I was
an
giving
intent
it away.
to distribute?
It's still possession.
No, it's not intent to distribute.
Well, it kind of is.
You're distributing.
You're looking for.
Well,
you never watch any of those 1960 drug movies? They're trying to reel you in. Okay.
A little taste is what we call it, Lance, in the business.
I like to call it. You call it bourbon chicken. I call it bourbon chicken is one of them that they'll have, but also orange chicken. Those are the two biggest ones.
Yes,
they get you with at the mall.
I'm not sure that they know how to do
I
water.
go mall sample shopping today.
It's not shopping.
It's not shopping. That's just sampling.
You're just eating.
You're just going
but
to
not
lunch.
if you do this.
You're just going to
Hat
lunch.
forward. Hey, I'm a new guy. Look at me. Hat backward. Can I have more?
That's going to fool people.
That's going to fool them.
Yep.
I don't think they know how to do water parks in Sweden. Apparently, I'm watching a video of a giant fire at their brand new water park. Don't you think they got water right there? They could put it out. Sweden. I mean, clean it up. Clean it up, Sweden. We're done. Paul Gallant is next right here on ESPN 97.
Sweden's probably pretty cool to live in, except I think they have like a 60% tax rate.
Yeah, it's like pretty close to.
I better be getting everything. 60%. All right.
Oh, and do not get a drunk driving. You go to
electricity.
prison. Right to prison.
I'm not worried about
Right
that.
to prison. Yeah.
Are you worried about it?
No, I wasn't. But I tell you this, they're worried about it. You do not drunk drive in Sweden.
I'll make sure not to.
Yeah, no.
But like I said, if I'm giving you 60% of my taxes, this needs to be, what is it called when you go on the everything paid for trips, the inclusive?
Yeah, all-inclusive.
I need electricity included. I need gas. I need gas for my car or my electric car, my bike, whatever
Medical,
I have to ride
everything.
there. Everything's better be covered.
Communism.
It's better be, well, it's hardcore socialism.
Right.
Everything better be covered.
Yep. We're done. Hope
And I
you
want a
enjoyed
nanny
it. Paul
and a
Gallant
masseuse.
next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. Walmart is in talks to buy smart television manufacturer Vizio for more than $2 billion. The Wall Street Journal reports this purchase could give the retail giant control of more than a fifth of the U.S. television market. This move comes as Walmart increasingly monetizes its reach and utilizes shopper data to sell ads on its properties, including its website and store assets. Reuters.com reports U.S. worker safety officials have fined Elon Musk's SpaceX $3,600 this month after an accident at its site in Washington. Inspection records are describing the incident as a near amputation. A Reuters investigation last year found SpaceX disregarded worker safety regulations nationwide, and it discovered nearly 600 unreported injuries at its facilities since 2014. Stocks are slightly higher. The Dow Industrials up 73, the NASDAQ up 120. That's your money now.
And we literally love Jose Altuve. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, February 14th of 2024. I have been back in Houston officially for 2 years on the radio as of today. Thank you very much for making me a part of your daily routine, and a big thanks to the people here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for giving me a home, because it's good to be home on this Valentine's Day, guys. Love is in the air, but I do not love this. A little development for the Houston Astros, who are officially at spring training, at least pitchers and catchers, in West Palm Beach. This courtesy of Will Kunkel of Fox 26. Quote, Justin Verlander tells me he is a couple weeks behind in his throwing schedule due to some shoulder discomfort. The good news is he has thrown off the mound 3 times in his schedule. He says it's too far away to say opening day is in jeopardy. Zoinks! I guess more so. Damn it. But it's not like a real damn it, right? We're all expecting Justin Verlander to be pitching for the Astros at some point this coming season. It's more, considering the depth that they should have when they're healthy, it would be nice if the pitchers for the Astros were healthy. And I'm talking about Luis Garcia. I'm talking about Lance McCullers. I'm talking about, I guess, this time around for Forrest Whitley. I'm talking about a guy who's not going to be pitching for the Astros this season in Kendall Graveman. It would be nice if there was some health in the pitching staff. Hopefully the Astros training staff can take care of it, but that is the development today for the Houston Astros, who again have reported to spring training in West Palm Beach. And guys, I want to talk about Valentine's Day for a moment. There are lots of holidays that we attach high expectations to, right? There's New Year's Eve. There's Christmas, Thanksgiving, maybe even Halloween. And you're expecting to have a great time, but usually the time you're expecting doesn't quite live up to those expectations. And as a man, I don't know that Valentine's Day has ever crossed my mind as even a noteworthy day on the calendar. Your boy's been single for the majority of his life. Thankfully, I've never shelled out about $130, which is what the average American spends on Valentine's Day. I've never had to do that. But if I were a lady, I'd suppose that I would have extremely high expectations on Valentine's Day. Oh my God. Bubby took me out for a fancy dinner and pampered me. And he left rose petals in the bedroom, and they went all the way up to the bed. And then I got in it, and oh boy, it was great. Or perhaps you're disappointed because you have unrealistic expectations on Valentine's Day. He didn't propose to me. He didn't even get me chocolate. These are the things that I suppose can happen to you if you have really high expectations for Valentine's Day, which is an absolute travesty of a holiday and a waste of your money. But based off of the log that we have today, I do believe we have some new sponsors that are just here for Valentine's Day only. But we talk about expectations, maybe having too high expectations. Well, with the Astros officially in West Palm Beach, what are we expecting to happen for the Houston Astros in this 2024 season? If we're like some of these basic broads on Valentine's Day, I mean, we're expecting the ring. We're expecting a fancy season. Lots of home runs, lots of great pitching, an American League West title. But perhaps all of that is unrealistic. So I know for some it's World Series or bust. For me, to an extent, it's World Series or bust. But seeing as they did win it in 2022, and seeing as they were a game away from advancing to the World Series last year, you're going to be hard-pressed to get me angry about whatever happens over the course of this Astros season unless they're an absolute disaster. Unless they're showing up for the Valentine's Day date tonight, you know, wearing sweatpants with a stain of an unknown variant on them. And then on top of that, they're not taking me to Papa's Brothers. They're taking me to McDonald's. Hey, babe, want to get the 10-piece nuggets? Like, I don't want to have a season where they go, what, something like 71 and 91. No one wants that. No one really expects that, though. So if I'm making realistic expectations for the Astros this coming season, I just want to have a better date than the people I hate. Specifically, I'm talking about 3 to 4 teams. The Rangers, the Dodgers, and the Yankees. Like, that's really what I'm looking for this year. I don't know if that makes me not a winner at this moment in time, but really what I'm looking for in 2024 is for the Astros to be better than the Rangers, better than the Dodgers, better than the Yankees. And yeah, a title, that would be great. It would be great. But I'm not necessarily looking for that ring. I just want to have better things than the people I don't like, which is, well, what's in every woman's heart. No, not a desire for love and a family. It's, I want to be treated better than my friends so that I can give them the side eye and say, oh, you didn't get proposed to on Valentine's Day? Well, I did. He even bought me a new dress and a negligee. I don't know what that is. That's what I'm looking for. And I think for this year, it's fair for the Astros to expect them to be better than all those teams. The Rangers really stood pat this offseason. And on top of that, they don't have Jordan Montgomery. They're going to be without Max Scherzer, Jacob deGrom, and Tyler Mahle until midseason. These are their starters, some of their better pitchers. I think it's because they don't know what the hell is going on with their TV rights deal, so they might not have as much money to spend with. And the Astros are, at least right now, projected to have a higher payroll than the Rangers going into this year. Huzzah! Jim Crane! He's big bleeping the Rangers. As far as the Dodgers go, I don't know. I mean, you just expect them to lose catastrophically at some point in the playoffs. The Yankees brought everyone back. And I guess the other rival that you have, the Seattle Mariners, mainly because of how angry Mariners fans are, my personal ex, lots of turnover. You know, they're working some things out. Perhaps getting some plastic fillers, a little Botox, et cetera, et cetera. But are they working on the donk? Are they working on the abs? Because that's what your boy focuses on. And I don't know that they've necessarily done that. But a question for you. What are you expecting out of the Houston Astros in 2024? I don't have unrealistic Valentine's Day expectations. I just want to have a better time than the people that I don't like. That's it. 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. Realistic expectations for the Houston Astros in 2024. Sean Mapes, behind the glass. Am I not a winner because I just want the Astros to be better than those teams that I don't like?
Yes, you're not a winner. But
Damn.
that's okay. No, that's okay because you're a Patriots fan. You're not used to the success that we are in Houston. You don't know what it is like to have expectations
That's
for
true.
a team.
That's true. It's new to me.
Yeah,
I was in Seattle.
I think that with the Astros getting to the World Series is kind of the expectation because they bring back pretty much everyone, like you said. Kendall Graveman, ouch, gonna miss that. Martin Maldonado might actually miss that.
I think we actually might miss Martin Maldonado, but hey, there's plenty of time for Yadier Diaz to change that.
They also won a World Series after losing Carlos Correa. So I think because this team has made the ALCS every year since 2017, that you have to start with, okay, so they're going to be in the ALCS, that they're going to be there. And then from there, it's like, okay, win that series, go farther than you went last year. And you know what? I won't say the expectation is to win the World Series, but the expectation, I think, is to get there.
Get to the World Series
I
or
think,
bust.
I think they're the best team in the AL.
I still feel pretty confident in them being the best team in the American League as well. I do think that it's unlikely that the Astros pitching will be as disappointing as it was last season.
You expect just some sort of bounce back.
Right.
Just by sheer dumb luck, a bounce back.
I mean, Fromber and Javier can't be that bad. As inconsistent as they were this past season, and maybe we find out that, without Maldonado, they're worse. But I think that's unlikely. I feel like the Astros pitchers are a lot more likely to bounce back because all of them were bad down the stretch. We didn't even talk about Hunter Brown. I took a look at Hunter Brown's numbers the second half of the year. CRA was 6.54. Jesus. I didn't know it was that bad.
This team won the division.
They did. They barely won the division.
Yes, but I'm just saying.
But they won it.
With Fromber falling apart in the second half, with Javier falling apart in the second half, Hunter Brown falling apart in the second half. And I was like, they still not just won the division, they gained ground on the Rangers and Mariners to win the division.
Made no sense.
Yeah, if you expect them just to be just a little bit better, and we'll see with this Verlander thing. I think it seems more like that he isn't where he wants to be at arm-wise at this point in the season. I don't know if it's an acute injury because I feel like that would have come out if it was I didn't get to throw for 6 weeks this offseason or something. I think it's just his body just isn't responding the way he wants it to right now. But luckily, like we said, this is a long season. This is going to be a long season.
It's a long season.
And we're still a month away, or over a month away from opening day.
The injuries are not a concern to me right now, but I do look at today just like a lady looks at what her potential Valentine's Day date might be tonight. And I, unlike, the most demanding of women out there, I am not looking for a ring necessarily. I'm just looking to have a better time than my friends, which I say in quotation marks because women don't have friends. underrated quality about them. Is that sexist? I don't think it is, because I think women go through best friends probably like 3 or 4 over the course of their life, at least, if not 12. It depends. It depends. And I know a lot of people are thinking, Paul, you sound really bitter today. Are you single? No, I forgot it was Valentine's Day today, and I asked a couple of people out on Valentine's Day, and I got left on red. And I was like, oh, I bet they think that I want to have like a super romantic date. And I don't. I actually, when I asked him, I was like, you want to go out on Wednesday? Did not even know it was February 14th. I think that's a faux pas. I don't think you're allowed to ask people out if you're not in a serious relationship with them.
I mean,
on Valentine's Day.
I don't know about allowed. I think you have rights as an American, Paul.
I do have rights as an American
to take anyone you want to Chili's on a Wednesday night.
Exactly, but I don't think women want to go out on a date on Valentine's Day because they think there's these weird expectations attached to it. And to me, it's like, this is just another night. This just happens to be a night where I'm free and I'm not doing a podcast.
You also have to probably pay a little bit more.
Yeah, that's true. You got reservations. I mean, I'm kind of happy I don't have anything going on tonight. We got a couple of bitter texters texting in right now from the 281. Hot prospects, Paul, that you might be after. They want to travel and take selfies on social media. Good luck, seriously. There's too many female prospects that call themselves dog moms and say my kids have 4 paws. That's true too. That's true too. A lot of live, laugh lovers out there, right?
Well, you got to remember Triple L.
You got to remember Triple L. It's got to be
life
at least
is hard, so you have to remember to live,
laugh,
and love.
And you have to have at least 7 reminders of that in your home.
Yeah,
you have to.
A couple in the kitchen, a couple in the living room. I think that with the Astros,
yes.
I think though we have been spoiled by our man Jim Crane.
Oh,
I think
we've been so spoiled.
I think as a man, and honestly, Jim Crane, man to man, some advice. Don't set the expectations so high for yourself. But because the expectations, we as fans have expectations that are so high of what our man's going to provide, I think we have to be like, well, look at all this money he has. We got to get a nice date at least, like a really nice date.
But we got a nice date. His name is Josh Hader. We got a nice date.
No,
we got another nice date.
He's like a nice, like, I don't know what married people get excited. He's like buying a super nice couch. Where it's like,
okay, then what's extending Jose Altuve? It's
renewing our vows. Or going on a great vacation.
Yeah. So look, he's been doing a lot. I'm with you. So look, I'm not one of those needy, terrible people that's expecting the world on Valentine's Day. I just want to do better than my friends, and I feel like I've been given enough today. I'm not demanding more.
Our man has money. Seattle's man doesn't have money.
He doesn't.
Well,
the Rangers man seems to be out of money. It's classic $30,000 millionaire.
Yes, exactly.
They ran out.
Baltimore's man doesn't have money.
They don't have an owner right now.
Yeah, they don't have a man.
They don't have
or a woman.
Or they them.
Inclusive.
Correct.
So yeah, we have the best man. We should have the best. Actually, the Dodgers have a pretty good man.
Well, they do, but they're like Mr. Magoo on date night. Like, they're going to show up and they're going to spill the drinks all over the table. They're going to try to pull like a magic trick out and like pull the tablecloth underneath the table. And it's going to get all on the date's bosom. And she's going to be really mad. And then he's going to try to wipe it up with a napkin. And then she's going to feel like she's being harassed, even though this guy's gone out of his way to like provide this great date. Right. So it's the Paul Gallant Show on Valentine's Day. We're going to embrace the hackery today. Okay. What do you love about Houston sports? What do you love? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitch as well, or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Coming up next, we'll continue this conversation. What do you love most about Houston sports? And a little Valentine's Day history lesson. Plus, the Knicks are trying to do something the Rockets used to do all the time. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on the day of romance, Valentine's Day. We're embracing hacky radio today, okay? Look, football season's over. Content's hard to come by. We don't have the highly paid ESPN producers to give us brainbuster topics like, do you trust Kyle Shanahan in big games? Which definitely needs a 10-minute conversation instead of a no as the one-word response.
You know what? Let's bring in Marcus Spears to see what he.
Right.
Let's bring in an expert.
Not just Sean, Stephen A. Smith, and Mad Dog Russo on Speak for Your Pizza. Let's bring in an NFL player who's played the game to tell us whether or not we should trust Kyle Shanahan in big games. So, embracing the hackery, we're asking this question, and we would prefer wrong answers. What do you love most about Houston sports on this day of love? On our Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, Old School S7 says, Nick Caserio drafting the best quarterback of the 2023 NFL draft. I do love that. KMFG says, I literally love Jose Altuve. Well, don't we all? I live, laugh, love Jose Altuve, in fact. A couple other ones. These perhaps a little more sarcastic in nature, which is what I love. Scott Joyner tweets at Gallant says, at Sean A. Mapes, banging trash cans. You know, there's a part of me that would appreciate my lover finding out new methods. And they don't necessarily need to bring them out tonight. You know? I'm not methods. I'm just thinking about things, different things to give them the best chance of having the season climax with a championship.
Maybe a buzzer.
A buzzer or two. Right. They've been doing some stuff in chess, I heard, with another exploratory procedure. Remember that controversy?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. We're not talking about the beads that were used to purchase New York City from Native Americans. We're talking about another kind of bead.
Really shook up the sports world.
Oh, shook it up indeed. Another comment. This is from Tone. Hey, Paul. One thing I love about Houston sports is that I never get to watch Astros or Rockets games because I'm too poor to afford cable. Here's the thing. The streaming options are more expensive than cable now. Honestly, cable might be the bargain. I am definitely paying more for internet with Xfinity and Fubo TV than I would be paying for a regular cable plan. And I should probably change that, but I'm too lazy. And it's also just really hard to pull the trigger on making phone calls to try to save some money.
Such a hassle.
Sean, I spent 3 hours yesterday trying to get a better car insurance rate because mine just renewed for the next 6 months today. And I bleep you not, every single car insurance that I called, I feel like they're all working together. It feels like a monopoly. There's like a $3 difference in the price between all of them. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. So I'm spending like an hour on the phone on hold trying to get insurance. And everyone has the same exact price for me after I got hit by a couple of uninsured motorists. So I guess things have really gone up on that front. So that's not fun. And it's another reason why I'm probably staying in for Valentine's Day. Not having a Galentine's Day, not having a Palentine's Day. But as we continue our hacky radio, guys, what do you love the most about Houston sports? Keep it going. I did want to talk about the history of Valentine's Day really quickly. It is pretty funny to see that Valentine's Day progressed from a guy by the name of Valentine who was sent to the Emperor of Rome, Claudius II, and Claudius liked him. But Valentine was a little too pushy with the religion stuff. So, as one tends to do, Claudius threatened to have him beaten to death with clubs. And he wanted him to stop being all preachy. But Valentine wouldn't. So, Valentine was, yes, beaten to death with clubs and then beheaded. So just a really romantic way, Sean, I think, to get to a holiday that's all about love and commercialism.
Wait, he got beaten? What are you doing, Claudius? Beat him to death with clubs?
Gotta send a message.
And then behead him?
Yeah.
Come on.
Good thing Claudius wasn't around during the days of Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's just something he wanted to do. There's no reason to do that.
He took a liking to Valentine and then beat him to death with clubs and decapitated him. So things escalated quickly.
Because I know
when in Rome.
I know he didn't do it himself. I know Claudius didn't do it himself. So he had to go. He was like, all right, men, I'm guessing it was a ton of whatever, centurions or whatever.
Yeah.
Go beat that guy to death with clubs.
Clubs.
And then they did it. And then he was like, okay, now behead him. Okay,
Yeah.
he's dead because of the clubs. Now behead him.
With these clubs. Is that an Usher song? No, it's not. So this is a holiday that at first was just your standard Christian martyr day. 496 AD, February 14th, to celebrate old Valentine.
Oh, good old Saint Valentine.
Right, getting beaten to death with clubs and beheaded.
Saint Bobby Valentine.
So then this holiday has developed into something that has nothing to do with Saint Valentine over a period of 1,000 years, and no one really knows how. Because there was this, I guess, Roman festival that happened around the same time as Valentine's Day. It's called Lupercalia. It's from February 13th through 15th. It's about love, marriage, fertility, celebrates those gods. But we have an 1,000-year gap between then and a moment during a Chaucer poem about Valentine's Day. And there's like a little bit of romance that's thrown into this poem for some reason. So, yeah, somehow it goes from a holiday where you're remembering a Christian who was trying to spread the good word and then got beaten to death with clubs and decapitated after being beaten to death. So it goes from that to somehow being romantic. In the 18th century, people started sending greeting cards. In 1868, Cadbury created fancy chocolate boxes. And in the second half of the 20th century, exchanging cards was also extended to giving all sorts of gifts. And now, Valentine's Day spending, average person is spending about $131 on it. I don't know how we got from a guy getting beaten to death with clubs and decapitated to having to spend $131 a day to prove to somebody that you love them, even though you can do it the other 364 days of the year.
I can't do that.
But here we are.
So St. Valentine didn't even have like a girlfriend or anything? Like, did he?
Oh, no. I don't think so.
Yeah.
He was, I guess, an old school bishop. I don't know if they had like gone full Catholic at that point where they weren't allowed to marry.
It feels like it was the Wild West back then.
Yeah, because this was, I think, like underground Catholic. This was before the Catholic Church, was doing all sorts of horrible things across the world. They didn't have power yet. But when they got power, they sure took advantage, didn't they?
This is just more classic. Just taking the pagan thing and being like, yeah, that's ours now. That's ours now. But now it's about God. There you go.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. And we're going to keep this going all show long.
Hopefully you don't get beat with clubs and then beheaded tonight.
Right.
When you forget to, get some flowers for your lady.
Exactly. Exactly. And that might happen. And here's the thing. Before we go to our 10-minute drill, we do have new sponsors for the show specifically for today, Valentine's Day. And, okay, this maybe isn't going to help you out with your significant other, but Paul Gallant here for onlygrands.com. Yes, Only Grands. Now, as you get older in life, your hair gets a little more gray, your body gets a little bit more sore, and maybe your mother tells you that you're running out of options. So this is why you got to take advantage of the Pauly promo code at onlygrands.com. Are you looking for love? Well, there's lots of single older women in the Houston area. I keep on seeing pop-ups on my computer when I'm looking at it. And it's at onlygrands.com. So I talked to them and I was like, hey guys, want to throw a little cheddar towards the Paul Gallant show for a little bit of promotion? So onlygrands.com, promo code Pauly. And when you go to this website, you got all sorts of options. Do you want somebody with dentures? Do you want somebody without dentures? What do you want? Whatever you want. whatever your heart desires on this Valentine's Day, get it at onlygrands.com. Promo code Paulie. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you love most about Houston sports? Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Happy Valentine's Day. In case you didn't know, Valentine's Day is a day that was originally intended to celebrate the martyrdom of St. Valentine, who got a little too preachy with Emperor Claudius II of Rome and was promptly beaten to death with clubs, then decapitated. How it turned into the phenomenon of love that it is today, honestly, I do not understand after doing a brief history deep dive in the last segment. But since it is Valentine's Day, what do you love the most about Houston sports? A texter. I love the hate that people have for the Astros, the Texans, and the Rockets because we're that damn good. Well, the Texans and Rockets are not hated yet. The Texans have the potential to be hated eventually, but right now they are in the honeymoon phase with the general public. I think that where the Lions are next year is potentially where the Texans could be by the end of next year, if that makes sense. Because I think the Lions right now, everyone likes the Lions. But if the Lions don't do more than they did this past season, people will start to call them frauds. And I think the year after this coming one, if the Texans haven't done anything noteworthy like advance to a conference championship, they're going to get the same kind of treatment.
Yeah, I think that like you said, it's still the honeymoon phase for the Texans, where this offseason everyone's going to be like, and you know who I really love? The Houston Texans. It's like the national people are just going to fall all over themselves for Mahomes or for Stroud as the guy who can knock off Mahomes because he's the only guy who hasn't lost to Mahomes in the AFC playoffs. And then like the Rockets, no one hates the Rockets.
No one hates them. Yeah, they hate Dylan Brooks.
The Knicks hate the Rockets.
The Knicks do hate the Rockets. We'll talk about them a little bit more at 10:45. Another texter. What do you love about Houston sports? Paul, I love having to sneak mini bottles of tequila in the waistband of my shorts into Minute Maid Park because I refuse to pay $75 for an El Tiempo margarita. That's true. I always get the extra pat down at the gate. Well, hey, I mean, that is its own version of Valentine's Day love, but I'm with you there. It's that inflation. Inflation has gone up. And guys, while we're on inflation, #thanks Joe Biden, today the Kansas City Chiefs are parading, celebrating their Super Bowl championship. But somehow politics have been thrust into the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration. Now, I don't know how many people saw this from President Joe Biden's X/Twitter account right after the Super Bowl. It's a dark Brandon meme. I say that in quotation marks because for those who don't know, there's a under the table saying, "Let's go, Brandon," that essentially is a middle finger directed towards the president. So the left has come back with their own meme where it's just President Joe Biden and he's got laser eyes and he's like evil, like dark Joe Brandon. He's like there to troll the right wing or something like that. So someone did a dark Brandon meme of Biden with laser eyes right after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl with the joke, quote, "Just like we drew it up," in reference to all the dumb Super Bowl conspiracies about how Biden and Taylor Swift were conspiring with the Chiefs to beat the San Francisco 49ers and that the game itself was rigged, which is completely ridiculous. But hey, some people buy into it. I'm not going to lie. When I first saw the meme, I did chuckle. I didn't laugh, but I did chuckle. But that has led to moments like this. A hungover Patrick Mahomes having to take this dumb question from some CNN reporter yesterday while he was just sitting in front of a green screen looking very tanked in Disneyland.
So you might be aware, or maybe not aware, there were some wild conspiracy theories that were flying around this season that the Taylor Swift effect was all scripted to allow Taylor to use the Super Bowl for politics, basically. So the president himself, President Biden, kind of got in on the joke a little there. What do you make of just how this has spiraled, not just to football, but to politics and all these different areas?
Yeah, it's been wild to see. I mean, I try to focus in on football as much as possible, but there's always some conspiracy theories out there. I just try to enjoy football, my family, and I kind of stay on social media as much as possible.
Yeah, that's, I would say that is wise.
That reporter didn't want to ask that question. I guess she's technically a CNN anchor. I don't think she wanted to ask that question. I think some highly paid producer told her to ask that.
That's definitely a well, we have to get in with what's the haps on social media, and it's like, no, you don't have to ask the quarterback, hey, do you think the game was rigged for you?
So dumb. This is one of the dumb breakout questions that would get put up, and CNN's like, yeah, we're gonna get engagement out of this. This isn't the kind of engagement you want. That is one of the worst things that I've ever heard. If I'm Patrick Mahomes, I'm firing my booking agent right there. But what a terrible thing. Imagine you're sitting after winning the Super Bowl. You're on CNN for God knows why, and you're hungover, and they're like, well, there's been lots of conspiracy theories about how the Super Bowl was rigged. Like, what's your take on that? What's your take on the Super Bowl being rigged? The Super Bowl you just won, the third Super Bowl you won. What's your take on it being rigged so that Joe Biden and Taylor Swift could benefit in some way, shape, or form? Like, this dumb. It frustrates me that this is a thing, and the intersection of sports and politics, it always goes down like this with these dorks reporters who think that they're all high and mighty, that we simple sports talk show hosts, like we're not allowed to talk about this, but this is the bull crap that these a-holes are shoving in front of you because they're trying to help the American people know what is and what isn't. We're about the news. Hey, Mahomes, what do you think about this dumbass conspiracy theory? What do you think?
I would just love to be inside Patrick Mahomes' very hungover brain as, like, the president comes up in conspiracy theories. He's like, oh, my God, what is she about to ask me? Like,
I know.
What the hell?
I would be like,
there's been a lot of talk on social media, Patrick, a lot of conspiracy theories. He's like, oh, my God, what are they about to ask me?
I would rather drink Malort than have to listen to that entire question again. It's one of the worst things that's ever happened. And that's saying something because, remember, on Friday we played that question that was asked of Travis Kelce, like, hey, can you fill in the lyrics here?
I do think it's kind of funny, and normally we get it before the Super Bowl and, like, before the NBA Finals when they have, like, the media or, like, the big media day thing where you have, like, international, like, news reporters and just random-ass people asking like, LeBron the stupidest question imaginable.
It's
like,
so dumb.
What about your game do you think really translates to the people of Indonesia? And he's just like, I don't know. I have this platform. Like, it just turns into just like a complete, like, bleep show.
I used to have a healthy respect, a great deal of respect for people who work in news. And now I have very little because I realize I could easily do their job if I wanted to. I just don't want to because that's what I would probably get forced into doing. F that. That is so dumb. Anyway, continuing. A old friend is back on Comedy Central, at least on Mondays. And this also has to do with our president. Sorry to go super political in this segment, but it also has to do with the president not fielding questions before the Super Bowl from CBS, which is what every president's expected to do.
The Super Bowl was on Sunday, and the president was offered a chance, as per tradition, to do an interview where millions and millions of people could see him competently and clearly lay out his 2024 agenda. Or he could just turn that down and do what this is.
The Biden-Harris campaign joined TikTok over the weekend. The first video was released during the Super Bowl, and it shows President Biden answering questions related to the big game.
Game or halftime show?
Game.
Jason Kelce or Travis Kelce?
Mama Kelce. I understand she makes great chocolate chip cookies.
Fire everyone. Everyone. How do you go on TikTok and end up looking older?
Good point. So there you go, guys. Politics and sports. Sometimes they intersect, and it almost always is the worst effing thing ever. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Happy Valentine's Day. What do you love about Houston sports? We're keeping that going all show long. And up next, I love it when somebody takes a page out of the Daryl Morey playbook. That's what the New York Knicks are doing about the Houston Rockets. What's funny is not that they're justified in doing it. They are. It's about why this is going absolutely nowhere. You'll hear next.
Welcome back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, former Shorecrest Preparatory All-District Safety, Paul Gallant.
What do you love about Houston sports? Yeah, we're embracing Hack Sports Talk Radio today on this holiday, Valentine's Day, which went from being a holiday celebrating the martyrdom of St. Valentine, who was beaten to death with clubs and decapitated, to being arguably the most romantic holiday of the year. I just think it's hilarious that it went from point A to point B without a lot of explanation as to how it got to point B.
Seemingly, it's just that there's a pagan festival of love, and when the Roman Empire was like, we're off the pagan stuff, we're Catholicism all the way. The people were like, can we still have the party though?
Right.
That feels like the entire thing was like, can we still have the party and we just work backwards from there?
I think that's pretty much every holiday, especially the Christian ones, in terms of the way that they're celebrated. I'm not talking about the reason for the seasons, if you will, but yeah, Christmas is attached to a pagan time of year as well. I don't know if Easter's in the same boat on that front. All I know is it's funny that this holiday went from point A to point B, and now people like Joseph, who texted in, are stuck buying $300 on a Valentine's gift this year.
Joseph, what'd you do? Or either you really love your wife, congratulations, or what'd you do, Joseph?
Yeah, I hope it's not the latter. I really hope it's not the latter.
Or you just have a ton of money.
You know what? What's funny is, too, in the eyes of some, that might not be enough. So then they're going to have to do something extra on top of this for Valentine's Day. And that's tough. We got more live reads, like Terry's Berries. I love Terry's Berries. You just buy a bunch of berries. Promo code Paulie for all the berries you can handle. And also onlygrands.com if you're single tonight. Onlygrands.com. Promo code Paulie for a discount there. Another text, Paul, this Valentine's origin story is just further proof that love is murder. You know what? Maybe that's what this is all about. Live, laugh, get beaten to death with clubs and decapitated. Love.
It's all about beating it.
For some, that can be a Valentine's Day kind of event. You go to the gym and you beat up one of those heavy bags, just to get out all that frustration, right? Just beating it. Okay, so the Houston Rockets did not have a game last night. They're going to play their last game before the All-Star break tonight. It's time for a little episode of Rockets Watch. So, Memphis is really bad, and the Rockets should win this game because Memphis is also really, really injured. There's no Ja Morant. There's no Marcus Smart. There's no Desmond Bane. They're last in scoring. They're last in field goal percentage. They're last in points in the paint. They're last in offensive rating. So the Rockets, who haven't been playing great since the turn of the year, have won 2 of their last 10 road games. This still should be a win. Though the last 2 Rocket road games have been against crap teams like Detroit and Charlotte, Sean.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. They should win, but it is in Memphis, correct?
Correct.
This makes it a 50-50 proposition at best. Even with all the injuries, is now a 50-50 proposition.
But it's Dylan Brooks' second return. Do you think he gets another tribute video?
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
That's actually a good point. I don't know either. But the real story about the Houston Rockets has to do with the controversial finish Monday night against the New York Knicks, where Jalen Brunson clearly did not foul Aaron Holiday on a 3-point attempt. But officials on the court thought that it was a foul. I believe that they saw the contact on the legs between Brunson and Holiday, and they determined that he needed to get 3 free throws. He makes 2 of them, and the Rockets win 105-103. After the game, Ed Malloy, the head referee for the game, admitted that they messed up the call. A rare offering of transparency in a sport that goes above and beyond to defend referees when they make bad calls. So the Knicks filed a protest to dispute this loss. And you would think that they'd have a pretty good chance of seeing this protest be successful, because the referee admitted to messing this up. If he hadn't admitted to messing it up, I don't think they'd have a case, but it's in writing. Ed Malloy said, yeah, we shouldn't have called that. But here's the funny thing. Per the NBA, a protest must prove the misapplication of a rule, not simply a missed call. I suppose that's good, because if we really got into the weeds with every single missed call resulting in a protest, Sean, no games would ever be finished, and we'd be resuming October games in March.
You would just constantly replaying it. Yeah, because like with the last 2-minute report, especially when they do the last 2-minute report and there's like 3 missed calls, or like 2 missed calls and 1 missed non-call, and it's like 2 went against one team, 1 against another team. Like, I don't. How do you replay that one? Like,
exactly. What are you doing?
You just have to be like, no, like the Shaq one from 15 years ago, something
Correct.
like that. That was because he literally had 5 fouls and they said he had 6.
Which is a pretty bad mess
That's
up.
a huge mistake.
But then they resumed the game later, and Shaq was not on the team anymore.
He'd already gotten traded. And then my favorite detail is that they had to replay the last 51 seconds. No one even scored in the last 51 seconds.
That's great.
So it's the biggest waste of time, and I think that's part of the reason the NBA is like, we're never doing this again.
Right.
It's such a waste. It's such a logistical nightmare and a waste of time.
Yeah, and the problem would be here is that this would go to a 5-minute overtime, most likely, because it would probably be tied, seeing as Holiday's shot officially was fouled with 0.3 seconds left. Since that happened, it's likely going to be like, what, 0.3 seconds? The Knicks are going to pull off an inbound full-court
That'd be great
shove.
if they had to fly all the way back to Houston, get hotels and all that, and then like they just run a play and tip it in for the win.
That
and
would
it's like,
be
all right, let's go
amazing.
home.
That would be amazing. But that's the other problem, is that they're not scheduled to play each other again this year. So there's no way that this actually happens. I do think it's funny that, though, even though this protest should be successful because the referee admitted to screwing up, there must be a proven misapplication of a rule. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in as well. What do you love about Houston sports on this, the day of Valentine's? Coming up next, I'm not sure this Houston figure loves his mother, and it could affect your Texans. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Happy Valentine's Day on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The question of today's show, a little hacky in nature, cut us some slack. There's no more football. What do you love most about Houston sports? You know who I love? I love my mom. My mom sent me a really nice Mother's Day. I guess it's Valentine's Day, but like a motherly message of encouragement today to me. You know what she sent? She said, "Good morning and happy Valentine's Day to a very special man in my life. My mommy loves me. Am I a mama's boy? 100%, Sean." Not ashamed of it.
Wow. And now I'm forced to realize that my mom has not texted me.
She hasn't sent you a Valentine's Day message?
In fairness, I also have not sent her a Valentine's Day message.
That's true, too.
I guess that, it's a two-way street, maybe.
Got to be a two-way street. Have anyone...
I'll give her until 1:30, and then...
Okay, 1:30, and then... But I think you should. I think you should.
The ball will be in my court.
I think you should. You know what? I think you'll get some brownie points for it. Some brownie points. Has anyone at the station texted you Happy Valentine's Day?
No.
No one at the station has texted me Happy Valentine's Day either. Kind of makes me a little bit sad.
I was about to get my feelings hurt if someone texted you. If that's the way you brought up that someone
I mean, there's
you.
still 56 minutes for both of us here at the station. It is a little disappointing that, unlike in grade school, we have yet to receive Valentines from our teammates who we thought cared about us deeply, but nothing. But hey.
Do they still make the cards where it's like...
Yes.
No, but where it's like NFL players, like whatever.
I've seen a couple of them.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad we haven't strayed too far from
it used
from the
to just be about the cards. It
Yeah.
really, in the 1800s, it was about the cards. At some point during the 20th century, I'm sure Big Diamond, which was like, man, we've got a lot of slaves, but we got a lot of diamonds to pawn off. Oh, man, let's somehow foist our way into the Valentine's Day industry and force poor saps to buy expensive jewelry for no effing reason for their significant others. We got a lot of diamonds to offload. Who cares about little Reggie who died in the mine shaft this morning, okay? We got to get rid of these diamonds. Let's get into big Valentine's Day business. But anyway, guys, I mentioned my mother because, we talk about the love between a son and a mother on Valentine's Day. Not like that. Stop. This isn't Game of Thrones. I'm not sure this person loves his mother because of how public this has become. So the last couple of days, there have been some developments in the guardianship of the mother of Texans, technically owner, Cal McNair. Janice McNair, who is technically the owner of the Houston Texans, being the wife of the late Bob McNair. But Cal has been running the Texans along with Hannah. Gotta say, last calendar year, they have done a fantastic job in a lot of different ways. And not just talking about hiring the right people. I feel like they have actually put their ear to the ground and have listened to fans for the first time in a really long time. They deserve credit for it. You can't just dump on somebody forever and ever, especially when all of a sudden they go above and beyond to try and make things better. I do think they truly deserve a lot of credit. I think at times some of us, even at this station, have been a little unfair with them. Paul, you sound like a bubble that still works for Texas radio. Fine, I don't care. Okay? This is one of the most powerful families in Houston. There's another brother in this family. His name is Kerry McNair. And there was a guardianship hearing on Monday for Janice McNair. And over the last couple of days, Kerry McNair, the brother of Cal McNair, has been trying to get an independent medical exam performed on his mother to determine whether or not she needs Carrie to come and be her guardian. And from what I understand, Janice lives next door to Cal. So seems like things would be okay. I don't know the fine details of this family seemingly feud right now. But with the way that it seems Janice McNair is digging her heels in because she does not want to be part of a guardianship, and with some of the accusatory comments that have been put out there as well, I believe by Cal McNair's team about Carrie, doesn't seem like Carrie loves his mother. Just a thought. Could I be sued for that? I don't know. I don't know how this works. All I'm saying is if something like this gets dragged out into the public, are you really looking out for your family? Are you? Just a thought. Just a thought. But guys, give Cal McNair credit for this too. The guy spends money. Gave Bobby Slowick more money this offseason to keep him around. Gave Gerard Johnson more money this offseason to keep him around. Offensive coordinator and quarterback coach are going to be working with C.J. Stroud for a second season. And on top of that, okay, he's willing to spend on coaches. Maybe he'll be willing to spend in free agency. It's time for another episode of Texans Free Agency Watch. Hell yeah. Swarm! Okay. It sounds like T. Higgins, who we had as a splurge kind of purchase, you know, like the unnecessary Valentine's Day gift that you bought for your significant other today. No offense. You know it's worthless. I know it's worthless. It's fine. Still show her the love tonight. But we both know it's dumb. Spending on a wide receiver also might be dumb. T. Higgins, Bengals wide receiver, looks like he's actually going to be staying in Cincinnati. The reports are that the Bengals are expected to give him the franchise tag. Gotta say, a little bit surprising. I did not think that the Bengals would be into giving somebody a one-year contract that would be worth around $20 million or so, because the Bengals are notoriously cheap, and they already have Jamar Chase on the roster. In years past, this is probably a guy that they would let walk. Maybe the Bengals are a different organization with Joe Burrow as the starting quarterback of the team. But it looks, Sean, like T. Higgins is no longer a possibility for the Houston Texans in free agency. If they sign him to the franchise tag, it would be a massive amount of compensation that would be involved. 2 first-round picks, I believe, to trade for Higgins. And on top of that, then you'd have to give him a contract extension.
Yeah.
He's not worth that.
It effectively takes him off the market for the Texans if the Bengals go through with it. I guess this is kind of like a bridge deal, or not a bridge thing, but like this is the last year that they can realistically have both Higgins and Chase on the roster before Chase gets his deal.
Yes.
So that might be what they're thinking is like, hey, we'll bite the bullet this 1 year paying Higgins this, and then we'll let him walk, and then we'll give Chase his money.
I think you have to too, because Burrow got hurt.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, they have a chance to win the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah.
So it would be. I know the Bengals don't actually care about this, but like you kind of have to do it if you're going to be a competitive owner. Again,
I agree.
For the first time in history, the Bengals are interested in being competitive,
which is awesome. Good for Cincinnati's fans. Seriously, they're a cheapskate organization, but hey, maybe things are changing forever. Doubtful, though. It's just going to be as long as Joe Burrow's there. But hey, enjoy those times as long as you can. Hopefully does not have a Carson Palmer kind of ending. Brandon Ayuk is not a free agent this offseason. He's under contract for $14 million this season. But after the 49ers Super Bowl loss, either his brother or his best friend, if not both, took to Instagram and commented this. This is the exact reason why we leaving San Francisco. Oh, he's one of those. He's a mooch. He's Turtle from Entourage. Thank you, 49ers, for drafting my brother. We are forever grateful. BA to Vegas. He wants to go. You want to go to the Raiders? You want to go to Aiden O'Connell? Why does your all-pro 1,300-yard receiver have 3 catches in the Super Bowl? He also put on his Instagram story. So I don't know if this is like with the Dallas Cowboys. You got a yappy person who's a little bit too close to the whole situation and thinks that they actually have influence or something like that. But maybe Brandon Ayuk is not happy in San Francisco. Here's the thing. You got to trade a lot for Brandon Ayuk as well. So that's another guy that I know some people are thinking to themselves, Texans? Nah. Brandon Ayuk would be intriguing if he was a free agent because of the San Francisco ties, because of the Kyle Shanahan offense, because Bobby Slug's running the same thing here, because of his ability after the catch, because of his ability to get open. But, yeah, you're not trading for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, he seems like – I mean, you call, see what the Niners – if it gets to that call, see what the Niners are asking for him. But I would be a thumbs up on him, but I don't expect it to happen is kind of the situation. He would be awesome, though, on the Texans, because he really does – he is kind of like a different receiver than Nico Collins, a different receiver than Tank Dell. And I kind of like having like that kind of variety with your wide receiver. You don't want all like tall guys or all tiny guys that are fast. Like, you need some different type of bodies out there. I think Ayuk, especially with what he does after the catch, would be awesome.
He's right in the middle between what you have in Collins and Tank Dell.
Exactly. But he's almost too perfect in that he's probably not going to be available.
Right, he's too expensive. And the 49ers would be crazy to get rid of him,
too
too.
Perfect.
Right, at least yet.
The Niners will have to make some tough decisions with who they keep and who they don't.
I think he's one of those ones where you extend him, and that probably saves you some money in the short term that you can play with now. Because, $14 million for this year, likely. I'm guessing that's the last year of his contract or something like that.
I think he's a 2020 draft.
So, so if that's the case, then, I think that's something to just keep in mind going forward if you're San Francisco. Dalton Schultz told the Texans flagship that he wants to stay in Houston. Of course he does. C.J. Stroud's the quarterback. I think that Dalton Schultz is not a priority. I think you look to see what other options you have at tight end in free agency. But if you don't think you can do better, you bring him back, which probably means a little bit of a raise. I would say the same kind of contract that you gave him last offseason is what I'd be looking for, but probably won't be something he'd accept. It'll probably be a contract that's 2 years instead of 1 year for Dalton Schultz, but he wants to stay. Meanwhile, Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs, the Texans have the second best odds to sign either of those two running backs. We've discussed this before. I like both of those players, but both are going to be contracts that are short-term in nature wherever they end up going, and that's not going to give you a lot of flexibility this offseason, which is a tricky one because it's not just the guys that you have to bring back. You also got to figure out, okay, what are we doing with Nico Collins, who is going into his fourth season? Collins is probably at the point in his career where he can ask for an extension. Will you give it to him? It would perhaps free up a little bit of space in the immediate future. Not that much, though. So these are things that you got to keep in mind. I don't see a short-term deal for either of those running backs happening. So there you go. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have a text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on this Valentine's Day. From the 409, happy Valentine's Day, Paul. Here's a lovely lawsuit. With love, Carrie McNair. Damn. That's a good way to send somebody a lawsuit, though. I suppose that somebody is probably going to get, is it subpoenaed? Served, yes, that's it. Someone is going to get served today, and it's going to be masqueraded as some sort of Valentine's Day gift.
It's a giant bouquet, and then and there's a note, and it's actually they kind of pull the flowers apart to get the note, and it's like a classic G-Man with with aviators on and a manila envelope being like, you just got served.
I hope that the guy smells like weed, like he's Seth Rogen in Pineapple Express.
Whoa.
Whoa, sorry, man. Sorry for ruining your Valentine's Day.
Thanks, Lucy, for the flowers.
But these Cadbury creams are really good. That's Easter, right? That's Easter?
That is Easter.
This chocolate, this Stouffer's chocolate. These Sherry's berries.
Life is like a box of chocolate.
These me undies, edible undies. Hey. All right, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on this Valentine's Day. Up next, Soft Boys, every single Wednesday at 11:15. Draymond Green called someone soft. He actually might be in the right here, and the Waste Management Open may need to cancel itself for some of the goings-ons that happened over the course of the weekend. First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Guys, Pendleton is some great stuff. I've told you this a ton of times. This is a whiskey that's made with the finest northern grains. It's cut with Mount Hood glacier water. It's barrel-aged in American oak. and it celebrates the cowboy in all of us. And I mean, there's lots of ways that you can be a cowboy with the rodeo right around the corner. And it's not just buying a hat, and it's not just, getting some boots. It's also about living life boldly and sticking to the values that you've had your whole life. That's how things were done in the West back in the day. And Pendleton whiskey is forged in the Western tradition. Pendleton whiskey is available at liquor stores near you. It's also available on Drizzly. I've talked about it a ton. You know what I like. One rock, two fingers. It's smooth. It's refreshing. It's great stuff. It's Pendleton whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm such a terrible Catholic. I forgot that today's Ash Wednesday. Whoops. So there's no ash on my forehead. You can watch this radio show on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Like, subscribe. You can also watch it on Twitch. We have been going through the things that we love about Houston sports. We are hacky at times, and today is Valentine's Day. It's a day of love. Yesterday was Mardi Gras. Guess I forgot. I got to go to New Orleans at some point in my life before Mardi Gras happens. Although I suppose that maybe things are a little bit cheaper if I go to New Orleans after Mardi Gras, right?
Well, next year they have the Super Bowl.
During Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
How about I go there to report on the NFL?
Yeah, and then, I missed my flight.
Oh.
Actually, you wouldn't have a flight. You'd
I
probably
was
have to
sick all 5 days. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. That's
I have
terrible.
COVID. And then we see you in the background of spoiler alert, a Jameis Winston man on the street interview.
Ooh, yeah, that was great.
We'll get to that later.
Garbage time. Some Jameis Winston and Mardi Gras. Jameis Winston's the best. When you put a microphone in front of that guy, he is going to say things. You don't know what he's going to say, but you're probably going to smile.
He doesn't know what he's going to say.
Yeah, he does seem to be just going with, rolling on the fly. All right, guys, we do this every single Wednesday at 11:15. In honor of Ime Udoka calling LeBron James a soft-ass boy after he was bitching about the referees in a game, we like to highlight the softies of the world of sports. Soft boys, hit it! So Draymond Green and Yusef Nurkic are still squabbing with one another verbally. On Saturday, the Warriors beat the Suns 113-112. In that game, after scoring one of his 3 buckets, he had 6 points, Yusef Nurkic did the too small celebration. Draymond Green did not like that, and I think he was trying to go for the I'm not mad about this at all in the postgame, but still seemed to be mad about it. Here's Draymond Green right after the game talking about Nurkic.
You can't get bullied a couple plays later if you're going to do that. You can't be a nothing defender if you're going to do that. So, you're going to do all of that. Will probably outweigh me by 70 pounds. And you get put in the rim, got to be more careful.
So Nurkic responded, and Draymond hates that he did it through the media because Draymond believes he is the new media, saying to the media, quote, I take my words back about, I guess, forgiving Draymond for the spinning punch that he did that got him suspended for at least 10 games.
His quote was, quote, I hope that brother
gets help.
Gets help, yeah.
Correct.
Very funny quote.
So he said, I take my words back. He doesn't deserve another chance. It's only a matter of time before he hits someone else. He also tweeted this. All good, bad boy. Just don't stay too long on the podcast. You're going to be late for your therapy session, which is an objectively funny line. Now, is Draymond a more successful player than Nurkic? 100%. Nurkic is the guy that got phased out so that we could see Jokic take over, essentially, the NBA. Now, Nurkic's defense, it's not like he's a bad player or anything like that, but he has been phased out for Nikola Jokic, who is the NBA's best player. And Draymond Green hates Nurkic, I guess, speaking on his name. So Draymond responded on Twitter first saying, 300-pound softy that can't finish games. He called him that, and then he went on a rant about Nurkic.
We all can do the little slap the floor too small celebration. The little guy then goes, like I said, went into the media complaining. Like I did something to him as if he didn't do the too small celebration. And then he starts to question my character. What a coward. You go questioning character about a basketball game that you just lost, that you got destroyed. And the only thing you should talk about is how you got punished.
Here's the thing. Draymond wants to talk about the one game. And if we're talking about the one game, okay, he's right. But it's a regular season game, and we're never talking about the one game. And everyone questions Draymond Green's character, including me, a guy that was probably one of the longest-running Draymond Green defenders out there. He did a spinning punch of Nurkic and acted like it wasn't intentional. And it does feel like he has some sort of strange beef with players that are not from the United States. Whatever. It's just my observation. I don't have any proof behind it. You can't say that people calling out your character is cowardly when you did a spinning punch of the person and acted like it was unintentional despite years of evidence that shows that you do stuff like this a lot to the point where you get no benefit of the doubt. So I don't know if I'm team anybody here. I think it's weird that Nurkic did the too small. I also think it's a bad look for Nurkic that they lost that game and he kept up the trash talk afterwards. But Draymond trying to act like he's not mad here by addressing Nurkic 3 separate times, 1 press conference, 1 tweet, 1 podcast. He's going through a lot of effort to show that he's not actually mad about this. So I guess I'm team Nurkic here, though I do think both sides lost.
I think I'm more team Draymond here just because Nurkic, when you do the too small celebration, I'm already not on your side. Just the too small celebration is the stupidest thing.
It's played out.
Especially when Nurkic actually, like, you have the size advantage. Like, Draymond Green's not too small to guard you. You just scored on him. And then, of course, Draymond goes back and immediately scores on Nurkic and does this too small right back at him. I'm like, okay, he wins that one.
He does.
And then his team actually
Won
beats
the
the
game.
hell out of the Suns. And it's like, okay.
It was a 1-point victory, so it wasn't
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a close game.
Okay.
But the Warriors did win. And this is a down year for the Warriors.
That was the game winner. Yeah,
Right.
that was the game winner one. Damn,
Yeah.
What a great game. No, we probably can't get a playoff series of these guys. Or they would have to win a playoff round.
Also, yeah, they had to make the LeBron trade happen. And I don't know if anyone saw that this morning, but I got a push notification on my phone per Adrian
A what
Wojnarowski.
notification?
Push.
Oh, I didn't hear the H.
Oh. Happy Valentine's Day. But I got a push notification on my phone per Woj that I guess the Warriors had talked to LeBron about a potential Warriors-Lakers trade
Tampering, by the way.
would have sent LeBron to Golden State. That would have been fun, though. That would have been fun because, I mean, both of these teams are dead in the water at this point.
You just combine them.
Right, you may as well.
Combine them. See if we get a good
Colors
team.
are kind of similar, but yeah, we're probably not going to see this again in the playoffs. So anyway, that is the latest in Draymond Green versus Yusuf Nurkic. We do have to talk about the Waste Management Open. I think the Waste Management Open exposed just how completely unrelatable the average golfer is to the everyday person. I love the Waste Management Open. Is it because I'm possibly an alcoholic? No, I just like to have fun. I don't have a problem. It's the greatest show on grass. This thing clearly has gotten to a point where they're losing control over the people there. Because on Saturday, they stopped alcohol sales at several locations around the course and also turned away ticket holders around 2 p.m. because it was too crowded. You can't do that. You can't turn people away if they're traveling all the way to Scottsdale to go see this thing. But I do get why they maybe felt like they've lost control of this event. There's beer snakes, streakers, people doing fake snow angels in the mud, people sliding down hills, fights among spectators, people are pissing themselves, people are falling all over themselves, and people are just completely hammered out there. So they got to work on some stuff. I think that this Waste Management Open is a little bit soft in their inability to handle this whole thing. But I think the golfers who are whining along the way here are the softest. This is not a important PGA Tour event for golfers, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's not a major. So if you don't like this, don't go. But if you go and you want to get paid, this is the experience that you're going to get. Lighten up a little bit, Francis. Zach Johnson. Sounds like a just made-up golfer. I have no idea who he is. He was caught on social media laying into a heckler after a tee shot. Don't sir me. Somebody said it. I'm just sick of it. Just shut up. You got mad at someone calling you sir?
Literally, this is not literally, but this is exactly like a scene in Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
This is,
Go back to your shanties.
Again, they're all Shooter McGavin at the most Happy Gilmore.
Hey, Shooter, want to go to Red Lobster after the match later? Shooter, get some biscuits?
I believe Mr. Gilmore completed the feat no more than an hour ago.
Another golfer whining. Billy Horschel was mad about fans making noise during a swing by Nicolo Gallant. I wonder what the noise was. Did someone say gabagool or something like that? That would have been bad. Quote, buddy, when he's over the shot, shut the hell up, man. Come on. He's trying to hit a damn golf shot here. It's our effing job. They got to embrace what this thing is. This is the bleep show. And I hate that golf and tennis have this country club attitude. It makes me want to like put a shoulder into one of these people and say like, you're not a real athlete because you don't play a sport that involves violence. Is that toxic masculinity? Maybe.
Not even doesn't involve violence. Doesn't involve a crowd. Like it doesn't involve people making noise while you do it.
What's the point of going to these things? If you're not allowed to make noise, you have to stay quiet. Like, oh, there needs to be decorum. Well, kiss my ass. How about that for decorum?
Yeah, there only needs to be decorum when the home team's on offense.
Yeah,
all right?
Exactly right. Pump it down, pump it down.
Offense at work.
Jordan Spieth was agitated when a fan yelled during his backswing, saying, "What the bleep?" as he stared up at the gallery. But the shot was still good. He hit it within 15 feet of the hole, and he gets mad about it. Like, oh, you're talking during my backswing. Like, come on, guys. Golfers, soft. One of many reasons I'm not a golf fan. Paul Galaccio, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call. To text as well. You can join on Twitch, too. We have pretty important update coming out of Astros spring training. Pitchers and catchers reported today. Big announcement you'll hear on the other side. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Happy Valentine's Day, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to the Paul Gallant Show. Take the red pill with Paul and see just how far this rabbit hole goes. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros pitchers and catchers reported to spring training in West Palm Beach today. The news from West Palm Beach, and it's not surprising, manager Joe Espada announced that Josh Hader will be the team's closer. He said he talked about it with Ryan Presley, but that he wants to let Presley share his thoughts on it. Josh Hader, for his part, said that he also spoke about it with Ryan Presley. To go back to when we had Chandler Rome on the show a couple of weeks ago, we still haven't really heard from Ryan Presley how he feels about this. And there is always an element of ego in every single sport. When a guy who used to be the top dog isn't quite that guy anymore. We've seen a lot of that with Klay Thompson in particular this year in the NBA. Sucks when it happens. I feel for the athletes who go through that. It's got to be a very hard thing to readjust to. And in the case of Ryan Presley, Presley has been so good for the Astros for such a long time, but I do think there were some signs of decline last season. Not a significant decline, but certainly enough of one to the point where you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, if Josh Hader's here and we're paying him this kind of money, he's your number one guy out of the bullpen. And honestly, with the way that Brian Abreu played last year, I think you could make an argument that Abreu is as important going forward for the Astros in the bullpen as Ryan Presley. So we'll see what happens as far as what Ryan Presley has to say about all of that. I don't think this is going to be some sort of drama that tears the clubhouse apart. But this is Joe Espada's first real challenge, I think, as far as managing a clubhouse. This is really the first thing that he has to find a way to make sure that there's no sour feelings about this going forward. And I'm sure Ryan Presley, who has been here a long time and who wants to keep winning, I'm sure that he can put his ego to the side for the sake of winning. I don't think this is going to be a massive issue for him, but I can imagine right now in the immediacy after a move like this goes down, which was like less than a month ago, a couple of weeks ago, in fact, I can understand why Ryan Presley would be a little bit miffed by it. I think eventually by the start of the year, it's something that'll be in the past, and you hope that Josh Hader and Ryan Presley, who seem to have a decent relationship based off of what we heard from Hader today, you hope that is something that makes this completely a nothing burger going into the year.
Yeah, I think it's only a big deal until Ryan Presley says his piece, and I assume doesn't make it worse. I assume that he'll say the right thing,
and it'll probably happen today too. Honestly, I think you just keep scanning the internet. I'm sure he's going to give his side of things at any moment.
Yeah, because today is the first day pitchers and catchers report. He is a pitcher still. They have not. Even though they demoted him from a closer, he was still pitch for the team. They don't have him taking hacks at first. No, I think that I don't expect it to be a big deal, but like you said, with Joe Espada stepping in to a team that not only has World Series aspirations, World Series expectations even, that as a first-year manager, not only do you have to deal with that, you also have to deal with the egos involved in here. And like we said, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big deal, but you never know how these things kind of go,
Correct. That's Sean Apes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some more thoughts on the Astros as pitchers and catchers reported to spring training today, including one, an interesting tidbit about the Houston Astros new manager that I relate to some extent, and two, something bad happening at Astros games this season, and a little Jameis Winston to wrap it all up in garbage time. Happy Valentine's Day. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. What do you love about Houston sports? That's still on the table. Astros pitchers and catchers reported to spring training in West Palm Beach today. Josh Hader officially named the closer by new manager Joe Espada. The other news today, Justin Verlander, not 100% right now. Now, is that a massive issue on February 14th, 2024, with about a month and a half before the beginning of the regular season? Probably not, but per Will Kunkel of Fox 26, he is a couple weeks behind in his throwing schedule due to some shoulder discomfort. But he has already thrown off the mound 3 times. And listen, shoulder discomfort's real. I was at the Andretti go-kart / laser tag place in Katy on Saturday. Went go-karting for the first time. Oh my God, that is so fun. I've never done it before. My heart was racing from adrenaline.
I can't believe you've never been go-karting.
I can't either.
You lived in St. Pete for like, what, 3 years?
Right.
4 years?
Yeah, and they used to close off a bunch of the part of downtown, which was right around where I lived for the IndyCar series. So you would hear the racing all the time. Yeah. No, I've never really been into racing, but now that I've done it, I'm like, oh my God, why have I not done this before?
Yeah, it's super cool.
And I was good. That's what I was shocked by.
It's all the Fast and Furious movies that you watch.
It is.
I think
it
just seeps in.
The only problem was, no offense to the ladies out there, but we were there with some significant others, and I got to say, they were slowing us down. You know? Also, my best friend cut me off during my best lap. I'm still a little
that's
mad
a
about
faux
that.
pas. That's a faux pas.
Yeah, because he was like, "Oh, you bumped into me." I was like, "Dude, you literally cut me off. Like, I had nowhere to go. What? I was gonna slam on the brakes? No, I got times to.
Yeah,
make.
you got a PR to set.
Exactly. Come on, I was close to my personal record. So while I was there, I also did a little pitching because they have one of those little arcade machines where you can pitch. Guess what I hit on the gun? Guess what I hit?
Is it higher than something Justin Verlander can hit?
No,
right
it's
now?
not higher than something Justin Verlander can hit.
I'll give you 69.
Oh, I got higher.
Oh, 72?
I got 74.9.
74. Whoa.
I was actually like, whoa,
yeah,
damn.
You fire that thing in there.
But now my tricep and shoulder still hurt. So, like Justin Verlander, I also make experiencing shoulder discomfort.
Yeah, did you have to build up to it like Justin Verlander?
No. That was
the first one.
The first one was 68, and like the fourth one, I hit 70.
Yeah, you got to warm up a little.
Yeah. Dude, I was feeling myself. I was very happy about that. But. So Justin Verlander and I, we relate. And, Joe Espada and I relate. I saw this piece in The Athletic from Chandler Rome. Per Chandler Rome, Joe Espada is a journal guy. He likes to journal. Said Espada, quote, "It helps me turn the page on things. Helps me put my thoughts together. It helps me just to be grateful. There's always moments throughout my day that I'm like, thank you, or things that I need to get better at. I like to write stuff down. It just helps me really to turn the page." So my old co-host in Seattle recommended I do this, to do a daily journal of like saying everything that you're grateful for. And I try to do it. And whenever I try to do it, do you know what my journal ends up being? I don't ever want to read my journal because my journal is legitimately just me attacking myself for not being good enough, like all the time. It's like the most it's just negative talk. There's no gratefulness. There might be a little gratefulness at first. It's like, be thankful that you didn't screw up too badly today. It's the worst thing I've ever. And I keep on trying to get back into it, and it'll be like a month later. And the month before, it'll say like, "You suck. You're terrible at this. You should give up. Never do this anymore." It's so bad. So I got to figure out how to journal like Joe Espada, but we are both journal guys. So there you go. I have things in common with Justin Verlander. I have things in common with Joe Espada.
Jeremy has this thing where he calls Joe Espada the most interesting manager in the world. And based off of, like, the 4 things I know about Joe Espada, that might be fitting. Because, he's also, like, a sommelier.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he has, like, he's an interesting guy.
Is he like Joe Mazzulla, where he's also randomly into jiu-jitsu?
I think as we get to know him over the course of the year.
Unpeel the layers.
Yeah, we should either go to Minute Maid Park ourselves or, while they're in spring training, feed some questions to the people we know on the beat and be like, ask him if he does MMA. Ask him if he has one movie that he watches every single day.
We also might have to do a recurring segment, Espada's Journal.
Oh, that's a good one.
We're gonna have to do
after
that.
games.
After
and stuff?
games,
yeah.
and like, dear diary.
Justin,
Jesus Christ, Jainer Diaz. Oh, I miss Martin Maldonado.
Christian let me down again.
Framber Valdez had a meltdown again. I don't know what to do.
I need to cut this negativity out of my life. Jake Myers is just too much.
Dana Brown keeps making me play Jake Myers. What the hell? All right, guys, time for a little garbage time. Jameis Winston, we love him. At least when a microphone is in front of his face. Maybe some of the things he's done off the field aren't exactly the best. The Uber incident specifically. The crab legs was funny. Not intentionally, and you feel bad for that at Publix. Come on, it's just a couple crab legs. You're Publix. You're making tons of money. Great grocery store. Not quite H-E-B, but really good deli. If you're ever in Florida, really good key lime pie as well. As someone who used to go there all the time. But for Jameis Winston, you put a microphone in front of him, and you generally expect funny things to happen. He was at Mardi Gras, and a TV reporter saw him out and about. And whenever Jameis starts speaking, he has a tendency to start talking about body parts.
How many pictures have they taken?
It doesn't matter. I don't think my cheekbones are going to get stuck, so I'm going to be smiling, I'm going to be having a good time and enjoying myself. They deserve it. We all deserve it. We deserve to have a good time.
He just started dancing with some random, I think he was holding an instrument of some kind. It's crazy that the Saints are so steadfast in their commitment to Derek Carr over Winston. Because even if Winston is maybe slightly more erratic as a player in terms of the turnovers, he's so much more fun and he fits New Orleans and Louisiana. The guy likes to have a good time. And Derek Carr doesn't exactly strike me as someone who's fun. No offense.
No, they're just I think contractually, they're just stuck with Derek Carr. I think, like, his contract, like, they can't cut him.
Yeah, and also they have all their cap issues, right? They're like $90 million.
That doesn't help.
Right. That's gonna prevent them from bringing Jameis back, probably. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But more Jameis Winston, because whenever I hear Jameis Winston talk about a body part, like, oh, my cheekbones aren't gonna keep me from smiling. I just think of all the other times that he's talked about his body over the course of his career.
I need to work my ankles. And you got certain things that we're all like, our body is so symmetrical, right? You got your wrists, and then what are your wrists on the bottom half? Your ankles, you got your shoulders up top. What are your shoulders? Your hips, you know what I'm saying? You got your elbows. What are your elbows? Your knees, right? Like, so it's symmetrical, and you just got to work different parts.
Where are the cheekbones? The cheekbone's connected to the face bone. The face bone's connected to the neck bone. The neck bone's connected to the backbone. The backbone's connected to the pelvis bone.
I was gonna say you kind of run out of space.
The pelvis bone's connected to the ribs bones. The ribs bones are connected to the arms bones. The arms bones are connected to the hand bones with the fingers. Yeah, it's just like Jameis Winston talking about body parts.
I mean, fingers are toes. Wrists are ankles. I get what he's saying. Cheekbones are cheekbones.
Arms, shoulders, knees, and toes, right? Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. My bad.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Knees and toes.
Arms and ears and back and nose. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Correct. It's connected to the backbone.
Nope, I don't know that song.
Which is connected to the cheekbone.
That song's lyrics get butchered so much.
Here's more Jameis Winston just talking about injuries. He's talking about a tent visit that he had at some point over the course of the last season.
Where was the pain, Jameis?
Yeah, just pain. It was pain everywhere. So we got to keep on pushing through and being resilient.
Where was the pain?
Everywhere. I like that. Just pain everywhere.
The jawbone, the knee bone.
Everywhere. Name a bone. Pain.
Them bones, them bones. That's a song. I can't believe you've never heard the Them Bones song. And it's not like Bones, Thugs, and Harmony. No, it's not that.
Oh, okay. No.
I do know them.
Crossroads.
See me at the crossroads. Man, I miss my Uncle Charles.
No, just like the knee bones connected to the whatever bone. People just use it for whatever, so I don't actually know the lyrics to that one. I got head, shoulders, knees, and toes, though.
I looked up them bones, and the first thing that comes up is an Alice in Chains song.
Is it an Alice?
I got some bones down in a hole with some bones.
Is that the song?
I don't know. I just made that up. Again, I'm a little musically challenged. I do know Down in a Hole, though. You know, I discovered
and Crossroads.
Grunge. Right. Congratulations to me. I'm a musical savant. Speaking of bones, good luck to all those on Valentine's Day. What? Why are you shaking your
Would
head?
St. Valentine approve of that?
Well, he should have thought twice before trying to push religion on Claudius, because remember, the reason that we celebrate St. Valentine and St. Valentine's Day is because St. Valentine was a little too pushy with his religion and got beaten to death with clubs, then decapitated. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. For Sean Mapes, our texters, our YouTubers, like and subscribe at ESPN Houston on YouTube. Twitchers, texters, callers, yada, yada, yada. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Connor and Beard are up next. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
Mama Kelsey, I understand she makes great chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, it's Wednesday on Connor and Beard. Yes, I'm back, people. After a day of self-reflection, training, I've decided I must return to the show after my one-day suspension. Hi, Josh. Hi, Andrew. How are you guys today?
Blech.
That's nice. I was excited to be back with you today.
Ugh. Meh.
I had a day away yesterday. And I had some real deep thoughts on, what my guarantees have been and, what I've done to this show, and I've come back a changed man today.
You just wanted a free day off. That's all it was. It wasn't about self-reflection. It wasn't about change.
It wasn't about you're still going to make your guarantees. None of that matters. You just wanted a free day off.
I will still make my guarantees.
I know.
We got a couple people yesterday sending in stuff or whatever. Somebody sent in stuff about maybe making guarantees or something.
Yeah, there were a couple people trash talking your guarantees.
I missed on that Knicks one.
You did miss on the next one,
which I shouldn't have.
You're 7-3
Way
the
to
rest
go,
of the
NBA
season.
referees.
Yeah. They're
They're really good. But guys, sound the alarms to start the show. It's time to panic. Panic season is officially engaged on February the 14th, a day that is supposed to be full of joy. If you would like to, by the way, weigh in throughout the show today, 713-780-3776. Honestly, to start the show, we are just going to go ahead and say it. The love doctors will be out because it is a day for you to embrace love.
The day of love.
Yeah, it's a day of love.
We want to help you find love, keep love, love.
If you have love questions, send them in, 713-780-3776. We're going to answer those later in the show.
We will, and we're also going to try to help Andrew have the most efficient Valentine's Day he could possibly have.
But we don't love this.
No.
Astros report to spring training today. A joyous day. Pitchers and catchers. First day on the job of 2024 in Astros gear. And boy, oh boy, move out of the way, discomfort. Shoulder inflammation is the new buzzword of 2024, apparently. You got not only one, but two pitchers dealing with it. Now, the most significant is Justin Verlander. We'll start here with Verlander. He's in the middle of just giving an answer about something, and he reveals that he had a hiccup recently. And, you know, what the heck is going on with his shoulder?
We haven't really sat down and discussed it yet, obviously. I have my thoughts. I mean, interestingly, I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. I had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25. So, you know, I'm a couple weeks behind. So I think all that thought going into those conversations will play into that. So, I mean, that all makes sense to me.
It's not a good thing. It's not something that's going to make you feel warm and fuzzy on a day of love that he's behind schedule. I don't like it one bit. For a 41-year-old, he's going to be 41 in a few weeks. A 41-year-old man, or hell, it might even be next week. A 41-year-old man showing up to camp and, I've had a hiccup. Don't like it.
Yeah,
a guy that we're counting on. Don't like it.
Out of nowhere, just hearing I'm behind schedule and I had a hiccup. That's we were so excited yesterday. Me, Joe, and Andrew, and I know you, and even in your absence, we could feel your excitement. It was a part of the show. So excited for just one day remaining until pitchers and catchers report. And we had a discussion yesterday about should the Astros make another move before the season starts. And we're like, you know what? No, probably not. They may. It wouldn't hurt, but they probably don't make another move. Like, now you're hearing about this hiccup. And Justin Verlander being behind schedule, what does that mean? Like, how far behind schedule? Is it going to be anything that's going to affect him to start the season? Is it going to be something that lingers throughout the entire season? And now the concerns about what the starting rotation would look like going into the season have become full. I'm in full blown meltdown mode. I am convinced that it's going to be more of a massive problem than we thought.
Here comes Naj.
Oh, Naj has been out all. Don't worry, Naj was in full force yesterday.
We're going to get further into the possibility of going out there and looking for other guys in the next segment. But here is more from Verlander on this issue and explaining exactly what the hiccup is.
Just when I first started playing catch, I usually shut it down for a while, and this time when I shut it down and picked the ball back up, my shoulder didn't feel so great. So kind of had to take a step back and just kind of like really be diligent about my build-up. I've always been somebody who luckily could just pick up a ball and start throwing it, and this time wasn't quite as easy, so had to slow down a little bit. And I've always liked to give myself as much rest as possible, so my timeline is always a little tight. I think the rest is important, but so with the tight timeline, having to slow things down a little bit, I'm a little bit behind.
Any concerns for opening day or anything like that?
It's too far down the road to tell. It just depends on how the build-up goes from here.
I mean, if he's not pitching in games within the first 2 weeks of spring training, then he's not going to be ready for opening day. I
Right.
think that's the easiest thing to probably look at. They do play a lot of games early in the season. I mean, they play a lot of games all year long, but I was looking at I think Chandler Rome tweeted it earlier about it's like 21 of 22 days, something like that, to start the year. There's a lot of days, and then it's like 23 of 24 after a stretch like that. So they've got not a lot of rest days early in the season, which, you would like to have. And Verlander could probably be pushed back to some extent. I don't know yet if it's time to fire off all of your alarms. It's a 162-game season, and this team last year, they didn't have him for half the year, and they had other guys stink, other guys not, be healthy the entire time. And they won 90 games still. Like, you need him. There's no denying you need him. If he misses a month, is it that big of a deal? I don't know.
I'm more concerned about
the fact that he's 41.
The fact that he's 41 and this is going to be a lingering issue. Look, I hate to do this because Justin Verlander is a professional athlete and I'm just a fat guy who tries to roll out of bed correctly in the morning, right? I'm not a guy who's playing at a professional level. But what I can say for myself at 37, and what has happened to me is it used to be that something would go wrong and a little bit of rest would help it. There are things that are going wrong with my body, like my lower back. You guys have known I've had lower back stuff for a few months now where it's just not going away. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I'm taking medication. I'm doing the stretches. I'm trying to strengthen it. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and there's just lingering pain there. Same thing in my forearms and my elbows. There's just stuff there because I'm 37. Now, I haven't done as good of a job taking care of my body as Justin Verlander most likely has. He has done a good job of keeping himself at a professional athlete level. But Mother Nature and age is undefeated.
Yes.
At some point, the fact that he has always done this one thing and he's always done it this one way, and he says, I went to pick up my ball. I've always been able to just pick up a ball and throw it. And this time it didn't feel right and it doesn't feel right. There was a hiccup. That's a concern for me that it's going to be something where it's not something that rest can fix. It's going to be something that lingers.
Well, I don't want you to get too concerned yet, Josh.
Too late. It's
too
late.
Joe Espada says overall he's not overly concerned with JV being behind schedule.
You know what? I'm not. And just because the way he's been, our conversations, he's not giving me a reason to be concerned. But again, he's behind, and I trust JV's judgment, and our job is just to make sure that he's ready and help us throughout the season.
Don't get too freaked out yet, Josh. Give it a couple of weeks.
I don't believe him.
Don't hit your... Why?
I don't believe...
He's not Dusty
Baker.
Baker.
He has to say that. He has to say that. He doesn't want to give concern to anybody.
You're different. A year ago, if this had happened and Dusty's up there, Dusty would have gone, I don't know, man, HIPAA laws. And you would have been like freaking out left and right. You shouldn't be concerned. The man is Joe Espada's authentic. He's not Dusty Baker, who has no idea what's going on.
Any manager would say that exact same line that he just said about Justin Verlander. I'd be feeling better, and I'd be fine with what Joe Espada said if Justin Verlander were 32, or you're 31, or especially if you're in his 20s. But dude's in his 40s. Stuff breaks down.
All I need is 25 starts out of him.
You'll understand.
That's it.
You'll
I'll
understand.
be all right.
And you'll understand about like a year, a little over a year. You'll understand. Things will start to break down on you.
All right.
Things are going to stop working. You're going to have to take special pills to make certain things happen.
No.
Yeah, you will. Yeah.
My penis isn't about to stop working.
What
What you're insinuating?
I'm talking
here.
about taking like ibuprofen and Tylenol to
You just
make
said
sure your
things
joints
will stop
work.
working.
Yeah, like
you
your
have
elbows.
to take special pills,
like your elbows and your shoulders
you're
and your
talking about
knees.
That little blue diamond
no,
pill.
I was
don't
not
need,
talking about
I don't
that.
need the Viagra. I'm not going to be on a Cialis commercial anytime
I don't know
soon.
what is on your head, but I was not talking about Viagra or anything down there. That is for another person's concern on Valentine's Day today, not my concern. No, I mean things break down, and I am a pessimist I am slightly pessimistic by nature because I hope for the best, but I prepare for the worst. And in my mind, this is not good, and it seems like it's something that's going to linger all season for Verlander.
Well, I want to make you feel even better because Joe Espada also announced to us that there's another pitcher that's behind schedule, and it's because of shoulder inflammation. And his name is J.P. France.
Yeah, so also JP France is also going to be a little bit behind. He has some inflammation on his shoulder. So he is playing catch, but he's also going to be a little bit behind in his throwing progression.
Audio today is courtesy of our good friend Brian McTaggart of MLB.com, by the way. Thank you to him for tweeting out videos.
Yeah. Not worried about this one.
France, a moment ago, McTaggart tweeted out a video a few minutes ago. Well, this is what he said. And he said, JB France said his shoulder inflammation rose in a bullpen about 2 weeks ago. Didn't throw for about a week and has resumed light throwing the past couple of days. I'm not concerned about it at all, is what he said. Both of these guys, by the way, we're talking about both of them are throwing. Verlander is throwing. He's still throwing.
It just doesn't feel right.
I mean, sure, it doesn't feel right that he's 41. Look, it's not the storyline you want to start camp.
Right.
I will
That's
completely
probably the
admit
worst
that. You don't
part.
want to go in there day one and find. But this is a reminder that pitchers get hurt.
Yeah.
They get hurt.
They do, and that's why you have to make sure that you have more than enough.
I'm not sitting. We'll do this in the next segment, but there are a few free agents that are sitting out there still that are licking their chops, going, "All right, who else is going to show up hurt in camp? Give it to me."
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment that they've been waiting for. They've been waiting for teams to go into panic mode, and I am in panic mode because that's my nature, and that's my nature of seeing something like this. Whenever you're so excited for the reporting, you're so excited for spring training and the season to start, and then to hear something like this is super negative. So yeah, I'll admit I'm very sky is falling right now because that's the nature of who I am. But the last thing I want the Astros to do, and I know we're going to discuss it in depth. The last thing I want them to do is make a bad panic decision. I want them to make a thorough, well-thought-out decision if they make one.
I think that they're going to be okay. There's no reason to panic yet. Andrew, you hitting the panic button yet?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Hit the panic button with me, Andrew.
No, it's not time. Well, look, if JV is still having issues and we are 2 weeks from opening day, I'll be a lot more concerned. But right now, this sounds like a 41-year-old man who's having to adjust his regimen and schedule a little bit just because of the fact that his body isn't quite what it was when he was 15, 16 years younger.
That's true.
He's got to get rid of the dad bod. He might have tree trunks for legs, but he's got to get that dad bod.
You know the adjustment that I've had to make most recently that's really bothering me? I've had to, how can I say this? I've had to allot more time when I take bathroom breaks. Not a lot more time, but more time. Like it's not in and out. But it's because things break down.
I didn't need to know about your number two.
Not my number two. That's always been like a pretty regimented time.
You're talking about your
gotta
number
wait,
one?
You just got to wait a little longer.
You
gotta, it takes a little bit. There's a lingering
for somebody
effect.
that can help you with that.
Yeah.
Josh, sounds like you got a prostate.
There's a lingering effect there sometimes.
Well, quit freaking out.
It's all right. I'm freaking out over that, and I'm freaking out over
Well,
Verlander.
the real question from all of this is, should the Astros undergo even more crazy than he already has with his money? We'll discuss it when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
back to two guys who sound like they've had just about enough of each other. Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's Freak Out Radio today on Connor and Beard, thanks to the Beard portion of the show.
No. I've calmed down.
Have you?
Andrew and I had a discussion during the break. He calmed me
I
down.
was
He said,
peeing,
Josh,
and I
stop
had no
freaking
issues
out.
peeing, by the way, like you do.
I don't always have issues. It's just sometimes it kind of lingers.
Okay.
Keeps dripping. And
Does
I
it
don't know how to
smell
stop
bad,
it.
too?
No.
I bet it does.
No, I clean it frequently.
No, I was talking about the pee.
Oh, the pee? No. Only if I eat asparagus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had asparagus
I
yesterday.
have clean urine.
Still lingering.
Thank you very gross. That's gross.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it just keeps dripping a little bit every once in a while.
Yeah.
Not all the time, just sometimes. But Andrew and I had a discussion, not about that, because I know for a fact he would immediately shoot down any discussion about that. But he said, hey, quit being a soft-ass boy.
Thank you.
Calm down. And I said, yes, sir. And so now we're good. Stop freaking out.
So since you're such a soft-ass boy.
Well, I called you a soft-ass boy all day
and
yesterday.
you want to have
so.
a freak. Oh, you called me that?
A few different times, yeah.
Because now I will admit I did not listen to our show yesterday. It's the first time that I've been off that I've not turned on
you wanted
the show.
a free day off. I don't blame you.
I was, with my wife, hanging out, doing stuff, maybe clapping cheeks.
Nope.
Who knows?
Didn't. I knew it was going there, and I almost told you not to, and then you did it anyway.
Not really. We were working out, and then we had lunch, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
took a nap.
Yeah, sure.
It was a great day.
That sounds like an incredible day, actually.
It was awesome.
I had to sleep on the couch last night because between the two of us, only one of us recorded the clap those cheeks
No, I got
audio.
it. I recorded
Did
it.
you?
I did it last night.
Okay, I'm in trouble because her mom was listening yesterday during the segment whenever I played the audio.
Damn, you got put on couch duty. Even if we're mad, she still makes me sleep in the bed.
She
won't fall asleep
well,
unless I'm like bear hugging her.
She did text me last night and say, "Hey, come upstairs." But I had to start on the couch before she got lonely.
Damn.
Yeah, but her mom texted her and said, "Gonna clap your face" to her daughter, and so she didn't like the fact that not only did I record her, but I played it on the air for the entire city, and that her mom was listening and
This is
texted
what
her
we
about
have
it.
to do. Look, if you sign up and marry somebody that's going to be on the radio, you are open to the possibility of being on the radio without your knowledge.
Exactly, and she's the one who encouraged me to get into this industry. So really, it's honestly her fault. But I just don't think she likes the fact that her mom texts her things like that got me all bricked up. So I don't. If my mom had texted me something like that, I'd probably be a little mad too.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say what I was going to say about my mother. We'll just leave that one alone for another time. Let's talk more about those Astros, Josh.
Yeah.
The Astros, they have now got two pitchers, like we talked about in the first segment, where you freaked out, that are dealing with shoulder inflammation. Nothing else to report today. There was the discussion of the closer spot, which we'll talk about later in the show because there's a decision that's been made there. But the Astros now have a rotation depth, and I'll just go ahead and run you through it at this very moment. I'm going off of Brian McTaggart's predictions for who makes the roster yesterday that he had up on MLB.com. Justin Verlander, Framber Valdez, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Brown, J.P. France. Those are 6 starters. Other guys that have made starts for this organization that are capable of doing it, of course, Brandon Bielak, Ronel Blanco, and am I forgetting some? Who am I forgetting?
You're forgetting. Well, you said Brandon Bielak.
Brandon
Yeah,
Bielak and
that's right.
Ronel Blanco. Forrest Whitley has a past of it, but they're going to use him as a reliever this year. You have Spencer Arrighetti, who is their top pitching prospect, and then you still have the returns this season of Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers at some point.
Who would you want? I mean, outside of Garcia and McCullers, because those are like shoo-ins whenever, or almost shoo-ins whenever they're back.
Garcia, I would imagine
yes.
you're easing him in, though.
Yeah,
It's not
well,
like
yes.
come back and throw 6 innings immediately.
Both of them should absolutely be eased in or utilized in some other way. But at some point, like when they're healthy, they are shoo-ins to be starters. Out of all the other guys that you named, who would you prefer to be the first person to step up into that role if they needed it?
I think, good Lord, it's not, none of it's.
I'll
good.
say mine is. It's not great, but
I would love to see, like, if I'm picking in a perfect world, the first guy that gets the call from the minor leagues. Is that what you're saying?
Or just the first person that you would go to fill
I just
in
go
those
if you
starts.
think Spencer Arrighetti's ready, just go for Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah, I don't like that one. I would say Brandon Bielak, just so I could say sometimes that Bielak that. But the smarter one is Arrighetti.
I mean, look, they survived to see how many starts did Bielak make last year for the Astros? At least 10, right? They survived.
They weren't
and won a division
always
last year.
awful.
No. I mean, like he and Ronel Blanco are Mr. I'm going to walk a bunch of guys and put a bunch of guys on base, and I'm going to get out of jams. Ronel Blanco last year made 7 starts for this franchise, And Brandon Bielak made a total of, why am I not seeing Brandon Bielak on this list? This is great radio. Where the hell's Brandon Bielak?
He started. It says he started.
Oh, there
13
he is.
games.
Yeah, 13 starts, and they won a division last year and won 90 games.
Like he wasn't terrible in those 13 starts. It was all right.
If he repeated last year, if he had to make 13 starts again for this team this year and had a 3.83 ERA, that's a win.
Do you feel like you look at his? I feel like if you look at his win-loss record, it's a little skewed versus how he actually performed, where it should probably be a little bit more on the other side.
I think he's a pitcher that he's a luck-involved pitcher. He has a lot of traffic.
Fair.
He always has a lot of traffic. He induces contact, but you're always going to hold your breath and pray it doesn't go over the fence.
You want to know why? Because sometimes
shut up.
It be like that.
So the real question is, do you want to see them? And this is immediately what Twitter does when something like this happens, where you have one of the horses of your staff being Justin Verlander having a hiccup, as he put it, and then of course JP France saying he has inflammation as well.
I think that's the thing that makes me the angriest is using the term hiccup.
Why?
I don't know why. There's no logic behind it. It's just like, yeah, I had a hiccup and I'm behind schedule. And the phrasing that is constantly used in situations like this, like that, just bothers me.
Well, this is significant if he misses time, of course, because his option vest, if he hits, I think it's 140 innings this year. For next season.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And I mean, look, it's $35 million for a guy that's 42 years old. He's not going to turn. I'd be shocked if he turns that down. Like, he's going to want that $35 million next season.
Would you want the $35 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
At 42?
I
know that he's got a very high thought of himself. And look, JV, we love JV. I love JV. He's one of my favorite pitchers that I've ever watched. And JV's got a little bit of an ego. Like,
I think you have to have one.
Yeah, but like he's got a little bit of an ego that's even different than some of those guys that are in that clubhouse.
But to be as successful as he has been for that long, you have to. To be at his level, you have to.
He always loves to put out there, I want to raise the bar for the next generation. He's lying to your face when he says that. Like, no, it has an effect of getting pitchers more money one day. He wants the most money for his pocketbook.
Yeah.
He's made more money than any pitcher in the history of the game. Justin Verlander. So, yeah, I imagine at 42 he's going to want that. Because who at 42 is going to be knocking down his door saying, I want to give you $35 million, when for the last 2 years, because, look, he had an injury last year with the Mets. He missed a month, and now he's coming into the season with a hiccup. We'll see if he misses any time. Look, he could end up not having any issues and go make 32 starts this year, and we don't even have to worry about it. But how many people would be banging at his door at 42 years old to give him $35 million for a year?
No, none, right?
I don't think so.
I think the answer is none. I don't know. We're looking at a couple of guys right now in like Blake Snell, right? Blake Snell should be
do you want him to go knock on that door now? Do you want Jim Crane to be even crazier and say, you know what? Let's just go sign Blake Snell?
No, I don't. I don't want them to do that. And I think you look at what's happening with Blake Snell right now, where he's going to get paid. Somebody's going to bring him on at some point. And you think about Justin Verlander next year. That's why that Blake Snell and Montgomery are the. You look at what's happening with them. That's why Justin Verlander's taking that money. I absolutely don't want the Astros to go get Blake Snell unless it is on a very a team friendlier deal than what we would want, and most not necessarily from the money standpoint for me, but from the longevity standpoint. And there's just no. I really would only want them to sign a guy for like 2 years, and I just don't see any world where Blake Snell signs a 2-year contract.
No, there's not a chance.
Right?
I mean, he won the Cy Young last year.
Right.
He's won it twice.
He's got some injury concerns, like some not necessarily.
I mean,
injury,
last year was the first
durability.
That was
concerns.
the second time in his career that he's made over 30 starts last year.
Yeah.
And the other time was in his other Cy Young. So when he makes 30-plus starts, there's a trend. He wins the Cy Young.
Yeah, but that's a big if, right? If you're paying that guy that much money for as long as he's going to get. The one that
he's been very up and down. You go throughout his career. I know ERA is not everything, but he's gone 3.54, 4.04, 189, 4.29, 3.24, 4.20, 3.38, 2.25. Like, it's a little bit up and down. But I mean, look, if it meant going over the top a little bit more, I wouldn't be put all of it in on this season. Then you just trade him away after the year.
That's fair. That's fair. If they get and they can get creative with the contract too. I just think that
they're not going to do this. By the way,
no. If you go to somebody like Jordan Montgomery though, who's
hard pass for me.
Really,
hard
why?
Pass.
Why hard pass?
Too much money for a guy that has he doesn't have the high end track record.
But what if
Blake
it's only
Snell
for
does.
what if you go to Jordan Montgomery and say, hey, let's just do a 2-year deal?
It'd
And
be
he's
a
willing to do
2-year
that.
with a player with an opt out after one.
Yeah.
It'd have to be.
It would
I wouldn't do a
absolutely have to
guaranteed
be.
2-year deal.
But that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Like,
If Jim Crane wants to say bleep it even more and spend more into the luxury tax, yeah.
But
Why
then
not?
Joe's point yesterday, though, because we kind of discussed this a little bit. Joe's point yesterday is Jordan Montgomery a big enough name for you to want to go that far into the luxury tax
No.
for him?
Not
And
for me.
that's where I think a lot of people are going to end up being at is if Jim Crane's not making the big splash move to add more fire, like true real firepower to this rotation. I think at this point we're just going to have to watch them just deal with any of the injuries or anything
Well,
that comes along as it goes.
My next question for you is, do you even think about it? Do you even consider the thought of Trevor Bauer?
No.
He said he's willing to pitch on a league minimum deal for whoever wants to sign him.
Oh,
I don't think that this clubhouse would want him. I still to this day believe
he's a head
that
case, man.
There are, and that's the interesting thing is we say this, and then you go and you look at some of the Dodgers players that have talked about him in the last few months, and like Mookie Betts is sitting there standing on the table for him publicly and talking about how great of a teammate he is and like how he wants him to get another chance and everything. And I'm like, I go back and forth that if he's truly innocent of, like, we've seen the text messages from that woman and everything.
Well,
like,
there's like,
she was money grabbing, but the problem is that there's a history with other accusations for years with that woman.
Yeah.
And then his history of already being a complete whack job and saying all the things he said about the ass. I'm just curious if you even think about it.
I think I feel pretty confident from the accusation standpoint and where it's at. If you've ever looked into how those accusations turned out and the actual videos of her and the text message from her, in my opinion, it seems to like the legal side of things really cleared that up for me, and I think cleared it up for a lot of teams. For me, it's just I don't want to inject anything that could be even kind of poisonous to what this team and this culture is. That's what scares me the most with Trevor Bauer is, do you even want to deal with putting something that could start to gnaw away at the culture of what the Astros
and
have
I don't
built?
think you can make the Roberto Ozuna comparison because Ozuna wasn't the kind of a personality that Trevor Bauer is.
He's a toxic personality.
You go in the clubhouse and Ozuna would keep to his corner and stay with the Latin players, and that was it.
Right.
So I think it's an interesting thought to be able to add another Cy Young guy for little money for a year, but I just think there's too much baggage.
If you look at,
you'd have to be so desperate.
If you look at Trevor Bauer's seasons outside of his Cy Young-esque
Up
Cy
and
Young
down,
type
like
seasons,
Blake
it's not.
Snell.
I'd rather
Up
just
and
go with
down.
Blake Snell. To be honest, I'd rather pay the money for Blake Snell than even come close to touching Trevor Bauer.
Well, you're going to get a lot of Brandon Belak, Josh, and you're going to like
And
it.
sometimes it be like that. I was hoping you'd say it for me.
Well, there is somebody that absolutely wants to be in Houston, and he said so yesterday. We'll tell you about that when we return to Connor and Beard.
Who says two wrongs can't make a right? Oh, yeah, that was me referring to these two buttholes. Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We are your favorite buttholes here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Connor and Beard. If you'd like to get in with us today, if you'd like to talk to the buttholes, 713-780-3776.
Why am I a butthole?
I don't know. It just says that we're buttholes.
I know.
So I'm just going to embrace our
buttholism. I get it with you. I just don't understand it with me.
What do you mean you get
and
it
then
with me?
also, the three of us are a team together. I know you guys are the alliance, but we're a team together. So if the two of us are buttholes, then it's real. Andrew is too. So it's the three buttholes.
I mean, it doesn't matter. We're buttholes. And we can own it.
I just don't understand why I'm a butthole. I understand it with you.
We're all buttholes here on this show.
We're clean, though.
Yeah, for sure. I took a shower before the show.
Me too.
I don't know about you.
I took a shower.
Andrew, did you shower today?
Yeah, I shower every day.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Multiple times.
Same. At least twice a day.
Why at least twice a day? What about a day?
Work out in the morning, shower after, and then at night before I go to bed. I refuse. I think I've told you. I refuse to get into bed.
If you haven't taken a shower?
Yeah,
I guess I never really thought about it that way.
Cannot go to sleep without a shower.
If I work out in the morning, I take a shower afterwards, and then I don't take another shower until the next morning.
That's disgusting.
But see, what's wrong with that?
Just think about it,
I'm
Josh.
clean.
You're here all day. You're in this hot ass room. Your balls
bother
are
me.
sweating. Like
I don't. How much do you think my balls sweat?
I'm a man. I know what it's like.
Time out. We did get a text earlier saying be careful with the crotch talk because there are small children riding in cars. So
right now at 12:30.
Yeah, should we say giblets?
Yeah, your manhood is sweating.
My man,
mine's gonna be sweaty by the time I get out of here.
It's not that bad
It's
right
hot
now.
in here.
It's clean.
I'm just saying.
And then
man.
I like waking up and taking a shower, or I like taking a shower early because it wakes me up for the day. I do like taking showers before bed. Some days I take 2 showers, but not every day.
I shower twice a day and I brush my teeth 3 or 4 times a day.
Well, okay, the brushing of the teeth. I didn't used to do that, and I used to only brush like once, maybe twice. Whenever I was younger, that was a huge mistake. So I
brush my teeth when I get up,
minimum 3 times a day.
Again after breakfast, after I shower, after I work out, when I get home, and then at bed.
Yes,
I'm very
See, that's fine.
particular. Very particular.
I'm
You
learning
know what
that
I'm
now.
also particular about?
What?
Who plays for the Texans?
Me too.
Yeah. And you know who wants to play for the Texans?
Who?
Somebody that played for him last year, and his name is Dalton Schultz. He told the Texans flagship radio, "I'd love to be in Houston." There's no doubt about that. I loved my time. Special organization, special quarterback, loved the scheme, loved the coaches. I loved everything about Houston. I'm confident that we can find some common ground. Will they find common ground, Josh Beard, or will Dalton Schultz be playing elsewhere?
If he's willing to take less money per year to have a longer contract to stay with them, yeah, there's common ground there. Well, I mean, we talked about what it would take to get him and to keep him long term, but I'll be honest, if it's anything in the double digits,
what was
like
his prediction or whatever, the numbers that
his
you had for us?
his
projections, yeah.
I thought I'd have to look at it, but I thought it was right around $10 million. Maybe it was like $10.5 million per year, and that's a pass for me. Like, you could go out and get Noah Fant for about $8 million a year, $7.5 million a year, just off the top of my head. Or yeah, draft a tight end. You know what? I know this is a dirty word for a lot of people, but I read a mock yesterday.
Oh,
I know.
I looked at one today.
I looked at a mock.
A 3-round mock draft. And I'm rolling through the middle of the second round. I go, why am I looking at this? What am I doing?
Don't slightly move your head to the side like that, Andrew. That's hurtful. That's hurtful to me. But I did see Brock Bowers in that mock draft fell to 16th.
I try to tell you, he's fallen in these drafts.
He's fallen more and more. So if he
mock
falls
drafts, these mock drafts that nobody knows anything about,
right? If he does fall to that like 16 to 20 range,
you want to trade up.
I would be totally fine with the Texans trading up for 23 to try to get him. So I either draft a guy at tight end or sign a more cost-effective tight end, and then like if you really truly hit on a tight end, if you find a guy that is top 3 tight end material, he is giving you wide receiver type production, that's when you want to lock into him long term. But Dalton Schultz wasn't that this year. He's not that. Now,
he was exactly what he's been his entire career.
He's good. He's very good, but not
88 targets, 59 catches, 635 yards, 5 touchdowns, 10.8 yards per reception, which is actually a career best by 0.4. Catch percentage of 67%, which is slightly below his career. He's fine. He is a capable tight end in this league. He's not a big difference maker.
The projection that I saw, the projected contract was 3 years, $33 million, an average of $11 million per year. It's just not. I don't know that the production that you get from him is worth that when you can go try to find something better. And maybe this is the grass is greener type of thing. The one thing that makes me want Dalton Schultz to stick around is completely non-football related, but I found out last week.
Yeah, because he's a video gamer.
No, it's not the fact that he's a gamer. It's the fact that his main game is also one of my main games. He plays Smite.
Lego Fortnite.
No, Smite. He streams Smite. He has a Twitch account where he streams and plays Smite. I love Smite, and that makes me love him even more. But you have to remove the love for Dalton Schultz because he's somebody who I've followed for a long time in his career because he was with the Cowboys before. And I didn't necessarily want the Cowboys to get rid of him, but I thought that they had options that were more cost-effective. And it's the same thing here, where Dalton Schultz is not a guy who just jumps off the page as this dominant tight end. And if you have the ability to pay a guy less who can give you the same production at that spot, you need to do it, unless he is somebody who just shows up and can put up big numbers for you.
The biggest reason I'm out on it, did we ever get an answer on what that thing was he wore around his neck? I saw a lot of players wearing that.
No.
Did anybody
What was
ever
wrong
figure
with
that
that?
out?
No.
What those were?
No.
I'm serious. I need to know what those were. It was like a woman's headband that they wrapped around their neck.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just a sweat-wicking thing.
I don't think it was that. It was just weird. The entire season, on every player I noticed, between that and the helmets that don't have the bar at the top, now it freaks me out.
Those do freak me out. What do you think it's going to be good for me to Google Dalton Schultz around neck?
Yeah.
Is that a good? Let's see what results
see
we
what
get
happens
for that.
there.
Oh, it's called the Q collar. I instantly
What's the
got
Q
results.
collar?
I don't know.
Well, tell me, Josh.
Wait, I have to read it. I
need
just
you to be
clicked
on
the link.
I need you to be on
The
it.
Q
Let's go.
collar is the latest attempt in head injury prevention, but there's more of a bit of a controversy surrounding the use and implementation of it. Still, NFL players have taken to using the Q collar, with more and more players using the gear during games. It's a small, lightweight necklace-type device that applies a small bit of pressure to the wearer's internal jugular vein. Inside the plastic frame is a metal spring that keeps the collar in place. The idea is to increase blood flow surrounding the brain, so when there's impact, the blow is lessened, thus attempting to avoid concussions.
That was a lot of gibberish there. So if he wants to come back and wear that,
squeeze the neck, increase blood flow, try to avoid brain injuries.
So if he wants to bring that thing back and play for $8 million a year for 2 to 3 years, sign me up.
Yeah.
But anything more than I think $8 million a year, I'm good on.
Yeah, $11 million a year for him is just not. That's not. I'm not there. Especially,
I think they're going to go big. I think they're going to go. I think they're going to go sign Chris Jones. I'm going to say I think they're going to go spend a lot of their money on Chris Jones.
Do you really believe that,
Yep,
or is it
I
just
do.
because you want it to happen?
No, I believe it.
Do you think?
For some reason, I think they're going to
I'd
go
be okay
big.
with that. I'd be okay with that. It would be big. I mean, when you're talking big, that would be big. But I would be okay with that, because that is the type of move that takes your team from getting absolutely boat raced by the Ravens in the divisional round to, hey, now you're probably talking about conference championship and maybe a Super Bowl appearance. And I'd be totally fine with it.
I think Texans dynasty starts.
Chris
The
Jones.
moment they sign Chris Jones.
Chris Jones and Will Anderson on the same
I mean, he's
defensive
already
line would
played
be
for
nasty.
one dynasty. Why can't he play for another?
Maybe he's the catalyst for the dynasty.
He could be. It's not
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes. It's actually Chris Jones.
Yeah.
So again, the Dalton's going to take less money. Just plain and simple.
Yeah. Now, it makes it sound like, when he says that, it makes it sound like maybe he's willing to do that. So if he's willing to take like $7.5, $8 million a year, awesome. Especially if he gets let's say he gets 3 years at $8 million. It's 3 years, $24 million. Man, I'm on board that. That sounds real good to me. But if it's anything above the like 10 million plus, I'm out. Even 9.5 million plus, I'm out.
Andrew, what's your number? What's the furthest you're going?
Man, I would say anything over $8.5, $9 million per year, I would probably be out on Dalton Schultz. If we're talking double digits, if we're talking $10, $11 million, I would say just look elsewhere and try to get 75, 80% of the production you got out of him last season.
Bye-bye, Dalton Schultz. That's what we're saying today. Bye-bye, Dalton Schultz. You can want to be here all you want, but that money, that ain't happening, bro. You're not getting that $11 million. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on it as free agency nears in the NFL. Speaking of NFL and free agency, well, it's time for the roundup. Is there anything new out there? We'll tell you next here on Connor and Beard. Yeehaw, partner. Giddy up. It's time for the roundup on Connor and Beard. I wanted to get deep into that one today, but I just don't think it'd be good for my voice.
I think it's fine.
Who did it yesterday?
I did it, and I got made fun of for it.
Let me hear it.
I think it was about yours. Andrew put it on a scale out of 10. He said yours is a 5 out of 10 normally. He gave me a 4.5. I was
That's
like,
because I just okay. Well, then you know what? Let me give you a 10 out of 10. Yeah.
immediate failure.
I don't know what it is about doing that, but it just.
I didn't do the yeehaw. I just said welcome to the roundup, and I got a 4.5 out of 10, which is fine. I felt like that was close to yours. It's a little different. I don't have.
It makes my eyes tear up.
What? Are you all right?
I'm not kidding. I don't know why it does that. I can do a bunch of different stuff, but not
You
that.
just can't do the yeehaw.
I just have to go.
Does it like
yeehaw, partner?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Though.
Giddy up time.
Giddy
for
up.
roundup.
Yeehaw, partner. I don't like it. I can't do it like that.
I wish I had Sam Elliott's voice for this.
Oh my God, it'd be incredible.
Yeah.
I wish you had Sam
That
Elliott's
wispy
voice in
mustache,
general.
too.
I would never talk on this show if you had Sam Elliott's
If
voice.
I had Sam Elliott's voice, I wouldn't be here.
That's absolutely
I'd be a voice
fair.
actor.
Yeah, you'd be doing actual voice acting.
Yeah, probably make a ton of money from it.
Yeah, you would. You'd make a lot.
You might
Just
hear
a
me on, like,
spokesperson
commercials.
for anything. It's like Will Arnett, where he does all the different like car commercials. He does the voiceover work for tons of different commercials, and people don't always realize it's him.
Yeah, man, that really hurt my throat right there. I got a lot.
Want to try
of
the
that.
yeehaw? I can do the yeehaw.
Yeah, you do it.
Yeehaw!
Jesus
I tried to pull
Christ.
back a little bit.
I mean, put some.
You want to get closer?
No. You like peel back from the microphone.
I did peel back from the microphone. I was like back here when I did it.
That was a lot. I'll give
I'm
you.
just real loud.
You see, Andrew's a liar. He gave you a 5.
No, I didn't do the yeehaw yesterday.
Oh,
I was
okay.
just doing like the cowboy voice.
Okay.
Voice. Yeah, he gave me a 4.5 out of 10.
Well, if you did that, I would have given you a 10 out of 10.
All right. Well, I got to do that next time then.
You're welcome for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Guess what, Josh? You're going to have another day before you know it because I got one more day to burn.
I know. I also have a day to burn as well, so you're going to be without me. I'm not going to tell you what day though. You're just going to come
I know
in.
is it this Friday?
Nope.
Next Friday?
Nope.
It's one of the Fridays.
Nope. It's going to be a
Andrew, what
random
day
day.
is he
Andrew,
taking
don't tell
off?
him. Don't tell him any day. I don't know. Andrew may not even remember.
It's not Friday.
It's next Friday?
No. He doesn't get to take off next Friday because Joe is unable to fill in.
It's going to be a day, and I'm going to tell Joe not to come in until the last second. So you're just not going to. You're just
Andrew,
not going to know
you'll
what
tell
day.
me, right?
No, Andrew won't tell you.
Is it next Monday?
Nope. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I got another day that's probably going to come at some point soon. So
Yeah, let's just keep it secret from each
just
other.
not tell each other. One day we're not going to show up. We got to burn these days before the end of February. Find out which day. Today's the 14th.
If we actually do this, like you and I are fine with chaos like that. That might actually drive Andrew insane if we just don't tell.
We'll be
you know what? Let's tell each other, but not tell Andrew that we're not coming in.
Okay, real quick. Turn the microphone
Okay,
off. Tell me.
all right.
When is it? Okay, now I know.
So now Andrew doesn't know.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrew. You're screwed. Andrew's off next week. Like, what is it? Wednesday through Friday?
Yeah.
Tuesday through Friday.
He's
So
working
taking
one
the
day
whole
next
week
week.
off. I'm not. Oh wait. Oh well. I almost gave it away. I almost gave my day off
Well,
away.
we'll find out which day
Yeah.
Josh is off next week. But let's get to the roundup. Not gonna lie to you, there's not a ton in the roundup today. The Chiefs right now, by the way, are having their Super Bowl parade. I just saw a video of Isaiah Pacheco getting a ride on top of somebody's shoulders. I don't know who. I'm sure the Chiefs love that. But the Chiefs have another player, or a storyline maybe that they don't love, and it was Travis Kelce screaming at and bumping into Andy Reid. Well, guys, he said that it was unacceptable for bumping and screaming at him. He did this, I guess, on his podcast. What a shock. He didn't give an answer after the game. He waited until his podcast to do it.
He needed time to reflect. Of course, he's not going to give an
Jason
answer
Kelce
on
on
that
the
afterwards.
podcast told him, you crossed the line. I think we can both agree on that. He said, I did. I can't get that fired up to that point where I'm bumping the coach and it's getting him off balance and stuff.
I'm totally fine with the way he apologized. I'm fine with him taking responsibility and owning it. I still don't have any issue with what he did.
I do. I mean, from the standpoint of hitting an old man in public, yeah, you don't hit an old man, but screaming at him, I guess, that's fine.
Yeah.
They're going to scream at you. You could scream at them.
You don't really
occasionally.
want the bumping is the hard part, but I think he's just amped up in the moment.
I watched Andy Reid walk through the tunnel into the stadium the other day, and I go, man, he really
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Yeah, so like you can't go running up and on an old man like that.
I don't think he meant to though, and I think that's why Andy Reid reacted the way he did, because I don't think he meant to, and I think Andy knew that, because that's just not who Travis Kelce's been throughout his entire career. He's not been head case, go yell at the coach and bump into him guy. I think he was just amped up in the moment. It's the Super Bowl. You just let that kind of stuff just go over it. But at least he is taking responsibility and taking responsibility for his actions and moving on from it.
I immediately wished I could take it back. Do you think Taylor coached him up on this one and told him, bad, Travis,
No.
bad? Slapped him.
If you know, like, if you listen to like his story of how his football career has gone,
you're not going to get me to listen to his podcast.
I don't need you
I'm
to.
not going to watch his documentary on Amazon.
I don't need you to. But I think if you knew the history and the story of how many chances he has been given and he's taken those chances to get where he is, I think a lot of people would understand that is not the type of guy that he is, and owning up to a mistake like that is 100% Travis Kelce and not him being coached up by anybody else.
He's a fab. Fake ass boy.
No,
That's what he is.
I think he might actually be. He doesn't try to be anything that he's not. I think he might be one of the more genuine guys in the NFL.
Good.
He's not.
You are
here's
easy
why.
to deceive.
No, here's why. He's not smart enough to mask that well. He's not. If you listen to him talk and for an elongated period of time, you see how he talks on social media, you can learn pretty quickly he is not smart enough to mask that well. So I think for the most part, what you see is what you get from Travis Kelce, and that's a little refreshing.
You are terrible.
His brother, though, is smart enough to be able to mask a bit.
No, you're being deceived, Josh.
No,
you're being
he's not
deceived.
smart enough to deceive anyone.
Hey, do we know if Taylor Swift is at the do you think she made it to the parade today, or is she back in Japan?
She's back in Japan.
Is that where the Swift tour is now?
I guess so. Oh no, her last show in Japan was right before the Super Bowl, so I don't know what she's doing now. Where's the tour at?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
The T-Swift tour. Is it still the Eras tour?
Yeah.
My God, it's taking an entire.
It runs. We've gone through this before.
I know.
Okay, she's in.
It's her. The
What's
whole
the date
tour is
today?
an entire
14th.
era.
Her next one's not till Friday.
So
she's in Melbourne, Australia.
If this is the Taylor Swift Eras tour, well, technically this era will be the Kelce era.
This tour literally does not end. She did this all last year too, right?
Yes.
This tour does not end until December 8th.
That's nuts. More power to her.
Long.
And the concert's
like
like 4 hours long.
And she's doing like 3 shows in each place. Like she's doing 3 shows in Melbourne, and then she does 3 shows in Sydney the following week.
But
so she
that's
gives herself like
nuts.
a week off.
I get it, but like
actually, it's 4 shows in Sydney.
Each show's like 3 or 4 hours long.
Dude, look how many shows she's doing in Singapore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shows in the same place.
And
in Singapore.
she's that kind of a grinder, and all you want to do is grind
She's
your
not
gears
actually
against
singing.
her. Get
It's
out
all
of here.
lip sync.
It doesn't matter if she's not singing; she's still out there performing
You
and
get to go up
dancing.
there and
Have
watch
more
her
respect for
dance like
Taylor
this
Swift.
on stage.
It's fine.
It's like that's how she dances.
I'll watch it.
She
I
sucks.
still watch it. You just you know what? Have more respect for a grinder. Have more respect for Taylor Swift, the grinder.
I don't have any respect for her. Hey, the Chiefs today made other news. They gave Steve Spagnuolo a contract extension. Was this the right move?
Absolutely. With what he's done with that defense,
4 Super Bowls in his career as a defensive coordinator.
With what he did with that defense this year, and how they are gonna need continuity with losing some guys like Chris Jones, probably gonna move on. I saw that there are 3 or 4 different teams that are interested in Snead, the Cowboys being one of them, where it looks like Snead might be out. They're going to need some kind of continuity, and Steve Spagnuolo is going to give them that. I mean, his track record as a defensive coordinator is incredible, and they absolutely need to do everything they can to keep him there controlling and running this defense.
There's been some people trying to stump for him being head coach again. I don't think that's going to happen, but
I think for some of these guys that if I were a guy who had become a head coach once or twice and it failed and it was miserable and I was miserable at it, but I'm like one of the better and more consistent and successful coordinators, I'd just be like, you know what, I'm going to be a coordinator.
He has to be making at least. We've talked about salaries for coordinators recently. I'd imagine he's making at least $4.5 million a year.
Yeah, make your money, win some Super Bowls, be awesome, have everybody sing your praises, and then retire one day.
Ezra Evero with the Panthers was making $3 million a year as the defensive coordinator of the Carolina Panthers. This man has won 3 Super Bowls now as the coordinator and had his best defensive year there as the coordinator this year. He's got to be making at least $5 million. And I think about it. He's going to be as a coordinator.
Yeah. As a coordinator with the amount of success that he's had, yes, absolutely. So
he's older
just
now.
do
He's
that.
like 65.
Yeah, do it and enjoy it, and then retire and just chill.
Yeah.
Play golf, whatever you want to do.
or just coach till you die.
That too.
You could do that.
Just they walk in one morning,
Look.
they find you dead in your coach's chair.
He went out on top.
That's
didn't he?
true. 8240 on the text line says that you're just a hater, by the way.
A hater of what?
A hater of everything.
Taylor Swift?
You hate
Yeah,
on Taylor Swift.
I do hate her because she sucks, and I'll say it over and over again. I'm glad football season's over with, so we don't have to talk about her dumb ass all the time anymore.
Hater ass Michael. Ham.
That's
Ham
you
is
know what?
here.
For this one, I'll take it. That's completely fine with me. I hope in her performance in Melbourne or Sydney, Australia, a wild kangaroo jumps on the stage and kicks her in the face. That's what I'm hoping for.
Low key, she kind of looks like a wild kangaroo.
She's not attractive. I've been telling everybody that for a while.
I think she's attractive. How
No,
can you say
she's
she's not attractive? She's
not.
objectively
She looks like
attractive.
a mop. She looks like a mop.
A mop? Okay, you know what? We've been married for too long now. Andrew gets the final say in this. Andrew, is Taylor Swift?
He's a Swiftie.
Is Taylor Swift hot or not?
She's attractive, yes. I wouldn't go as far as to
But
say
it-
she's like super hot or anything,
But
but I find her attractive,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, 2v1. You're out on this.
Congrats to you guys. Enjoy your basic white girl over there that's bad at
I will.
music.
You know what? Guess what, Michael? I will enjoy her.
Okay, you do that.
I don't like her music,
Hour
though.
number 2 of the show starts in just a couple of seconds. And when we get there, it's a day of love. Let's give out some Valentines to those in Houston sports that we love. That's next. It's hour 2 of Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you'd like to join us today, 713-780-3776. Don't forget to send in your love questions. Do you have love questions? Do you need love advice today? Well, you can give it to, or you can give us the questions and we'll give you the advice.
We'll give you, we don't want you giving us advice.
No.
We're fine.
Yeah,
I've
we're
been
fine.
married for almost 20 years. Michael has been married for, how long have you been married now? For almost
a year in
almost
April,
a year?
but we've been together
close.
we're into our 7th year together.
Right. Well, I mean,
we've basically been married the entire time without being married.
I guess those other years count, but you've been married for almost a
We've
year.
lived together for 5.5.
Okay, that counts. I think that counts as much as like the qualification of being married. As long as you've lived with the person, that's what matters. So if you have any questions, if you're angry, if you've been recording your wife saying things and prompting her into saying things that you were trying to get her to do and playing it on the radio and you're in trouble for it, ask us. We're the experts. We know how to deal with that. And then we're going to help Andrew out too. We're going to help Andrew have the most efficient Valentine's Day he possibly could have.
Yeah.
Andrew, do you have any plans for Valentine's Day?
Yeah, I'm going to dinner tonight.
Easy. We'll help you out with that.
the
Don't
snacks
worry.
girl?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, congrats. Where are you going?
We are just getting some sushi and stuff like that.
Can we just, would it be,
sushi.
is it disrespectful if we, instead of saying the snacks girl, because I feel like that's disrespectful, can we just call
We
her?
don't know her name.
Well, we just call her Snacks McGee.
No, that's more disrespectful.
Is it?
You can't do that.
Why?
You're going to make Andrew want to never share his love stories with us again.
Yeah, he will, because he understands that it's funny and people will laugh at it whenever we talk about it.
Seriously, send in your love questions. File those in on the text line, 713-780-3776, so we can start compiling them for later, because we're going to answer all your love questions here on A Day of Love.
Yes.
On Connor and Beard. It's a very important day for all of those that are out there searching for it. And we want to be here to help you, because we love you guys. We're here for you every day like you're here for us. It's
true.
It's a true, genuine relationship of love.
Yes.
Between us and
And we
listeners.
want you to experience that love, not just with us, but with other people as well. Just love everyone and love everyone all the time.
Yeah, simple as that. So send those in, 713-780-3776 is the phone number to do that. It is Valentine's Day. It is a day of love. What's on your plans today?
We don't celebrate Valentine's Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we don't. It's never been something
We genuinely don't do a lot, but
I'm the hopeless romantic in the relationship. I'm the one who, like, I grew up watching rom-coms and I was trying to find the Topanga to my Corey Matthews for Boy Meets World reference. But my wife's not a big fan. She told me early on in the relationship if I needed a special day to show my love, then I was doing it wrong.
my watch somehow picked up on our conversation and just sent a text to our phone number here.
What did it send?
Hey, seriously, send in your love questions.
Yep. Actually, I see it right now. Anyway, so we don't celebrate Valentine's Day. I typically what I do. She especially, like, the thing she hates the most is us spending money that's unneeded. She's very frugal. So my gift to her every single year is cleaning something up at the house at a very high level, like something that, or like some kind of thing that needs to be done, like a DIY project or something that needs to be made for her. I do that. I don't spend money, and then I write her a note. I don't buy a card. I just take a piece of paper. I write her a note, put it in an envelope, and give it to her whenever I get home, usually in the afternoon. And that's how we do Valentine's Day. And then we buy, like, stuff for our kids and do Valentine's with them.
I loved Valentine's Day as a kid because my mom would do that. We would literally get something for every holiday. She would give us a video game at Valentine's Day and Easter.
Yeah.
I mean, every little one would get something for us. Fantastic.
Yeah, my mom did the same thing, though, so that's why we like doing it with our kids. So our kids are technically our Valentines, and we buy stuff for them.
But it is a day of love. And it's time. I'm sorry, I was copying. Send your questions in.
We both copy and pasted the exact same text.
713-780-3776. Let's hand out the Valentine's Day gifts or the Valentine's Day cards via the radio to some Houston athletes. Josh, who would you like to give a Valentine's Day to?
I'd love to give
here in the city of Houston.
I'd love to give a Valentine's Day present to CJ Stroud first and foremost.
Why is that?
Because just in giving hope with the Texans to the entire city. I know there are a lot of other players and coaches that were a part of this Texans team this year, but it all really just banks on the quarterback in and of himself. Like CJ Stroud being every bit as good as anybody thought he could or would be, and then some, has completely reinvigorated and revitalized this city. And this is already a city that's been spoiled with baseball, and this is, I think, pretty by and large, you can't use the phrase, this is a baseball town or this is a football town or this is whatever town, right? But I think by and large, through this Astros run and how bad the Texans have been, this has turned kind of into a de facto baseball town. And to see a city that's now watching their football team come back with an ownership that is relying on their football decision makers, with an executive who seemingly is making the right decisions and hopefully will continue to, a coach who's been a part of this city before as a player and now is helping revitalize as the coach. But it really all comes down to C.J. Stroud, and people are excited about the Texans and about football.
What's
again.
on your Valentine's Day card to him? That's the real question.
My Valentine's Day card to him, so it's handmade. I only do handmade Valentine's Day
all these
cards.
are going to be handmade. We're not
Don't buy
buying
'em.
Hallmark.
We're not
on
buying
this
them.
show.
Look, I'm not dropping $5 or $7 on a card. Sorry, that's not me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take construction paper, 3 different shades of construction paper. I'm going to take a dark red, I'm going to take a lighter red, and then obviously a pink. And I'm going to cut out 3 different size hearts and glue them together. And then I'm going to put C.J. Stroud's face right in the middle of it. And on the inside, I'm going to write, "Thank you so much for meaning everything to me. I hope you have an awesome 2024.
This is terrible.
Please be my Valentine, C.J. Stroud. I promise I don't want to see anything other than you throwing a football." That's what my Valentine would say.
Mine would be pretty simple. Roses are to CJ. Roses are red. Violets are blue. I used to hate football, but not anymore because of you.
That the meter isn't even right. If you're going to do a
That
poem,
is right.
the meter's not even right.
That's perfect.
At the
That's
very
fine.
end, you had too many syllables in the last
no,
line.
I don't.
You don't even know how to do Valentine's Day poems right.
Yes, I do.
Also, poems are dumb. Poems are stupid.
No.
Poems
I'm big
are
on the
old.
roses are red, violets are blue poem here.
You did roses are red, violets are blue. I used to hate football, but now I love you. That is the meter. That is the correct meter.
No.
Now I don't because of you. Okay.
Roses,
I'm
going to give one to Justin Verlander. Roses
Okay.
are red, violets are blue. Your shoulder's got a boo-boo, but I hope your elbow doesn't too.
I want to be mad at it, but I can't.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to be real mad about it. I'm gonna give one to Jordan. Roses are red, violets are blue.
I think about your dong,
No,
and I know you
stop.
do too.
Let me finish.
That's Josh.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I like all your home runs, but not your dong too.
You do like his dong.
I do not. I want nothing to do with his
you
dong.
You literally did a song about his wiener.
I did
just
not.
Like you did
I did a song about his home runs.
Just like you did a whole thing talking about CJ's wiener.
I didn't do anything talking about CJ's wiener.
Definitely got to give those guys.
I have
some Valentine's cards.
Somewhere in my Valentine's Day card, there has to be the line, "I promise I don't think about your." Oh, well, we're not supposed to say. I promise I don't think about your manhood.
Okay, good.
I promise I don't think about your giblets.
I think I'm going to give one to Dylan Brooks. It says, "Roses are red, violets are blue. I thought you were a villain. Now I love you too."
That's not good.
What?
That's not good.
Hallmark is literally knocking at my door.
Hallmark wants nothing to do
They're
with
saying,
you.
"Michael, we need you. We must have you on the team. Can you write for us?"
Can I give one to Jalen Green?
Sure, go ahead. What's it going to be?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Can you please stop shooting? We all want that too.
How about this? I'll one-up that one.
Okay.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Can you please stop shooting and painting your nails too?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that one. That one's not bad. Roses are red, violets are blue. Please keep scoring so we can trade you.
Hey, now we're talking. How about one for Ime Udoka? Roses are red, violets are blue. You always look mad. I think you might be too.
Oh, that's a good one. Roses are red, violets are blue. You're absolutely so brave, attacking soft ass boys too. I stumbled on it. I was trying to figure out a way to
Hey,
incorporate
you know what we should give one to? Dusty Baker. Roses are red, violets are blue. Thank you for Yiner. I've got nothing else for you.
Doodly do.
Yeah, doodly. I got nothing else for this one. I totally stumped on that one. Damn it. In my head, it went a lot better than it was supposed to go.
My Valentine's, I'm not doing a poem to Dusty Baker. My Valentine's Day is just going to be a thank you card that I buy from Kroger that just says Yiner inside of it.
What do you give Dusty Baker at Valentine's Day? Do you give him like Werther's?
No.
You think Dusty's at Werther's stage yet?
Wristbands with a little heart with his face on it.
That's true.
That's what you give Dusty.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I'm a little disappointed nobody asked any Astros players or anything. Asked them any Valentine's Day questions today. We didn't get any Valentine's Day questions today.
We haven't. Yeah, that's true. Which is, I think, a mistake.
If we were there, we would have asked the hard-hitting questions. Like,
yeah.
Who on the team are you giving a Valentine's Day card? If you see, that's a missed opportunity by one of the players. If you show up today, you go into the locker room and hand every player a Valentine's Day card.
That's the way just like you used to in elementary school.
Yeah.
Just buy those like little cards that have the candies and stuff now.
Yeah.
And then you have like one way nicer card with like a present for one specific player. Be like, hey, Boo Thang.
Who would you give like the worst gift to? Like, who would you give a Valentine's Day gift that's like which Valentine's Day candy is the worst? Is it the hearts, the candy hearts?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just like eating chalk.
Not the sweet tart ones, but yeah, those like candy Valentine's hearts that have the messages on them.
Yeah.
Now the messages are cool, but the hearts themselves suck.
I would have given like I'd give one to Ralph. I'd give a box of them to Rafael Montero, and all the hearts inside would just simply say, "You suck."
Yeah. Yeah.
Give one to Jeff Bagwell. Thanks for Abreu and Montero.
Thanks for the Montero contract.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, never do this again. Thanks for nothing. And that's what all the hearts would spell out.
That's exactly what it's freaking Jeff Bagwell. Hope he's having a bad Valentine's Day.
Do you want to give Jeff Bagwell a Valentine's?
No. You can.
Roses are red, violets are blue. You choked in the World Series, but it doesn't matter. They didn't need you.
Oh, roasted.
My meter was off, though.
That's
But it's okay. Your meter was bad, too, so I can have a bad
I'm
one.
not worried about your meter being...
The meter matters.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, rhyming and meter matters when you're writing poetry.
It does not matter.
Coming from a champion slam poet, I think I know what I'm talking about.
You are not a champion slam poet.
I'll show you the YouTube video. Oh, no. I got second place the next year, though.
I don't know.
And then I quit slam poetry forever.
I don't know if I want to know what this sounds like.
It's pretty incredible. I have a one poem that I wrote about. It's a love poem, a ruined love poem from Batman to the Joker.
Here's your. We didn't put anything down. We still haven't put anything down for what we're doing at 145.
I'm not doing that.
You can write a slam poetry poem for somebody in Houston right now.
Right now?
Yeah, between now and 145, and you have to deliver it at 145.
Not happening.
Come on, man.
I will do that this week, but I can't knock it out in 30 minutes.
I think you can.
I'll try.
Okay. We'll see if Josh pulls it off. Hey, speaking of giving things out to the Astros, which they would get lots of Valentine's Day cards because they're good at baseball, let's get to our Astros question of the day. We'll do that next here on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Some say these guys get along swimmingly. I'd say, slow your roll. They're just really getting to know each other, and it takes time for animosity and dysfunction to flourish. Let's just enjoy that process together. Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard.
Can't bring us down today on a day of love. Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Because we love each other.
That's true, we do.
I love you, Josh.
I love you too, Michael.
Andrew, I love you too.
Thank you, Michael.
He didn't. Why didn't he say it back?
I love both you guys too.
Yes, there we go. Hey,
that was. I just got bullied into it.
That was
I
nice.
love you guys.
Well, no, I think that was genuine. That was legitimate. We've broken bread together for quite a while now. There's love between us.
Yeah, there's real love. If you want to send in your love questions, again, don't forget 713-780-3776 to text those in.
But it's agape love. It's not eros.
I don't know what that means.
Agape is more like a love for us as people, for each other as people. Eros is like
it could be both questions, Josh. If you got sex position questions, send them. If you've
no,
got actual
I'm saying the love between the three of us is not.
I thought you were talking about the questions. My bad.
You should have immediately agreed with me on that one, and now I'm a little bit more concerned.
No, I wasn't paying enough
So
attention.
this is the love that you feel for Andrew and I is might be eros.
No.
You keep that away from me, Michael.
Josh, I can promise you I don't have that.
Oh.
Never will.
But if you have a question on eros or agape love, please send that in.
Yeah, do that. Pena has some love advice that he needs. Let's get Pena in here on the phone lines. Hi, Pena.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I did need advice, but I got an important phone call I got to make, so I'm gonna make it quick. I have a Valentine's card for y'all, and here it goes. Roses are red. Violets are blue. Josh, Aggie suck, but it's okay. Texas Tech does too.
I mean, that one doesn't even bother me because it's true.
That's pretty good. I can't be mad at that.
They stink every year. They're falling apart at basketball right now, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. Well, the Aggies, they're one step forward, two steps back, too, so it's not great.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's okay.
Happy Valentine's Day, Pena. We love you, too.
I hope that you find real love today, Pena. You're clearly lacking it in your life sometimes, and I hope that you find it.
I don't agree with that. I think that's mean. Don't say that, Michael.
He calls in and gives pot shots all the time. I think he's missing out.
He's taking one pot shot at you.
If he had a true lover in his life, he'd be a lot calmer of a person.
I think that is just the absolute opposite. I think once you've had somebody you have to find, because you can't take it out on the one you love the most. You have to take it out on other people when you're frustrated. So I think that he does have his true love, and we're the people that he has to take it out on.
I mean,
me more than you.
We're here for it. That's what we're always here for.
That's true.
I like this one that we just got in on the Twitch chat. It says roses are red, violets are blue. Astros may have banged trash cans, but we banged your mom too.
Yeah, that one I'm using. I'm stealing it.
We had a couple real quick from the text line from the last thing. Roses are red, violets are blue. This is for Dylan Brooks. I know you're a villain, but you're still my boo. That's how you do it.
I like that one. That's a good one.
Apparently, there's no more Valentine's Day at school, is what one person texted us as well. Like, you don't get.
What?
I remember giving out. You gave everybody a Valentine's Day card.
Somebody wanted your own little Valentine's.
Somebody wanted to give one to Bregman and Tucker. It says roses are red, violets are blue. I hope you get an extension. And Tucker gets one, too.
Yeah, see, I love that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I can live with that one. Then there was one more for Jeff Bagwell. Roses are red. Violets are blue. Stop making bad contracts. We don't need you. Just true. We don't need you.
No.
I don't need Jeff Bagwell shouted out in any more press conferences at all. I just don't need it.
I'd like to thank Jeff Bagwell.
Jeff Bagwell has become my trigger word as a Houston sports
I want him
fan.
shouted out in the Kyle Tucker contract extension press conference.
Yeah.
I'd like to shout out
I mean, look, if he got a contract extension with Kyle Tucker done, not
maybe
him,
it'd be
but
okay.
the Astros
Would
did,
it redeem some of
I
it?
can live with
to shout out Bagwell
you
for
can
getting
shout
this
out
done?
Bagwell, yeah. But, like, I don't need to hear about, Jeff Bagwell is an important part in this. He shouldn't be. He's got no qualification for any of it, other than he played baseball. He's got no qualification to be helping you make decisions.
Now,
Sorry.
What if you hear, like, Jeff Bagwell was instrumental in making sure that the Houston Astros did not re-sign Kyle Tucker?
Then I would really lose my mind. And honestly, he would no longer be like my favorite player of my childhood, which he was. And then
is he right now?
No, he's not my favorite. My favorite player all time now is Jose Altuve.
Whoa, I know, but of your childhood.
My childhood, it was Bagwell, and then I will say I switched to Team Biggio after Bagwell snubbed me in Carrabba's over here on Voss.
Wait. Is that where all of your Jeff Bagwell hatred comes
I will
from?
admit, it started there. I was 7 years old, or 8 years old. I was with my aunt. My aunt knows the Carrabba's family really well.
Yeah.
And we used to go in there and eat all the time, and they would let my brother and I go back in the kitchen and make our own pizzas and everything.
That's pretty cool.
And we were in there. It was the middle of the week. Like they had a day off, I guess, or maybe it was I don't even remember what time of year it was, but it was like there was nobody in the restaurant.
Right.
And it was like our table, Jeff Bagwell and his wife at the time, I think the one that ended up being a wacko or whatever that was like on the Howard Stern show. And like one other table had people at it. We are kids. I'm like 7 or 8. My brother's got to be 5. And Jeff Bagwell's there. And we don't have Jeff Bagwell's autograph. You want Jeff Bagwell's autograph. So one of the Carrabba family people gave us some Carrabba shirts and got Sharpies for us. And we took them over to the table. Nobody's in there. He said no.
What?
To kids.
Nobody's in there and he said no to kids.
No.
If people had been in there, he would have said yes.
He said no.
He would have said yes because he wouldn't have wanted to look bad.
It takes 2 seconds to sign your name on the shirt.
That's a kid, too.
I was like 8 years old.
That's wild to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm team anti-Jeff Bagwell with you. I was going to make fun of you for your Jeff Bagwell hatred being rooted in something, but I thought it was going to be something like he wouldn't shake your hand like 8 years ago.
No.
But the fact that you were 7 or 8 years old.
I was at
Wow.
I was at one of those team luncheons a few years ago, and he totally interrupted a conversation I was having with somebody and swooped in and ended it. I'm like, hey, I was talking to this person, but thanks, Jeff.
I'll be honest.
Got it.
Anytime we go to any kind of Astros function at all where we might have any semblance of access to Jeff Bagwell, we should take Carrabba's shirts and Sharpies and try to get him to sign them.
I think we should.
And just be like, hey, Jeff, you sign the shirt now?
I will say this, since I feel free to say this now. When he is in the booth, it's the worst.
Yeah,
I
it's
cannot
not great.
stand listening to him on the broadcast. He just is not a broadcaster. I don't need it. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
Give Blum more money and let Blum work all 162 games.
Jeff Bagwell.
He doesn't need vacation days.
Jeff Bagwell in the booth or Tony Romo doing the Super Bowl?
Tony Romo doing the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a fair call. Hey, Astros question of the day now. Is it World Series or bust for you in 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
I think yes, because of
I
how
asked this because I heard Paul earlier starting his show when I was sitting at the house. I was eating my breakfast, and I've got the YouTube up on my television, and he's talking about World Series or bust and trying to figure out if everybody's about that. And I think, you know what?
Yeah.
That's our question today.
Them paying Josh Hader made it that in my mind. For me personally, them giving Josh Hader
without Josh
that
Hader,
contract,
it wouldn't have been World Series or bust.
it would have been close. I think it would have been. It needs to be World Series, or I'm going to say the window is closing. But I wouldn't have said World Series or bust. But now that they did that kind of all-in move, to me it's like teetering on the edge before, right? That tipped it over in the World Series or bust dimension. Where I think if we still had the questions about what the bullpen was going to look like, we had the questions about the starting rotation, we had questions about some of the guys in certain field positions, whatever. There's a ton of questions. So if they don't win a World Series in 2024, because of all those questions, we could say, all right, well, it's because of this or it's because of that. You know, it's disappointing, but we're not surprised that it happened. That, to me, that one move pushed you to a realm where if you don't make it to the World Series, it's a major disappointment this season. And if you don't win a World Series, it'll be maybe not the worst thing that could happen, but a pretty big disappointment to me. And if you don't win a World Series now, I'll start to think in the realm of, will they ever win another one again with this group?
Wow, here he comes again. Nadge in the building.
I mean, if you don't win a World Series with the roster as it's constructed, and you're going against all the other competition that you have, isn't it a pretty big disappointment?
I mean, to me, the biggest disappointment this season would just be not getting there. I think that you have
That's
to get,
fair.
I think that they are the clear cut, even with today's Verlander hiccup and France hiccup. Like, you can't hit the panic button just yet on those things completely. Like, if we get 2 weeks into playing games in spring training and they haven't pitched in games, you start to get a little bit concerned that they're going to miss portions of the season. Or maybe they're lying to you about how deep it might be. But to me, going in, I think the disappointment would be not playing in the World Series. I think it's going to be...
That'd be a massive, massive disappointment.
It's going to be far more difficult than it was in 2022, and it's going to be far more difficult than it was last year. Honestly, last year, we can be honest with it, it was a complete choke job. You should not have lost the ALCS when you had 2 games at home, and the fact that they still could not win 1 game at home in the ALCS like they did in the World Series in 2019 was an absolute choke job disaster. brutal.
Yes.
Especially when you won Game 5 the way you did. To not come home and just squeeze their neck and to be done with it is embarrassing. And I think that they know that. But it was it's the last 2 years have been so incredibly easy. Overall, it's never easy, but more so than other years to just get to the World Series in the American League. And I do think this year it's set up, again, pretty nicely to get through the American League. In the East, I don't know if there's anybody in that division outside of Baltimore that's like a legit, like, can win the World Series. Anybody can win the World Series, clearly,
Right.
when the Rangers and the Diamondbacks were in it last year. But, like, if it plays out how it should based off of talent, the Orioles are deep, but they've never been there, done that, and they still do have some question marks in their staff behind Corbin Burns. You look to the Yankees. They made the addition of Soto, but there's still massive question marks when it comes to their pitching. I don't think that they have enough, and I think it's going to be a problem for them, and they're just going to be the Yankees again. They'll flame out. The Rays, who knows? So, like, I just go through everything in the West. I don't think the Rangers are going to have the season they did a year ago. I think they're going to take a step back. I think the Mariners are going to hang around, but they're going to do the Mariners. They're going to be bad early, and then you give no respect to anything in the Central. They have to be playing in the World Series. That's with me sitting here February 14th, not knowing what's going to happen injury-wise this season, because there's going to be injuries. There's going to be guys that get knocked out for significant periods of time. It happens every single season. But that's how I feel today.
Okay.
So, yeah, it is World Series or bust.
Let me give you this then. ALCS. It's Astros and Orioles. Astros lose at the end of Game 7. How do you feel?
I'd be disappointed.
Would it be? But would that be an abject failure to you?
It's not an abject failure to be one game away from a World Series.
Really, like in that situation, you're like maybe like only a couple of runs or outs away.
Yeah.
From it.
It would just hurt.
It would hurt really bad. But to me, it's everything is so situational with how the season could end up. But if they don't at least make a real strong test in the ALCS and then lose in like the final game, then it's going to be wildly disappointing this year. And if they lose again like they did to the Rangers, if they lose again the way they did to the Rangers, where they just get absolutely blitzed in the final game at home, abject failure. And anything from there and below, failure.
Yeah, if they're as bad this season as they were last year at home, that's a failure, without a doubt. Real quick, Andrew, before I break, is it World Series or bust for you?
Oh, 100%. As long as Yordan Alvarez is on this team, I'm going to have very high expectations for what they're capable of accomplishing. And basically, until we get to the end of Craig Biggio sort of run with Jose Altuve, where he is on his current contract, I think that should be the expectation. It's not like the American League is loaded with talent, like you mentioned, Michael. So as long as the competition is where it is in the American League versus the National League, and with the level of talent that the Astros still have, I understand it's not where it's been in years past, but as long as it is where it is currently, the standard needs to be the World Series every single season. And that should be the standard for the next 3 or 4 years.
It's going to be great. It's going to be a great year, guys. Positivity reigns here. It's going to be a fun year. They're going to win a lot of games. They're going to be back in the World Series, and we're going to be doing this show on like November the 4th or something, talking about a World Series game. It's going to be awesome.
And we're all going to be bricked up.
Yeah, we are. We're going to be very
How many times can we use that on Valentine's Day? Do we only get one on Valentine's Day, or do we get multiple?
All your multiples have expired, so we're back to one.
I think I've got like 9 built up. So
you can only have 3, a maximum of 3 banked up.
Well, I didn't use it on Monday, so
you didn't use it Monday.
No.
You didn't use one yesterday, so you have. I didn't use it yesterday.
So I've got 3 to use today.
So I have 1 more today.
I got 3 to use today. We'll see if I use them before the end of the show. I've forgotten about it.
You remember whenever on the Jose Altuve day we got unlimited. We did not take enough advantage of that.
I did.
Well, I didn't. I had like 8 left.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, I think I had 4 left. I probably missed out on a couple opportunities.
Yeah, missed opportunity. You know what? Astros, don't miss your opportunity in 2024 like we did on Jose Altuve Day.
Don't miss your opportunity to have your love questions answered today, which, again, you can send in your questions of love to 713-780-3776. But when we get back, it's that time of the week where we play this, that, or the other, and that is next.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Mike O'Connor and Josh Beard.
Oh, it's the best music of the week. This, that, or the other. Which, speaking of, again, this, that, or the other. If you have any this, that, or the other, or just love this, that, or the other questions, whatever. Again, love questions, 713-780-3776. Send those in for the Connor and Beard Love Talk. What are you laughing at?
Well, I want to, for like a love this, that, or the other. What does your wife like best? This, that, or the other? Or where?
The bathroom stall, your car, or the office?
I didn't mean that kind of location, but sure.
Okay. I was trying to not be disgusting, Josh. Get your head out of the gutter.
I know, dude. It's bad. I'm like a 13-year-old. I know people joke around all the time about men not aging past 13. I legitimately didn't. I mentally stopped aging at 13, which is just real sad for everybody around me.
Yeah, you know, we just aged. We're just different.
I have fun with it, but
yeah, you should always have fun.
You know, the one person who anytime I go that direction, who follows me down that road more than anybody else, my mother-in-law.
Really?
Yeah. Anytime it goes down like the immature 13-year-old raunchy joke route, my mother-in-law is the one who follows me there, and it makes everybody else feel real awkward. So it's fine.
I'm glad you can. But it's time for this, that, or the other, Josh.
I guess so. I have a few different. This is more like this, that, or the other. You know, it's Valentine's Day. You have to find that one person.
You got a love edition for us?
Kind of a love edition. It's more of like you have to choose your forever person, your forever love for each of the teams here in town. And I've given 3 options for each team. So it's like you found your person. Mm-hmm. I found my person. Andrew's looking for his person. It might be Snacks McGee. It might be somebody else. We don't know. But we all need to find that person. So we're going to do that for each of these teams. Now, this one's a little bit more poignant because money situations are coming up. Extensions are going to need to happen. So 3 players for the Astros. You have to choose one, and the other 2 go away forever.
Okay.
They're no longer your love. Kyle Tucker, Framber Valdez, Alex Bregman. You have to pick one, and the other 2 are gone.
Do you have like a secondary this, that, or the other question? Because I think this one's going to be over real quick.
Oh, this one's going to be over quick, but don't worry. I have one scenario for each of the 3 teams.
Oh, okay. Well, this one's simple. It's Kyle Tucker. We love Alex Bregman, but he's 30. He'll be 31 when his new contract starts. Framber Valdez is a head case. It's just the truth.
Uh-huh.
He's got an incredible talent. And Kyle Tucker's still 27, and he's one of the best left-handed hitters in the sport. That's the guy.
Yeah, I think I agree. I don't think. I know I agree. I wanted to try to make these as realistic as possible too, and these are all guys that you're looking at contract situations with all 3 of them. But Kyle Tucker is the one who is going to be the most consistently awesome throughout the life of the contract that you give him, and I definitely agree. I think a lot of people would hesitate with Framber, and they'd be like, "Oh no, you got to have like Framber, you got to have the ace, but
you do need the ace, but
not that ace. It's just
a bunch of money poured into him seems dangerous.
Yes, absolutely, because the smallest thing can make the contract not worth it. And you don't know for how long. It could be an entire season, could be a portion of the season, could just be multiple seasons if the wrong thing happens. So I don't want to touch it. Andrew, which one are you choosing out of these 3?
Yeah, it's going to be a sweep here. Kyle Tucker's the easy and obvious choice. Look, he's young, he's hot, he's mentally stable. So
Did you say he's hot?
Yeah, checks all the boxes. Wow. This is for a Valentine's Day thing, right?
Man.
Yeah. I mean, look, as much as I love what Framber can do on the mounds, he's just simply too inconsistent. Kyle Tucker, last year's postseason aside, checks basically every single box you would want. So, see ya Framber, see ya Alex, I suppose.
Yeah, I like that Andrew brings up that Kyle Tucker is hot. I mean, the way he gets up to that plate, bare hands that stick, it just makes me happy to see every single time because you know something big's going to happen afterward. Next scenario, let's go to the Houston Texans.
You feel better after that one?
I do feel a lot better now, yeah. Houston Texans, this, that, or the other. You have to choose one. The other 2 go away. This is the free agent edition. Dalton Schultz, Jonathan Grenard, Steven Nelson. Which one of those 3 are you choosing, and the other 2 go to whatever other team in the NFL?
I don't love the money aspect of this from the spending standpoint of things because it's a significant amount of money. But I think of these 3 in this scenario, it's Grenard. Based on the production that he had last year, I think in D'Amico's defense, he's going to work really well. I think I'd go that way.
I'm actually more torn on this one than I thought I would be. I thought
there's only two choices there.
Yes.
Steven Nelson's not even an option to me.
I think out of these three, I'm going Dalton Schultz. I know we just talked about it. I would prefer not to give either of them the money that they're going to require, but at least Dalton Schultz is helping you save a little bit in the long run. And then you can choose to put more money into the, or you could draft a guy. You could draft like the Chop Robinson, whatever other edge rusher the Texans might have fall to him at 23. But you could just choose to put more money in defensive back and draft a edge, or you can put money into an edge and draft a cornerback. But finding a tight end that could put up the production that Dalton Schultz does is more difficult than the other spots. So I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz.
Andrew?
Only because the money that's involved here, I think I would pick Dalton Schultz. Yes. Just because I think that there's a chance you could get him on something that would be close to a market value / discounted contract.
Yeah.
Jonathan Grenard is going to get paid an absolute boatload. And Steven Nelson, while he's been, by and large, really good as a Houston Texan, I think that you can improve on him. And typically once corners hit a certain age bracket, their performance doesn't really improve. It only goes one direction, and that's down. So as good as Steven Nelson has been for his couple of years in Houston, I'll see you, Steven. I'll see you, Jonathan Grenard, and Dalton Schultz. You are still a Houston Texan.
You just got Josh bricked up, by the way, because you agreed with him and not me.
Second time today, and it makes me so happy. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, I get real excited about it. Last scenario, and honestly, maybe this will be way easier for you guys than it is for me, but this is a very difficult one for me. But let's go to the Houston Rockets. You have to admit your love for one of these people, and the other two get cast aside to begrudge and hate and have a hatred for you for the rest of eternity.
Okay.
You have to choose Cam Whitmore, Amen Thompson, or Jabari Smith. Which one are you taking? And the other two have to go away.
I think there's only two options here. It's nothing against Amen Thompson. He just doesn't, he's never going to shoot the ball to where you want him to. And I don't think he's going to be the scorer that you would like.
His defense the other night was incredible.
Yeah. He's got a lot of great attributes to his game. I'm struggling with this one from the standpoint of Jabari Smith has taken a leap in terms of his shooting ability this year, and his defense is awesome, and he's rebounding even better, and he does all the little intangible things that you want, and he's got that freakish length and everything. Is he going to be the player that, because we see it so often, year 3 guys take big scoring leaps. Is he going to take a big scoring leap next year? Because this year it's not a big scoring leap. It's been a point basically per game.
Yeah.
It's been way more efficient than it's been. But we get those brief spots where he goes out and pours in 20-something. You're like, man, this could be a 2A this could be your second to third best player and be a borderline all-star type of player.
He looks at times like he could be a pretty consistent 20-10 guy.
But then
if he puts it all together.
Then you see Cam Whitmore go out there offensively. He does not do any of the other things that you need him to do.
I think he's pretty solid defensively, but there's room to grow.
He's not a passer of the basketball.
No.
He's get me the ball and let me shoot. But good God, he's been great at it so far. And his shooting percentages for a rookie have all been awesome all year long, and he keeps scoring. And you need, at the end of the day, a legit scorer. I guess I got to go Cam Whitmore.
Yeah.
And I feel dirty for it because I love a lot of the aspects of Jabari Smith.
One of the ways I wish I would have framed this a little bit, too, is the other two guys get packaged with Jalen Green in a trade.
Oh, then I might change it.
Really? You would change it? That makes me lean more into Cam Whitmore,
if you're trading away, then I would think that you're trading all that to get a legit scoring guard. And I don't need Cam Whitmore as much.
I see it's the opposite for me. I think you'd be trading away Jabari and Jalen Green to get a legit high-level scoring superstar big man, which means you need more Cam Whitmore. So I think if you're going to trade Jabari and Jalen Green and Amen Thompson, then you're going and getting a really, really good big man to solidify the front court. This one's tough. I'm leaning towards Cam Whitmore too, and it feels dirty. Again, Amen Thompson could be one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. The way he played against the Knicks the other night was incredible. Jabari Smith has had some really nice jumps, but Cam is just watching him play basketball is just so much fun. It's so much fun. He's such a good scorer, so I'm going with Cam Whitmore. Andrew?
I'm going to go with Jabari Smith Jr.
Yeah.
I think that the way his game fits basically any team in the league and should be able to fit any direction you want to take this Rockets team is incredibly valuable. When you have someone who's 6'10", who can move his feet the way that Jabari can, and we've seen him take leaps handling the basketball, finishing around the rim, just his overall feel for the game is already so much better this season than it was last. And I still think that there's so much untapped potential there for what he can become.
Yeah.
And at a minimum, we know what Jabari is going to be, and that's going to be a really good 3-and-D wing who's can guard basically all 5 positions. Those guys do not come around very often. They are not common in this league. So just based upon what his floor is and what the ceiling still could be, I'm going to take Jabari.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all.
I
mean, this one's a tough one, so I think that's there are two very
I think if you
clear
put a gun
answers.
to my head, I'd probably end up going with Jabari.
Man, I just still can't. I'm still gonna say Cam. This was a tough one.
It's a tough one.
Wow, good job, Josh. Pat on my own back.
Good job
Little
for
love
that
for
one.
myself on Valentine's
the other
Day.
two,
Nailed it.
The other two, not so good. The final
Well,
one, pretty good.
I had to do all 3 teams. I knew that one was
Oh,
going to be
it's so
this.
hard.
The other ones were the more difficult. Well, which of course we're all going to pick Kyle Tucker. The way he steps up to the plate.
I don't want to hear
and
about it. You gripping the
the
bat.
way
No,
the way
no.
he starts
Coming
from the top
up
and
in
goes
the
to the
next
bottom.
segment here on Connor and Beard, we're going to talk about a big-time free agent in the NFL who doesn't sound like he's interested in being a Houston Texan or with anybody else. We'll tell you about that in a couple of moments. But right now, I want to tell you about, do you need some plumbing work in your house? Well, if you do, Aqueduct Plumbing is here for you. Billy Brown and his crew over at Aqueduct Plumbing, they're going to take care of whatever issue it is. Maybe you had a big game party the other day. Somebody flushed something down the toilet and screwed it all up. Well, guess what? Aqueduct Plumbing is going to come out and get that thing fixed today. You got the sink messed up. They're going to come out to my house and work on my bathroom sink for the boys because they've done something to that sink. And then old Ding Dong over here, me, decided to be self-plumber. And guess what happened? I broke something. So the sink does not work right now. I'm having Aqueduct Plumbing out. Go to their website right now, aqueductplumbing.com, and get yourself an appointment booked. If you're looking for a new hot water heater, yeah, it's getting ready to be hot outside, but you still always need hot water. Get in on that. You need tankless. You want tankless. They've got you for that as well. They are your broken pipe specialist here in the city of Houston. Anything when it comes to your plumbing, they're going to take care of it every single time. AqueductPlumbing.com, the website, or give them a phone call today, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238 for Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Back to another attempt at Houston Sports Talk with these two noobs. It's Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Welcome back to Connor and Beard here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on a Valentine's Day. Michael had a little bit longer of a bathroom break than he normally does.
I hadn't peed today during the show, so you know.
See, that's what I was talking about earlier, though,
This
man.
is a half a gallon. I'm down to probably. I can get through this segment, and I got to go refill.
That's what I was talking about earlier in the show. The older you get, the more time you have to allot for your bathroom breaks.
It's because I drink like 3 to 4 gallons of water a day.
All right,
minimum.
You can stay in denial as long as you want, but your bathroom breaks are getting longer and longer.
My entire life.
They're getting longer and longer. It's fine. It's all right. We got a text during the break from 3311. A new Roses Are Red poem.
Oh, yeah?
This one's awesome. Roses are red, violets are blue. I get all bricked up when I see Andrew.
Oh.
Which I can say it because that
Andrew,
was from a texter himself.
Maybe that's
you
Mrs. Snacks.
You have an admirer. Is that Snacks McGee? Should I stop saying that?
I would be stunned if she listened to the show.
We could call her Snacks O'Houlihan if
Stop
McGee isn't
doing
disrespectful.
That. What if he marries her one day?
Then I'm going to call her.
So when he gets married one day at her wedding, you're going to go up to her and say, Miss Snacks McGee or Snacks.
I'll call her Miss McGee.
It's great to meet you.
Sorry, Mrs. McGee.
You're the worst. I'm going to kick you out of Andrew's wedding right now. I'm not allowing you to be
I'm
there.
pretty sure Andrew just uninvited me at this moment right now. Yeah.
Congrats to you on that.
It's all right. I'll sneak in. Wedding crashers, baby.
You can keep sending in your love questions. Don't forget, we're going to play the Love Doctors at the end of the show, 713-780-3776. Do you have a love question that you need answered today on Valentine's Day? We'll send it on in.
Yeah.
We'll give you those answers.
We're love experts.
You wanted to, before I tell you about the player that might not want to be a Houston Texan or play with anybody else, you had some poems. I guess you finally got.
I didn't
get it together?
Want to. But yeah, I put some poems together.
I
don't
put your
want
feet to the fire since you told me you're a slam poetry winner.
I won second place in 2013. I got first place. I'm not saying because you'll be able to find the video if I say where, so I'm not going to say it. There's videos out there of me doing this.
You offered to show it to me.
No, I did not. I was joking. I'm absolutely never showing you or anyone else where these are.
At, Josh?
A place where I won. A place where I did a thing. Anyway, yeah, I wrote some poems. Do you want to hear one on?
Sure.
I wrote one for Jose Altuve and one for Yordan Alvarez.
Okay, yeah, let me hear those.
Which one first, Altuve or Yordan?
Yordan.
All right, this is my Valentine's poem to Yordan Alvarez.
I want to hear if his dong is mentioned.
In the heart of Houston, a newcomer rises. Yordan Alvarez, a beacon of surprises, a hulking figure, a powerhouse of might, a force to be reckoned with under stadium lights. With each swing, the ball soars high, leaving pitchers in awe as it bids goodbye. A titan at the plate, elegance in motion. He paints masterpieces and dongs every notion. Yordan Alvarez, a name to remember, a prodigy of power, a true contender. In his presence, fears tremble and wane, for his talent transcends in everlasting reign. He stands as a symbol of hope and might. In dark days, he shines the brightest light. So here's to Yordan, a rising star. In every at-bat, he dongs the bar.
Oh, my God.
That is incredible.
I mean, I guess.
On the fly, without even thinking about it.
It's not bad. I'll give you that. It's not bad.
Got a Jose Altuve one, too. I can read it later.
Then give us Altuve.
Okay, here's Altuve. All right.
And then we'll get to the player.
In the heart of Houston, a spark ignites. A man of stature, a shining light. Jose Altuve, a force to reckon with. On the diamond, he dances with grace and myth. With passion in his eyes and fire in his soul, he weaves through the bases, makes the doubters fold. Standing tall though small in size, he swings for the fences, reaches for the skies. An MVP, a legend in the making, his hustle and heart there's no mistaking. A symbol of grit and pure dedication. At every swing, a symphony of celebration. So here's to Altuve, a king on the field. In every hit, a story's revealed. A slugger, a warrior, a hero to us all. In Altuve we trust, and he'll never fall.
Can you give me the first one where you said might or grace and whatever?
That's Jose Altuve, a force to reckon with. On the diamond, he dances with grace and myth.
Yeah, I would have said grace and might.
That doesn't rhyme.
Yeah, it does.
No, I'd say
with grace and might.
Ignites in light. That's
that
that's
sounds
not
better.
No,
I am the poetry god of this show.
Absolutely
Get
not.
Here.
You're not a champion poet.
I'll give you a 4 out of 10. Andrew, what do you
Get out of here. That is a 9.5 out of 10 minimum.
Well, I thought he unnecessarily threw the dong in there where it didn't really work a couple of times in Yordan. And then there are a couple of word choices that I think could have been improved in the Altuve poem. I'll give him a 7 out of 10 on both as a combined package.
That's garbage. That's low.
Combined package, I'll give him 5 out of 10 because he gets a 1 for the too much dong talk.
I said donk twice in the Jordan one.
And then Altuve's, you missed a word.
All right.
So
I did not miss a word.
Yeah, you missed a word.
I absolutely didn't. That is not the rhyming pattern that I used. I did not use AABA. I used AABB. Get it together, Michael.
Well, we got a few minutes left in this segment. Right. I mentioned it before the break. We've talked about this guy already today, brief. We've talked about him a little bit recently. Chris Jones, free agent to be for the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the best defensive linemen in football, is going to be paid a pretty penny no matter where he plays. Well, guys, at the parade, the Chiefs parade's going on. Guess what? Travis Kelce's up there, probably drunk as a skunk.
And as he should be.
With a wrestling belt on because he thinks he's a wrestler or whatever. He's so stupid.
What's wrong with the wrestling belt?
Chris Jones at the rally said this on the microphone for the whole crowd. And those who want Chris Jones gone, I ain't going nowhere, baby. Woo! I want to be here this year, next year, and the year after that.
I believe him. Do you think he'll take less money to stay with him?
Nope. I think he's saying the right thing in the right moment, and then somebody's going to come in and offer him,
I don't know,
$25 million a year, and he's going to go, bye.
Why would he not want to keep being a part of that dynasty, though?
He does. Not saying that he doesn't want to keep being part of it, but they can't afford him. They can't. Patrick Mahomes redoing his deal made it basically impossible to do.
I'm going to make a guarantee right now that Chris Jones is going to be a Chief at the beginning of the 2024 season.
And he's taking a massive discount if he's playing there.
He'd have to.
Massive. Their cap space is ass, isn't it? I mean, they're going to maneuver things around.
They absolutely can maneuver things around.
See, if I'm the Chiefs, though, do you have any real thought of, okay, we can't keep him? Because, we would do all these things. We jump through all these hoops to keep him, and then we're going to pay for it in 3 years, and Patrick Mahomes is going to have a bad team around him?
I think it was it Veach or maybe it was Andy Reid. I don't know. It was somebody, or maybe it was the owner of the Chiefs. I can't remember. Somebody from the Chiefs front office, from the higher ups, said that they were going to do everything they can to retain Snead and Jones. And I believe them when they say that.
$22.6 million in cap space.
And they can maneuver to get more cap space. And look, they can't have both. They're not going to be able to keep both. But if you have to choose between these two, and you think you can get to a level to where you can convince Chris Jones, hey, we're going to need to make this a little bit of a friendlier deal. I don't know how they're going to have to cook that contract to make that work. But will you do that? We'll free up the cap space and we'll re-sign you. If you're Chris Jones, you got to think I'm already in my 30s. I don't have that much longer left. Yeah, I'd love to run it back and try to get 3 in a row.
I think it's nice and everything. If I was advising him, and I'm sure his agent hears this and gets pissed off the moment he heard this today.
Oh, absolutely. He loses he loses a lot of leverage by saying something like that.
You've got 3 rings there. I'd go for the big money grab. I'm not sitting here trying to take less money to play anywhere. You play a violent sport. He might have. I don't know. I've honestly never heard Chris Jones speak. So I don't know if he has a future in media or doing something. But I would assume that he's got plenty of opportunities to do a lot of things after football. I'd go get my big, massive payday that I've deserved. Even though, he's made a lot of money. You can cash in. You could get somebody to go silly for you. I'd do it.
But if you're Chris Jones and the Chiefs can get you to, let's say the Chiefs can rework some things, and I'd have to look at their contracts and their cap situation. But let's say
$22.6 million.
Right, but
now.
There's probably some guys that they can cut to free up some space here and there, and then sign cheaper contracts. If the Chiefs could get me, and I'm Chris Jones, if they could get to around $27+ million.
Oh.
I'm taking that. It's not that big of a pay cut to continue staying on a team that's a dynasty.
Not for him. I'm just saying for the Chiefs.
Oh, for the Chiefs, that's huge.
That's massive. I don't know if I'd do that if I was them.
Other perspective, that's the other perspective that's interesting, where it's if you're the Chiefs, do you really want to commit that much money to the guy? So that's the other side of the business.
He's 30 years old.
Right. So if I'm Chris Jones, I understand him wanting to stay there to continue competing, but maybe the business of the Chiefs is the thing that really precludes them that from happening.
It's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. I think I'm going to back off of Chris Jones being a Texan, though. Damn, it was nice to pipe dream for a second.
Yeah. Mom,
you know what? No, I should believe it because still, I believe money talks. Biggest offer is going to get him.
And honestly, to be completely honest, if you're Chris Jones and the Chiefs say, no thanks, we can't do that, and you're looking at all of the other teams that are going to have cap space that are looking for a guy like you, wouldn't the Texans be near the top of the list?
Of
If
course.
it's not with the Chiefs? It's going to be the Texans and the Chiefs, or not? Sorry, the Texans and the Bengals.
Yeah,
like those are going to be the two teams that he would have at the top of his list. So I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe there's something to see. I just think that Chris Jones is going to be a Chief at the beginning of next year.
we'll see what happens. Hey, it might be a day of love, but Josh wants to go anti-love, and we'll tell you why he wants to go anti-love when we come back. It's hour 3 of Connor and Beard on Love Day here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't forget later this hour, you can get your love questions answered. Do you have a question about what you should buy your significant other today for Valentine's Day? Do you have a question about, really anything when it comes to love and Valentine's Day today? 713-780-3776 is the number that you can send in the questions. We've already had a few. We've got those filed away, and we're going to be answering those later in the show.
Do you want me to serenade you the rest of the show?
What do you mean?
Like, just sing to you.
No, I'm good.
I love you, Michael.
No,
I love you so much.
So we're not going to do that.
Get me
that right
beat
now.
up.
We're also not going to talk.
When our hands touch.
We're not. Would you?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
I'm going to
done.
slap you. You know, actually, this little knob here that's falling off the volume control over here, I'm going to throw it at you.
Yeah, of course.
Probably take out your right eyeball.
Me, you, knobs, that would be something that you would go to.
Oh, dear God.
You brought it there, not me.
Again, send your love questions to 713-780-3776. But, Josh, you wanted to make this segment about non-love.
Well,
why don't you tell people the non-love?
I think I worded it poorly. I said the anti-Valentine's segment, but it's more like what are some of the most difficult breakups in Houston sports history? Like we know all the players that we love, but some of the worst moments of love is when that love is gone. And better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. I really, honestly, truthfully believe that. Except whenever you ask Elizabeth Shoddy to a dance in 8th grade, and she tells you no, but says yes to your best friend, and then you're not friends anymore, and you definitely don't hold that grudge 30 years later.
Wow. Elizabeth who?
Anyway, doesn't matter.
You think she listened to the show?
Absolutely not. She doesn't live
Elizabeth,
here.
if you're out there, 713-780-3776.
So what are the worst breakups in Houston sports history? Because there's a few recent ones that hurt for us, and there's a few for me personally.
The Astros
that hurt.
have given us a lot of these, unfortunately.
I mean, and look, that is the danger of being a successful team that's trying to continue making that team successful because the business gets in the way. But I think the biggest one for me, like the most difficult one for me personally in recent history is George Springer. Like that one is the one. Carlos Correa hurts, but the George Springer one, he was the first, when I first got into the radio industry, he was the first professional athlete I met. He was the first Astro that I met. And whenever I finally got to go start going to the clubhouse and meeting these guys, he remembered me, said hi to me. Like,
he was
dabbed
like
me up.
that. Yeah.
He's just a good dude.
Good guy.
And so it was, when you, after a while of working in this industry, you get numb to that. You get used to it being around that. But in the beginning, it is really cool. And so for me, it's just George Springer is just on a different level because I already loved him as a player. He was such a fun player to root for. And then to kind of get to not really get to know him, but interact with him in that way. And for him to be the first person that really got to interact with me, it's just different. And so him leaving was the one that hurt the most for me. He is, you know what? George Springer's the one that got away.
That one will always hurt me too because you loved him. And I was the same kind of way. Like George and I, we were on a first name basis.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough with that. I did plenty of things with him on the radio. So like not just the baseball side of it, I missed interacting with him. Like my favorite thing was to go to spring training every year, and then we would have a discussion about he would bring a remote control boat that they would run out in the pond in front of the facility there in West Palm Beach, and we would talk about it. We would talk about racing them. Him and Jake Marisnik would race them, and just silly stuff like that. That one hurt to me. That was Correa. Correa was. You know why it was Correa? Because Correa was the team leader, and he became the voice of the pushing back on all the crap they took from everybody. And
he was the PR guy. He was the representative.
I went back and forth with somebody that worked for the Astros about it for a long time, like throughout that year. Like, would you pay him this? Would you pay him that? And I'm like, not somebody that makes those decisions, just somebody that works for the team. And we would constantly just have these conversations, and he would always, you can't pay him this, you can't pay him that. I was always like, God, you got to pay him. This is your guy. Like, this is your leader.
Yeah.
And
it's like him and Altuve, man.
When he left for the little amount of money that he got, with the opt-outs for the Twins, I was like, Jesus, man, like, why couldn't you have kept him? And everybody said, well, then you're going to stunt Jeremy Pena's growth. Well, Jeremy Pena can learn to play the outfield. That one still bugs me. That of all the guys that have left, Correa is the one that I miss the most, without a doubt.
Think about that world too. Can we live in that alternate universe for a second, where Carlos Correa stays and Jeremy Pena is playing center field?
Yeah, I mean, you think Jeremy Pena couldn't learn to play center field? He's fast.
Well, and then think about you still have Carlos Correa. You're trying to think about who's going to take over for Alex Bregman when he's gone.
Carlos Correa moves to third. Jeremy Pena plays shortstop.
Dude. Wow.
I'm telling you, hey, when Bregman walks, call the Twins.
I'm real sad
Minnesota,
now.
pay down $10 million a year, bring Carlos back.
I'm even more
Correa,
sad now.
$25 a year, playing third base. That's $10 million cheaper than Bregman a year.
That is a nice world.
Let's play that world.
Yeah, I don't want to
bring Carlos
home. I don't want to
home.
live in that world anymore. That world makes me sad.
I'm serious. He's the one Houston athlete that got away that will always bug me.
Yeah, see, and that's the problem whenever you lose moments like that. Living in those worlds, it's just hurtful, and you have to think about it for a second.
I miss too though with him. Oh my God, I miss watching him just throw the baseball to first base.
That
rocket arm over there.
Joe and I talked about that yesterday. We were talking. I don't remember what conversation we were having, but we just brought up Carlos Correa and the difficult. Like Jeremy Pena is an incredible fielder, but he just does not have the arm that Correa has. And sometimes watching him throw the ball to first, it just makes me go, ugh. I miss Carlos Correa's arm because his arm was just it is otherworldly. Andrew, what's the one that what's the one that got away for you? What's the one that hurts the most?
I think I agree that it would be Carlos Correa, just because as much as Jose Altuve has been the face of the Astros throughout the rebuild, Carlos Correa to me was the guy who represented the rebuild, because when you first went through all the tanking and who was your first number one overall pick? It was Carlos Correa. And what number did he wear? He wore number one. And to me, he represented the fruits of the labors and all those tough years that you had to go through where your team was just absolutely awful and they were winning, 50-ish games a season.
Yeah.
And to go through all of that and to have Carlos Correa be the sort of leader of the franchise that he became and just one of the faces of the team, and to watch him leave really, really hurt because, like I said, to me, while Altuve was, the leader and the face of the team, Carlos Correa was what represented the rebuild as a whole. And when he left, I don't know, a little piece of me died inside. It was sad.
How much of a piece of you? If you had
It's
to
a very
put a
small
percentage
piece.
on it.
I mean, look, I love Carlos Correa and I love the Astros, but it's not like it impacted my day-to-day activities for more than 12 hours.
What makes you more sad? Carlos Correa leaving or the days that Michael is out?
Days that Michael's out, 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that answer.
Real quick, serious note. I'm seeing a bunch of video of it and stuff going around. Somebody is shooting at the Chiefs.
At the parade?
Parade, yeah. And it's like there's video of cops like storming into Union Station and stuff. Like I don't know. I don't have any details on it. It's just started to go all over Twitter. But I just wanted to mention that.
That's awful.
The other one that bugged me, and I knew that there was no chance, guys, of him staying here. Like it was a 2-year rent. Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole bugged me because it was the same kind of thing as Correa. I just enjoyed watching him pitch so much. Him going out there pissed off, throwing 98 to 100 basically every time that he threw a fastball.
Every single time.
And look, I mean, he was that season, that 2019 season, there's so many special things about it.
Yeah.
But watching him and Justin Verlander basically just trade blows with each other in the Cy Young race the entire season was one. I mean, we watched 60-plus starts of those two just dominating baseball. Were their hands covered in spider tack? Probably.
Who cares?
Who cares? Whatever it was.
Who cares? The rules weren't there yet.
Yeah, they weren't policing it like they are now.
That season is the one who got away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that season will forever be the one who got away. So people who texted in though the loss that affected them the most. 5657 says Carlos Beltran. 69
Carlos Beltran in 2004 was a tough one when he signed with the Mets. I stayed up all night when there was that deadline that he had to get as a kid and refreshed ESPN Insider as many times as I could.
Slow.
Yep. It was real slow.
Yeah, it's like buffering for a minute before you finally get the 6927 says Charlie Morton hurts the most.
Charlie hurt too.
That one hurt.
That one, but you got to remember how it ended with Charlie. He left the game. His last game because the shoulder was bugging him. They had a thought that they had a medical report that they did not love. But I mean, look what he did when he left. Yeah, you could have used Charlie Morton for years.
And they had to make the decision. Well, when was that? When did they make the decision on Charlie Morton? That was whenever they had to.
As soon as the season's over, they weren't keeping him.
But they had to make the decision on him and Dallas Keuchel at the same time, right? Wasn't it when they were trying to figure out if they were going to bring back one or both?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was, and then they just ended up bringing back.
Me.
Yeah,
didn't bug me.
Not as much. Honestly, you know what? Didn't like his beard. I know that might be a hot take. Wasn't a big fan of his beard. Freaked me out. The worst breakup was between Chris Paul and his healthy hamstring in Game 6 of the conference finals. Yes, absolutely. Till my dying breath, that Rockets team was going to win a championship. Until the day I died, nobody can convince me otherwise. 9470 says Ken Caminetti. That one hurt.
Only because he started using steroids and get to the Padres and won an MVP.
Yeah, that's true.
Randy Johnson, even though you knew that one wasn't sticking around.
Yeah.
He actually, I think they tried to keep him is what I've heard throughout the years from people, but his wife didn't like Houston and didn't want to be here.
What a loser.
Yeah, you were here for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Didn't like it.
Get over it.
Got to go.
Another one says, 6434 says, is Chris Paul's hamstring again? Somebody else said that Branham missing Carlos Correa's mound visits. That's the one that hurt him the most.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I miss the Correa mound visits. Who doesn't miss a Correa mound visit?
I don't. I miss them. I don't know who does.
You know who else misses them? Fromber misses them.
Fromber absolutely misses them.
Go out there and light his ass up.
9062 says, who would you rather have back, George Springer or Carlos Correa? It's Carlos Correa, not even close.
Correa.
Yeah, that's not. I love George Springer, but just from what
Carlos
makes
is
you a
also
contender.
A little bit younger.
Yeah,
George is into his mid. George is 34 now, right? 'Cause he's a year older than me.
Yeah,
he's towards the end of his career.
Yes.
Carlos is still 29.
3311 says JD Martinez. I don't think that hurt.
They gave him 1,000 at bats.
In hindsight, that sucks.
Yeah, but like when they let him go, you weren't bothered one bit by it. Nobody
Yeah.
could have ever predicted that season he'd go to Detroit and actually have a good year.
Right. It is what it is. I mean, like the hindsight.
That's how they all
stinks,
trend towards
but
baseball.
Yes, they absolutely all. Because what
Nobody's
lost?
crying about Dwight Howard.
No, not at all. Or James Harden.
James Harden.
Because those breakups were ugly. When the breakups
Deshaun
are
Watson
ugly,
breakup was ugly.
Yeah, but nobody cares about that because he was a creep.
Yeah, I know, but it was ugly when it was going on for both sides of it.
That's true.
It was tough.
And like other than
Which,
Deshaun
speaking of,
Watson and the Texans,
got a little Texans news to pass along here.
Ooh,
the next segment.
okay, all right.
Big yeah. So you can send in your breakups too. 713-780-3776. We have plenty more to get into before the end of the hour, including the Love Doctors coming out at the end of the show. But Joe Espada made his first big decision today as the Astros manager. Was it the right one? We'll discuss it next.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard. I guess that's their last names or something. Oh, yeah. John and Lance are the only ones allowed to use their first names.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Guys, some Texans news to pass along. I just saw this from Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle, who covers Jonathan M. Alexander, covers them for the Houston Chronicle. Judge ruled in favor of the Texans owner today, Janice McNair, that she won't require an independent medical exam. So
that's good.
That's the latest on the battle with Carrie McNair.
That's
Which,
good.
listening to Andre Johnson today, I heard a little bit of that from the videos that were on Twitter where you could actually hear him because he talks so low. And when you don't have it, when you're just doing it off of your phone from way far away, you can barely hear him. But he was talking about how they were, with her the other day, celebrating the fact that he got in the Hall of Fame and how excited she was and everything. I was like, now, was Andre told to say all this publicly or no? So she's not gonna have to undergo the independent medical exam. So I would imagine that it's trend. I think no legal idea here at all, but that feels like something that's trending towards the Texans winning.
You don't want to do Connor and Beard legal experts?
No.
No. Why not? Andrew, how do you feel about Connor and Beard legal experts? Do you think that's something we should do or maybe stay away from?
That sounds fraught with peril, so I'm going to advise as your counsel to stay away from that.
As our legal counsel, as our authentic legal counsel, he's advised against it. So we won't do it, Michael.
Yeah. One other note from the NFL real quick before we get into our Joe Espada thing. 49ers have moved on from Steve Wilkes as the defensive coordinator.
Really?
Yeah, he's been let go. Shanahan for a day after saying, I'm going to keep all of my coaches, or I expect all my coaches back, he fires Steve Wilkes.
I thought Wilkes did a good job last year. Like, it sucks that you run it.
He was getting bullets from fans and media constantly. I don't know if it was that great of a job compared to what they expected.
You're running into a buzzsaw that is Patrick Mahomes, and I thought by and large that he did a good job of keeping continuity going when they've just lost multiple defensive coordinators. This
screams not being together in the building to me.
That part of it, and kind of there's a little bit of scapegoat. Like there's a little bit of a scapegoatism here.
Yeah. And Albert Breer pointed out that he's like the first outside the family hire for the Shanahan disciples world. Like he was the first time he'd gone out and done something.
Yeah, you never want to go outside of nepotism. Nepotism works every single time.
But the guys that have been inside the tree.
I know, but that friends and family people that like that coaching tree.
I mean, they are successful going through it, so
they are. I get it, but
it is what it is.
That to me feels like a very knee-jerky, scapegoat reactionary type of thing because the San Francisco 49ers are the best defense in the NFC.
Yeah. Hey, Astros wise today, they are in camp. If you missed it to start the show, unfortunately, Justin Verlander behind schedule, had a hiccup with some shoulder inflammation. Same goes for JP France. Both are throwing a baseball. There's no timeline necessarily. We'll see how it plays out for those guys. I'm sure we'll have daily updates as much as we can from Justin won't be making himself available to talk every day. He's in there before everybody else because he usually walks into the clubhouse in the morning in his golf stuff because he's been out hitting a bucket of balls before he comes in. But he probably won't be talking to the media every day.
I wonder if the hiccup is from hitting too many golf balls.
Don't think it's that. Right shoulder, not going to be a problem hitting the golf ball. It'd be the left that you'd be worried about.
That's true.
But Joe Espada today he's made officially his first big decision is it big? I don't know. He's made his first decision as the Astros manager. He named their closer today in West Palm Beach.
When both pitchers are available, Hader will pitch the ninth inning.
How did that meeting go for?
It went well. I think both guys want the best for this team. I think the ultimate goal is to hold that trophy at the end of the year, and both guys were on board.
Did you meet with both at the same time?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So there you go. Met with both at the same time, and what a shock, right? The fact that he picked the guy that they just gave $95 million to be the closer.
Yeah, I mean, none of us are surprised by this. We all kind of thought this was going to happen the entire time. First, number one, I think this is the right move.
It's the only move.
And it's right. And
he's been the best closer in baseball for the last, half decade?
And that's a little, yes, but that's a little unfair because Ryan Presley has also been so good, but he has not been quite as good. And
he's been elite in the postseason.
Yes, he has been. But that's the problem. Now you have two elite guys who could both be elite closers, and you have to go with the one that has the bigger contract and the slightly better track. I mean, and when we're talking slightly better track record, we're talking slightly better. Like it is a marginal difference, but it is a difference. So I think this is the right move. The second thing is just listening to Joe Espada, like going through all these different videos and listening to him talk. I'm so excited about this iteration of the Astros with him as the manager. He's so thoughtful in the way he answers questions.
Well, it feels like you're going to have some fluid, real conversation or communication with the fan base. I mean, look, we all love Dusty, and Dusty was an unbelievable guy to be around. There's a lot of time where Dusty would go and be in front of the microphones and was not prepared
at all
to answer anything.
Joe Espada does a really good job of so far of riding the line between giving enough information to people without giving too much information as a coach.
Yeah.
Like there's some of the coach speak. And one of the things that he said too, where they asked about Ryan Presley and what did Presley say? What did he feel about it? He's like, well, I don't want to say anything for Ryan Presley, so I'll let him answer this question.
We still have not heard from Ryan Presley.
Right.
He continues. He's not a big media guy in the first place. I wonder what he's going to have to talk at some point.
He will, but I trust Joe Espada when he says that it went well. So this makes me happy. I think this is the right decision. I really, really hope that this isn't something that messes up Ryan Presley, because Ryan Presley, of course, he listens to our show every single day, 12 to 3. So, Ryan, you're listening right now.
He used to listen to the post-game show when I would do it on 790. And
well, then he actually might be listening.
Sometimes he wasn't a fan of it, apparently.
Well, you know what? Maybe he's a fan of this. Maybe,
I don't know
maybe
why.
He gets
I would do nothing but go over there and say nice things.
He might get all beat up over our show. But all we're saying right now is you and Josh Hader are both like equal elite closing talent. And an 8-9 that has it doesn't matter that if it's the 8 that you're in and Hader's in the 9th, that is going to be an elite 2 innings of no team doing anything against you. And instead of thinking about it like only one closer in the 9th, to be honest, the way I think about it is we'd get double closing innings. Double closers in the 8th and the 9th. That's incredible.
Well,
Shut it all down.
The 7th as well with Brian
Abreu, right.
You're pretty much golden when it comes to that. Don't you worry about the relationship between these two. There was already video today from Brian McTaggart up of Hader and Presley hanging out on the field, talking to each other, having a good time. But Hader visited with the media as well and discussed his relationship so far with Ryan Presley after being named the closer.
Doing great. No, like I said before, when we first signed, Ryan reached out to me and we had conversations beforehand just to see how everybody's doing and see how the family's doing. And I think that's ultimately what our goal is, to just build that relationship and just win ball games at the end of the day. I know a lot of things can get stirred up on the outside and try and paint a picture that's not it. But for him and I, we've had a great relationship so far, and continue to build off that.
And he's going to have opportunities, Presley will, to still close out some games and whatnot. And look, we've talked about this too. It's just a different stage of Ryan Presley's career as well. I think that, first of all, the blow is softened from the standpoint of he's under contract this year at $14 million. He has a mutual option next year for $14 million that becomes guaranteed with 50 games pitched in each of last season and this season. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to hit the 50-game mark. So he'll be under contract through next season at $14 million, which makes him one of the highest-paid relievers still in baseball. And, it stinks to not be able to close out games, but he's 35 years old. The regular season last year wasn't as great as it had been the last couple of years. Some of the stuff is slightly ticked down a little bit.
I go back to
He's elite, though, still.
I go back to that. It was the Reds game in July. Like that Reds game in July where, part of it was a really bad Bregman throw and some other things that went wrong, but it was a game that should have been an easy closeout and an easy close for Ryan Presley, and it just went all right. They still ended up winning, but it looked a little ugly. And from that point forward, like he just had some off moments all throughout the year. He had some real shutdown closing spots and save opportunities, but he had some blown saves throughout the year. And I think that's something where this can ease him into a role where he can be far more effective.
Yes, I would agree with that. He's going to be just fine in that role that he's been in before.
Yeah.
One more from Hader, and this is something that I definitely agree on. Define roles important in this sport of baseball.
Yeah, I think ultimately in the game of baseball, roles are very important. We have routines as baseball players, and when you're able to get into that routine and knowing exactly what you have to accomplish, it makes the whole outcome of baseball games better. You perform better because you know what you have to do to accomplish that.
He's right.
100%.
And they are creatures of habit, and knowing your role matters to these guys.
Expectations. When you have expectations that you can prepare for, you're going to be far more successful by and large, night in and night out, because you know exactly, for the most part, what you're going to deal with, what you're going to face. When you have no idea what you're going to face, you can't adequately prepare, and there'll be anxiety all over the place. So having clearly defined roles sets the expectation for what you need to be and what you need to do.
It's going to be a great season watching this back end of the bullpen. They are going to be about as elite as we have probably ever seen when it comes to three guys at the back end. And look, Dana Brown mentioned it too today. Rafael Montero could pitch closer to 2022 form. I know it's not a popular thing to even think is possible, but just imagine a world that he did. You'd be talking about 6 through 9, basically solid every single night for this Astros bullpen when they have all the guys available at one singular time. Hey, the Rockets are back in action tonight. Can they take the garbage out? We'll discuss it when we come back to Connor and Beard.
Well, if the Rockets can take the garbage out, that means they're going to be getting lots of stats. And with basketball season as hot as it is right now, and if you love playing fantasy sports the same way that I do what I do and take that sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 3 million members. Basketball season is heating up. We're right in the meat of it. The Rockets have the game tonight. Then we're going to be in the All-Star break, and then we have the back half of the season. There is no better way than to turn all these big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. All you got to do is just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000. I love the easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and that huge selection of players and stat options. This week, tonight, I'm looking at Jalen Green, seeing if I think he can have a big game tonight. Want to see if he can go for more than 24 points, or maybe Luka Doncic can go for more than 32 points. I'm going to be playing a couple of different players and stats on my entries on Prize Picks tonight and through the rest of the week. And Prize Picks right now offers Apple Pay for quick and easy deposits into your account this basketball season. Prize Picks will match your first deposit right now. Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app. It's super easy to use, and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Back to two guys who sound like little brothers arguing over who's going to mow the lawn. It's Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I actually don't think we'd argue about who'd mow the lawn because I love to mow the lawn.
I think we'd
volunteer for it.
You know what? We would argue because I also love mowing the lawn.
Do you?
Yeah, but we'd argue in the opposite way that Spencer's thinking.
We haven't been together in the summer here. We've been together in the fall and in the winter. Summer mow is a big thing for me.
Yes, I get made fun of.
I gotta go. I'm trying to time. Like I have not touched my yard. It's just covered in weeds right now, just because it's that time of year. But like I gotta fertilize. You gotta fertilize within the next few weeks.
Yeah, I'd say probably that first or second week of March.
That's what I'm thinking.
We've already. That's yard talk, lawn talk.
Oh yeah,
Connor and Beard lawn doctors.
We're gonna have a weekend lawn show here on
But yeah,
Connor and Beard.
That first week of March is when we're talking about we're going to put some new mulch down. I'm gonna put some feed, some weed and feed, and some seed down.
I
and
can't
stuff like
wait
that.
for my hours of working in the yard.
It's the best. You want to know why? This is what it is for me. I love my wife. I love my kids. But the fact that I can just go put in headphones and for like an hour or 2 hours, whatever depending on what I'm doing and how long it takes me and how long I do things. Nobody's bothering me. I'm just out there working with my hands. I get to sit there and think and listen to music or audiobooks or whatever, and it's awesome.
I just jam out too. That's all I do. Jam. I can't wait to mow my yard, even when it's 110 out.
Doesn't matter. Well, when you mow the yard, when you mow the yard, it just feels different. It feels better. It's better than just random sweating.
It's usually about a 2-hour process to mow the yard.
Yeah.
And she says, "Why does it take you so long?" Because it's gonna look right.
It has to look good. Yeah.
And if it doesn't look, my problem is this year I gotta go replace like a chunk of the yard because last year, even with watering it every day, died in the front because it was under the sun all freaking afternoon, and that just oppressive heat that we had killed it. And right now it's just bare weeds and dirt basically, and it looks terrible.
I think I'm gonna have to do the same thing both in the front and the back.
This lawn talk's got me bricked up for lawn season.
That's twice you've used
You're
it today
welcome,
on your
Andrew.
own.
Andrew's
you had them saved up. Never mind.
Andrew's definitely not gonna be a lawn guy. No chance.
Andrew's gonna be a lawn guy, I think.
I would like the opportunity to have one, but it's not going to be one of these things where it will make my decision on whether or not I purchase a house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, like my dream, our yard's not huge right now. It's just not. It's a newer neighborhood, so they don't give you don't have a ton of yards in these homes. It's big on the sides, but like my dream is to have my dream is to have like an acre or two and have a 0-turn mower. I'm not even kidding. I get yard because the neighborhood behind us is one of those neighborhoods where they're all like 1 to 2 acre, lots.
Yeah.
And I get envy when I drive by and there's these guys out on their 0-turn mowers just going at their yard. So, God, I need this in my life.
My wife's grandparents live out near us. They live in the behind Fairfield out there off of 290, and they live in hoity-toity, very rich, gated community.
Yeah, not
many houses, but they got a lot of land. They just sold a portion of the land so somebody else could build another house. But I think they've got like, I don't know. I think it's like about 6 acres, 7 acres left that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Now, most of it's for the horses that they keep on their land.
Oh, they're horses.
I know, exactly. But
we should be talking about the Beard estate, not the Carlson estate.
I know. But they've got about I'd say probably about an acre and a half, and they have a 0-turn mower, and I volunteer to go mow for them because it's just that's where having a self-propel and just pushing it, it's fun. But in that big yard with the 0-turn and the headphones on, that's just so much fun.
When we bought the house, I spent way too much on my lawnmower. I think I spent like $450.
You have to get a good one, or it won't cut right.
She was like, "Why did you buy such an expensive lawn?" Well, my dumbass, the first freaking day I had it, I ran it into the meter, the plastic thing.
Oh no!
Bent the blade. I had to replace the blade day one. I'm out there on my driveway day one with this mower. I'd mowed not even half the front yard.
Yeah.
Already bent the blade in half.
I love this. Connor Beard Lawn Doctors needs to be a real thing.
Yeah.
It was born out of necessity for me because I was too cheap to hire somebody to mow my own lawn.
Everybody always does. Why don't you just hire somebody? I'm not paying 30, like it was like $30.
It's anywhere from like $30 to $40.
I can do it myself. I can get through the entire summer on 1 gallon of gas.
Yes.
And I'm good. It just takes effort.
See, we have to fill up like every few different times because our yard's a little bit bigger, especially in the front.
Yeah.
But now, like my kids help me out. Now, my son has gotten pretty good at the mowing portion, but I don't let them touch any of the other stuff. Like, if I have to edge anything up or any of the weed eating, I don't let them touch that because that has to be done right, or else they'll kill the grass. But
yeah, I'm not allowing them to touch my yard.
We're just going to do this every day. Every show. It's just a lawn show from now on.
I think if we do a lawn show
A lawn
every day,
show Monday through Friday,
we'll
12 to 3.
probably get fired.
Nah, they can't fire us. We're untouchable at this point.
Definitely not that.
I think we're untouchable.
I think we're liked, but I don't think we're untouchable.
That's fair. I like that. I think we are liked. Do you think if we did a lawn show every single day, we would continue being liked?
Probably not.
Maybe
Eventually
personally,
it would wear out.
but not vocationally.
Daily lawn segments would not go over well. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay. Hey, look, you know what we could do? We could start the Connor and Beard lawn service.
The cab.
Yeah. When we're not on the radio, we'll cut your yard.
Oh,
we can rotate services. 1 yard I'll do the mowing, the next yard you do the mowing.
I can guarantee you we would cut your lawn better than the Rockets would playing basketball on the road.
Yep, that's exactly right. Well, they take out the guard. Look at that transition. I'm proud of you on
Nailed
that
it.
one.
Thank you.
You've been practicing, haven't you? You've been going home and practicing in the mirror, haven't you?
I have been, yeah. I've been going home and practicing transitions in the mirror.
You know, I try to do it all the time, so I'm glad you pulled it off. Rockets, though, on the road in Memphis tonight, playing the Grizzlies, who stink. 18-36 of the Grizzlies. They're not trying to win basketball games. Rockets 24-29. Will they pick up win number 6 of the year on the road? For such a weird year, man, where it's had so many highs, so many downs. The fact that we're sitting here on February 14th and they only have 5 road wins is disgusting.
It's awful. It's so bad. Like here's my favorite thing about this game tonight. Both of these teams are bad at that. Both of these teams are awful. And they should be better. Now, at least the Grizzlies kind of have an excuse because Ja Morant is hurt and not playing, and they've got a lot of injuries right now. But if you look at both of these teams, their road records are awful. Like, the Grizzlies are bad on the road.
They're bad in general.
They're bad in general.
They're 5-20 at home.
They're
the Rockets are 5-20 on the road.
They're so bad at home. But this is like this is the reverse of two titans fighting each other in the ocean. This is like not King Kong versus Godzilla in the middle of the ocean while the humans are just trying to survive on their boats.
Yeah.
This is the opposite of that. This is like two kids fighting over the last cookie, and they're just kind of slapping at each other because you have a 5-20 away team against a 5-20 home team. I honestly don't know what to expect.
You know, you can expect tonight if it sounds like he's probably going to play, you might get cooked by Derrick Rose.
Oh, I forgot it was a Derrick Rose return game.
I think he's starting for them now since everybody's out
because of the injuries. I think Sean Mapes earlier on the Paul Gallant show said that this was a 50-50 game for him because the Rockets are on the road.
A lot. It doesn't say that.
I'm not looking at the matchup predictor. I'm going to say 67% Rockets.
Andrew, matchup predictor, our favorite game?
I would say Rockets 52%.
57.8 Rockets.
That's 10. So Andrew wins that one.
Yeah, because you went over.
I did, but I just don't feel good. The Rockets are awful on the road. They can't score anywhere else but home.
Well, they've beaten the Grizzlies. Let's see. They've beaten the Grizzlies all 3 times, so one of their 5 road wins is on
the Grizzlies.
Yeah, what is the FedEx Forum?
This should be an easy win for them. It should be. You look at who the Rockets are and who the Grizzlies are and where the Grizzlies are with all their injuries. This should be an easy win for them. And the fact that I don't think it's going to be is an indictment on how they have played on the road this season and nothing more.
Yeah. I'm going to go. You know what? Put it down, Josh. I'm on a roll right now. I know that I lost the other night because the officials screwed that up when the Rockets definitely should have gotten the loss. Rockets win tonight in Memphis, guaranteed.
Rockets win, guaranteed?
Yep, Rockets win tonight in Memphis, guaranteed. Simple as that. I feel confident about it.
You know, Jared.
There's not going to be any Cam Whitmore, of course. There's not going to be any Fred VanVleet. There's no Tari Eason. I think tonight Alpi goes for 30-20.
30-20, Alpi?
Yeah.
Are you guaranteeing that or putting it on the books?
No, I'm not guaranteeing that. Just put that on the books.
I actually think
put it on the books. Alpi 30-20 night.
Get
your prize picks in for Josh.
I think this is going to be a big Jabari game and a big Amin Thompson game. I think he continues his trajectory of just being like one of the most insane rebounding point guards at the start of his career ever.
I'm calling for an Alpi 20 rebound game when he had 3 in his last game against the Knicks in 36 minutes.
And I'm calling a Jabari 2010 game, and Amin Thompson's going to have a double-double with points and rebounds.
I'm trying to look up Alpi's game high for rebounds. Oh, he's had a 20 rebound game.
Yeah.
He had 21 last year in a game. Yeah.
How you feel about your prediction?
30-20. I feel good. 30-20. Look, the Grizzlies aren't trying to win. They stink.
No, they're not.
They're trying to lose basketball games. So I'm putting it down. Hey, it's that time of the show. We've been teasing it all afternoon. Send in your final questions right now. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Text those in. The Love Doctors, your answers to your love questions are next on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Who says two wrongs can't make a right? Oh yeah, that was Granado referring to these two snolly gosters. Connor and Beard, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. And Josh, it's a very special day today. It's Valentine's Day. It's a love day.
Did we ever look up what snollygoster means?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, that's right. I did. Okay, I remember this now. It is Valentine's Day. And we are not the snollygosters of Valentine's Day.
No, we're not. Sure. Why not? But we are love doctors here on the show.
Yes, we are.
And again, if you have the questions to send in 7137, what's our number again? I totally
713-780-3776.
I just got distracted because I have to go pick up my mother-in-law later.
You're out for one day.
No, I just accidentally text Joe if I was I was trying to figure out if I'm picking up my mother-in-law or if my wife's picking her up.
Joe?
And I texted Joe and asked, am I picking up your mom or you?
What did he respond with?
I immediately noticed it and I go, oh my bad, wrong text.
Oh, you should have left it. I just want to see how his response was going to be.
That's my bad. I should have.
But yeah, 713-780-3776 if you want to text in your love questions. Any question. Could be any question about Valentine's Day, not about Valentine's Day. How do you fall in love? How do you keep love? Whatever it is. If you got problems or if you don't want to have problems, get them in.
Yeah.
And we'll give you advice because we are the experts on love.
So first off, before we get to some of the questions that we've had received, you wanted to give Andrew some advice here for his maximizing his Valentine's Day efficiency.
I think the best thing you can do when dealing with love on Valentine's Day or just dealing with women in general is just maximize the efficiency of Valentine's Day. So you said, Andrew, that your plan is your dinner as of right now on Valentine's Day, right? Sushi. What kind of sushi are you thinking? Nothing messy. Don't get anything messy.
I don't know. She's wanted to go to some upscale place where she's going to order the stuff, so that's what we're going to do.
So you let her pick and
Yes.
take control of this?
Yeah.
Is there anything sushi-wise that you'd say no to?
No, not really, but you gotta look. Women like it when a guy takes control, and it feels a little passive. Bad start, but we can fix this.
Way to generalize there, Josh.
Don't
Wow.
worry.
But not if it's
Don't
her.
worry,
Like,
we
if
can
it's
fix
her
this.
jam, which is sushi. Like I love sushi.
Yeah.
But my wife is like the sushi queen of the two of us, and she picks. I let her pick every time since we started.
Okay, that's
dating.
fair. Sushi is a specialty. That's fair. I did generalize a little bit. I'm sorry. So what's the plan like after the? Did you buy her a present? Are you giving her a gift, a card? Did you write anything? Did you write her a song?
Definitely did not write her a song.
Okay, mistake.
Good move.
That's a bad move. Don't listen to Michael.
A gift of sorts. So
Don't say your manhood. That is
No,
not
not
a gift.
that.
That is not a gift. I've tried.
Can't be the song.
no.
It's my inner box.
I've tried that gift before. They don't appreciate as much as you think they would.
No, so flowers are obviously a very common Valentine's Day.
Yeah, what kind of flower?
Lego flowers.
Why did you? Oh, did you actually get her like
Yes,
the Lego
I
flower
built
kit?
Lego flowers, 750 pieces worth of them yesterday.
Never mind. This guy doesn't need help at all.
Hold
That
on.
is.
Are you being serious?
That is
Yes,
a
I'm totally
pro.
serious.
You built a 750-piece Lego flower
Yeah, it took
set?
like 2 hours.
That is
Andrew,
a pro move.
I hate to break this to you. You're in a relationship,
Yeah,
buddy.
you are. I think you like this
You have
girl.
a girlfriend.
Hey, you know what? In respect out for your feelings for this woman, she's no longer Snacks McGee. She's Love O'Houlihan.
This is regular love ass now.
Yeah.
See, but this is where I come into a bit of a conundrum.
Okay.
Because, like I've told you guys before, I don't know if it's going to work, and I don't think it's going to work, actually, in a long-term perspective.
right.
So I feel like I've backed myself and her into a corner a little bit.
You absolutely have, especially if you tell her I spent 2 hours doing this.
Oh, I'm not going to say that.
What I would say right now is you found yourself in a snacksident. And this is one it's okay. Lego flowers is an elite move. I don't even know where to go from there. Like, that is incredible. Because that's not just thoughtful, but you put time into it, and she's going to notice that. So, look, maybe little moments like that are the moments that take this from
I'm shocked.
the world of snackdom to Mealville, if you will.
But we know now Andrew's the thoughtful kind.
He is. He is the thoughtful kind.
I tend to call myself the thoughtful kind with
That's
her.
that's a good one.
That's a good
All
one.
right, so after
Is she going to
dinner,
get you something, you think?
No, she did not give me a gift, and it's okay. I've already told her that is fine.
you built her Legos and she got you nothing. If she
Wow.
still shows up with nothing, I'm going to be a little bit
I'm not a big
disappointed.
gift person. My family
fair.
Yeah, we know
notoriously hates me. So
Yeah, they
Like-
like to make you do games to open up a pair of socks.
Yeah, your gift-giving experiences, it's a little understandable why you're not a gift person. Especially when it takes you 10 hours and you have to travel the world to try to find the clues to unwrap your gift. All right, what's happening after dinner? After you give her the Lego flowers and after dinner, any plans for that, like coffee or go somewhere else, like to a jazz club or anything?
no,
A jazz club.
Jazz clubs hit, man. Those hit hard.
Josh hasn't dated in 20 years.
That is very true. That is actually, honestly true.
You're just going to go home together?
yes,
Yeah.
there are no other plans
Home
post
separately or together?
No, I'm going to be sleeping over at her place, obviously.
Okay. You watch a movie or something?
I don't know.
Can I
maybe.
Make sure you keep the Lego flower out of the way.
Yeah.
Put it in a safe place. You don't want that thing to break. You
Yeah.
spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah, you don't want any accidental knockovers or anything like that. Good thing is you don't have to use water. Bad thing is it can be destroyed. Yeah, I'll make one recommendation, a movie recommendation. There's a movie called Tick, Tick, Boom. If you want her to get a little emotional where you have to comfort her, have her watch Tick, Tick, Boom. Women love a musical. So if you watch that, Andrew Garfield, Vanessa Hudgens, it will absolutely, as the kids say, hit, and you will hit a home run, my friend.
I don't know what he's talking
you have
about.
You have a good night planned. I enjoy that. You have already maximized the efficiency. I don't know how much I can help you after the Lego flowers. Like that is the The tip of the
All
iceberg,
right,
sir.
we got to hurry here.
Yeah,
on
I forgot about
Doctors,
our.
We
We
just
got to help
wasted all of our
listeners.
time.
My
because
bad.
Andrew just completely threw the segment threw a wrench
Yeah,
into
good
it
job, Andrew.
with his Lego
God.
flowers. These are questions that came in for us for the Love Doctors. Is it possible that your wife truly doesn't want/need gifts? No, absolutely not. They are lying to your face if they say that. Do not ever believe that.
Yes, it is absolutely possible, but
No.
it's my wife doesn't. She gets mad if I buy gifts. I'm being 100% honest. When I've bought her
You
gifts,
found the one woman that operates this way, Josh. If that's true.
Okay, it's based on. You know what? Try it for a year. Try it out. Don't buy her a gift, and then see how she reacts.
Okay,
You're
do
already
that.
married.
Guess
What is she going to do?
It's not going to go
Divorce
well
you?
for me.
Yeah, but your wife keeps dropping hints. She's not saying she doesn't want a gift. She's been dropping hints about Valentine's Day and like gift giving. If your wife is dropping hints about gifts and like, oh, Valentine's Day, you better celebrate it, but then she's like, I don't want a gift. It's like clearly a lie. But it depends on what she's telling you, both in the verbal and nonverbal.
Here we go.
Communication.
Chocolate-covered strawberries or chocolate-covered beef jerky? I think that's for you, Josh.
Chocolate-covered beef jerky, not even close.
Okay.
It's a salty and sweet surprise.
We got another one that says, just wondering if I should bring my girlfriend or my side chick to the fishing expo tomorrow for Valentine's Day. That sounds like a
easy.
side chick day.
No.
That's not a main girlfriend thing. As somebody who's never had multiple girlfriends at once, I would tell you that I would just do the side chick here, but I have no experience.
You do both. You do both. We've seen this in sitcoms all over the place. You do both at the fishing expo. You have one on one end of the fishing expo, one on the other end of the fishing expo, and then you just go back and forth between the two. Like make up some excuse where you have to go to the bathroom, or maybe you need to find a napkin or something like that. And you just juggle the two of them at the fishing expo, easy peasy.
The next one is, if she's down to watch football but she's a Cowboys fan, ditch her or marry her?
Marry her. Wanting to watch football over whatever fandom for whatever sports team.
This all comes down to if she's hot or not. That's as simple as that. That's the only answer on
That's-
that one.
That's,
If she's not hot,
no,
ditch her.
you can't say that because that trumps everything. Like
You can.
Clearly, this person is attracted to her if you're asking this question. So there's a physical attraction there, and the wanting to watch football is over and above anything fan related.
We'll end on this one for you, Josh. Is a butt plug a good Valentine's Day gift?
Absolutely. If it's heart shaped and has a gem in it. But nothing like green or blue. No green or blue gems. You got to go pink or red. Stick with the season, baby.
There's your love doctors for the day. I hope that you guys have a great Valentine's Day, that it is filled with clapping cheeks or doing whatever it is that you're going to do at home. We'll be back tomorrow from 12 to 3. Don't go anywhere. The Killer Bees are next. You're on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Joe George behind the glass. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Blankers, Branham, Mocha Joe, all with you. It's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day for those that celebrate. We might have a little bit of fun with that later in the show. Spring training kickoff. That's what my wife gave me for Valentine's, was that the Astros are starting spring training. But not great news. Shoulderitis. I guess for day one of spring training, we find out that not one but two Astros are dealing with some shoulder soreness. Say that 5 times fast. Some shoulder soreness. JV and JP, both with shoulder soreness. Now, Verlander's like throwing on flat ground. France is like expected to throw on flat ground, but both are a couple of weeks behind schedule. Not exactly the news, Blankers, that you want to hear day one of spring training.
Yeah, no, not at all, Jeremy. And I mean, you and I and Joe were kicking this around yesterday about the fact that, we were, I guess, dissecting Dana's quotes and stuff. But when you look at it and you think about it, the last thing you're thinking about is, well, the reason why he might be mentioning this too is because there might be some things that have either set some guys back or be things to worry about. That's the last thing I was expecting out of Justin Verlander. The JP France thing as well. But obviously Verlander's your ace. He's your horse. He's the guy that you're going to put out there, as many times as you can, especially to start the season. And, yeah, you have time, and it doesn't seem like he's too concerned. But I think you tweeted this, too, and it's absolutely spot on, right? But anytime you're dealing with shoulders and pitching arms, I never feel completely confident that it's as cool as everybody says it is.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to downplay it, right? Like Dana Brown's like, oh, we're not concerned. Joe Espada, oh, we're not concerned. Justin Verlander, oh, I'm not concerned. JP France, oh, I'm not concerned. You want to make a month. You don't want to make a week injury a month injury. I hear shoulder, I hear elbow, and my mind immediately goes to the worst. And this stuff doesn't usually get better. Now, look, hopefully they're right. Hopefully it's something that they'll get, ironed out in the next couple of weeks, and that this little throwing program, they won't feel it anymore. I just, sirens go off for me, red flags go up. Anytime I hear a pitcher with elbow injuries, and anytime I hear a pitcher with shoulder injuries, even if it's only inflammation, even if it's only soreness. It's like, don't love this. Don't like what I'm hearing. Here was Justin Verlander earlier today, West Palm Beach, talking about the shoulder soreness.
We haven't really sat down and discussed it yet, obviously. I have my thoughts. I mean, interestingly, I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. I had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25. So, I'm a couple weeks behind. So I think all that thought going into those conversations will play into that. So, that all makes sense to me.
When you say a couple weeks behind, can you tell us what the hiccup was? And
just when I first started playing catch, I usually shut it down for a while, and this time when I shut it down and picked the ball back up, my shoulder didn't feel so great. So kind of had to take a step back and just kind of really be diligent about my build-up. I've always been somebody who luckily could just pick up a ball and start throwing it, and this time wasn't quite as easy, so had to slow down a little bit. And I've always liked to give myself as much rest as possible, so my timeline is always a little tight. I think the rest is important, but so with the tight timeline, having to slow things down a little bit, put me a little bit behind.
Any concerns for opening day or anything like that?
I don't. It's too far down the road to tell. It just depends on how the build-up goes from here.
Cool. Justin, you guys.
So lots there from Verlander. And I love the fact that, hey, I threw a baseball. I didn't for a while. I picked it up, started throwing, and there's soreness there. I don't love hearing that, Blankers.
No, I'm with you. I mean, who does, right? Especially when you're talking about a guy that is getting older, but you also know is so vitally important to the overall totality of the success of your rotation, especially because you've got other guys coming back from injuries, but because he's the guy that kind of is the head of the snake in so many ways to drive the bus when you need a big win in a big game or someone to kind of lean on. And we know Fromber's been fragile sometimes. And Justin is a guy that's going to be a bulldog for you. So there's no doubt about it. It's concerning. It's worrisome. And then it gets your mind immediately turned to, well, how do they either, A, look for another insurance policy or an insurance policy, or B, are they just going to try and suck it up and just, weather the storm, hoping with fingers crossed that everything turns out for the best. It's going to be a real interesting scenario to see how it unfolds.
There is the opening day part of this conversation to me. I do think that there could be some positives here. Now, the positives here, it has to mean that you're healthy. Like, you have to get Verlander back at some point. I don't mind if he misses a couple of weeks to start the year. In fact, Verlander did that last year. Now, he had the lat. Not shoulder, which concerns me more. Shoulder and elbow concerns me more than a lat. So, like, that, it's a much different injury. But he missed the first couple of weeks. The thing that you can counterpoint me with is that he missed the first couple of weeks, and then he wasn't himself for about 4 to 5 starts. So it's like, okay, I don't love that part of it. But I'm not as concerned about Verlander making 32 starts. If he makes 26 starts, whatever. The other part of this, though, that I think that you can find a silver lining, maybe a blessing in disguise, I think Framber Valdez would really like to pitch opening day. I think Framber Valdez, if you tell him, hey, you're getting the ball on opening day, even if it's because of an injury, you're going to be at the top of our rotation. Yeah, it might be just because Verlander is not available to pitch quite yet, but we're handing the ball to you. You're the top of our rotation. You're our dude. I think Framber Valdez responds well to that. So I think that could be a silver lining in all of this, is that you make Framber the alpha. And I think Framber likes being the alpha.
No, I think you're right. I think, I brought that up last year. I thought even after the trade with Verlander, I thought that he seems like the guy that it really matters to him to still be considered the ace of the staff. I think you're right in that regard. And I think the other thing that we always talk about is it's not how you start the season, it's how you finish. And at this point with this team, with how talented it is, you expect that they're going to be in the mix for the playoffs at the end of the year when you truly need Justin Verlander to be at his best. So if he does miss a couple of weeks to start the regular season, so be it. You can look at the fact that maybe then he got off to a slower start, but how did he finish the second half of the season? I want to say he won like double-digit games for the rest of the season, and he settled right into where you want him to be. We talked about this when we were talking about Michael Brantley. However, we didn't think it was going to take till mid-August. But we said, hey, it doesn't matter if he's ready for opening day or not. The main thing is when this team's ready to make its push, and when they get past the All-Star break, that's when you got to have everybody kind of falling into place in that next couple of weeks. We'll see how long this takes or if he misses any time at all, but I'm with you. I'm not worried about whether he starts opening day or not. I'm worried about the fact that I don't need this thing to linger.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get it right. Like, get it right. Even if it forces you to miss 3 starts. Maybe he doesn't miss anything. Just get it right. Like, you have to be 100% sure you're getting it right and that he's ready to go. I think that it can be beneficial to Framber. As far as the JP France, like, I would like to have JP France on opening day. And, like, again, like, this isn't like saying that he's going to be gone from opening day. Maybe just a couple weeks late, but he's ready for opening day. Maybe he starts, a couple innings out of the bullpen, that sort of thing. JP France, I like him. He's an innings eater. Like, he is not – his peak is not somebody that's going to severely impact this club in a good or bad way. If everybody was healthy, and I'm not counting Luis and McCullers, I'm just talking about the 6 guys that reported to camp that are good to go. Maybe not so good to go. But J.P. France is tied with Jose Urquidy for me as the 5th most important starting pitcher on this team. So if France missed a couple of weeks, not the biggest deal in the world. You can also throw the Spencer Arrighetti thing. Maybe Arrighetti gets a spot start or 2 at the start of the season. So I'm not really sweating the J.P. France. I am sweating the Justin Verlander. And some of the hot take artists are out. 713-780-3776. 60-30 should have never traded for old man Verlander, but Crane wanted his bestie back. Lost Gilbert for a 40-year-old ace. You got to the ALCS. Like, you were right there. You were a game away, a home win away from going back to the World Series. I didn't mind the trade then. In fact, I liked the trade then. I like the financial aspect you got of the trade. And I'm not going to revision his history because Justin Verlander has a sore shoulder on February 14, 2024, to be the determining factor of that trade.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you on that. Like, I loved the tenacity and the ability to go out aggressively and go get him. I was even happier when I found out, the finances and the fact that they weren't on the hook for all of it. I think that we've had these discussions in the past, but when you look at it, it's like you don't know what these prospects are ever going to turn into. And you look about the first time that they acquired him and the guys that you gave up, Daz Cameron and everybody else, that everybody thought, ooh, these guys are going to turn into. No, they didn't. For the most part, they haven't. And guess what? He turned into a World Series for you, and then another one for you, and he has been a horse for you. So you can't worry about what prospects could turn into when, on the flip side, you realize he was a part of the reason why you were right there on the doorstep of another World Series appearance. And we also know that the caveat is that Jim Crane loves this guy. So that was part of it where he was going to go out and get his buddy back, and his buddy turned out to be a great addition to this team. But, yeah, you can't go with revisionist history now and tell me that Clifford the Big Red Dog and Gilbert were guys that you're going to sorely miss when you can't equate how much you're going to miss them as opposed to what he did for you last season to get where you wanted to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not caution into the wind. Like I tend to be a little bit of a prospect hugger, but certainly. But I like that trade, and I'm not going to let the injury preseason 2024 be some sort of determining factor on that trade. 0002. What are the odds? Crane go grab Snell in the wake of this news. It's Wednesday after all. He did. Whenever the Kendall Graveman news came down, he did go sign Josh Hader. Now, we don't expect Verlander to be done for the year. Knock on wood, they're all downplaying this. He's just a couple of weeks behind schedule. If it was like a season ender, I wouldn't put it past Crane to go out there and sign a Snell, a Jordan Montgomery. But because they're playing it, they're saying it's not a big deal. I don't really expect them to go out and sign this big name free agent, this big rash decision, like happened with whenever Kendall Graveman went down. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. Very busy show for you today. We're on the twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. You can hang out with the jobless there, or you can hang out with the professionals. Search ESPN Houston on YouTube. He's a Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. He's a Joe George Radio on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Busy show. Why the face Wednesday? Why is Joe making faces today? We do have a Will of Bits today. You never know what you're going to get, but what are you getting today? What's the scrutiny of Jose Espada? Which rotation is better, the Astros' healthy rotation or the injured rotation? But when we return, does this change your perception, this news, of the conversation we had yesterday about adding a starting pitcher? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. If you don't know what the NeoGraft is, but you do know you've been losing your hair, you've been suffering pattern baldness and thinning, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you need to check out the NeoGraft procedure because you can get all the information for free as a listener to ESPN 97.5. Costs you nothing. Normally, it costs people $150 just to meet with Doc and his staff. You get it for free because you listen to us just by going to 975hair.com. Go in and get all your questions answered. Check it out and see if it's right for you. It literally costs you nothing, but it could be a true game changer for you for the rest of your life. Because honestly, the bullet points that you need to know, the hair around the sides and the back of your head is never going anywhere, no matter how bald you go on top. And you can take some of that, like Doc Linville does, put it where you need it most. Maybe it's in the front on your hairline or up top and back, and make a huge difference in the amount of hair you have on your head. With that, it ups your self-confidence, and you love the way you look again. It's absolutely fantastic. And the other thing that got me, 95 to 99% of those follicles that he's going to move are going to stay and be with you for the long haul. That is a true game changer. Check him out today because it's nothing out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, just answers to your questions and the possibility for you to get your hair back. Check him out and tell him I sent you by because I'm the biggest fan in the world of Doc in this procedure. Go to 975hair.com.
All teams covered. No stalking points necessary. You're back with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 8244. They need to keep Verlander through his 300th win and 4,000th strikeout. Huge marketing opportunities for the Astros and should cement him as an Astros in the Hall of Fame. I don't know how you feel about this, Blankers. I couldn't care less. Like, if he's going to cost $50 million, and this is not feasible, although he is making $43 million a year this year. I'm not paying a guy $50 million, not overpaying a guy to chase his 300th win and 4,000 strikeout. Altuve is the one exception that I'm willing to make on that, but you could also make the case Jose Altuve gave you a friendly deal, a hometown discount.
A couple of them, Jeremy, if you think about it. And Verlander wasn't taking anything less than Scherzer was making the last time he hit free agency and really had no emotional heartstrings attached to the city of Houston or the Astros organization. He was buddies with Crane, but he was going to get his bag, and he got it. And he got it elsewhere. And the fact is he's going into the Hall of Fame wearing another hat, I think, as a Tiger when he goes in. So it's not the same kind of emotional attachment as it is with a guy that spent his entire career and, like you said, has been more than loving and giving to the organization that has been loving and giving to him. And it's a totally different ballgame. It's a different story. If you want to talk about the fact that he's still an effective pitcher and you want to talk about making sure that he stays in an Astros uniform for a couple more a year or two after, this existing contract because he's still pitching well and he gives you a decent deal, fine, I'll have that conversation with you. If you want to talk to me about the fact, and I, more than you, a lot of times am attached to the individual accomplishments as well. In this case, I could care less. If he gets it in another uniform, but if that's from the team that decided that from a marketing or otherwise perspective they were going to overpay him, so be it. If he's still an effective pitcher and he wants to work a deal with you, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it comes down to the salary. Like I'm not overpaying a guy to do it. And I love Verlander. I think Justin Verlander is the greatest Houston Astros starting pitcher of all time. That's a take that's controversial to many. Many would argue me that tooth and nail, but I believe that. But I'm also not overpaying for it. He's 43 wins shy of 300. That's going to be difficult for him to do, like over the next 2 years. Very difficult. He would have to do some unprecedented things. And then for 4,000 strikeouts, he's currently at 3,342. Like he's got a long way to go. Like he had 144 strikeouts last year in 27 starts. Like he's not getting healthier. Even if we go 150 strikeouts a year, that's for 600, he needs 4 years.
I was just going to say, on both of them, I think you're bordering on 4 years more of his career to make sure that he gets both. And at that point, I don't know that he's going to be an effective pitcher at all, let alone nearly as effective as he is now, which isn't as effective as he has been.
Yeah, and I'm okay keeping him around, but he has to be realistic with his salary. I'm not paying him $25 million a year to have a 4 ERA. I would pay him $5 million a year to have a 4 ERA, and he could be my fifth man in the rotation. So it depends on the rate. Now, the contract thing that does come into play with Verlander, and again, who knows if he even misses any starts, but he has that vested option for next season. Mm-hmm. He has to pitch 140 innings for that contract to vest, and it becomes $35 million for Verlander. The Mets do have to pay some of that to the Astros, so the Astros aren't on the hook for the entire $35 million. But from a Verlander point of view, I think he wants 140 innings so he can get that $35 million next year. Some people say, well, he's definitely going to get that. Well, he's got shoulder ailments right now, and he threw 162 innings last year. Yeah, the Astros might go six-man rotation for a good chunk of the year.
See, and that's where it just kind of, even when you listen to the quote today, he's always going to be very clear that he's on his own schedule. Like, he's going to listen to what the team has to say and the doctors has to say and everything else has to say. But we're always aware of the fact that Justin's on Justin's schedule. And Justin knows Justin best. He lets you know about that. And just like when they wanted to go to six-man and then stick with it for the long term the last time he was here, that he had issue with it. And he had issue with it for both for a lot of individual reasons as opposed to whatever it could do or not do for the team. So, yeah, I fully believe that he has a different agenda in a lot of ways than the team does.
This texter asks, who would you rather have back, Garrett Cole or Carlos Correa? I'd rather have Cole back. Now that salary, though, who knows? That could go downhill quickly. So it's more of a risk for Garrett Cole. But Garrett Cole is a far better player than Carlos Correa.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, and obviously one guy plays every day, but the other guy every fifth day is pretty much lights out. And the money is ridiculous, but we also are dealing with what we know of to be a very healthy Garrett Cole And Carlos Correa, whether you go back, ankle, whatever was the red flags being thrown by multiple teams when he was a free agent, I'm just not sure how healthy he's going to be for the longevity of that contract. And I know that Garrett Cole hasn't slipped up very much since he left Houston.
Yeah, you could argue he's the best pitcher in baseball. His contract's actually not it's still big, but he makes $36 million for each of the next 5 seasons. He can also opt out after this year, which if he has a big year, he might opt out and cash in again. Garrett Cole is the easy answer there. 713-780-ESPN. Yesterday we were talking about, I pulled up that quote from Dana Brown from last week where he was talking to McTaggart, and I think it got swept under the rug a bit, where he's like, I'm always in the market for starting pitching. Well, Dana Brown was asked in West Palm Beach. He spoke to the media. We'll play a few Dana Brown cuts throughout the broadcast today, throughout the show today. He was asked again if he needs to add starter depth with the news of JV and JP.
Always in the business of trying to add starter depth. I think, the season, like I said before, it's 162 games. If you get a situation where you can trade for a starter, or if you could sign a starter, I think you should do it if it makes sense budget-wise and all that. But at the end of the day, I'm always in the market for pitching. I've said that since day one. I don't think you can have enough pitching in 162 games.
So there you go, Blankers. He doubled down on adding starting pitching, and I think maybe more clarity, too, that would be outside of the organization because he said either sign or trade.
Yeah, and this is, that kind of clears up some of the stuff you and I talked about yesterday. And at looking at this, I still don't think it's going to be Blake Snell, but I think that, he's going to look at, and this is the right time to start looking for bargains because I think this is when the coupons come out and the sales, rear their heads because guys that thought they were already going to have a long-term deal in place and a new home and all the comfort of the financial security don't have it. And now it's going to be, well, what do I do next? Am I looking for, and it's a situation much like we saw when Keuchel got into that deal where he wanted, the big contract for the long term, never got it. And then he and Boris had to kind of reevaluate and take a 1-year deal. I think it was with the White Sox or the Braves. This is the kind of thing where pitchers are out there that aren't Blake Snell that are going to be looking for work and the possibility of making sure that, one, they secure some money for this year, and two, that they have an opportunity to continue to prove they have long-term value. And that's where the Astros might be able to catch a bargain, not have to overpay too much, and get another guy for their rotation, whether you call it an insurance policy or a guy that might have plenty of game left in him that could actually bolster the top 5 in your rotation.
I think you nailed it with that second part of it, where it's not going to be the top of the market. Like Blake Snell is still going to get the Blake Snell money. He's not going to take a discount deal. I think Jordan Montgomery's still going to get paid, but maybe like a Michael Lorenzen could be somebody that you could get. That's also he's comfortable pitching in the bullpen. He's comfortable pitching in the rotation. Not somebody who's going to light the world on fire. He's not going to be a top half of the rotation starter, but he can provide innings. He gives you some insurance there. Jake Overeasy is back. He's back.
Pass.
He's healthy.
You know me. Nope.
A name that's been thrown around a lot, not necessarily like on the air here, and not a name that's been even mentioned with the Astros. It's been more the Twitchers because they're toxic. Trevor Bauer. Like Trevor Bauer went on that podcast, says he would pitch for the base salary with incentives and all of these things. Would you even entertain the idea?
That would be tough. It would be tough. I think the locker room environment would be tough. Obviously, it's enticing to think about the money, but he's so volatile. And even before, whether you believe that he got set up and there's no truth to it, or there's some truth to it, and whatever happened, and called him out for something that's been long term with him. It's a pretty toxic situation just from the overall, the way it looks from the outside. You've already been through this with Osuna. You've had to endure a ton of negativity over the last several years as well. I just don't think, as they try and continue to turn their corner from a more positive standpoint, that they need to sign up for all of that. Yeah, it's an intriguing option from the ability to pitch the way he has pitched in his career, but I wouldn't do it.
See, I think somebody should give him a chance. It wouldn't be me.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm cool with Trevor Bauer getting a second chance. I think people deserve second chances. It doesn't have to be me that's giving the second chance. And Trevor Bauer is really good. Like, Trevor Bauer's had some amazing – he's won a Cy Young. Whenever he got, expelled from baseball, he had a 2.59 ERA. Like, the guy can pitch. The guy is good. He's super talented. If I'm a team that doesn't have like a whole lot of market presence, or I'm a team that it thinks I'm on the border of being a playoff team, like if I'm Baltimore, I'm thinking about doing this, depending on like where ownership is at and things like that. I think he's toxic, though, even though he's really good. I think he's toxic in a clubhouse. I think one of the strengths of this Astros team is the culture and having a strong clubhouse. I'm worried about him screwing it up. I'm worried about him coming into the Astros clubhouse. He's so toxic that he just derails everything that you've built all in one season. So the fear I have of that, and I don't need Trevor Bauer. I feel like you have a World Series caliber team without Trevor Bauer. I'm not desperate for Trevor Bauer. So that's a hard no for me.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, Jeremy, as you think about it, there's a team that comes to mind just simply because of how cheap they are, but the fact that they've been, on the cusp of being a contending playoff team, and they've lost pitchers, and you mentioned one of the pitchers that went to Baltimore. You mentioned Baltimore, who got one of their pitchers. I think Milwaukee would look for the cheap deal and look to try and sustain a starting pitcher for a year and take their chances and then walk away. I think that there still would be the worry and the concern about the backlash both internally in the clubhouse and externally. From an Astros perspective, you got Bregman on the last year of his deal, and he's not going to hold back. I think that Verlander's a guy that's very set in the ways of the clubhouse, and I think that he's not going to tolerate any BS. And I think that as much as those guys could be kind of extra policemen in the locker room, they don't want to deal with that crap. And I don't think anybody does, with the fact that, like you said, this team's already good enough. They don't need to they're not desperate enough to take on a Trevor Bauer.
No, I'm out on that. 3-3-1-1, Bauer to the A's. They can't lose fans. That's a really good point.
It's true. You can't lose fans and you have none.
Yeah, if you don't have fans, you can't lose fans.
I would not bring in Bauer. And you know what? You can even take away the lawsuit stuff if you really feel like it. This is a child who threw a baseball over the center field wall. This is a moron who cut his finger operating a drone and missed the World Series. He's a loser who got beat up last year overseas. He's not really that good anymore.
And wasn't he stalking some high school girl on Twitter because they got into it?
I don't have time to even have any energy for Trevor Bauer as a Houston Astro. It's an organization that has taken so much grief for decisions that they have made, that employees of theirs have made. You got to stop bringing in the toxic people. It's time.
As I said, I think they've turned the corner now, at least started the turn, that they don't need to look back and go, hey, let's take another flyer on something like this. I'm with you on that.
8244, give me Bauer all day. 3 exclamation marks, win, exclamation mark, win, 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 exclamation mark, bad word, everything else, exclamation mark, win, 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 exclamation mark. When has Trevor Bauer won? On the biggest level. When has Trevor Bauer, has he lifted a World Series? No. Has Trevor Bauer lifted the Commissioner's Trophy? Joe just mentioned how he injured himself on the cusp of the World Series. Mm-hmm. And even the Dodgers, we don't want this guy in the clubhouse, even though he was pitching really, really well. Every place he's been has kind of been a loser franchise, even though that he's been pretty good. So what makes you think he's going to win? He's going to come in here, he's going to care about himself, he's probably going to pitch all right. I'll grant you that. I'll concede that. He's probably going to pitch all right, but he's also going to ruin them around the clubhouse. He's going to tear down the culture of the Houston Astros, and they're built on culture. What makes you think that that's going to be a win? Just because he pitches good every 5th or 6th day, and maybe he wins a decent amount of his games, but he tears down everything else, that doesn't translate in wins. No, that doesn't translate in victories.
And think about it. Even forget the professional career. Let's go back to UCLA. He and Garrett Cole hated each other. He wasn't the greatest teammate there as well. And then to your point that you just made, Jeremy, the fact of the matter is, why did Hader come here? Because he wanted to be a part of this culture, the way it is now. The easiest way to screw all that up is to make sure that you bring in a guy who does not fit the culture, and I just don't think he fits the culture.
Yeah, I'm protecting the locker room whenever I'm talking about the Houston Astros. I'm protecting the clubhouse because you can make a point the clubhouse is why you're a winner. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line 713-780-3776. JV and JP's bummed shoulders weren't the only news that came out of West Palm Beach today on the opening of spring training. Not only did Joe Espada announce Hader was his closer, but it also cemented that this is Ryan Presley's last year in Houston. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Most bees make honey. These killer bees make great sports insights, but they also make honey. Don't ask about the process. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Joel and Jeremy.
When both pitchers are available, Hader will pitch the ninth inning.
There you go. Joe Espada announced his closer. Somebody give Spencer some water, too, by the way. Sounded like he was thirsty. So Joe Espada announcing in West Palm Beach that Josh Hader is going to be his closer, which this is the right call. Josh Hader's a better pitcher. Josh Hader's just better than Ryan Presley. Quite frankly, he always has been. He's younger. He had a better year last year. Love Ryan Presley. Love everything that Presley's done. Josh Hader's better. He's a better pitcher than Ryan Presley. So I have no problem with Hader getting the nod for the ninth inning as opposed to Ryan Presley, who will be pitching the eighth. He'll be the setup guy. Hader talked about how important it is to have a role during the regular season, which I agree. I do think it's important to have a role over 162. Now, once you get to the playoffs, it's all caution to the wind. You do what you got to do to pick up a victory. Do y'all have any objection whatsoever with Hader being the closer?
I don't. I think that, when you look at the numbers, they speak for themselves. He's been as dominant as any pitcher in baseball over the last several years. And the fact that you locked him up for 5 years, it also tells you he's going to be here for the long haul, and the organization truly has put a ton of trust in him. From the Presley perspective, it was crazy. I caught it, but I didn't think too much of it about a week ago, I think it was, or maybe a little less than a week ago, where Ryan Presley's mom, who's very active on Twitter, was going back and forth with some fans, and she was like, it's a shame he's not going to be the closer anymore or something like that. And I was like, huh. But I never really, I thought, well, we'll see what happens with that. And now here we are today. I think this was a foregone conclusion, and we know that he's pitched the eighth inning before. It's probably a little bit of a bummer for him because once you get to that position, it's always tough to give it up. But this is, I believe, the final year of his deal. And the fact of the matter is you've got Hader locked up for the long term, and the dude's been dominant.
So this third year, I thought it was a mutual option. Spotrac listed as a mutual option for $14 million. It looks like it might be a vesting option. So if Ryan Presley does not have a say on that 2025 contract, then, he's probably here with the Houston Astros at $14 million for a setup. If he does have the mutual option, I think that he would be gone. I think that he would probably look for a bigger, which I think he's probably could get more than $14 million if he has a good season. I think he would be looking for multiple years. I think he would be looking for another closer's role. So a little bit of, I'm not exactly sure what the 2025 contract is. Spotrac says that it's a mutual option. It says that a vesting option includes a $2 million buyout. Option vests with 50 appearances in each of 23 and 24, which you would expect him to have that. He had 65 appearances in 23, but he had 50 in 22, so it's not a guarantee. So there's a little bit of vagueness on what exactly that 2025 contract is. It says $14 million vesting for 25 if he appears in 50 games in both 23 and 24. I wonder if there's a mutual element on that, though.
Yeah, I am curious as well, because when you look at it, the first thing that, to your point, the first thing I think about it, if I'm Ryan Presley, is, look, I'm going to do everything for the team this year. It's a great situation to be in. Yeah, it's a little tough, but I know that I'm going to control my future, and my future is going to be, if I want to be a closer next year, I'm sure I'm going to have opportunities to do so. I think there's going to be teams with plenty of money that are going to give me the length of the contract I'm looking for. I think from a team perspective, they're going to be looking at this, and they're going to be saying to themselves, hey, we can probably get him a little cheaper than one of the most dominant closers if they would have hit free agency. And there's plenty of teams that think they're contenders or close to it that need help in the back of the bullpen that could say, hey, for a little less than what I'd be having to kick in and pay for a big time in the peak of their career closer, I can get a guy that's pretty damn good at probably a good price, and all I got to do is give him a couple years.
Yeah, some of the texters are saying that it's a vesting and not a mutual, so Spotrac's information is wrong. So, okay. So if it's if he appears in 50 games, it becomes he's under contract for next season. I don't know if it's a guarantee that he pitches in the 50 games. 65 last year, 50 in 2022. Hopefully he does, because if he does, it means he probably stays healthy.
Well, we
if
also
healthy,
know that
he gets
he's
to 50 pretty easy, I think.
But we also know that as he's gotten older, the back-to-backs, the 3 and 4 nights kind of situations are not his forte anymore, and they've really tried to protect him from pitching in back-to-back games. So I think there's a good chance that number goes down whether he gets to the vested or not.
Yeah. So see if he gets to the 50 games, and then if he gets to the 50 games, he's under contract. So a little misinformation there. Thank you to Spotrac for saying it's a mutual, not a mutual. Because I was thinking that if it was a mutual, then Presley's as good as gone. Like, Presley's not going to stick around for $16 million when he might be able to get more on a one-year deal when he probably wants to close somewhere. Now, some of the texters here are saying be careful with him moving back to the setup role, that you have certain guys who were closers in the past, that they become setup guys and they blow up. I'm not worried about that. You look at Ryan Presley's career, he was a setup guy for a long time. Now, he has more saves than he does holds, 108 saves, 79 holds. But he had multiple years where he had over 20 holds in a season. He had multiple years where he was the setup guy. I really don't have any concern about Presley pitching the 8th inning and not the 9th inning.
Yeah, this isn't Ken Giles. This isn't a guy that every time he wasn't in a save situation, all you needed was to light a match and look out because he could blow up. I really believe that Ryan Presley, and we both have alluded to it, his time in Minnesota, he was a setup guy, and he was very, very good at it, and he's a professional. And I don't think he has the kind of over-the-top personality like a Giles and some of the closers that they say when it's not a safe situation, they just can't get into that same mindset. I think he's going to be just fine. It's just going to be a matter of, if Hader's pitching his tail off and you know that Abreu behind him is also dominant, that you have him for now. If that vesting interest comes up and there's a chance that, he's going to lock that in too, I think those are going to be teams that are going to be calling the Astros to check on his availability. All he's got to do is just keep pitching the way he's been pitching.
There's a lot of – see, I don't think you trade Presley, though.
Right. I'm not saying you have to trade him, but I think there'll be plenty of teams with the intention of looking at possibly landing a closer in the middle of the season that if he pitches well, they're going to be knocking on the door of the Astros going, hey, you don't really need him. What would it take to get him?
I don't think the Astros – if the Astros are doing well, they're not entertaining the idea of trading Presley.
And that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying you're going to get teams that truly don't have a closer that are going to probably still be picking up the phone and trying to gauge the interest.
Yeah, and
if there's a way to pry him away.
Yeah, like to be like Daryl Morey calling the Lakers asking if LeBron James is available. So it's something like that.
Right.
Like it's not the Astros would be like, yeah, we're going to hang up the phone. We're not having.
Yeah, you're not shopping him and putting out an email that says, hey, I'll take your. I'm listening to offers on Ryan Presley.
Yeah, this guy. If you were in control of the Astros and you had to choose your new pitching rotation out of all the players, who would you choose to be your starting rotation?
Out of all the players hurt and healthy?
He didn't specify, so I guess you can answer however you want to answer it.
I mean, if everybody is available, I'm going to go with Verlander as my 1, Fromber as my 2, Javier as my 3, McCullers as my 4, and Garcia, or to me it's between Garcia and Urquidy for number 5. So I'll say Garcia.
Yeah, if everybody was healthy that you currently are paying money to, my top 2 are Fromber and JV. I really don't care what order. They're my 1 and 2. Javier's your 3 to me. Like you need him to pitch well, especially be first half Javier, be pre-last year Javier. He'd be my number 3. Hunter Brown has, I forgot you still have Lance. Lance would actually be my number 3. When Lance is healthy, Lance is really, really good. He's just never healthy. So if I had Lance available, he'd be my 3rd starter. Javier would be 4. Luis would be 5. But I love Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's just not as good as Luis Garcia is yet. I think Hunter Brown has more upside than Luis Garcia, but he just hasn't produced as good as Luis Garcia.
I like the fact that Hunter Brown's been in the pen before, too. And with the stuff that he has, as dominant and overpowering as he can be in a short dose, he can help you out of the pen.
Yeah, I would go 6-man, though. So Hunter Brown would be my 6. Okay. So I'd go Fromber, JV, top 2. Lance 3, Javier 4, Luis 5, and then Hunter Brown would be my 6.
So Urquidy coming out of the pen for you?
Yeah, he's probably my long guy out of the bullpen. Yeah, he doesn't need to be in that rotation. He just doesn't have the stuff that those other 6 do.
Can I ask you guys? Can we go with what reality is then? So you start the season, Verlander, JP France. Let's say they're not available.
So Fromber's your 1.
So Fromber's your 1.
Javier's your 2.
You don't have JV or JP?
Yeah, let's assume they're both available early in the season, but not that first couple weeks.
So
you don't have Luis and you don't have Lance.
Yeah.
Fromber, Javier, and Hunter Brown are your top 3. Urquidy's your 4.
Yeah.
And then Arrighetti?
I think it's Arrighetti, or like I saw Chandler tweeting about this with people today. Would they try to re-stretch out Blanco?
Yeah, they could.
Yeah. for sure.
It depends on how long they're out. Like, I could see if Blanco's only going to make a start or two, like, why start the clock on Spencer Arrighetti? So it depends on the length of what you expect JV and JP to be gone. So I have the same top four: Fromber, Javier, Brown, Urquidy, and then depending on the length of those two injuries, it would be Blanco or Arrighetti. If it's short term, it's Blanco. If it's long term, then it's Arrighetti.
Nope, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
and that's where I definitely think if it's long term, it has to be someone else. I don't think it should be Arrighetti or Blanco. I mean, in this scenario where like they're not adding anyone, it's Arrighetti. But last year, people were critical of the Astros for not adding a starter pitcher when the season started. But we thought going into the year they had 6 or 7 guys, and the injuries started to pile up. This year, it's so very clear that you have 4 pitchers who could be in your rotation, could be out of your rotation for part of the season, most of the season, somewhere in between. You have to add at least some arm that is a viable MLB arm to this team.
See, that's why I think this is the Nick Caserio situation with Kenyon Green, only I think they're going to be hyper proactive. They already knew that they were going to be dealing with needing an insurance policy or more, and I think that the wheels are already turning about not just how to get – and I think that ideally they'd still like a 6-man rotation, but I think the wheels are already turning of like, how do I make sure this isn't a massive setback for us, 1 guy, 2 guys, and plus the other guys coming back, that I can get a steady arm?
So the contract for Presley, Wilson helped me out on this and on Twitter and a few of the texters too. That mutual option thing threw me for a loop on Spotrac. I didn't realize that the vesting option is $14 million for 25. He has to appear in 50 games in both 23 and 24. He appeared in 65 last year. So if he appears in 50 games this year, then that becomes that's totally under contract.
Okay.
There's no options there. So it vests at 50 games. It's $14 million. So maybe Presley is back next year. But if he gets that 50 games, he will be. If he doesn't, the understanding is that now it's a mutual option. That if he pitches in 48 games, now the Astros and Ryan Presley have to agree to pick up that deal. I don't think either side would. If Presley pitches in 48 games this year and that contract doesn't vest and now it's a mutual option, which it would be, I don't think the Astros are paying $14 million for Ryan Presley at the age of 36 whenever they have big money on Hader. They'll have another year of big money on Montero. They'll also still have Abreu. Now, he'll be cheap, but they'll still have Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
So the Astros wouldn't pick up that option if he's less than 50, and I don't think Ryan Presley would be back if it's less than 50 and it's under it's at $14 million, and I think he'd want to close. So
I think he'd want to close.
50 games is huge because I don't think either side would pick up the mutual option.
I think he'd also hit the open market and make more money. I think he can make more than 14 on the open market by a team that wants him to close.
Yeah, I do too. So if he doesn't hit that 50 games, Ryan Presley would be pitching his final year with the Houston Astros this year. Do you think he's going to do the whole Johnny Cash lights out intro in the 8th inning, by the way?
I don't think so.
Can you do that? Is it Bush League to have 2 intros?
Yeah, I don't think that just because you used to be a closer and they used to do those kind of things, I don't think you do it for your setup guy.
Yeah, but to take it back, once you gave it to him, that's a terrible look.
I'm not taking it back.
Here's what I would say. You can leave it up to him. I don't think he's going to want you to do that in the 8th inning.
I don't know.
I mean, you control your own game presentation. I'm sure if he wanted it, you wanted it, or you don't want to change it, you could still do it.
The song will be there. I think the question is if the lights will be there.
Yeah.
The fans love it. I would be bummed if it was gone.
Everybody gets their intro music going back to the whole Enter Sandman with Billy Wags and other people, and I think Rivera used it too. Regardless, you can use the music, but the lights are something that I don't know that they're going to continue to do.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious. That's the thing that I'm most interested by with this news today. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I'm going to announce my retirement from something Astros related. What it is, next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
the Killer Bees, what about the Murderous Jays? We've got Joel, Jeremy, and Joe. That's 3 J's. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5. It's the Killer Bees and Murderous Jays.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We've also made listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier, officially streaming on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel every single day. Now you can easily listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. If you listen every day and like us, clicking our YouTube subscribe button makes a big difference. So please click that subscription. It matters. Let us know you're listening. Smash that like button, subscribe if you've not already done so. So I'm retiring from something Astros related. First, here was Astros radio guy. This surprised me. This really surprised me. Astros radio guy Robert Ford went on the radio. I think he did this yesterday. And he had some takes about this Alex Bregman staying, going. Here was Robert Ford, Astro play-by-play guy on MLB Network Radio.
I think it's less likely. I mean, if I, and I'm not, but if I were a betting man, I'd bet honestly that Bregman's probably playing somewhere else next year. I don't know that I see the match in the same way that I see with Altuve in terms of how both sides kind of value the situation. I think Bregman, honestly, and it's not, I don't think it's a question of Bregman doesn't want to play in Houston. I think he'd love to play in Houston his entire career, but I think it's going to be tougher to match, the value that Bregman sees with the value that the Astros see.
Okay, I can't believe that the play-by-play guy of the Houston Astros is having
There's going to be
takes.
some backlash on that one, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he had those takes.
I mean, from personal experience, there's going to be a call from the organization at some point to be like, okay, let's not start stuff. You can talk about stuff when it happens, but let's not be the one kind of instigating those kind of discussions, because I don't think that any organization thinks that's a good look.
No, yeah, I was surprised. I was very surprised to hear that. I am watching the Matt Chapman free agency deal. Chapman had a 4.4 WAR last year. Bregman was 4.9. So Bregman better. And I think Bregman, if he has a productive season that's in that 4.5, 4.9 WAR range, will probably get a little bit more than Chapman. But I think the Chapman contract and the Bregman contract are going to be pretty stinking similar, around the same age at free agency too. So that's like the final thing that I'm watching when it comes to the Alex Bregman contract. But the thing that I'm retiring from, I'm not talking Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker contract extension anymore. And I feel like we should stop, we're not media, the media types, they should stop asking, like Dana Brown and all this about the Alex Bregman stuff and the Kyle Tucker stuff. Dana Brown's already given you his answer on Kyle Tucker. They're going to try. They're going to extend an offer, give him the old college effort. Same thing with Alex Bregman. You're not getting anything new. I am retiring. I am hanging up the microphone when it comes to talking about extension for Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker.
That's fine with me. I mean, look, I think the writing's been on the wall for quite a while, and we've been trying to temper expectations and let people know that both guys are probably not going to be here after their contracts expire. But in the case of Bregman, I mean, Robert Ford kind of tried the softest approach to letting people know what we already discussed, which is if you think you're getting Machado money, if you think you're getting $300 million, if that's where you think your value is, I think the Astros see that significantly different, and they're not going to react to the fact that you and your agent, who is a super agent at getting mega millions and long-term deals, is going to try and seek out elsewhere, because that's not how the Astros do business. It seems like no matter how realistic or unrealistic it is, that's exactly what he's chasing. And I don't think that it's a match. And so, unfortunately, for some Astros fans that think with their hearts first and foremost and don't want to see him play in another uniform, I think this is the swan song. We've been through this whole, routine before with Correa. And so you're kind of prepared for it, but this is it.
Yeah, what's interesting about Chapman, he's also represented by Scott Boras. So, I think the Chapman free agency is going to go very, very similar to the Bregman free agency, and I think that they're going to get pretty comparable dollar. Bregman might get 10% more. That's how close I think Chapman will be with what Alex Bregman gets. But I'm done talking about it. There's nothing new. Until there's an extension or one of them leaves in free agency, what's the point? It's going to be recycled answer after recycled answer after recycled answer.
Now, what do you guys think in terms of the fact that with the clock ticking and spring training starting, that there are guys that are going to have to kind of redirect and reshift the way they're thinking about this because of the fact that they haven't signed and gotten the kind of deal and the kind of money that they were expecting? Because I'm curious if Chapman.
I don't think spring training's the deadline.
No, I'm not saying
the
the start
deadline.
of it, but I'm saying we're getting closer and closer to where guys that we're looking for, that long-term big money deal
Right.
are going to start reevaluating.
I think they reevaluate on opening day. I don't think they reevaluate before that. Like people act like the deadline spring training. It's not. The deadline's opening day.
Yeah, and then the other thing to me is I was reading an article this morning that, or a couple comments, that the Giants are looking at multiple Boris clients, and I would think that would be Snell and Chapman when they were still trying to bolster. That's an organization that's wanted to spend some money and try to make more of a splash, that maybe San Francisco is still going to be in the market for Chapman and or Snell.
That makes sense. That would be a place that makes sense for Chapman for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like right now they're penciled in third baseman's Wilmer Flores. And, like, Wilmer Flores' game's all right. He hits lefties really well. Chapman's an upgrade.
Sure.
Chapman's especially defensively. And they signed Soler. And they brought in Jung Hoo Lee, who they think can be a pretty good contact guy, get on base guy. I'm curious to see what he does because he played in Korea. Usually, like, the Korean league doesn't have the same sort of success as the Nippon League has in Major League Baseball. So I'm really curious to see how his season goes. 713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. From a Texans perspective, what makes a successful or disappointing offseason? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Informed opinions are oftentimes presented here. You're locked in with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. 713-780-ESPN, 8437. If Bregman's gone after this year, which I'm retiring to talking contract, hopefully we get 19 Bregman. I'll let him go get his money elsewhere, but I'll 100% take the career year as a send-off. I don't think it's realistic. Alex Bregman has not been the same player since 2019. Like 18-19, he was on a different level. 926 OPS, over a 1,000 OPS in 18-19. Since then, his highest OPS season was 820. Like, he is a shell of that. Still a productive player, still a good player, But the whole $300 million 10-year thing, like that should have, like that's Bregman 18-19. What he has been since then is nowhere near a $30 million a year player.
No way. And I think that maybe that they were hoping that the Astros were going to do what they haven't shown that they're willing to do, and like be emotionally tied somewhat to him. There's no way he's coming up with those numbers, and I dare I say in the rest of his career. Like, we saw the best of Alex Bregman, and those days are already behind us. So now it's how much more of Alex Bregman at an above average level can you expect to see, and what are you willing to pay? I don't think they should be considering paying him $30 million or more a year. I don't think that he should be considered being paid more than he's making even this year. But I think that there's going to be a team or two out there that get into a bidding war for him, for the fact that it's going to be more about what he's done than what he can do for them, and a marketing push as well as his ability. And not to say that he doesn't have any ability left, but I just don't think I think it's crazy for anybody in the Astros organization or fans of the Astros to think they should consider paying him that kind of money.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right, Texans offseason coming up. We're going to start getting some offseason news really, really soon, whether it's contract extension, whether it's like these little deadlines, things like et cetera, et cetera. Early March, you're looking at franchise tags. Of course, draft stuff's going to be heavy. It's going to be real hot. Already is. 713-780-ESPN. What makes a successful or disappointing offseason for the Houston Texans? How would you answer that question, Blankers? What makes a successful offseason for the Houston Texans?
Well, I think the first thing is that they hit on the draft. I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that regardless of how they figure out their finances and what they choose to do, resigning their players and going out into free agency, that the bigger thing to me is that if they have the kind of drafts that they've been putting together over the last 2 years and add some quality starters, that would be a huge step in the right direction for this thing going the way I want it to go. If it's a defensive tackle in the first round, great. If it's a wide receiver at some point, fantastic. Safety is something that needs to be addressed, as well as corner. And then we could talk about running game and or offensive line. But I think that if they can come out of that draft with 4 or 5 starting potential players, I think anybody should say your first, your second, and your third should be guys that should start pretty close to right away.
I think it's lofty. I would agree first and second, but to say 4 or 5 rookies to start for you.
Well, but think about that, Jeremy. Now, depending on what they do at running back too, I get it. But like, you could add a running back in the 4th round. You could add a receiver in the 3rd round. And depending on how you start and line up offensively, they could start. But I think that 1st and 2nd round for sure. And then obviously you hate to think about, you don't want injuries to play into this. But realistically, if you could add, okay, let's just say 3. If you could add 3 starters, or are you going to say 2? But I would like to say that I'd say 3 would be great. But if you got the potential to have 3 starters down the road, then that's already, but then you've done your job. And you're added more depth on the backside. So now it's like, the fact that if they could do what D'Amico wanted them to do, bolster the running game, bolster the defensive line, then I think that they've done enough for me to keep this train moving forward in the right direction. I don't want them to, and everybody's clamoring for this big home run deal, I don't want them to overspend on a Mike Evans or go for a big, massive home run deal, because that could screw them up financially.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, like, it's a very vague question. What makes a successful offseason? What makes a disappointing offseason? 713-780-3776. 5605, the biggest thing we can send successful to keep the majority of their current players. Consistency and chemistry and the key to success. That's from Spud. I think that's a solid answer. 4199, sign a big name early and find opportunistic adds late in free agency for the players who may have waited too long. Okay, that's a solid plan. I don't like the big game fishing, quite frankly, because, like, in a roundabout way, you kind of got to my answer too. Like, I really don't care. I mean, I do care how many starters you get in the draft, but I think to make this offseason successful, I think you have to find 10 starting caliber players that aren't currently under contract. Like, Singletary's not under contract, Schultz not under contract, Grenard not under contract, Steven Nelson not under contract. If you brought back all 4 of those guys, well, those are 4 starting caliber players. Where's the upgrade, though? So I think that you have to find 10 starters. I think you need a starter at running back. I'm going to include a third receiver as a starter. I think you need a starting level tight end. You currently don't have that. Schultz is a free agent. I think you need a starting caliber left guard. If you don't believe in Kenyon Green, I think you need a starting caliber left guard. Now, if Kenyon Green develops and he is your starting left guard, cool. Like that takes one away. You need a starting caliber defensive end. You need a starting caliber defensive tackle next to Collins. I think that you need at least one linebacker, maybe two. Like, do you have confidence in Henry To'oTo'o? To be a starter? I don't think that they did in the second half of the season. He didn't get on the field a whole lot. He was playing backup linebacker snaps. The only one that you have under contract is Harris. Do you need one? Do you need two? You need a corner opposite of Stingley. You need a nickel. Do you believe in Jimmy Ward as your safety opposite of Petrie? So, like, there are so many starting caliber players that need to be added to this team. Now, some of them are going to be the guys that you potentially re-sign, but they're not under contract for next year. So for this to be a successful offseason for me, they have to add 10 starting caliber players. And that's a tall thing to do. Like, that's challenging. I know that the Texans have cap space, over $50 million. I know that they have their full allotment of draft picks. But to your point, they have to hit on these guys. Like, if you get 2, 3 in the rookie draft class, okay, well, now you need 7 starting caliber players. And if you have $52 million to spend and you're looking for 7 starting caliber players, and this is before you even fill out the entire roster, let's trim it down to like 42 and you spend the other $10 million on depth, you're talking about $6 million average for the other 7 starting caliber players. So I think that's why you don't big game hunt in free agency, because you have to spread it out here and the Texans have a ton of holes. That is my answer. 10 starting caliber players in the offseason period.
Yeah, and I think that, again, you have to get creative too. We talked about guys that you might be able to get rid of to try and add some more finances to the possibility.
Yep.
But
it doesn't change the starting caliber player.
No.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It gives you more opportunity to get it, but those holes still exist.
Yeah, you can get you get rid of those guys, and you can get a starter or two or a couple back. But at the same time, like, I think people have these grandiose expectations that you're going to go out into free agency and you're going to make this massive splash with one name. And I just don't think it's realistic. I think there's too many. The depth to me right now is more important than to sign that one big name guy, because this team has already shown you've got guys that can be big time players for you. You got big time receiving capabilities. You've got a big time quarterback. You got a big time pass rusher. So you've got a lot of guys that are big time for you. Now you just got to improve the depth that we knew was a major issue down the stretch for this team, and they got lucky in a lot of ways that some vets broke free and that Caserio made some additions that ended up actually playing a role for them.
See, I think that's the biggest misnomer when you look at this offseason for the Texans. Like, you see the big number, $70 million. They signed these reserve guys. It's down to, 55. They're going to have to spend $3.5 million on a rookie class. They need a kicker and a punter under contract. They have that many holes? Because you think, okay, we'll just bring back Schultz. And it's like, well, if you just bring back Schultz, it really doesn't do anything with the salary cap. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yep. So the Texans, I read today, I was reading DJ Bieniemy's article on ESPN, kind of his offseason primer, and he says that the Houston Texans, I can't remember if it was the most players that are free agents that were on their roster last year, or the most, maybe it was the most roster spots to fill in free agency, or in the offseason rather, that they don't have many players that are currently under contract. All of the reason that they have so much salary space, because everybody came off the books. And if everybody comes off the books, that means you have to fill all of those holes. So I don't think people realize that you still have to have 10 starting caliber players. So for me, that's my answer. And if you give $20 million to Grenard, and then you're trying to give $20 million to Mike Evans, you're not finding 10 starting caliber players. You're finding 2, and then you're finding a bunch of scrubs after that.
And I think the other thing that again, we try to be the reality check for some of the fans. I think, well, everybody loved playing here last year, and they're going to give the team, some team-friendly deals. Stop. Just stop doing that. These guys have mouths to feed, and these guys have financial ambition that they want to obtain. And if it's not going to be here, they damn well are going to check out every opportunity to make that kind of money that they're hoping to make somewhere else. This is their livelihood. And yes, maybe they had a great experience here and they had a great time playing here. And Singletary was one of the guys that said it was the most fun he's ever had playing football here. But at the same time, if Singletary gets another offer from another team that's $1.5 million to $2 million more than what the Texans were thinking about paying him, do you think for a half second that he's going to blink an eye before he goes and signs with the other team? Because I don't.
The Even if they do give him that discount, though, it's not going to be 50%. It's going to be like a 10% discount. So instead of paying a guy $10 million, you pay him $9 million. So that's helpful. That helps. But it's not like this huge savings. It's a savings of $1 million. If John Grenard gives you a hometown discount, and instead of taking $18 million, he takes $15 million, which I don't think he will, but if he does, that's still only $3 million in savings. You know what I mean? Like maybe that gives you another fringe starter, but it certainly helps in the long run. If you can save dollars anywhere you can, that's very, very helpful. But it doesn't all of a sudden mean that you're signing two really good free agents because one guy takes a slight hometown discount. So
this is where you've got to get so much more creative and savvy at just balancing your books.
Yeah, and I think Casario's good at that. Do you think Casario's good at that?
I do. I believe in him for doing that because I think that's a lot of what he was kind of given the responsibility of handling when Bill Belichick was the front man for personnel moves. I think that there's no doubt that he has experience, and I also think that he has a staff behind him that has that kind of experience. But nonetheless, it's going to be challenging. You're going to have to be creative and savvy, and you might have to make a move or two that, the fans aren't going to understand, that you might have a little remorse in doing, but it's for the long-term benefit of this team.
See, that's why I'm pretty aggressive with the guys I cut. That's why I'm cutting Robert Woods. That's why I'm cutting Jimmy Ward, because I don't think those two guys are really starting caliber players anymore. And if I can save $5 million on Robert Woods and I can translate that to Curtis Samuel, I feel like that's an upgrade. If I can save $4 million on Jimmy Ward and I can sign somebody else at $4 million who's an upgrade over Jimmy Ward, that's a win. And I think that's how you win in the NFL. Return on investment, salary cap league, the teams that win are the ones that get the most value from the dollar.
And these are the ones where, rather than the big-name frontline guys that people are expecting, they see the Texans and they want to play for a winner and they want to go there. These are the ones where you might win the trump. You hold the trump card between two organizations in terms of a veteran that goes, well, between the two teams, I got a sub-500 team and I got the Texans. I'd really like to try and win something. If the money's close to the same, I'm going to Houston. That's where you can win one of these deals in free agency, as opposed to some of the big-time guys that are looking for their bag no matter who's offering it to them.
Joe, what does it take to have a successful offseason for the Texans?
Yeah, for me, it's kind of similar to what you were saying, Jeremy. It's about, you have to get quality and volume. You need 10 starters. I totally agree. But I also think you have to find a way to upgrade at least 2 or 3 of those players that you're replacing. Devin Singletary would be a nice piece, but if you can upgrade him for, if he's $6 million and Saquon's $8 million and save somewhere else, I think you have to do that. You can't just bring back guys that are the same quality, because I think we saw how far it can take you. And I don't really know if you can address your depth this offseason either. That's what I think the Texans are in a hard position with, is that because they have all these free agents, I don't know how you add starters and depth in one offseason. It's probably just not possible.
I think you have to draft really well.
Yeah, the back end of your draft has got to give you depth.
And I think it's to kind of Blanker's point. Even if you're not drafting 3 starters, well, maybe you're drafting 2, but then you're drafting 4 twos. Kind of like Jared Patterson. Jared Patterson can start in a pinch, but he's more of a backup. But you drafted a guy who's going to be on your 2 deep. I think that's a win, especially if it's into the late round. Jared Patterson, a 6-rounder, being a backup offensive lineman is a win, because now you have a guy on your 2 deep that's making the rookie minimum. Same thing with Henry To'oTo'o. I don't think Henry To'oTo'o is a starting caliber player in the NFL. I really don't. I think he's limited athletically. I think he's limited from a skill set standpoint. I think he's a really smart player, high IQ. But if he's only a backup for the 4 years that you have him, I think that's a win where you drafted him. Every guy that you draft doesn't need to be a starter. But if you draft 4th, 5th, 6th rounders you're on your 2 deep, they're your backups, they can start 2 to 3 games in a pinch, that's a victory for a 4th, 5th, 6th rounder.
There's no doubt about it, because the guys that you've done in the past, and 202 is a perfect example, he might have slight limitations on multiple skill set fronts, but the fact that he's a smart player, that he's got great instincts, that the fact in the short term he can cover you, it's like a good backup quarterback. You don't need him for 17 games, but when you call his number, you hope for a couple of games he can fill in and get you by. And I think that you can get those kind of players that give you better depth in the middle of the late rounds of the draft.
Stroud on the Twitter says signing a 3-down running back that'd be a little costly, unless it's to the draft, but then you got to hit. And that's the other thing. You don't know on draft day if you did that. Like, what if he turns out to be bad? Like, you're not going to know this until after the year. That's why you have to be kind of creative on how you answer this.
Because like look at Pierce. No one thought Pierce, after coming off the year that he had, no one thought that he wouldn't be a fit with the Texan scheme early on. And you found out the harsh reality as the season went on. And to Joe's point, the one way where you could possibly make a splash, but it's not that big fish, is if you could get Saquon closer to 8. Because of the fact that that's a name that everybody pays attention to. That's an upgrade, you think, at the running back position. I mean, it should be. And you look, you're not going to have to pay $20 to $30 million to try and get a guy like that.
The more I crunch the numbers, the more I like Joe's idea. What did you say it was, Henry and Singletary, Joe?
Oh,
like
yeah.
Tandem running back?
Yeah, Henry and Singletary.
Like you get Henry at like a 5, Singletary to 4. You pay 2 running backs 9 as opposed to paying Barkley 11. Like, kind of like the idea about that. Tristan says improve the running game, fix the holes defensively, add talent to the offense in general. It's costly, and then getting an RB1, says Luis. And that's the other thing. You don't know whenever you sign them if they're going to have success.
Yeah, the only way that I think that you can add to the offense right now significantly without having to pay through the nose is that you can add depth to the offensive line. But if you want a tight end like Schultz, you're going to have to pay. If you want the receivers you get, they're not going to be cheap, but you could get a couple guys hopefully that aren't going to be too expensive. But if you're looking for like the guys that are going to change this offense like monumentally or be huge impact guys, I don't think that the Texans are in that market.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. 713-780-ESPN. What makes a successful offseason for the Texans? One way's through the draft. We talked about that. We've been making mock drafts great again, and we've been making the Texans better. How do we do that today? Today's mock draft, Phil Yates of ESPN, making mock drafts great again with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Time to get back to sports school with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We're making mock drafts great again. Today we're making mock drafts great again with Phil Yates' first mock at ESPN, making the Texans better too. By the way, Cooper DeJean, he is a polarizing figure, I've learned. Yeah, all sorts of conversations when you start thinking and start talking Cooper DeJean.
I've seen some of it. Yeah,
it's
gets dicey in a hurry.
Interesting conversation. You're looking for some interaction. You're looking to farm some engagement. Talk about Cooper DeJean joining your team.
It has nothing to do with how you pronounce his last name. I can tell you that.
No, it's crazy. The conversations are wild when you start talking about him being a potential corner in the NFL. Anyways, Phil Yates' mock draft. He has Caleb Williams go number 1 to Chicago. No surprise there. Jaden Daniels, the Heisman, number 2 to Washington. Seeing more of that. Drake May goes number 3 to the Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr. to Arizona. No surprise. Joe Alt, number 5 to L.A. That's as high as I've seen Joe Alt. So pretty high for some protection for Justin Herbert there in L.A. Malik Neighbors goes number 6 to New York. Rome Odunze goes to the Titans at 7. Give Levis a little bit of help. Number 8, Dallas Turner, the edge from Alabama. Latu from UCLA goes number 9. We were talking about him yesterday in the 23 to 26 range. He goes number 9. I've seen him. The volatility on Latu has been unbelievable. Top 10 pick. Some people say he might not make it in the first round. He's all over the board. The Jets go Olumawa Fashuna, say it with conviction, the tackle from Penn State. Fast forward, quarterbacks along the way. McCarthy goes number 12 to Denver, so Peyton gets a quarterback. Brock Bowers falls to 16. Did you see the picture of Brock Bowers standing next to he lost some draft stock for me.
Because he looked like Brady on draft day?
He looks like an accountant.
That's what I'm saying. He looks like he could have been running in khakis.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, he
tight
looked,
end.
I don't want to say he looked doughy, but he just didn't look like all rocked up that you would expect a tight end coming out possibly in the top 10.
I don't even believe it was him. Like, he didn't have a tight end. He had a loose end. I don't want my tight ends to have loose ends. I didn't like that. I can totally see him falling outside of the top 15. Bo Nix goes number 20 to the Steelers. That would be interesting because they'd have Pickett and then Bo Nix in the 20s as well. All right, so for the Texans, they have him selecting Enos Rakestraw Jr., the corner from Missouri. If this is the pick, would you be okay with it come draft day?
Yeah, I think, again, it's just a clear-cut sign if this is the pick that you've moved on from Stevie Nelson. You're looking for a young, athletic corner that could be your bookend with Stingley to be part of the defense that D'Amico would love to have in terms of guys that are going to be blanketing, no matter how many receivers a team has. You've got 2 guys that can blanket your 2 best and let your defensive line do a lot more of what he wants to do. So I'd be totally fine drafting corner, and I think that would be the indication that you were moving on from Stevie Nelson.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And you probably already have your Steven Nelson answer by draft day.
Right.
And if you bring back Steven Nelson, you're not drafting a corner, I don't think. I'd be a fan with this. There's not many positions that I would be upset about at number 23. Corner pairing next to Stingley, you get younger there. If you feel like it's going to help out your defense, I'm all in favor of it. So I'm cool if Rakestraw is the pick at 23. He might not be my favorite corner, but if they're telling me I trust D'Amico, I think Nick Caserio has earned the right to be trusted on draft day 2. I'd be cool with Rakestraw. Joe, Mocha Joe, would you be okay with Rakestraw?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good pick. Like, he's more of a man coverage guy, so I guess that's a signal really of what they're going to do. I mean, I felt like Stingley was much better in man than the defense. He and the defense were in zone last year. So
not what D'Amico likes doing generally. D'Amico's more of a zone guy.
Yeah, so that kind of where it surprises me. Like once I saw Fields' mock, I was looking into it, and the big thing about Rakestraw was he's kind of a press man guy. So that does seem a little bit of a change to what they would normally do, but maybe people think D'Amico would go more man if he had the corners to do it.
You think that's what it is, though?
I don't know.
You think that's what it is, or you think these mock drafters just don't really have any idea about philosophy?
Probably that part.
I think it's that.
I think they're more hell-bent on being great evaluators of if they make it in the league or not and stuff, as opposed to scheme fit.
And it's so hard because a lot of these times these guys they don't do it based on fit necessarily. They'll do the quarterbacks based on need, but everything else is based on best available.
Yeah, they see that the Texans could use a corner, and they're like, okay, this is the best corner that I have left here.
Yeah.
And they're not looking at – like, I think that it's very rare, especially early. It might happen a little bit more later, closer to the draft, but I think it's extremely rare for these mock drafters to incorporate scheme into their selections. Like, I think the Texans – like, if you had two equals at corner – like you had, player X and then player Y, they're graded the exact same, but player X is better zone than man and player Y is better man than zone. I think they would go with the zone guy.
Yeah, I think the other thing is it relates back to the conversation we had a segment or two ago when you realize that whoever you take in the first round is going to have to be a starter. So not only does it mean that you're moving on from Stevie Nelson, but if you're taking a corner in the first round, I think the assumption is that he's going to start immediately for you on that defense for D'Amico, and that's where you get into scheme fit.
Let's take a look at our multiple choice. Rakestraw is on the table here. The next pick is Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker that I love from Texas A&M. Cooper DeJean is the corner from Iowa we just talked about. He goes number 25. And then Graham Barton, interior offensive lineman, guard center, could probably play either one. He's the next pick. He's from Duke. So you multiple choice. You put your feet in Casario's shoes on draft day. You picking Rakestraw, Cooper, DeJean, or Barton.
See, I think Barton is intriguing because he plays multiple positions on the line, but like I said, that means you're completely passing on your former first-round pick at Green at left guard, and I just don't think you can go for like that kind of insurance-type pick with the potential to start. I think you got to go to a true starter. I think there's a need for both linebacker and corner. I think for me, the most pressing need on this team is going to be either replacing Grenard or signing him, and or what you do with Stevie Nelson on the defensive side. So I'm going to stay with Rakestraw and just say, hey, look, you've replaced one of your starters with a veteran. You've replaced a veteran guy, older, looking for big money, with a very much more inexpensive kid that's going to bookend Stingley, and I'll start there and stick with exactly who he had him with.
I like all four of these prospects. Like, this has been the most difficult one for me that we've had in the last few days because I like Rakestraw's game. Now, the fact that he's more of a man guy versus a zone guy kind of comes into the play here a little bit. Lance has him as a 6.36 grade, will eventually be a plus starter. Cooper DeJean is somebody that interests me. He has him as a 6.34, will eventually be a plus starter as well. His write-up on DeJean, though, talks about him that he's not great with lateral movement, like freak athlete, really fast, but like his side-to-side quickness isn't outstanding. I didn't love reading that from a corner. And he talks that he might be better at a safety as well, where it's like, I don't know if I want to draft a safety at 23 if I have another option at a corner who's good. I love Edgerrin Cooper. I think Edgerrin Cooper can give you a little bit of pass rush from middle linebacker too, which is kind of like, taboo. It's not something you see a whole lot of, maybe more nowadays in the NFL. I still think it's a little too high for him, though. Like, if he's not going to slide to the Texans second rounder, but I think he's more of a second rounder than a late first. And then the Graham Barton thing intrigues me as well, because if you've made up your mind on Kenyon Green that you think he's a bust, I think you need to bring in an interior offensive lineman. But if you haven't, then you're not drafting an interior offensive lineman in the first round. I love all four of these options, quite frankly. It's a difficult one for me. I'm going to go with Enos Rakestraw. I'm going to keep it Rakestraw, even though it might not be the perfect scheme fit. I wouldn't mind if the Texans played a little bit more man, because I like what Stingley does in man coverage. I think that Kansas City played a lot of man against San Francisco and had great success in the Super Bowl. So I'm sticking with Rakestraw. Joe?
Yeah, I lean Rakestraw here too. I like DeJean or Dijon Muster, whatever he is.
DeJean.
I think corner is going to be the one position that they're going to have a hard time filling in free agency, because I don't think Nelson will be here. I think they'll try to replace King as well, and I don't think they're going to be in the L'Jarius Sneed, Jalen Johnson market like we discussed yesterday. I don't think they're going to spend $20 million on a cornerback. So I think corner is going to be the biggest need the Texans have in the draft. And the way these drafts are falling, we did the Chad Reuter one yesterday. They had the Texans taking Kool-Aid McKinstry in the second round. Like, that blew my mind.
Reuter's was the worst I've seen.
Yeah, it probably was too. But, there's so many of these corners that we're seeing. Like, every time we do this, we're talking about multiple different corners on the board for the Texans at 23. It does feel like there's a chance for one to fall, but I'm still taking the one I like the most here. And for me, that would be Rakestraw. It's the SEC thing.
Do you eliminate Cooper?
No. No, I like Cooper.
I like Cooper.
Joe's already been on record liking it.
Yeah, I like
Oh,
Cooper.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I said we did that a week ago. I went with Cooper.
He
Yeah,
said
I'm a
the
fan.
fact that he wanted a white corner was
That's
intriguing.
not what I said.
No, I meant Adrian Cooper.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that'd be a good fit. Do I want to go linebacker?
See, that's what I think.
That's where I'm at. Like, I love him as a player. I don't know if I want him at 23.
Yeah, like I think Jack Campbell was a good player for the Lions this last year. I don't think I like investing in a linebacker that high in the draft. Like the linebacker market in free agency is going to be so top heavy, with White and Patrick Queen, that it should dilute the middle tier. And I think you can get a Perriman level player, whether it's just him or someone else, in free agency. Hopefully someone that can cover tight ends.
When you're drafting linebackers coming out of college, it's such an in-depth position in a lot of ways that it's tough for a guy to make an impact right away. And we were talking about, you got to replace starters. I would be concerned that if you're taking a linebacker there, one, first and foremost, because of the needs this team has, and two, because of the fact that whoever you take is expected to start right away. I just wouldn't put that kind of heat on a guy like that to bring him into the system and start him right away in D'Amico's defense.
713-780-ESPN. You have your pick of those four. Enos Rakestraw, Edgerrin Cooper, Cooper DeJean, Graham Barton. Who are you taking? 713-780-3776. Joe makes faces on Wednesday, and there's a lot of reasons that Joe's making faces today. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Joe makes faces on Wednesday. Why is Joe making faces today?
Yeah, a little more sportsy this week for Why the Face Wednesday. We've got three sports things going on. So this first one here, going a little viral. John Feliciano is a lineman for the 49ers. Was getting some hate, talking about giving some grief to a teammate that missed a big block on Brock Purdy. And Jalen Carter responded on Instagram. He said, quote, "Same dude who spoke on my dead teammate and the reason I was emotional during our game SMH. Well, Jonathan Feliciano responded. He said, dude, talking about Jalen Carter, told me he was going to murder me and my kids and would never see me again 3 times because I was laughing at him after getting a flag. I said, I believe you got a body. Then he continued for weeks posting my fam and reaching out to my friends. Yikes.
This, Jeremy, is exactly what I think why you would have passed on him on the draft. This is what I was like. I understand he's an unbelievable talent, but this is the possibility of the backlash when you take a guy like this that you already know has got a past. This is what no team wants to deal with.
Yeah, I hope that this doesn't, get worse. Like, it's one thing to talk. Like, I don't think he's going to go, hopefully not kill anybody. But I did have concerns. I had character concerns. I put a huge red marker right through his name. He was untouchable for me for, the reasons that we do know about. But then there's concerns of, does that continue? And for me, it was you can't trust him. You can't trust somebody. And whenever you can't trust somebody, how do you line up next to him? How do you have faith that he's going to hit the A-gap on a very specific play whenever you absolutely have to have it? I think he was the most talented defensive player in the draft. But I don't like the character stuff. I'm glad that the Texans got Will Anderson and not Jalen Carter because I think the character matters, and I think that having a good locker room matters. And I think D'Amico does too. I think D'Amico Ryans will be the first one to tell you that. So, yeah, this is another sign of why I didn't want anything to do with Jalen Carter.
Well, this is also why organizations get so enamored in any professional sport with ability on the playing surface and tend to want to lose sight or just carelessly lose sight of just the overall. Because this is something that, say, Jalen Carter continues to play at a very high level, but you want to look past the other stuff. This is something that could actually derail a team when it's got momentum and playing at a certain level. And we've seen this in the past. We've seen this here locally with certain teams, with certain of our teams, where it doesn't matter, and the teams need to take a closer look at just the overall character, not just the ability.
I think the Texans do. I think D'Amico does. I think Caserio does. Now, what's funny and what's ironic is that we mocked the Texans for doing it in the past because they probably went a little overboard with it.
This goes back to Bob. Bob McNair was big on never wanting to touch anybody that had a past.
Yeah, and then it kind of got amplified with Easterby. It got amplified with Easterby a bit. What else you got, Joe?
Well, past and versus killing someone is also a little different, I feel like, compared to what the Texans are doing versus Jalen Carter. Apparently, only giving up 19 points to Patrick Mahomes in 60 minutes in a Super Bowl, and yes, losing in overtime means you suck at your job. Steve Wilkes got fired today.
To me, this is crazy because of the fact that he did a hell of a job with it. I mean, obviously, anybody that's a defensive-minded coach would love to have the weapons that San Francisco has. But he did his job all season long. The biggest problem was, and Joe and I were talking about this a little bit before the show today, I go back to the fact that, Shanahan had to call a timeout late in that game because he didn't like the defense that the zero coverage that Wilkes put out there, and he had, a ton of defensive backs on the field, and you could see him storming up and down the sidelines. And then when they came out of that timeout, they had a totally different look on defense. And this, to me, Wilkes is a scapegoat. I hate that this happened. I don't know that he deserved to have this happen, but now you've got players coming in and piling on, and Bosa saying that we didn't know how to handle the offense that the Chiefs came with them on that final drive, and they weren't prepared for it. So I think people are going to start piling on now, looking for a scapegoat.
Why do you need a scapegoat whenever you lose in overtime in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
But why do you need it?
Well, because I think that they know that they were the favorite. I think they feel like they should have won the game.
Point.
I'm saying, Jeremy, I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that Shanahan's doesn't want the heat on him. He doesn't want the heat on him personally. He doesn't want to continue to have to keep talking about the coin toss and the other things that he's catching heat for. So they're gonna say maybe the way that they weren't prepared, or they had to come back after the fact and say they did discuss overtime and what they were going to do. That this is a way for them to kind of to deflect.
Yeah, I don't think that those questions go anywhere. Like, if he thinks that this is going to be something that he can do in order to deflect those questions or to deflect that stigma or to deflect that narrative, that's not happening. And I think that Shanahan is smart enough to know that it's not. I I give the benefit of the doubt to coaches in these type of things, like the head coach. Like they know and they see it every single day. I don't think it was a scapegoat. I don't think that you need a scapegoat when you lose in overtime to the Super Bowl to Pat Mahomes, who might be the greatest quarterback talent of all time. The numbers support Steve Wilks. They gave up the 8th most yards per game this year. They gave up the 8th fewest yards per game. They gave up the 3rd fewest points per game. So, like, Wilks had a good year, you would think, on paper. But is it that good of a year if you think you have the number 1 or number 2 best talented defense? Like, if you have a top 2 talent defense, top 2 roster on the defensive side, is 8th in defensive yards and 3rd in defensive scoring good?
I mean, for me, I would be pro Wilks throughout the regular season, but the three of us had this conversation multiple times throughout the playoffs. Look at the big names they have on their defensive line. Yes, some of them are overrated, busts, whatever you want to call them, but, like, where's Bosa? Where's Chase Young? Where are all these impact players that we've seen, last year with D'Amico, the years before with Saleh, that are still on this roster? And it does feel like that even though they had a good regular season, it does feel like they lived up to, like, they failed to live up to expectation in the playoffs for the most part, except for the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, you lost Kinlaw essentially the whole game.
But I would point more to the Detroit game also as part of the problem. Like, yes, you won, but you got cooked pretty consistently in the first half of that game.
I mean, they went backwards. They went backwards defensively. They went from being the number 1 defense in the NFL, both in yards and points, to 3rd and 8th.
Because, this is a guy where, like, everyone wants to scream like racism and all that stuff with Steve Wilks, but look at his history. He got fired in Arizona after 1 year. He became the interim coach in Carolina. He had success, but they didn't keep him. And then now he got fired again by Kyle Shanahan after 1 season. Like, at some point, like, I don't know. Like, he just keeps getting fired after 1 opportunity everywhere. Yeah. I think there's more to this story and the fact of what people really view him as a coach, and maybe he won't get many opportunities again.
And Shanahan went outside for this hire. Like, he lost 2 defensive coordinators in back-to-back years in Saleh and D'Amico, and he went outside for a new defensive coordinator, and after a year, it's like, not that impressed. And, like, it looks on paper, you have the 3rd best defense in points allowed, 8th best defense in yards allowed. It's like, okay, you did a good job. You did a good job. They were 1st in both the year before. They were number 3 the year before that was Saleh. So it's like, okay, you got all this talent. Like, I know that it looks okay on paper, but was it as good as it should have been? And that's where I give the benefit of the doubt to the head coach. Like, Shanahan was with Saleh. Shanahan was with D'Amico. Shanahan was with Wilks. And at the end of the day, he says, I think we can do better. And I don't blame him for that. Like, it's a tough look, and, like, Shanahan's going to get criticism for it. But he's doing what he thinks is in the best interest of his team, not because, like, he's trying to look – I don't think he's looking for a scapegoat. I don't think you need a scapegoat whenever you got to overtime in the Super Bowl and you were 1 play away from winning the whole darn thing.
Well, I do. I think that that's part of it. And I think that, when you look at – you could say the playoffs, but, aside from a punt that hit one of your guys that ended up in the one opportunity, and we talked about the one opportunity for the Chiefs to score a touchdown was a 1-play drive, he was doing a hell of a job kind of curtailing the Chiefs offense for that entire Super Bowl. So I got a tough time thinking they move on unless this was a personality conflict, and we've seen those on teams in sports.
Joe, you got one more?
Yeah, last one here. Brandon Marshall went on his podcast, the I Am Athlete podcast, and told this fascinating story, guys, about how Kanye West supposedly bought seats right in front of Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl so that every single time Taylor was on television, Kanye would be on television. Brandon Marshall claims that Taylor Swift got peed off, and she called the hit, basically, on Kanye West and got him kicked out of the Super Bowl before he could even be on television with her at the same time. The problem is that within minutes, Kanye West's own representatives told TMZ that this is a total fake story, and Kanye West was absolutely not kicked out of any seat or out of the Super Bowl.
Where'd he get this from?
I think he just made it up.
Was he just looking for run for the podcast?
Yeah, he just likes to get run.
Yeah.
I feel like they should sue him.
That's crazy.
Honestly, it's Kanye. Probably he might.
Well, you heard? Did you see Ozzy's tweet the other day?
You think Kanye made it up or Brandon Marshall?
I think Brandon Marshall made it up.
Yeah, well, that's who you have to sue for slander then.
Well, and then Ozzy Osbourne came out in all capital letters a couple days ago and said that Kanye wanted to sample one of his songs on his next album, and Ozzy said absolutely not, and Kanye did it anyway. And so Ozzy was all up in arms, and that was a big deal.
Really?
Yep.
That's messed up. You can't be doing that.
Right.
You got to sue.
I don't know what the ramifications are for that, but yeah, obviously it starts with a lawsuit.
He'll get pretty heavily sued.
You haven't made it in business till you get sued anyways. All right, that does it for Why the Face Wednesday. Why are you making faces today? 713-780-3776. Every now and then we have a will of bits. We never know what we're going to get. We never tell you beforehand, but it's electric, and you can't miss it. What bit today on the Will of Bits on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5?
Guys, for the break, tell you a little bit about Allstate Windows and Siding. Now's a great time to upgrade, for a lot of us, what your biggest investment is, and that's your house. And the way that you can do that is upgrading your windows and your siding, and it's fantastic because you can benefit in so many ways. Obviously, you keep the energy in. The summer, you want the air conditioning in. The winter, you want to keep it warm. During hurricane season, as we've all experienced, you want strong, tough outer shell that from the windows to the siding can protect your house and your family and the contents inside. That's why you would call the best in the business Allstate Siding and Windows, because they are here to help. They've been in business for almost 50 years, family-owned through 3 generations. Mary and Mike, the entire family, they're there to help you, and they are going to tell you a plethora of different ways that they and their products can be a huge assistance to you and your house. And the other thing you got to keep in mind is your energy bills can go down up to 40% with these windows and the siding. Right now, $2,500 off on complete siding jobs, 24 months interest-free. I'm telling you, they are the experts, and they're going to come to you and tell you what they can do. Check them out online, allstatewindowsandsiding.com. There's discounts for senior citizens, first responders, and military, allstatesidingandwindows.com, or call them. It's the easiest thing you can do, and they can tell you how they can help. You can tell them what you're interested in, and they can show you how it can make a difference. 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
What an enormous spin. I love a good bounty gate. He's blank on Branham. All right, one must go was the Will of Bits today. You never know what you're going to get with Bob Barker, the Will of Bits, and whoever says one must go.
I feel Tui went through puberty and now is speaking clearly.
Yeah, we got a new Tui.
Oh, okay.
Well, we bring out the best in people. We force those to mature that are around us.
Okay.
All right, one must go. What are we choosing from here?
All right, we'll go a little Valentine's Day themed. One must go. One obligation that you should do that you don't want to do anymore. You can get rid of right now. Okay. Buying flowers.
Okay.
Buying chocolates. Fancy dinner. One must go for Valentine's Day. What are you getting rid of?
It's a good one. Man, I think this changes as you get deeper into your relationship in terms of years and responsibilities. For me personally, the dinner thing is the easiest thing to go.
What?
The dinner thing goes because of the fact that Lisa doesn't like to go out anyway, and she knows, she's always like, you know what? Everybody's going to put their prices way up on Valentine's night, and we've got work to do and the kids and everything like that. The dinner doesn't matter. She loves the chocolates. The chocolates is the top priority because she's always been a See's Candy girl, and she is a massive chocolate fanatic. So it was always, for me, the See's Candies were a must no matter what. And she was also realistic on the flowers. I'd always give her the big flowers and the big vase and everything, and she's like, that's a waste of money, and they're just going to die. And I'm just like, oh, wow, okay, well, I think the dinner is the biggest steal in the society today because of the fact that everybody on Valentine's Day they feel obligated to go to dinner, and then the restaurants jack the prices up.
They do the same thing with flowers and chocolate.
I think the flowers stay the same no matter
No
what.
way.
The flowers, I think the flowers go up like percentage-wise. The flowers and the chocolates go up way more than the dinner.
They like double.
My buddy owns a flower shop, and the flowers, in terms of like, if you're going to just pick out, I want this, I want that. But now, if you go in there and you just want to do the quick grab and pay, those prearrangements are going to go probably up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess that's all I ever buy. So
I was in the grocery store last night at 10 o'clock. We had to get something for Taylor for school. And this dude double parks his car at Kroger, walks right in, leaves it running, and just says, what do you have for Valentine's Day? They point him out, and the ladies at the store were killing him because he was paying $250 for a dozen roses arrangement with a big vase. And they're like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm late. I got to get this done.
How does someone double park their own car?
Well, I mean, they left it running on the curb with the caution lights on, and he just decided he could do and walked into the store.
I think the dinner is the best part. Like, dinner's easily the best part for me. That's the one thing that I enjoy. I like buying my wife flowers and chocolate and putting a smile on her face. I don't get enjoyment out of the flowers. I don't get enjoyment out of the chocolate. And if we're saying that one must go, we're being selfish in this discussion. We're looking out for me, not we. Of those three things, the one that I enjoy the most is the dinner. Give me a good dinner. Give me a good steak dinner. Give me that, absolutely. So that's the one that's staying. That one's staying before I'm getting rid of that. Flowers and chocolate, this one's tough, the one that I would have to eliminate. I think I like having flowers around more than I like. I'm not a huge chocolate guy. I know, me being contrarian, that shocks everybody. I'm not a huge chocolate guy. I like having the flowers around. It kind of lifts up the scene in the kitchen. They smell good. I think my wife likes flowers more than she likes chocolate. So I'll eliminate the chocolate here. Definitely keeping the dinner close between flowers and chocolate, but the flowers get the edge.
Yeah, 100% for me, it's keeping the dinner as well. I like going out somewhere fancy, even though we like to do it more than just on Valentine's Day, but I like going somewhere fancy, so dinner's got to stay, and I like living, so the flowers also stay.
She's a big like flower living. Fan?
Yeah, I'll get killed. Like, I have to get off the air at 7 o'clock, even though she gets home late tonight because she's working on Valentine's Day. Like, I got to go right to H-E-B, Kroger, somewhere, get some kind of roses, and probably will get the chocolates as well. But if I had to get rid of one, I'll get rid of the chocolate.
Yeah, give me
See me in the break.
The chocolate for me. I don't need that. 7-1.
Yeah.
I'm not reading that, Virginia. On the YouTube, Desert says that he says make a romantic meal at home simple. Mm-hmm. It's not a bad idea.
That's fine too. I think that kind of qualifies though with the dinner.
I think so too. It's still
yeah, I think that's why I avoided going out, because Lisa would prefer that we stay at home and we could still eat a good dinner. It's just that you're not dropping a huge dime on a dinner you're forced to have to do because of the day of the week.
I think you're hedging a little bit. I think you're hedging.
I'm not. I don't care what you think. I'm telling you right now the way I think in our relationship, and I know how she thinks. And if it makes her it doesn't make her happy to go out for dinner. She doesn't like really. She feels uncomfortable a lot of times going out to fancy dinners, and it's not her biggest thing.
I get it. Blankers don't like dinners. That's fine. 4710. The normal flowers I buy at HEB for $20 or $50. That's some price gouging. They should be thrown in jail for that. 2568. It's price gouging. Like you get whenever there's hurricanes. Like you can't if you get caught price gouging gasoline,
go to jail.
They'll probably fine you. You might not go to jail, but at least they'll fine you. They'll give you a citation. The same thing should apply with these flowers. You're price gouging me whenever it's one of the only times I'm buying flowers. I think that's criminal.
You see them now too, where they set up the drive-by tents in the parking lot, where you don't even have to go in the store. They've got all of the flowers and chocolates out in like a tent with one clear front side to it, so you can just jump in and grab what you need for all the people that are procrastinators, and they're cashing in.
2568 potted flowers. That's what the wife wants, and they're usually cheaper than arrangements. You know what you should get? You should just give her the flower seeds and plant them in the front yard. That's romantic, isn't it? 2851. What do you mean? How does someone double park their own car? Double parking's whenever you park alongside another car and they can't get out. That's what a double park is.
Double parking is parking where you're not supposed to park the car.
No, that's not double park. Double parking. You have to. Double parking's whenever you double park. You park next to a car and they can't get out.
Okay. I always thought that it was like you could park in where you're not supposed to park, like whether it's the red curb or.
According to Wikipedia,
parking.
Double parking, according to Wikipedia, refers to parking parallel to a car already parked at the curb, or double parking in attended car parks and garages.
So that means that you would be parking on top of another car. You're blocking them in.
Yeah, you're blocking them in.
Yeah.
But I also, like Joel, maybe it's a Midwest thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that's how he said double parking is how I would have also described it. Is like parking, throwing on your flashers or whatever they're called, running inside.
That's just parking illegally.
Yeah, I called it double parking.
I did too. Yeah.
It's called if you're doing it with double spots like this guy, you don't go over the line and park in two spots. No, that's parking in two spots. It's taking up two spots. It's not double parking. To double park, you got to block somebody in.
Well, that's an animal move. Or is it a mammal or a reptile?
This says or parked at a curb. So I think we're all correct.
I think you have to trap somebody in. 7976 6-pack and steak for my wife.
Like your wife.
What are your favorite Valentine's Day traditions? Pick one. If you had to pick your favorite Valentine's Day tradition, what is it? 713-780-3776. I'm a little scared what we're going to get in return.
Yeah.
I mentioned that.
Like
I like a good dinner, actually.
I think you got to know your significant other. And if you know that it puts a smile on her face and she loves a certain thing, like me with the candy, then you do that, and that's the best tradition you can have because you're making your wife happy.
Give me the dinner. Joe, what your favorite tradition?
None of it. But I'll take the dinner.
None of it? That's not
But
tradition.
the flowers make her happy?
Yeah, I know, but I get flowers for every month.
Oh, that's nice.
I think Valentine's Day is a waste of money.
I agree.
You get
I
price
totally
gouge.
agree with that.
Price gouge. What is the level of scrutiny on Joe Espada this year? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, Houston, you're live in the Hive with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Get to the spotted thing in a second. 0202 says taking up two spaces is pig parking. I think I have heard that.
I've never heard that term before.
I've never used it, but I feel like I have heard people say that it's pig parking. This guy, nope, double parking is blocking a legally parked car. Pay attention, people. You shouldn't illegally block cars. That's just, we live in a society. You know what I mean? Like, Don't do that. And I'm with, like, don't run up on the curb either and leave the car running. That's not as bad as double parking though. But still, it's we live in a society, right?
Yeah, that's a lot more frequent these days. A lot of people are doing a lot of that stuff, like, and not even thinking twice about it. And there's a lot of people that shouldn't have handicap cards that are pulling into handicap spots too.
Yeah. What is the level of scrutiny on Joe Espada this year? 713-780-3776. He from L.A., just like how y'all treated Dusty. I'm critical on everybody. Like, it's just the way that I am. I'm a cynic, so I'm going to be equally critical for Espada that I was on Dusty. Now, will he deserve it as much as Dusty? We'll see. Tyler and Conroe, I think the level of scrutiny on Joe Espada, the most interesting manager of the world, is going to be significant. Astro fans are crazy, and he's been the manager in waiting for a while and has been thought to be an upgrade over Dusty. MLB.com, they have it's interesting how they headlined this. It says hot seat ? Six managers under scrutiny in 2024. I think that Joe Espada is going to be in a good amount of scrutiny. I think we're going to be having a watchful eye. It's his first year. He inherits a World Series caliber team. He's taking over for a Hall of Fame manager. Now, a Hall of Fame manager that maybe didn't have a great approval rating in the city, but still a future Hall of Fame manager. But I wouldn't at all throw hot seat into the equation when I'm talking about Joe Espada.
No, he's going to be scrutinized. I don't think he's going to be on the hot seat, but he's going to be scrutinized heavily because of how good this team is expected to be, and because of the fact that they did spend money, and because that he's got to balance that bullpen. He's got decisions that he's got to make, and everybody's going to be watching with more than just a casual eye because of the expectations of this team and the fact that hasn't changed. So I think that he's going to get scrutinized, maybe not as much as Dusty early on, but if some mistakes are made, we all know that the fans will turn up the heat in a hurry, and they're gonna start looking at him, with a very, very critical eye.
Yeah, I don't think that he's ever will be on the hot seat this year unless they do something like 70 and 92, and then he just looks like he's David Culley out there. Like, that's the only scenario I can see where Joe Espada is on a hot seat. That's the only scenario I can see where Joe Espada is like potentially on the chopping block, where he just looks completely overwhelmed, like he's David Culley, and the Astros are 70 and 92. What was that?
I was going to say, or Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah, and I think that because, unlike Denver, though they had some expectations, or even the Texans went with Culley, the bigger thing is this team, that the expectations are through the roof. So if you do that, and especially if you don't suffer any significant injuries, and obviously what we heard today isn't significant, but it makes you a little worried. But yeah, unless he completely falls flat on his face and there's nothing to blame it on other than decisions he's made, or like you said, looking like he's completely over his head, I don't think he's on the hot seat.
Now, I do think that Crane is cutthroat, though. Like, he has proven in the past that he is a cutthroat owner. Look how he cleaned house when he first took over the team. Look what he did to Jeff Luhnow and A.J. Hinch. Like, he didn't, have their back. He immediately fired them after the cheating scandal. Mm-hmm. And he more or less fired his general manager after winning the World Series. So while I say I don't see a scenario that Joe Espada is on the hot seat, other than the David Culley scenario we just envisioned, which I don't think that he'll be like that at all, I would say that the owner of the Astros is someone who is very cutthroat.
Oh, you're right. And the Click thing is the big one, because of the fact that Click did a lot of good things for this organization while he was here, but it was obvious that they weren't on the same page. They didn't communicate the way Crane would have liked it. And as the owner of the team, he just decided, it's my team. I can hire and fire as I wish, and moved on from a guy that did a decent job. So I don't think he's on the hot seat during the season. And I think that the only way would be if there's that Crane just decides this ain't my guy.
Yeah, I am very intrigued. Like, I agree with scrutinized. Like, I think that's a perfect word to describe Joe Espada's first year as the manager of the Houston Astros because he's new. I think he's been the manager in waiting for quite some time without officially having that title. I do take exception to the hot seat. I think that's ridiculous. And some of the other managers that are on, they picked one for each division. They had Aaron Boone with the Yankees. Aaron Boone's on the hot seat. Aaron Boone doesn't have success this year. He's probably going to get got. They have A.J. Hinch for the Tigers, which I think he just signed an extension. I disagree.
I think that's right. Yep.
I disagree with that one on A.J. Hinch, and it's also a place that they're rebuilding and they have young players. So I think he has runway there. I don't think he'll be that scrutinized. Dave Martinez for the Nats. I think he just signed an extension too. The Marmol guy from the Cardinals. I'm actually surprised they kept him. I thought they might move on from him after last year, which was his second season. And then Dave Roberts for the Dodgers because, the Dodgers have World Series aspirations. You fall short of winning the World Series, and then you're definitely going to be on the hot seat. A lot of people think that Dave Roberts should have already got.
Yep. Believe me, I've got a lot of relatives in California that believe that and are adamant about it. So I could see Dave Roberts being a guy like that. I thought Davey Martinez – the scapegoat for him is the fact that he didn't have enough talent to win anyway. So what's the difference? But Davey Martinez has had a long enough leash for a lot of years too that I Marmol and Dave Martinez I thought we're gonna get it at the end of the year.
Yeah, just the extension with the Martinez is why it surprises me he's here. I don't think he's a great manager. I'm not a big Dave Martinez fan. He doesn't know the rules of baseball.
He loves that baseline.
Yeah, which they did expand that. Did you know
that? Yep.
Yeah, they expanded it out to the grass, which I think it probably makes it easier for umpires. I think it makes it easier for fans to kind of understand it as well. 6690, Espada is close to the players, but is he too close to the point he listens to them more?
Oh, I think that, I think, look, with the locker room that you have, with some of the veterans you have on this squad, there's going to be guys that, one, you could lean on if you had to, but also that are going to make, their opinions known. And we know how Verlander likes to sit very close to the manager on non-start days. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think you got guys that are going to run amok or steer him the wrong way. And he loves Altuve. And Altuve is a veteran that's obviously going to be an ear that he can lean on if he needs it. So I think it's a good thing to have some veterans in the locker room that can help him get off on the right foot.
Yeah, there's no one that's going to run all over him. You know what I mean? You could have the wrong veterans where they just, run all over him in his first year as a manager. I don't think that exists on this team. That's why I don't really like the idea of Trevor Bauer being on this team. You can have the bad veterans that have been around for a while. They're the ones that call the shots, and then it takes that veteran manager or coach to kind of keep them in their place. And then when there's a substitute teacher in town, they can run right through them. I don't think that this team has that type of veteran.
Yeah, no, I don't either. That's what I was referring to as well. I don't think there's a guy that's going to run amok and do his own thing and show out or do things that are embarrassing for his team or just be a me guy. And I don't think that this locker room would allow it to happen before it even got to the manager level. But yeah, I don't think you've got those kind of guys in that locker room. You don't need those guys in the locker room.
3344. How much extra money do you think the everyday roadside flower sellers make today?
Oh, well, I know the ones down on Fannin are killing it. This is their Christmas. They are morning, noon, and night from 5 a.m. on or whatever it is.
You're talking about the ones on the curb, the ones that sell the flowers at the lights?
Yeah, and all over down that street. Anywhere on Fannin because they want to get you before you get to the actual flower shops that are selling them and making a killing, and they absolutely cash in.
I would say that their profits increase at least 500%
today. Yep.
At least 500%.
Yeah, and like I said, in the grocery stores, because they've got those one-stop shop in the parking lots set up, they're cashing in 2, 3, 4 fold too, because of the fact that regardless of what they're charging, it's the convenience of going, I don't even have to go in the store. I can stop in the parking lot, grab and go, and cover for the fact that I forgot about this. Yeah, I'll do that.
Ocho says, I think Valentine's Day is a corny scam, but my wife celebrates every bad word thing, so I oblige to keep the peace. I'm hoping she'll eventually tire of this celebratory stage.
Can I tell you what's really over the top? There are houses in my neighborhood that decorate the outside of the house for Valentine's Day.
Really?
I get Christmas, I get Halloween. I don't get Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Huh, that is interesting to have lights up for Valentine's Day.
And flowers on the walkway and a big wreath thingy on the door with the heart on it. And I'm like, That's a bit much.
You know what I do like on Valentine's Day, though? The chocolate-covered strawberries. Those are delicious. I'm a huge fan of chocolate-covered strawberries.
Joe's coming in on that.
I think it's the best Valentine's Day snack.
Yeah, here's the problem. Like, I did that once where I knew I wasn't going to have time to get flowers when I was working at Lids. And I went to, like, one of the candy shops in the Galleria to get them.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
You got to make your own.
They're so expensive.
They're expensive, and you can't guarantee the quality of the strawberry inside either.
Yeah.
No, that's why you got to make your own.
Yeah, you got to make your own.
You got to make your own. You just buy the chocolate beforehand. You go
work.
get some strawberry. It's not that bad. It's really not. You just melt down the chocolate, and then you dip the strawberry in. It's like the easiest thing that you can make.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
I'm not in on that.
It might be the easiest thing to prepare.
Can I also say that the other thing that about the chocolates part of it though that sucks is half the time when you get the assorted box of chocolates, whatever they pick to fill the chocolates with for the most time, it sucks. There's very few that are very good.
I don't buy
I don't
the
like
assorted.
the assortments. Yeah, I like those Lindors, those Francisco Lindor chocolates.
With the caramel on the inside.
I'm not a big fan of the caramel ones.
Oh, I love the caramel.
I like the milk chocolate the most.
Yeah, the caramel ones are awesome.
Do you like the chocolate covered like the actual candies, but they have the cherry in the middle?
No.
I like those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
how
don't
that's how
mind
I
them.
get my fruit on the food pyramid.
I just think any combination of the caramel with the milk chocolate is a good one.
I'm not a huge caramel guy.
Oh, I don't know, Joe. Was it big in Chicago? I was gonna say it's a Midwest thing, but
like
man,
caramel popcorn, yeah.
anything caramel, caramel apples. Caramel was really big in the Midwest.
I think most people just like caramel. I think I'm just in the minority. I'm not a big caramel guy.
It's awesome.
Cherry cordials, says King of Twitch. I didn't know the name of it, but those are good.
That's what those are called, with the cherry and the kind of liquidy inside. Ugh.
You know what my this isn't really a Valentine's chocolate. The Ferrero Rocher.
Those are elite.
Those are so
They are
good.
elite.
I feel like I'm a
Number
little
one chocolate.
bougie
What
when
is
I'm
that?
eating them, but they're still
They're the ones that
delicious.
come in like the gold wrapping.
Oh yeah.
Those are the best chocolates on the planet.
And
Whenever
why is it the chocolate or the inside?
Both.
Both.
What's
It's
in the
just
inside?
I don't know, nougat.
Yeah.
I have no idea. There's
Huh.
like a little nut in there. I don't know what I'm eating, but it's delicious.
It's so good.
Yeah, whenever I was a kid, I used to think they were like rich people's candy,
Yeah,
and then I
100%.
started to see it at the grocery store, like next to the M&Ms and Kit Kats. It's like, oh, we can afford this, and it's like this is the best chocolate you can get in the aisle of a grocery store. Period.
We got JJ hooked on them.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's scary because then he could start like going through a lot of them.
Yeah, he can. He
They're
can.
What's the real
so
expensive?
good.
Ghirardelli is the expensive
Yeah, those are
chocolate
usually
out of the
pretty
Bay Area.
expensive.
Oh, they're from the Bay Area.
Yeah. Their headquarters are in San Francisco, I believe.
Ferrero Rocher, elite. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your favorite Valentine's Day treat? 713-780-3776. So Justin Verlander, shoulder soreness. J.P. France, shoulder soreness. Lance McCullers, out until the summer. Luis Garcia, out until the summer. Your only healthy pitchers are Framber, Javier, Hunter Brown, Jose Urquidy. Which rotation is better? You have a four-man rotation, a healthy rotation, an injured rotation. Which of the two of the four-man rotation is the best? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I want to take a minute to tell you about the latest golf business in Houston that you are going to love. It is X Golf. X Golf is absolutely fantastic. The only location for X Golf is at the 99 and I-10. But if you get there, you are going to love it because they are the best golf simulators that I've seen in Houston. They are absolutely fantastic. You can play 50 different golf courses around the world that you can choose from, but it's so realistic that with the shot tracker and all the technology they have, it's going to track the spin and the distance and all those good things. And it's so great that if you're really working on your game, especially when the weather isn't ideal, it's fantastic. You can play your own golf ball. So if there's a certain brand of golf ball that you like to play, you don't have to be at the mercy of the machine. You bring your own golf balls, you use your own golf balls, you take your own golf balls back home with you, but it helps you to get that touch and feel when you're putting, when you're chipping. And the putting is the thing that I think is so realistic. It's the best in terms of using real putting in the putting stroke and reading the greens that I've seen. It's fantastic. And it's also a perfect spot for birthday parties, happy hours, corporate events. They also have leagues, tournaments, and more, all with prizes when they do the leagues and tournaments, but a perfect spot for you and your friends to kind of unwind, have some cocktails, enjoy some good food, but then also love the golf. The golf, the lessons, the club fitting, it's all available too, but it's family friendly, and it's a bar and top-of-the-line audio and visual setup for you to go and watch sporting events too. Check them out today. Check out X Golf. It's at 99 and I-10 in Katy.
It's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this next bit of brilliance with Joel and Jeremy. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Mocha Joe behind the glass. You guys have your jokes about the chocolate preference that I have. 9243, we're learning a lot about why Branham is built the way he is. That's Tyler and Conrail. I guess you mean tough and hard and being a son of a guy. I don't know. Key from L.A., now I see the 3% Branham. Did something I do give me the 3% there? Did I get a card there for, I don't know.
Out of candy?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. I didn't even know that. But maybe it just comes. I come by it naturally, Come by it honestly. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. Which rotation is better? 4-man rotation. You have 4 healthy starters. You have 4 injured starters. The healthy rotation, you have Framber Valdez. You have Christian Javier. You have Hunter Brown. You have Jose Urquidy. Knock on wood. The injured rotation, you got Justin Verlander, you got Lance McCullers Jr., you have Luis Garcia, and you have J.P. France. Assuming they're healthy, which is something you have to do here, which of the 4-man rotations is better?
Well, I like the injured one a whole lot.
It's pretty stinking good.
Yeah, it really is. And McCullers is that wild card because, like we both have said, like when he's healthy, he is a tough son of a gun. And it's just that he can't consistently stay healthy, as we've seen him frustrated so many people by doing so. But you go Verlander and him and Garcia, those top 3, I'll put up against just about anybody. And then, if J.P. France is your 4th, then so be it. I think he's adequate.
Yeah, I'm going to go kind of like if they were going head-to-head. Framber versus Verlander, head-to-head right now. I mean, if you go last half of last season, you're probably going Verlander. I still have faith in Framber. Maybe I'm holding out hope and I shouldn't. I think Framber's better right now today than Justin Verlander.
But isn't the easiest way to analyze that being it's not head-to-head, it's head-to-head-to-head because you know what the two guys' ability is, but it's which Framber that you're getting with his head.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think that you have to factor that in. I do like that Framber looked a little slim in the pictures I saw of him today. But I'm going Framber. Like, if I had to predict which of those two have a better year, I have to say Framber. So I give Framber the edge for the healthy rotation there. The next one, you have Christian Javier, Lance McCullers. And, again, if we're assuming health here, I think Lance is better than Javier. Javier, I don't want to say that he was exposed last year. The second half that Javier had last season was not very encouraging. I thought he was a little overweight. He looked a little slimmer this year, too, when he reported to camp today, so that kind of makes me excited. But if Lance is healthy, I know it's a major if, and we think that he might not ever be healthy again, I think Lance is a better pitcher than Javier. So tied now, healthy rotation, injured rotation. Luis Garcia, Hunter Brown. I think Brown has more upside, but Luis Garcia's been better. Luis Garcia's just been flat out better than Hunter Brown so far. I love Luis Garcia. So I got to go Garcia there, and I think Urquidy and France is a tie. I think it's a wash. I think and Urquidy, he has postseason success. I think France's stuff is a little bit better. It's a tie for me. So I got 2 for the injured rotation. I have 1 for the healthy rotation, and I have a tie. I'm taking the injured rotation over the healthy rotation.
I'm interested. You think that Urquidy and J.P. France is I give a slight edge to Urquidy in that. Just
he
because
has the resume, he has the history, he's got the postseason success.
I like his breaking stuff better, but I can see it being I would just give a slight advantage to Urquidy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put up a huge fight about that. Like, I like Urquidy. He's Mexican. I'm a big fan of the Mexicans. Jose Urquidy had a 5.29 ERA last year, though. So, like, that kind of doesn't sit well with me. And if you just go career ERA, J.P. France, 3.83. I know it's a small sample size.
His career isn't exactly that long. It is the same thing as last year.
136 innings, though. Like, that's not tiny. It's not like he appeared in 4 games. He started 23 games last year. He threw 136 innings last year, and he had a 3.83 ERA. That's solid. Did he pitch over his head? I think it's fair to say that he might have. But Jose Urquidy's career ERA is 3.98. So, like... you could give me Jose Urquidy more experience, postseason success. J.P. France better last year. His career ERA is lower than Urquidy's. So that's why I think it's a wash.
I think the biggest thing is they always say the pitcher gets the advantage early on when no one's ever seen him. This is going to be a big year to see J.P. France and see once guys have seen him before and they've got a little bit more intel on him.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's made enough trips around, though. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Like 23 games. Like I think he pitched over his head though. Like I don't think he's a 3.83 ERA guy. I think he's probably like 4. I think he's a 4 ERA guy. I think he's a solid number 5 starter. I think Jose Urquidy's a solid number 5 starter. That's why I think it's a wash between the two of them.
All right, so I think that they're a wash as well. I'll tell you guys, I guess I'll be in the minority here. I'm taking the healthy group right now because the key word is healthy, okay? Healthy physically, healthy mentally. So I'm getting good Fromber. We're healthy. It's a healthy. We're getting the healthy group. How can you be so
sure he has health in terms of his physical
health? This is the healthy Fromber. I'm getting the good, mentally healthy Fromber Valdez in this. This might be a bad take. I don't care. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't know who Luis Garcia is when you change the rock the baby. He pitched in, 6 games last year? They changed it. I'm taking Hunter Brown over Luis Garcia.
You're overrating the
I know I am, but I'm giving you an excuse. And Lance McCullers Jr. throws a lot of curveballs. He does not have a no-hitter in the World Series and won against the Yankees. So I'm going with the healthy rotation over the injured rotation.
You're going healthy over injured.
Yep.
I went injured over healthy. Blankers, did you make a call?
I went injured. Oh, I made a call right away. I said it right away. I went with the injured.
I wasn't paying attention. That's my bad. 9243, good Javier is significantly better than healthy LMJ. That's Tyler and Conroe. Is he? Like Javier, 3.57 ERA career. Lance McCullers, 3.48 career ERA.
I think
now,
other
Javier's
thing,
got
too,
him in the whip, 1.115. Lance is, can I finish?
Yeah.
1.251. So, like, Lance has him in the ERA. Javier has him in the whip.
See, I think that the thing is, too, the healthier McCullers has the potential of going 7+ whereas the healthy Javier still is going to throw a ton of pitches, and you're going to be ecstatic if he goes 5.
You don't think McCullers does the same exact thing?
No, Lance goes a little deeper.
No,
he
goes deeper into games when he's healthy.
Yeah, he racks up the pitch count, but I bet you his average start he goes a little bit longer than Javier. I don't think it's significant, but I bet you he goes a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's hard to remember someone that's almost not a real person at this point.
I know,
like remember like what he really is.
When he was healthy, I thought he made appearances in the 7th pretty frequently when he was on his game.
You're probably right. It's just like all I can think about is hurt Lance and then good hurt Lance when he's throwing a bunch of curveballs.
Fair. I agree with Blankers on that. I don't think it's significant. I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's like substantial. I don't think it's huge, like a big number, but I do think Lance goes deeper in games than Javier.
It also plays
on average
the back of your bullpen. Now, if it's going to play in Javier's advantage, it would be the fact that he doesn't have to worry about that as much because your 7th, 8th, and 9th is pretty much covered.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really have to go deep into games with this bullpen now, which is cool. 6690, would you sign Snell in a Verlander deal? 2 years, $66 million.
Yep.
It's not my money.
Man, if they're willing to, that's a massive amount to go over. But yeah, I mean, if he wants to do it, more power to him. That's the best insurance policy in the world.
You guys think that his walk stuff, like Blake Snell's walks, were up crazy last year?
He led the league,
but he was hitting he was getting double play after double play. Do you guys think that's sustainable?
He's won 2 Cy Youngs.
I know, but that is new. The walks is new. Like the extreme walks is new.
What's been his walk rate?
I think it was. And it seemed like it was almost intentional.
A lot. Do you put anything into the fact that the defense behind him matters too? Then because of the fact that he got bailed out a lot by double plays.
I mean, he's been really good in his career. Like it's not like last year was an anomaly. You know what I mean?
No, right.
Like, it wasn't last year was this fluke year for Blake Snell.
You mentioned it. If you win 2 Cy Youngs, you've got good stuff.
Yeah, it's like winning 2 majors. You win 2 majors, you're a good golfer. You win 1, you might fluke into 1, but you're not fluking into 2. His walk rate was a career high last year, but I mean, he's been in the ballpark of like he was 13.3% walk rate last year. He's had years of 12.6 and years of 12.7.
Okay.
So like, it's still pretty high. Like he's always been a high walk guy. Last year was a career high, but he's always been a high walk guy.
You think Yankees get desperate? I've heard they're now the leader in the clubhouse along with the Giants right behind them to try and go.
I could see it after
Blake
the Burns
Snell.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 0315, Valdez's problem last year was the pitch clock. He'll make the adjustments and be a top 3 in Cy Young. I agree with the pitch clock thing. I do. Because usually, like, when he got into trouble in the past, it's like, okay, walk around the mound, do your thing, collect your thoughts, and you're good. Pitch clock, you don't have the luxury of doing that. So one thing goes against you, and all of a sudden you don't have the opportunity to kind of collect your thoughts. Now, I agree with that take, but is Fromber somebody that you think will make that adjustment and all of a sudden be someone who can kind of, like, sustain the moment, kind of
Not
be
crumble.
chill and calm
And his shrink
not
is gone,
crumble.
too.
He's gone?
Maldy's not behind the plate
I thought
anymore.
you meant like the actual
No,
real
I
shrink.
mean, Maldy was kind of his on-field shrink.
I thought you meant the real, like,
No.
guy that
Honestly,
he goes
if
and
that's what
lays on his
Maldonado's
couch.
like best purpose was, he sucked at his job.
But you know that
I know
it happened.
but he was clearly very bad at it the second half of the season. He couldn't get to Fromber anymore. Like if that's what he was part of, like the Martin Maldonado charm, besides striking out and not being able to get a hit, he wasn't very good at it last year.
But he
in the
lost
second
both
half.
of his whoobies because Correa was the first guy to really get up into his face to do it. And then when Correa left, it was supposed to be Maldy, and then he lost him too.
Yeah.
Here's a hot take. I think that stuff's overrated. I think it's overrated. If it was so important, how come Maldonado didn't get him going last year? It's overrated. Like if Carlos Correa wasn't around and Martin Maldonado wasn't around, is Framber Valdez still a good pitcher? Yeah, he's still a good pitcher.
I mean, I hope so. I think he's more fragile than most. There's no doubt about that. So sometimes he needed that more than anybody. So it's not like it had to be done across the board. But there were plenty of times when he needed someone to try and settle him down and get him dialed back in.
6227, when is McCullers ever healthy? He only in these scenarios where we make believe. 33
at the Houston Sports Awards.
Yeah, I was worried he was gonna. I hope he walked up the ramp.
Well, he was healthy though, right?
I don't think not healthy enough to throw. Healthy LMJ will always become injured LMJ. These are fair points. I can't argue these things. We can only keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, you hate that you have to relent, but with the last one alone, the way it all played out too was very disturbing. Yeah. But yeah, he's got a track record you can't argue with.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Trades that can shake up the NFL offseason. Houston Texans are on this with a trade that they can make that would shake up the offseason. What is it? Would you do it? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, Houston, you're live in the Hive with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Saying that Vrabel could be a name that comes up in San Francisco, defensive coordinator.
I asked Joe during the break, you think Wink Martindale would leave Michigan before he even gets started and go back to the NFL with those guys on defense?
I think they can upgrade at D.C. What about Belichick?
No way he goes back to not being the head man.
I don't know. He loves football. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm with you.
I think Martindale would love the opportunity to coach that defense. And he doesn't have to deal with all the crap that comes with coaching in college these days.
Yeah, I don't think he'll do much of the crap that you have to do in college. Like, I think defensive coordinators and OCs at like these huge power programs, I don't think they recruit much. I don't think they go on the road.
But, you know, as part of his deal is my way or the highway on defense, and he's not going to cater to a kid that they got to make sure sticks around for a couple of years, even if they don't play right away. And he's not about that life. He just wants to go out and wreak havoc with whoever he wants.
I think it's easier to do my way or the highway in college than in pros.
Not these. I don't. I think that, you know how, like,
20 million a year players, you're just going to be like, see ya? You're not going to play?
I mean, look, a lot of organizations realize, but they're under contract, so they either got to play there or they ain't going anywhere.
That's why it's harder to do it.
I don't think so. I think that in college, if you don't play a kid that because he's got potential, because they want him to keep him around, and he hits the portal and is out.
You think that Nick Saban was playing 5-star freshmen because he was scared about the portal?
I think Nick Saban got out because he didn't want to deal with that crap.
While Saban was there, do you think that Nick Saban had a problem benching a 5-star prospect because he was scared of the portal? No way.
Not necessarily Nick Saban, but I think that his defensive coordinators were cognizant of guys and how they stood and wanted to, especially for the development of the team over the next several years, if they're going to be the DC.
6690, Garcia has proved it in the postseason. Hunter had a bad second half. Bad take Boulevard. Did somebody pick Hunter over Garcia? Did I miss that?
I didn't.
Oh,
Joe, Joe, were you big on Hunter over Garcia?
Yeah, I
said
that. I don't think their stuff's that different.
He said that about the Cha-Cha. I think Hunter Brown's got better stuff. I just don't think he's put it together yet.
I am concerned about the Rock the Baby. I thought about that a little bit as well. I am concerned a little bit about the Rock the Baby.
How come he was good in the stretch then?
I don't know. I just think a lot of it, too, was I think the pitch clock might affect him as well, too. But I think that when you got to change something that muscle memory-wise that he's done, not every single pitch, obviously, because he's in the stretch, I think it has an effect on him.
I think, actually, Jeremy, if he just went to the stretch, I wouldn't feel the way that I do.
People forget that 2 years ago, Luis Garcia kind of cut down on the Cha-Cha, that he was a lot simpler.
I mean, it's definitely different than it was when he originally came into the league. It's just, you never know. It's routine. Like, these pitchers, like, we know they're fragile.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him pitching out of the stretch either. 9331, here's an idea. Let's not sign Fromber to a long-term deal and let his little psycho bad word walk. I don't think 9331
That's harsh.
likes Fromber a whole lot. I wouldn't pay Fromber though. Like I'm not getting Fromber $200
and how old
is he
30?
I think whenever he comes up, he's gonna be like 31.
Yeah, I'm not entertaining that.
No, I wouldn't. Now he's still got 2 more years. You know what I mean? Like, so he's still here for a couple of years. It's not like he's a free agent after this season. So like, it even makes it easier to let Fromber walk. He's 30 this year, 31 next year. So he's not a free agent until he's 32.
Yeah, that's going to be like the Bregman deal. Thanks for the memories, but if you want the Whopper deal, it ain't going to be here.
Yeah, the only way I would do that is if he signs like a super team-friendly deal, which I think they tried and he didn't, so I think that ship has sailed. All right, the 4 NFL trades that could shake up the NFL offseason. The Houston Texans are listed here, and the trade that they propose, the Texans trade their second-round pick, which is number 59 overall, to the Philadelphia Eagles for Hassan Reddick, who is on a 1-year deal. They'd probably have to extend him. Would you make this trade if you're the Houston Texans?
Yeah, the money matters to me. So the extension and how much money, because you're giving up a second-round pick, which I'm fine with if you get a guy that has been as impactful as he's been. But I'm concerned about the money because you're talking about Grenard, and if you're willing to go 20-plus on Grenard, I got to believe he's looking for that kind of money. That's what scares me. You're giving up a draft pick, and you're going to get a guy that, yes, has had success, but he's older too, older than Grenard. I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, this is an easy no for me. I wouldn't even think about doing this. I don't like paying for somebody twice. Like, if you're going to spend the money to sign Hassan Reddick, you might as well just sign somebody in free agency, or you might as well just sign John Grenard and keep him here and then keep your second-round pick. Like, you can spend the money you're going to use to extend Reddick by signing a defensive end, and then you still have the luxury of keeping your second-round pick. This is a hard no for me. I wouldn't even entertain it. Joe?
Yeah, it's a hard no for me too. I know that, he early on in his career, he was obviously used like very incorrectly with Arizona. And the numbers the last 4 years are incredible. 12.5, 11, 16, and 11 sacks. Like that is a great football player. But like you, I also don't want to pay for him twice. I would rather, if I'm going to spend $20 million, I'd rather just keep Grenard than give up the second round pick, because I think they need that second round pick to work through with what the challenges they're going to have this offseason and next.
And the other question is how much. That's great that he's done all those things. How many more of those seasons does he have in his back pocket? For how long? Because he's going to be looking for multiple years. How many more of those years is he going to get double-digit sacks?
Yeah. Like, give me a comparable defensive end, and I keep my second-round pick. Because, you're going to have to spend it either way. Like, if you spend on a defensive end, you spend it on Reddick, you're spending it either way. So now, would you spend it on Reddick or spend it on a Grenard type and then have your second-round pick? Grenard, second-rounder, or Reddick? Which of the two would you rather have? I'd rather have Grenard in a second-rounder.
Mm-hmm. And you're looking at, again, we just got done highlighting over the course of the show where you got to replace all these starters. I think that second-round pick is potentially one of those starters that you're going to replace. I don't want to give him – what's that?
And cheap.
Yeah.
Like, you're replacing one of those 10 starters, or you're adding to what you need of 10 starters, and you're doing it cheap. Like, you're going the cheap route. If you don't get a starter on cheap, now you got to spend more money, and we're going to realize how quickly this money dries up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that's why I'm not in on that. And your point is spot on with it too. About I didn't say it that directly, but exactly. I don't want to give up a second round pick and have to know that I got to extend this guy, and I just don't know how many more years he's got left with those kind of 10 plus sack years.
Yeah, I want to keep the powder dry.
He's 29. Like, normally maybe 2 to 3 more years, but if you're going to give out a $20 million contract, let's give it to a guy who's 26, 27. Like, there's just a better chance that throughout the duration of that contract, I think you're playing the odds here a little bit. Like, there's a better chance that a free agent player will be better throughout his contract than Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, and you get to keep the second rounder. The other 3 trades they had that could shake up the offseason, Fields to the Steelers, they would get a 24 second-round pick and a 2025 fifth-round pick. Would you do that trade as our proxy for Chicago, Joe? Would you trade Justin Fields for number 52 in this draft and a future fifth-rounder?
Absolutely.
That's enough for you?
I do not believe the smoke that Adam Schefter is putting out there that they could get a first.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think the Pittsburgh Steelers would have to move into the first round and then trade that first rounder to the Chicago Bears.
You don't think there's a chance competition could get to the point where they could push that? Because you think about the teams that might be interested in him: Pittsburgh, Atlanta.
Atlanta's not giving up the 9th pick in the draft for Justin Fields.
Well, but I'm not saying it's the lottery pick, and I don't know if they have multiples, but if there's a way to get a lower first round pick,
that's what I think the problem is. Because I hear you, Joel. I agree with you. But the teams that would most likely want his services have too good of draft picks to where it makes Justin Fields worth it.
I can think of 4: Denver, Atlanta, Vegas, and Pittsburgh.
And Vegas is out.
I think it'll be second rounder. I think it'll be a second round in sweeteners. I don't think they get a first for Fields.
Like, maybe
Pittsburgh made the playoffs, so they're hovering like.
I think they're picked 20.
20?
Yeah, I think they are 20 on the nose. Yeah.
So I guess 20 isn't too bad.
I don't think they give that up.
I don't think they do either.
Because the Steelers know that these other teams aren't going to trade their first, so why are they going to trade theirs?
And they still have Pickett, so they still have someone to fall back on that there's still a chance they can develop more out of, or see if there's more out of him.
Now, if I could get a 25 first,
I don't think so. I think it's I think second's the best you're going to get. Second in sweeteners.
Would you rather take just a hypothetical, like it's in a trade scenario, like if you got offered a second, the 52nd pick today, or the Steelers first rounder in 2025, which one's more valuable?
Future first,
definitely. Mm-hmm. And if I'm the Bears and I'm trading Justin Fields,
into like a top 10 pick.
That's as much. You're right, because as much as I was against the Rockets not getting enough for Harden and those picks in Brooklyn, it can turn on a dime in an instant, and a team that you think is going to be a perennial favorite can just change.
Yeah,
and then those picks become really valuable.
So I take the second.
Khalil Mack to the Lions for a fourth. He's got a terrible contract, so he's not going to be that pricey to trade for. That would make Detroit a lot better. And then the other one they have listed, Devontae Adams to the Jets for a 25 second-round pick.
I mean, that's a massive contract to take on if you're the Jets, but that's a no-brainer that he would, reunite with Rodgers.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
That'd be a lot of fun. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are we nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? What are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. All right, time for our car wreck of the day. What are we nominating? 713-780-3776. What are you nominating, Blinkers?
I'm going to start with just the tragedy that happened at the Chiefs parade today. The fact that no matter where you turn, no matter what you do, where you go, you're not safe anymore. And it's a sad state of affairs in society, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on and what your beliefs are in a lot of different ways. The fact that you can't go to a parade to celebrate your favorite team winning a championship, and that breaks out, that's a tragedy.
Yeah, that was sad to see. Hated seeing that too. That was not good. Not a great story that came out of what should have been a day that you're celebrating there in Kansas City. So everybody that was affected that, certainly prayers for all that were involved. I'm going to put Valentine's Day as my car wreck of the day. Valentine's Day is overrated. I'm anti-love. I don't like love. What did love ever do for anybody? Anti-love, anti-Valentine's Day. You're price gouging flowers twice. You're marking them up 100%. You're price gouging chocolate. You're marking that up 100%. I do like good dinners, but you can do that on any other day that's not Valentine's Day. So I'm nominating Valentine's Day, Branham, anti-love. Yeah.
Your wife loves you? You love your wife?
I love my wife every day. I don't need Valentine's Day to tell her that.
Okay, but you need that love, and you were poo-pooing on love, and you got the ultimate love.
Well, everybody acts like love only exists on February 14th. Love exists for every 365 days.
True.
And 366 on leap years.
Okay, it's true. And this is a leap year, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
So look, one extra day. You don't need Valentine's Day. This year more than others. Joe, what are you nominating?
I'm going to nominate the Astros injuries because, come on, man. Like, this is not how I thought spring training was going to start.
Yeah, welcome to the season.
It's sneaking up on us here.
Welcome to the season.
This was not what I wanted to find out today. And then it was multiples. The fact that it was Verlander first and foremost, I was like, oh, man, the first day. And now right after that, you hear the JP France news going, I mean, this cannot be a trend. Let's stop this right now before it goes any further because I don't want to deal with this all year.
This guy says Valentine's Day is trash. Love your significant other the whole year. Yeah, I was going to say shoulder inflammation to be a little bit more specific, but that works too. Is inflammation the new discomfort for the Astros? Is that the new buzzword? They're going to drop discomfort. You know how every year they have a team slogan?
Yeah.
What is their slogan this year? Like, it's not ready
relentless.
to rain. Relentless. They're going to be relentless this year. Last year, their slogan for any injury was discomfort. This year, it's going to be inflammation.
Relentless inflammation.
Relentless inflammation.
Who needs AI when you got RI? Relentless inflammation. Let's hope that's not the storyline of this.
Yordan Alvarez, inflammation in his hands.
He slept on his pillow the wrong way. He's got neck inflammation.
Framber Valdez, weak-minded, inflammation of the brain.
Brain inflammation. Yordan smelled the smoke funny in Atlanta. Nostril inflammation. Needs to be hospitalized. Who else gets hurt a lot? Altuve got hurt a lot.
Well, your boy McCullers.
Hope that doesn't. Yeah,
he's already hurt.
He's got IL inflammation. He's been on it so much that it's inflamed now. All right, what else are you nominating?
Man, Joe took my second one. I was going with the injuries on day one of spring training.
I'm going to nominate Daryl Morey, not so much because he belongs on this, but just because I wanted to talk about this story. Apparently, Daryl Morey called the Lakers to get the idea about if LeBron James was available, which it really is just good GMing. Like, you should be calling every GM or calling every team, hey, is this guy available? Because if he is, we might be interested. That's just good GMing. It's a guy doing his job. So I have no problem with it. But I can't put Rob Pelinka on the car wreck of the day because when Rob Pelinka was called by Daryl Morey and was asked about the availability of LeBron James, Pelinka responded by asking Morey if Joel Embiid was available. This is exactly what I do with my fantasy football teams. Whenever Joe George proposes this stupid trade, I say, well, is your best player available? Okay, then this conversation is
slander.
Over. Rob Pelinka, I was not really a Rob Pelinka guy, indifferent on Rob Pelinka. This story about Rob Pelinka, he won me over. I'm a Rob Pelinka fan. I like that Rob Lowe lookalike.
He is a Rob Lowe lookalike. You're right about that. And I wasn't a big fan or believer in his abilities till last year when he almost salvaged the Lakers by moves that I didn't think he could pull off to make them slightly better. But this was a great rebuttal to a guy that, look, I've worked enough with Daryl to know how quirky he is. But you're right. The biggest thing is he is not, no stone unturned. He is not afraid to go after anyone and check it out. So credit on him for trying. Better credit to Pelinka for the response.
What were you saying, Joe?
That's slander, Jeremy. You and I have never even engaged in a trade offer. That is fake news media.
Have we not made a trade?
I don't know.
The worst person that trades in our league is Brandon. Brandon would offer you like a bucket of curveballs for Christian McCaffrey. He'd be like, Brandon, this is stupid. Well, we got to start somewhere. Okay, man. All right. Okay. Honey Glazed Branham says that this show is relentless information. That's a great call. We are relentless with our information.
That was nice.
I think we have to nominate something. Whatever happened with the 49ers. Steve Wilkes, it's the car wreck.
I nominate Steve Wilkes for taking a step backwards. He had the best defense. He inherited the best defense in the NFL. They were number one in points allowed. They were number one in yards allowed last year, and he dropped to 3-8. I nominate Steve Wilkes for our car wreck of the day. How do you let the top defense and the most talent on the defensive side of the ball slip outside of the top 7 in yards allowed?
Did anybody leave? I'm trying to remember. Did they lose anybody on defense?
Jimmy Ward.
Yeah.
Besides Jimmy Ward. I mean, he really doesn't count.
The glue that kept the 49ers together.
Yeah, that glue
I
lasted
lost
just long
anybody.
enough to get a deal to be injured the entire year for the Texans. I don't think it was Jimmy Ward.
He underperformed, Steve Wilkes. 5010 says that Chaz McCormick has stomach inflammation. So do I.
I don't know if that – did you guys see the picture of Aaron Judge?
He looked fat.
Yeah.
I saw a headline. I didn't see the picture.
I saw the picture, and if that's legit and real, he's getting
felt
fat
like-
and happy on
felt
his
like it
contract.
Looked a little like windbreaker.
I
Was
don't
it
know.
cold?
No,
Did you say in Florida?
Yeah, he looks pretty big in that picture. I'm
He's not
mad
James
at it.
Harden fat, but he does look larger.
Not yet.
What's
Okay.
winning here? I mean, you got to go the shooting. In
I think
Kansas
so,
City.
for sure. Yeah.
All right. Car wreck of the day, shooting in Kansas City. Hope everybody's well. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Joe George for doing all the hard work. He's blank on Brad. We're going to be at the Decoy tomorrow in Spring Branch. Come hang out with us at the Decoy in Spring Branch tomorrow. Love to have you out. All right, does it for us. Joe George in the bullpen. An hour you do not want to miss. Coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome into the bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. You can come hang out with us on the text line, 713-780-3776. HRMP listener line as well, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. And, of course, now on YouTube, just find ESPN Houston. Abigail alongside me today. And we're going to do something at the end of the show. You know, I'm trying to think as someone that trains the producers, how do I want to teach Abigail about sports radio? Get her more comfortable to talk on the air so Joel Blank will stop giving her such a hard time. And I figured to myself, what's the cheesiest, corniest thing I can do? A draft. We all know it's what sports radio is all about. It's what it's built on. Drafts, Mount Rushmore season. So we'll do a Valentine's Day draft at the end of the show. The best part, the worst part, the best place or style of dinner, and the best thing to do for you singles out there. So in case you're listening, you have no plans tonight, maybe we can help you out. But we have to talk about the Houston Astros because, well, they showed up to camp today. And I thought it was going to be a normal day of spring training. First day, everyone's there, good vibes. Joe Espada, maybe he would do what he actually did, which was name a closer. That kind of surprised me, just that it was so quick and so sudden. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next segment. But Justin Verlander, he has shoulder inflammation. He is throwing a little bit on the ground. JP France also hurt. And it's just not what you want to hear when the season starts. Now, it doesn't sound like either injury is going to be something that's going to be a big-time effect for the Houston Astros in the long term. Now, it's not like, hopefully, fingers crossed, it's not Lance McCullers. It's not Luis Garcia, who are not going to be back till July. But the fact is like when you think about the Houston Astros, we all know the reality of the situation. They're not always the most honest up front. Sometimes they play stuff close to the vest, if you want to take it on the less mean side of the conversation. We thought Lance McCullers was good, and he was. And then all of a sudden, we got to spring training last year, and he had a setback. And then he just never pitched, and never pitched. And then now he's not going to pitch until July. So it's just this question mark, I think, of really what is going to be the season for JV and JP France. Because I want to believe that they're being fully honest and transparent with us, and that it's not that bad. But with the Astros, with what we've seen, sometimes they try to take these injuries and let it play out a little bit. And then things go not wrong, but they're more severe than they have let us know throughout the entire time as we wait. And like I said, Lance McCullers is really the best example of that. We thought Lance McCullers was okay, and that he was going to be fine. And then we found out that he wasn't. So would it shock me if one of JP France or Justin Verlander had a more serious injury than we thought? Think back to Justin Verlander the last time. This is a guy that Chandler Rome reported when he was with the Chronicle that Justin Verlander was going to have Tommy John. Then Chandler got dragged through the mud for 3 or 4 months before Justin Verlander eventually had Tommy John. Now, they tried to go an alternative route and tried to make sure that, or tried to find a way to not have TJ back in 2020. It just didn't happen. So I have my doubts that what they're saying is totally and truly honest. Well, let's hear from Justin Verlander himself. Here is Justin Verlander talking about the hiccup that he had this offseason.
We haven't really sat down and discussed it yet, obviously. I have my thoughts. Interestingly, I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. I had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25. So, I'm a couple weeks behind. So I think all that thought going into those conversations will play into that. So, that all makes sense to me.
And like I said, he's just a couple weeks behind. He was later asked about opening day. He didn't even totally rule it out. So it's a wait and see for Justin Verlander. And my guess is, my gut tells me that even though I have this kind of somewhat pessimistic view, I guess you could say, that he'll still be back probably after the first month of the season.
at the absolute latest. Because what I do think that like is important and part of that conversation is that like he acknowledges the fact that obviously his body is going to respond much different at 40 than 25. And I would rather not have Justin Verlander for the first month of the season, and that he's going to take it slow. Like it will not be as enjoyable to start the season when they play the Yankees and then the Rangers, and they've got some other good teams early on in the season that you'd like to have Justin Verlander out there for. But 1 month of Justin Verlander not pitching versus him being there for hopefully a World Series run is obviously a big time thing. With JP France, no disrespect to JP France, I'm way less concerned. And we'll kind of go into this a little bit in the next segment about what I think the Astros need to do with this. But it's just, I'm not that concerned about the fifth starter in the rotation. Like, you have Ronel Blanco, who you could stretch back out. You have Spencer Arrighetti, who if you want to start the clock on, you could. It's all those things are fine options if they really truly do believe it's very short term. And like we said, like, there are reinforcements coming, not till July, but at some point, in theory, Lance McCullers, because I say in theory because of him, he might be back. He should be back. But Luis Garcia most likely will be. Like, I'm 99% sure Luis Garcia will pitch this year for the Houston Astros. Until he actually does it, I'm a 1% belief that Lance McCullers will pitch for the Astros. Here is Joe Espada, new manager of the Astros, named Josh Hader, the closer today. Here is Joe Espada talking about Justin Verlander, and then right into JP France and their injuries.
You know what? I'm not, and just because the way he's been, our conversations, he's not giving me a reason to be concerned. But again, he's behind, and I trust JV's judgment, and our job is just to make sure that he's ready and help us throughout the season. Yeah, so also JP France is also going to be a little bit behind. He has some inflammation on his shoulder. So he is playing catch, but he's also going to be a little bit behind in his throwing progression.
So, like, Joe Espada makes it seem like I'm making a whole lot of something out of nothing. But it's just going into the season when you have a bunch of injuries already piled onto your roster, it's just it sends up red flags and concerns about these guys. Here's one more from Joe Espada, just saying that he's not worried yet.
Not really, not yet, because he's early. And I really trust our depth throughout the minor leagues. And that's something that we have shown in the past, that when a man goes down, we have someone who's ready to step up. But I think it's early, and I think time let us know where we go from there.
And I'm not going to nitpick too much Joe Espada, but I do think part of that conversation is or part of what he said that is important to take out is because, yeah, he's probably right. There's no real reason for him to be worried yet. But you don't have, in my opinion, I think he's wrong about the depth in the minor league. Like, while I like Spencer Arrighetti, I don't think he's this prospect that we should all expect to come up and have immediate success. Now, he's your fifth starter, so it's like I was saying, like, it's not the end of the world if JP's not there, and if Spencer Arrighetti's not great, that's fine as well. But still, I don't think that depth is necessarily there like that they want it to be. It could be. I could be wrong. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know everything about prospects and what's going on in Sugar Land and Corpus Christi and all these places. But what I can tell you is I can read prospect rankings, and the Astros pitchers are not on that list. Now, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, those guys, when they came out of nowhere during the pandemic season, they weren't necessarily, or Luis Garcia, I guess it was, they weren't really on prospect rankings either. So there are possibilities that it could all be fine. But I believe that you have to have some kind of way to address this. And the reason why I say that now is because last year I didn't agree. Like, Chandler Rome wrote an article for The Athletic talking about the Astros not adding depth at the starting pitcher position last year. I did not agree with that. Now, part of that meant that I might not have known what he knew, what others knew, but I thought last year, going into the season, I saw 7-8 guys that could contribute to the Astros rotation, and they would be totally fine. But the injury bug hit them so hard and so fast last year that they had to acquire Verlander. And even after they acquired Verlander, the injury bug was still getting to them pretty bad. But because you have Garcia and McCullers already hurt, and you just have these small questions at this time about two of your other starters. I do think Dana Brown should take a different approach to this offseason than the Astros took last year. I know last year was weird because Dana Brown came in late, learning what's going on, the injuries, like kind of the depth of the roster, the minor leagues. Like he didn't know too much, in my opinion. Like he had just taken this job. But this year, when he met with the media today, and he said this numerous times, he's always looking for starting pitching. He's always looking to find someone, whether that's free agency, through trade, just evaluating your minor league system. They're always looking for someone. I do think even if JP France and Justin Verlander, things, the pace picks up quick and they're going to be ready for that first week of the season, when you start off with the Yankees, that the Astros, I think, would be making a mistake that if they don't add Michael Lorenzen or some cheap veteran pitcher. I'm not going to ask the Houston Astros to break the bank once again and go get Blake Snell. I don't think that's realistic. I'm not wasting my time with Trevor Bauer personally. Like the person, the player, I'm not a believer in either of them. So I'm out on that conversation. I just don't have that interest. I kind of get why people are. Like I know earlier I said you got smoked last year, and I was definitely wrong. I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong. He had a very good year last year in Japan, but he still is a guy that, like, when you look at his career, he peaked out at a point in LA when the spider tax stuff was at its height in Major League Baseball, and I just kind of question if he has the ability to be that guy ever again. I think Trevor Bauer sent a middle finger to Major League Baseball and said, if you're not going to stop these other guys from cheating, I'm going to cheat harder and better than everyone else. I firmly believe that. I can't prove it, but just based on the way he talked about that stuff, he kind of alluded to it. So I think that adding a veteran starting pitcher is important to this roster. And frankly, because you don't want them to also be in the same situation that Verlander and JP France are in, you kind of have to choose someone specifically that, you feel like that they've really done the work. And I guess you have to get lucky with that. Like, you have to hope that a player like a Michael Lorenzen, just as an example, has been putting in the work in the offseason so that he's not behind, even though he's not with the team, as pitchers and catchers have reported. I'm still very optimistic about this Astros season. It's not a fun day, not a fun way to see the season start for this team. But there are a lot of good things. There are a lot of questions about the Houston Astros stuff. Some fun stuff we're going to see this offseason. We're going to have real position battles, whether it's in center field or in the middle of the bullpen. We're going to figure out who the fifth starter is. This should be, I think, one of the more interesting spring training the Houston Astros have had in quite some time. We'll talk about some of the storylines and things I'm looking forward to seeing this upcoming spring training next here on the Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, you're back inside the bullpen with the producers from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Wait, who let those guys up here? Security. That's them right there. Right there.
The bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George here with you till 7 o'clock. Abigail behind the glass today. You guys are welcome in at 713-780-3776. One text we got here from 6690. Sign Snell and trade Fromber at the trade deadline. I think that these takes are interesting. I don't know if this is the same person that texted earlier into the Killer Bees about trading Ryan Presley at the trade deadline. I hear where you're coming from. Like the idea behind it is, well, you sign Blake Snell. He's going to have a contract. Fromber's going to walk after 2025. So you might as well just trade him now and get about a bunch of prospects or, upgrade in center field or in other spots, whatever, and find a way to improve. Same thing with Ryan Presley. Well, you already have a closer in Josh Hader because he's one of the best closers in baseball, and he's going to be the closer for the Astros this year. So why do you need Ryan Presley? If that's your thought process, I can see where you're coming from. But it's the exact opposite of what I would want to ever do with this team. It sucks that the Astros just kind of let guys walk for nothing. Like, I think in a perfect world, like you would have at least a little bit of the Tampa Rays model in this organization where they would have traded some of these great players for prospects to continue to, rebuild and just continue to open that championship window in a better way for a much longer time, which I still think is going to be open for a while. It does feel like it could close quickly. But I would never trade Framber Valdez right now, at least midseason. You could have really sold me on it this offseason. If you were getting prospects that were major league ready right now, you could have, if the Josh Hader signing would have happened early in the offseason, you could have sold me on the idea of trading Ryan Presley. But the strength of this team is going to be the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. And I expect Ryan Presley to figure it out. Like, he has a very good ERA. If you look at just his baseball reference page, he has a very good ERA in all those years in Minnesota in which he was not the closer. So I know that oftentimes when we talk about closers and changing roles, the immediate belief is that these guys are going to fail. Well, what about Hector Neris? Hector Neris didn't fail. In fact, he was much better as an 8th inning guy than he was as a closer of the Philadelphia Phillies. So, like, it doesn't mean necessarily that Presley's going to struggle. And I also think sometimes when people suggest the idea of trading Ryan Presley at the deadline, that's kind of what you're referencing. You're kind of referencing the fact that you don't think that you think he's going to be a good guy in the 8th inning, but that's going to completely deplete all of his trade value. Or he's going to be awesome. You just want to get rid of him. But why would you trade someone that's awesome? Like, if you made me choose between the two, I'd trade Fromber. If Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia proved in 2 weeks, I guess, before the deadline that they were healthy, I'd be the one of the two I would do would be Fromber, but I would not trade either of these guys. I think you could, if Jim Crane wanted to, he could sign Blake Snell right now, and you could look into trading Fromber this offseason, or you just go on the plan that, the Correa-Springer plan, and likely the Alex Bregman plan that when his contract runs up, you let him walk. 8835 says trade Myers, trade Kessinger and Myers, and France. So it's just trading all these guys to sign Cody Bellinger. Well, you don't have to do that either. Like, Cody Bellinger's a free agent. So if you really wanted to sign him and give him a big contract, you could also do that. I don't think Cody Bellinger would be an option here, because I've kind of given off my philosophy that I think what we've seen from Jim Crane is that he wants big name guys, and he will spend extra into the luxury tax if you have a certain level of cachet with you within the fan base. Cody Bellinger definitely doesn't have the fan base part of it. Like, until he gets here and starts having success, he would not really be a jersey seller, I would guess, based on what happened with his time with the Dodgers. I'm also just not really sure I want to invest in a guy like that. That was so bad compared to what he was a couple years ago. Yes, he had a great bounce back year, but what if he flops again? And then you're very screwed with that contract. So I'd be a no on Bellinger. I think they're going to figure it out in center field, or they're just going to stick with what they have. But that is, to me, one of the top things about spring training that I'm most curious about. It's just, how does it play out? I think the Astros have 3 good options on any given night to play center field. They're each to a certain level of good. Like Jake Meyers' defense is good. The bat, we know what it is. Mauricio Dubon seems like a good fill-in guy. Solid defense. Pretty decent bat last year. Obviously won the utility Gold Glove player. So like he's got some chops at multiple positions. And you have Chas McCormick, where if Yordan Alvarez is going to be your primary left fielder, or play more left field than they needed last year, as they suggested, Chas McCormick makes a lot of sense in center. What I think the Astros are hoping for, and what I'm kind of hoping for this team, is I would like to see one of Myers or Dubon emerge in a way that it just kind of wipes this conversation. That you have the ability to have Yordan Alvarez as your DH or in left field when you want, and Chas can play in center or in left. But it would be nice for the Astros this spring training if Jake Meyers kind of finally figured it out. Like, we all like Jake Meyers going back to 2019, up until he got hurt. I think he got hurt in the White Sox series, the same as Lance McCullers, or somewhere around that time when he went up over the wall and he hurt his shoulder. He just hasn't been the same guy since. But there's a reason why, I like James Click. James Click believed in Jake Meyers. I don't think I believed in Jake Meyers as much, because it probably cost James Click his job. But there's still something there that I'm fine with this being the last opportunity to give Jake Meyers a shot. If it goes past the season, I'm out. Like, I think if it bombs in spring training early in the season, I think you have to aggressively find some kind of alternative for at least the rest of the year, and then hope that Jacob Melton is this prospect that Dana Brown has talked about. If he is, I think some of the prospect rankings have him as like the 100th best prospect in all of baseball. But if Jacob Melton can be your everyday center fielder, that's a huge win. But that's just not right now. With the closer thing, though, with Ryan Presley, this has been pointed out multiple times. Since the day Josh Hader signed, we've heard Josh Hader speak multiple times, whether it's through podcast interviews, MLB Network, meeting with the media today, his original press conference. We've heard Joe Espada multiple times. We've heard Dana Brown multiple times talk about this. We haven't heard Ryan Presley. And while I do believe, like I just said, that he can be fine as an 8th inning closer, it does feel suspiciously quiet. The fact that they met in Joe Espada's office on Tuesday, yesterday, and as a group to let Presley know that Hader is going to be the closer this season when both guys are available, and then we didn't hear from Presley at all today. It's not a red flag, but I am curious what he's going to say. Like, he does to me appear to be someone that is often he seems transparent. I think, I don't know if you guys feel that way, if you would feel that way, but he does feel like a transparent person. So I don't think that if Ryan Presley was very upset about this, that he wouldn't let us know, at least in some way, shape, or form. CJ Fresh here on Twitch says, hopefully Fromber is back to being one of the best pitchers in baseball. He will be at times. Like Fromber will be at times one of the best pitchers in baseball. I do firmly believe that. I just don't know about what he is all the time. And that's kind of the reason why I'm not super big into him getting the contract extension. King of Twitch calls someone else called Fromber wash. Fromber was washed. He needs a dog for therapy. I mean, you know what? Therapy dogs are great. I went to a soft college that brought therapy dogs around finals time. I won't deny. It existed. It was great. Did I participate? Yes. What's wrong with going to hang out with a bunch of puppies? Am I soft? No. Puppies are great. The other thing about this offseason that I can't wait to see, I'm excited about it. I'm fascinated about it. I know I've talked about this before. If you've listened, I'm fascinated by Forrest Whitley. I'm so curious because last year at spring training, I felt great watching Forrest Whitley. I think most of us did. He pitched well in spring training at times, or at least the miles per hour was up there. And I'm curious. I'm curious what that battle for assuming everyone's healthy and available, we know what 7-8-9 is. As I said, it's a Christian Javier start like normal where he only gives you 5 innings. I'm really curious who's getting the 6th on a consistent basis. Opening day, you're playing the New York Yankees. Framber Valdez goes 5 innings because he had a tough outing, but you're winning by 1 run. Who is Joe Espada going to hand the ball to in the 6th inning? I hope it's not Montero, even though he was better last year. I hope that, Forrest Whitley can emerge as that guy. Am I doubtful? Yes, I am. Because like Lance McCullers, it almost doesn't seem like he's a real person because we've been hearing. See, I've lived in Houston for 9 years now. I feel like I've been hearing about Forrest Whitley for 7 of them. I'm sure that timeline is off, and one of you will car wreck of the day me here, nomination for tomorrow. But we've been hearing about Forrest Whitley for so long. I'm curious if there's anything to him being an answer because Dana Brown continues to talk about the middle of the bullpen and he keeps talking about within the organization. So is it Whitley? Is it Arrighetti? Like, is it Blanco? I don't think so. Blanco's fine, but I don't think he's a guy that can be consistently good on a Major League Baseball roster. I can't wait. I'm fascinated. I'm so glad baseball is back. I wish the injuries weren't here for the Astros, but thankfully they appear to not be super serious. But those are some of the questions and things I'm excited the most about. Poncho says, "Don't jinx us, Joe. I know what you're up to, Cubby." No. That's not fair. I'm not a jinx for the Astros. I pick the Astros to go to the ALCS every single year, just like all of you do, and they still go. If I was a jinx, that would play out. I'm not Forrest Whitley's jinx. He's been hurt forever. He got suspended, not by me. So I am not a jinx, Poncho. I do not. That is rude. It is Valentine's Day. You should be nice to me today on the Twitch. Not really. Alex was nice to me. Alex didn't nominate for me for the car wreck of the day, Poncho. Why can't you be nice to me today? All right. The 5 most important storylines of the Texans offseason are what? That's next here on the Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What do you do after a full day's work of producing and corralling all of the individual conflicting personalities at ESPN 97.5? Well, if you're Jumpin' Joe George, you do another hour of sports talk. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's The Bullpen.
Another half hour of the Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll have Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis coming up after that, but we got 30 minutes left to go in this show. Talked a lot of Astros so far. CJ Freshwater says 3 players in top 5 for MVP this year. What a take. CJ, you could sell me on 2 players, Yordan Alvarez and then Altuve, but there's no way the Astros would have 3 top 5 finishers in the MVP this year. I'm probably going to get it. I haven't done it yet. I'm probably going to get in on Yordan Alvarez MVP odds. I don't know. Man, I got accused of being glass half empty earlier. Sometimes I am. For some reason, I'm glass half full. He says, Bregman. CJ, I hope you're right. I hope I'm glass half full, or I am at least, with Yordan Alvarez. I still just have this hope that he's going to figure it out or figure out a way to stay healthy, because obviously he's an incredible baseball player. Probably the best pure hitter in the game right now. Like Mike Trout, when he's healthy, Shohei Ohtani, and then Yordan Alvarez, I would guess by most people's accounts are the top 3. Maybe Juan Soto's in there. I would love to see Yordan Alvarez stay healthy and play like 140 games this season. If he does that, I think Yordan Alvarez will have a really good shot to finish in the top 5 of the MVP. So, well, I'm curious like how it ends up going for him this year, because I do expect the Astros to win the AL West. I do expect the Astros to go back to the ALCS Championship Series. I said that twice basically. And I think the Astros are going to go back to the World Series this year. I think this is, I don't know. It's not the last dance, because that was a Bulls thing. And frankly, there's been a lot of last dances, like individually within the Astros organization. But I do think that Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, these guys are going to help lead the Astros to another World Series this year, and hopefully win one. Like, once you get there, anything's possible. But I still believe that this team has at least one more run this year in them, and I really don't think the window closes after that. 6927 said, for the simple fact that Ohtani is out of the American League is reason to put money on Yordan. For sure. And, in terms of, like, if there's going to be guys that eat votes from each other, I think you'll probably see that with the Yankees with Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. They're also not going to win their division, so I don't know if they'll want to be deserving of winning the MVP. It'd be nice if they changed the award to, like, give Shohei Ohtani his own thing, and then because he's always going to be the most valuable player in baseball when he's pitching and hitting. But, again, the American League this year, Yordan Alvarez, I think the last time I saw he was number 3. In odds. And I think Soto and Judge are the top 2 in betting odds, and Yordan Alvarez is right there, not far behind him. How can you say Corey Seager is not a top 5 hitter in baseball? All right, I just missed him, 9229. Not so aggressive. I didn't say he was not a top 5 hitter. I just forgot him. I also said top 3. I'll include Corey Seager in that list. I hate that he's a Ranger, but he's a damn good baseball player. Like, Corey Seager is very, very, very talented. But the top 5 storylines for the Houston Texans this offseason. I was thinking about this yesterday, mainly because I saw one of my guys from ESPN Chicago do this, so I'm completely stealing from him, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. But these are my top 5 storylines of the Texans offseason for 2024. Number 5, the health of the roster. In terms of the actual health of it, not in terms of the fact that they have all these free agents and players they have to re-sign. We were discussing this earlier on the Killer Bees, that like in the perfect offseason or just a good offseason, that they're going to have to sign 10 starters. Nick Caserio's got a lot of work to do. But the health of Kenyon Green, of Tank Dell, of Derek Stingley Jr., of Jimmy Ward. Now, is it fair to put Sting in that conversation? I say yes, because it does feel like, he got hurt last offseason, or he was not healthy when their season started. And if the Texans are going to, be in the conversation that we hope they are in 2024, that starts with Derek Stingley Jr. being on the field for probably like 80% of the games this year. And if they open the season As Brian and I discussed yesterday, against the Kansas City Chiefs in Week 1, I would like Derek Stingley Jr. to be out there guarding Rashid Rice. Like, that would be an important thing for this roster. So what does the health look like that? Is it a cop-out answer? I don't know, because it kind of goes into my number 3 a little bit later with Kenyon Green. But how healthy can you be to start the season? Because this team got beat by injuries. I guess you can include Titus Howard in there, but his injury will be fine. I'm sure Tank Dell will be fine too. CJ Stroud said he's already running around. So Tank Dell is going to be no problem, but just be as healthy as humanly possible when the season starts for the Texans next year. Number 4, will the Texans make a big trade? I think, to me, the answer to this is no. But the reason why it's going to be a top storyline of the offseason is because the Texans are the big kind of free agent and trade target team of the media this offseason. We were just talking on the Killer Bees about trades that could change the offseason, change the NFL. They suggested Hassan Reddick from the Eagles for a second rounder. We saw during the playoffs when there was reports that A.J. Brown was unhealthy, one of the offshore sites said if A.J. Brown's not an Eagles team, here are the betting odds of what team he will be next year. And the Texans were number 1 on that list. Like, they are constantly going to be mentioned with big names and big-time trades throughout this year. And we will see movement like we have been more in the NFL this offseason. And the Texans will be connected to a lot of it. So the question is, will they actually make one of these moves? Brandon Ayuk, I talked about him. Like, his family's running off and his girlfriend on Instagram about how it's his last year in San Francisco. They're making it seem like he's unhappy in San Francisco because he's not the guy, because he probably knows he's not going to get a $20 million contract for them. So that's number 4 on my list. Number 3, we'll go back to Kenyon Green. That is, honestly, this can make an argument for number 1. Number 3, left guard. That is, to me, the number 1 question on offense, besides running back. Left guard is such a huge question mark for this team because it affects the center position with Juice Scruggs. Like, I do believe you could go into next year with Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, and Jarrett Patterson and be okay. But I would like them to be better than okay at those positions. I would like Nick Caserio some way to attack this position in the draft or through a free agency or through a minor trade like they even did last year for Shaq Mason and solidify the left guard position and let Juice Scruggs be your center. If they don't make a move, they better be right. Like, they have to be right about Kenyon Green if they don't move aggressively for that spot. I think going into next year with just this huge question mark about health and development with Kenyon Green would be a mistake. Like, they really have to evaluate what he is, and that's challenging because he's been so hurt and played so little in the NFL. Like, they have to feel confident in their decision to keep Kenyon Green and make him your left guard next year if that's the path they take. I don't care about replacing him if he's a first-round pick. First-round busts happen all the time. Like, the thing about being a manager or a general manager in the NFL, like, if you guys are bosses, you know this. Sometimes you hire people and they're bad. Sometimes you hire people and they're great. But if you hire someone that's bad and then you continue to let them just be bad at their job, it's a reflection on you most of the time than it is on that person, because you could just move on. And even though Kenyon Green would cost the Texans some salary cap if they just moved on, well, he can just sit on the bench, frankly. So they have to be right and make a decision about left guard and Kenyon Green and what his future is. The next one, number 2. Will Nick Caserio sign a big fish? Like the trade, I don't think they will. I don't think that if Jonathan Grenard's contract exceeds $14 million, $15 million, they will be in that market. If Josh Allen is made available and not tagged by the Jaguars, I don't think the Texans will be in that market. Same thing with the wide receivers. Same thing with a guy like Patrick Queen. Same thing with L'Jarius Sneed and Jalen Johnson. Like, those are the big names that are really out there. Most of them are on defense, so if you were going to do it, I kind of like the idea. But will Nick Caserio spend big on 1 or 2 players and then kind of go to the lower end of the market to fill out the starting roster? I think that would be a mistake just because of how many free agents they have. As much as I like Jonathan Grenard and I like Blake Cashman, like you have to do some bargain bin shopping this offseason and some really good talent evaluating to make sure that your team is set up for success next year, no matter how much you spend on one or two players. Like they just don't have a ton of money to spend with the amount of roster spots that they have open. And then the number one storyline for me this Texans offseason is really simple. We saw throughout the year how much better the offense was with CJ Stroud when Devin Singletary was moving. Like when they got Motor to have success in this offense, everything was so much easier. Even when Tank Dell was hurt and the offense wasn't as good as it was before Tank Dell got hurt, they had more success with the good run game. And even though it's the NFL, and today's NFL, you don't need like that dominant 1,000, 1,500 yard rusher. You need something. And that's to me why my number one story of the offseason is who is going to be RB1 for the Houston Texans in 2024. I am very open to the idea of going to Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry. You know, one of the ideas I've pitched to Jeremy and Joel is get Derrick Henry and Devin Singletary. Like maybe you can get two running backs for $9 million because I don't think Damian Pierce is going to be a fit or potentially even on this roster when the season starts this upcoming September. But that to me is my number one storyline of the offseason because I think it's the most important position that they have to address. And there's a bunch of different ways they can attack it. Like the thing about this offense that benefits them versus other teams is we've seen great success within the San Francisco 49ers offense, the Kyle Shanahan offense, with lesser named talent. Like obviously Christian McCaffrey's crushing it. But like think about Raheem Mostert. Raheem Mostert's 32 years old, goes to Miami this year, and turns the clock back to when he was in San Francisco. Well, I think he's a free agent even. Like that's a guy, Jeff Wilson, who was the third string running back in Miami. There are options out there for you is my point. That you can bring in guys, and as long as they understand how to work in this scheme, they can have some success for sure. All right, it's the Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am Joe George. Coming up next, we're going to welcome Abigail into sports radio. We're going to do a draft, and I've got some quick thoughts on the college football playoff format that will be voted on this week. That's next here on the Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's The Bullpen, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Final segment of The Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. We'll get to our Valentine's Day draft just here in a second. A couple news items that came down today. One from the Houston Texans, I guess from a courtroom. The attorneys for the Houston Texans owner Janice McNair will seek to dismiss a guardianship case brought to her by her oldest son after Harris County judge ruled she will not have to undergo a medical examination. That's a lot of words that I understand, but I don't really know what would be next. So I guess we just wait to see how it plays out. I've talked about this before. I don't think it necessarily has this massive impact on the Houston Texans going forward. Now, if Kerry were to get control of the team, that could change my view dramatically because it just brings in a bunch of questions we don't know the answer to. But at least for now, it seems like everything is staying status quo. We're going to have the college football playoff vote. They expect it to be approved. The college football playoff board of managers, they expect the 5+7 format to be approved, which would be the top 5 power conference champions. I'm still confused about the Pac-12. I read the ESPN story. I don't really understand what's going on with the Pac-12. They're allowed to keep their conference. They're a 2-person conference. So I guess, in theory, Oregon State and Washington State, who are going to be playing 6 Mountain West teams next year, could somehow get ranked in the top 12 and get an automatic bid, even though they're actually only a 2-team conference. Like, are they playing a conference championship game? I'm still trying to figure out, like, what they're actually going to do with these 2 teams this next season. It's one of the most bizarre things we'll ever see in college football. The fact that they're not, like, forcing them to just merge with the Mountain West or another conference or give up the name of the Pac-12, it's just bizarre to me. Virginia asked, what percentage of Joe's shirts are ESPN? Okay, I have a blue one, a red one, an orange one, and a green one. That's 4. I have a lot of shirts. So I'm going to say like 2%, Virginia. I know that's
Wait, do you not have the John and Lance one with Dell?
I do not. I need to get it, though. I know there's still a bunch back there, especially the ones that say also with Raheel, because that's my guy. So if we still have some of those, I might steal one.
Yeah, I think there's a couple, so you could use them.
Yeah, I might have to. So I might have to steal a black one, too, as well. But, like, John Lance Dell, I love those guys. But, like, where's the Killer Bees t-shirt? Why don't we get one? I know we're not John Lance. That's the answer to the question. All right, we got like 5 minutes left to go on the show, so we're going to do this quickly. We're going to do our Valentine's Day draft. That's Abigail Hong. If you have not been introduced to her, she's on Twitter at Abigail Hong, but the G is off her last name on Twitter, and she's going to change it at some point.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me put the G, so I'm going to change it in like a week, so don't worry.
All right, but we're going to do a Valentine's Day draft. The best part, the worst part, dinner, best thing to do when you're single. We're going to do a snake draft, so you go first, I'll go twice. Or would you like to go first or second? I'll let you decide.
I mean, I can go first.
Okay, you'll go first. You can take any of these in any order you want.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out who has the best list. We'll put it out on Twitter, and we'll let the people vote and decide who is the best list. So you're up first.
Okay, so I would say the best or the worst part about Valentine's Day, I would always delete my social media for Valentine's Day because I hate, like, every single time that it comes to Valentine's Day, I always am either single or not, like, yeah, so basically I would delete my social media and I hate it.
So social media makes you sad. That's the worst part.
Yeah, because everybody decides have a boyfriend or they're in love or whatever,
Okay.
you know?
All right, I'm going to do best part. Even though they charge the prices, I like bringing home flowers. I like, making my wife happy with them. She loves flowers. I'm supposed to get them every month. I'm pretty good most months. That I get them at least once to make her feel special, but I still like getting flowers. So I'm gonna say giving flowers will be my best. Dinner for me, like I would be I don't know if I'm selfish here. I don't really care. It's for both of us. Mainly, I mean, it's my wife, so like I know what she likes. I think a steak dinner is still like the best dinner you can do on Valentine's Day. Maybe it's because she runs an Italian restaurant, so we don't really eat Italian food anymore, except when it comes from work. So, like, we're kind of out on Italian food for the most part. So, I'm going to go with a steak dinner as the dinner choice. Oh, I have to choose?
Yeah, like where
Well,
Where do you get your
we
steak?
don't really do free plugs, but like if I want to spend way too much money, I go to Perry's.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
my favorite.
That's the one at Baybrook, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we mostly go. We started a new thing where we go somewhere else and then we go to Perry's afterwards, so we don't spend like $300 on dinner. So we eat somewhere else, like appetizers wise, and then share a steak and something, so it's a little bit cheaper and not totally making us broke for the next like month when we do it. All right, so I've got my dinner and my best part. You're up
Okay.
next. You have 2 picks.
I'll do best thing to do when you're single. I would usually invite like probably like 20, 30 people and just make a huge charcuterie board and then just like fellowship with people.
So a singles party.
Yeah, basically. Kind of sad, but it's
No,
fine.
it's fine. It's gonna be better than my answer. I'll tell you that.
What's your answer?
Oh, you'll see. But you're up against snake draft.
Oh,
So
okay,
you need a dinner and the best part.
Well, dinner, I would probably say, okay, my favorite is 60 Vines. They also have a huge charcuterie board.
That's just like your
and
thing?
they have wine, so.
Wine's great.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So I'll do my worst part. I think it's so funny. We talked about this on the Killer Bees. The worst thing I've ever done, it just made me mad about Valentine's Day, was I bought a bunch of chocolates and I accidentally bought the ones that have all the random flavors because most of the flavors are bad. So maybe I guess the worst part is not being able to read and comprehend, but I read the box wrong or I just grabbed a box and like 30% of the chocolates got eaten. Because like, and the worst part is like they give you that little guide. The guide sucks. Half the time the chocolate doesn't look like it's supposed to look. So you're playing this guessing game of like if you're going to get something you like or something you think is disgusting.
No, like the ones with the caramel, like I hate any fillings, so I just want the chocolate. Like, don't like that. I got a huge one yesterday, and I was like, oh, I'll be eating one of these, and that's it.
All right. So, and then my last one, worst thing for me, yes, VBS, I just said Joe can't read or comprehend. That's a quote. Yeah, you're right. For one time, I say so much stuff that gets me in trouble on the station. It's unbelievable. I never used to do that in radio until I got here. And it's like foot and mouth 90% of the time. Very quickly here, we got about a minute left in the show, a minute and a half. So when I moved to Houston and I was single and I didn't know anyone, I started, I finally adventured out into solo movie going. I am all about like just going to a movie by myself. So when I was single, that's what I would do. If there's a movie I liked that I wanted to go see, I would go see a movie by myself. I don't know if I want to be at Abigail's sad party of all the singles out there. So like I'm just gonna hang out by myself.